Chapter 351, This psychopath actually ate the fire. Duanling was so enraged that all his hair stood up on their ends. Blood-colored sword wool swerved around his body, losing all orientation. He was so livid that he lost control over his magic array. The departed soul orb was to float above the 10,000 bestial flames. Duanling had planned for the tens of thousands of spiritual essences in the departed soul orb to be roasted by the heaven and earth obsidian flames, and then turn into rich surges of spirit energy to replenish his body. This would allow him to break through the shackles of the Supreme Being stage and elevate to a whole new cultivation level. Everything was going just as planned. He could clearly feel joy flushing over him as his cultivation strengthened. Yet, just as the beam of spirit energy shooting down from the sky suddenly disappeared, Duanling suddenly felt his heart lurch. He had a bad feeling about this. And so he turned around his head only to see a slim figure effortlessly pulling the departed soul orb away from the top of the 10,000 bestial flames. Pull it off if you want, but did you have to toss the orb to the puppet like it's a piece of trash? That was the departed soul orb. A semi-divine tool. That sight almost made him explode with rage. It was infuriating, like his dignity being trampled over, or like somebody slapping him across the face. Of course, with the departed soul orb swallowed by the puppet, the beam of spirit energy also vanished. That he could no longer pursue his cultivation breakthrough angered him all the more. He had planned this for so long, taking pains to trigger a war in the Lightwind Empire while collecting countless spiritual essences and phantom spirits. All of this was for the sake of his breakthrough. Look at what happened, all of his hard work chucked away like a piece of trash, and worse, eaten by a puppet. What the heck was that puppet? How dare it swallow my good fortunes? After throwing the grayish-white orb into Whitey's belly, Bulletin Fang forgot all about it. His attention was focused on the 10,000 bestial flames, the heaven and earth obsidian flames. The flames were golden and shone with a dazzling radiance, almost as beautiful as a flower drenched in gold. The true energy within Bulletin Fang's energy core began to spread through his four limbs, filling his body with an uncontrollable amount of heat. Gazing at the 10,000 bestial flames, Bulletin Fang suddenly felt parched. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He exhaled a simmering breath, his own eyes burning with fervor. Then, he cupped the golden blazes with his hands and lifted it up slowly. He inched his mouth toward it. At this very moment, all fighting on the battlefield came to a halt. Every pair of eyes turned toward Bulletin Fang. Their faces were filled with perplexity, all confounded by his action. Bai Gongming was stupefied, his heart thudding loudly. A 7th-grade battle saint who not only easily approached the 10,000 bestial flames, but also grabbed it with his bare hands. This was the freaking heaven and earth obsidian flames made with countless spirit energy found between heaven and earth. Not even a supreme being dare touch it. How could a 7th-grade battle saint have so much courage? And most importantly, how hasn't he been burned to ashes yet? Could it be that this 10,000 bestial flames was fake? An odd expression flashed across Ye Ziling's delicate face. As she observed Owner Bulletin's every move, she widened her eyes. Owner Bulletin surely doesn't plan on eating the fire. All the chubby meat on Ye Yunking's body began to shake. He has gone berserk. What kind of creature are you, devouring even the heaven and earth obsidian flames? The crowds became more and more intrigued as they watched Bulletin Fang with odd looks. When he pressed his face against the 10,000 bestial flames, their hearts almost skipped a beat. It's not fire that you're eating, it's our heartbeats that you're toying with. The Supreme Elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect rubbed his white beard with a merry face. He looked at Bulletin Fang with eyes that emitted a peculiar beam, as if deep in thought. The Shura sect high priestess' black hair fluttered in the air. The eyes below her mask were filled with rage. Even her chest puffed beneath her bodice. The departed soul orb gone, the obsidian flames seized. All of the Shura sect's accomplishments have been burned to the ground. Damn this guy! In this very moment, all eyes fell on Bulletin Fang. With so many supreme beings exerting their pressure, even 8th-grade war gods would feel their legs turn into jelly, let alone a 7th-grade battle saint. Yet, Bulletin Fang kept his composure. The aura from supreme beings had no effects on him whatsoever. His gaze was fixated on the golden, dazzling 10,000 bestial flames that flickered non-stop. The obsidian flames had a degree of spiritual sagacity. Having detected danger heading its way, it actually began to jerk, struggling to shake off Bulletin Fang's grasp. It had never imagined in a million years that someone planned on eating it. It was just a ball of fire, it wasn't an oyster pancake. Under everyone's sharpening glances, Bulletin Fang's face finally stopped right before the 10,000 bestial flames. Everyone drew in a chilled breath. The pulsating 10,000 bestial flames also froze. All the true energy had converged onto Bulletin Fang's face by now. His face was covered with thick patterns of true energy moires. He opened his mouth and bit down, making a ripping sound. The piece of the ball of fire surged within his mouth. He twirled his tongue, and with a gulp, swallowed it. The crowd was as silent as the grave. It was so quiet one could probably hear a pin drop on the floor. What just happened? Did that person just swallow the fire? Is fire really edible? Duanling was originally filled with rage. However, witnessing this sight, he dropped his jaws, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could there be such bizarre fire-eating folks in the world? Bulletin Fang knitted his brows as he felt the 10,000 bestial flames glide down his throat and into his stomach. The texture was not great, as it was at a blistering temperature. Its taste was also not impressive, there was a faint flavor of burnt meat. Bulletin Fang smacked his lips, suddenly feeling an unusual sensation. Under everyone's ogling eyes, he ripped off another piece from the ball of fire. He twirled his tongue and sent the obsidian flames down his stomach. It was as if he had suddenly detected a new flavor to it. Bulletin Fang arched his eyebrows as he continued ripping off pieces and shoving them down his throat. Not after long, the jittery ball of 10,000 bestial flames was all gone. The 10,000 bestial flames struggled for its survival at the start, but toward the end it had lost all will to fight and instead, accepted its fate. Once the ball of fire hit his stomach, Bulletin Fang's face flushed red. He belched out loud. A thin, golden trace of flame shot out with this burp. Bulletin Fang widened his eyes and immediately covered his mouth. So he just ate it all? The heaven and earth obsidian flames, consisting of countless spirit energy between heaven and earth, has been devoured one bite at a time. Everyone stared at Bulletin Fang like they'd seen a monster, but after finally recovering from the initial shock, fascination smeared across their faces. Damn it! They were all fighting over this heaven and earth obsidian flames. What's there left to seize if the object of their desire had already been swallowed by someone? Ack! The Shura sect overlord Duanling completely lost it. His eyes were seeing red as violent vigor of sword soared around him. The intent to kill boiling in his heart was about to erupt. The departed soul orb was eaten by a puppet, and the 10,000 bestial flames was eaten by a loser. What enmity do you hold against me to treat me this way? Seeing Duanling bristle with anger, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but throw back his head and howl with laughter. He was overcome with joy. Since his main objective was to prevent Duanling from obtaining the 10,000 bestial flames, he was naturally happy with an ending like this. Wu Mu also leaned on his sword and burst out laughing. Sure, I can't beat you in a fight, but seeing you lose the 10,000 bestial flames brings me great pleasure. Duanling waved the Shura sect sword across the sky and pointed it right at Bulletin Fang. Whoever tampered with my plan, must be exterminated. As soon as his voice faded, he began to charge at Bulletin Fang. However, the Supreme Elder's magic array lurched and encircled him. Wu Mu also swooped in, launching white streaks of sword wool. They were determined to protect Bulletin Fang. Having swallowed the 10,000 bestial flames, Bulletin Fang could feel heat rolling through his body. It was so hot that even his eyes turned red. Man, this fire is toxic. Bulletin Fang thought in his heart. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10,000 bestial flames. Temporary mission completed, your reward shall be issued momentarily. Get ready to be transported back. Just as Bulletin Fang felt like he could no longer bear the heat, the system's solemn voice rang in his head. Bulletin Fang opened his eyes and noticed a pale light began converging above his head. It formed the very familiar teleport array. Flap! Right next to Bulletin Fang, Whitey's body suddenly floated upwards. Huh? Whitey, you can fly! Bulletin Fang exclaimed. Whitey hovered in the air, with its body emitting mystifying waves. Its chubby body swayed in the sky, akin to a drunkard trying to regain his balance. Whitey's mechanic eyes continued to flicker, sometimes red, sometimes purple. Bulletin Fang's heart tightened. Could it be Whitey had a stomachache of some sort? Perhaps the orb he tossed in earlier was poisonous? Buzz! The magic array above Bullet and Fang's head was materializing. The supreme beings standing from a distance suddenly snapped out of it. They could easily detect the energy fields of the teleport array. That fellow wants to flee. The supreme beings were instantly inflamed. From the pit of fire echoed the fire dragon's roar. It flapped its wings, exerting a domineering force, and shot for the sky, aiming right at Bullet and Fang. The one-legged toad also croaked. It stomped down and leaped into the sky, also heading toward Bullet and Fang's direction. Both supreme beings of the godly temple of the wildlands bellowed. Bulging their muscles, they charged at Bullet and Fang with bloodshot eyes. The serpentine sovereign wore a frosty expression on her face. Swaying her serpent tail, she also glided toward Bullet and Fang. All 5 supreme beings besieged Bullet and Fang at the same time. Bullet and Fang furrowed his brows, feeling unsettled. Having 5 supreme beings charge at him was still very terrorizing. He lifted up his head to see a fully drawn magic array. With that, he was finally able to let out a relaxed breath. Wild wind whistled, forming a tornado around Bullet and Fang's body, ready to send him away. All 5 supreme beings swooped in, covering the sky with their terrifying forces of energy. Even the air seemed to be shaking. Buzz! Whitey's tipsy body suddenly stopped whirring. Its red and purple eyes ultimately turned into a shade of grey, the same as that of the departed soul orb. Its grey eyes flickered. The sound of metals colliding suddenly broke out behind Whitey. A pair of metallic wings suddenly appeared, flashing a beam of light that sent chills down one's spine. It shielded Bullet and Fang from the 5 supreme beings heading his way. Chapter 352, Flaunt and Flee. Gusts of winds whistled and circled around Bullet and Fang, blowing his hair against the air. His face was hot and flushed, yet his eyes were filled with shock. He gazed at Whitey's stretched wings, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Whitey has grown a pair of wings. Is it going to become a flying Whitey? His intuition told him that Whitey's changes must be related to the departed soul orb he just fed Whitey. It seemed that the orb really did give Whitey a bad stomachache. Loud booms echoed in the heavens. Domineering forces of energy burst out of the 5 supreme beings, who were closing in from afar. They all stared at Bullet and Fang with greedy and agitated eyes. The 10,000 bestial flame was swallowed by this nonentity right before their eyes. However, this weak 7th grade battle saint could not absorb the heaven and earth obsidian flame in such little time. Maybe it was still inside this freak's body. There might still be a chance to obtain the 10,000 bestial flame if they could capture this battle saint. Besides, they were quite interested in how Bullet and Fang managed to swallow the 10,000 bestial flame. From their perspective, though this nonentity before them did not have a spectacular cultivation level, he was filled with secrets. This sense of mystery did intrigue them tremendously. Want to teleport? What a joke! A warrior of the godly temple of the wildlands, flexing his strong muscles, gazed at the magic array above Bullet and Fang's head and sneered. This fellow wants to flaunt and flee? Did he take every supreme being here as a fool? A huge axe appeared in his hands, the semi-divine tool of the godly temple, the mystery weighty axe. It weighed over thousands of kilograms and provided a formidable, destructive force of power. He would not let Bullet and Fang escape this easily. Therefore, he was determined to smash the magic array that had just condensed over that fellow's head. His true energy burst out and spread through the sky. Then, this supreme being exerted a huge force of energy and flung the axe toward Bullet and Fang. The axe spun around rapidly, slashing through the air and charging right at Bullet and Fang. Nonetheless, it was smashed away by numerous darts halfway and was instantly diverted from its original trajectory. Whitey's grey eyes looked incredibly cold. The pair of steel wings on its back fully spread, shimmering with a daunting, metallic sheen. Its arms swirled as a dart flew back to its palms. Whitey's grey pupils rolled and targeted the supreme being of the godly temple. Damn it! How dare you interfere? Die! The warrior of the godly temple of the wildlands roared with rage, his muscles emitting a light gleam. Boom boom bang! Letting out a beastly howl, the fire dragon down in the pit fluttered its wings. It stretched open its mouth and displayed its fangs, then charged toward Bullet and Fang ferociously. Anyone who dared to seize the heaven and earth obsidian flame must be exterminated. With a swoosh, a figure suddenly swept in and landed before the dragon. A chubby robotic puppet fluttered the metal wings behind its back. Whitey effectively blocked the fire dragon. It raised one of its fists, its grey pair of eyes flickering faintly, and then thrust a punch downward. Bang! Blood splattered in all directions. The lava-like blood burst out with sizzles from the fire dragon. Whitey's first strike actually managed to leave a scar on the fire dragon's head. His rising figure was also slammed back into the lava by Whitey's fist. It looked like Whitey just had a morale boost as its wings spread. The croak of a frog echoed up in the heavens. Then, a gigantic toad's limb, so towering that it blocked out the sun, fell from the sky. This huge toad wanted to flatten Bulletin Fang with this move. Bulletin Fang was astonished. This damn toad, how vicious! The wind below the magic array blew violently. Bulletin Fang started to feel a force of suction. The view before his eyes blurred. He knew that the transportation has been initiated and that he was about to take off. Whitey's grey pupils flickered, both cold and ruthless. Its wings flapped and it suddenly appeared under the toad's leg. Stretching out its hands, slits suddenly appeared over its palms. Steel poles instantly shot out and clung on the toad leg. Whitey's hands tangled around the leg. The gigantic one-legged toad felt a huge force spreading along its leg. With a croak, it was flung away. Whitey was incredibly powerful. Though its body was minuscule compared to that of the toad, it easily tossed away this jumbo-sized supreme beast. Those standing nearby to witness this all drew in chilled breaths. Ye Ziling's eyes lit up as she almost jumped up in ecstasy. Whitey is still so unbelievable. The demon that strips others, strip off the skin of the toad. Ye Yunqing rubbed his beard with a slight quiver. Although Ye Ziling didn't understand what that meant, he himself did. In the past, Whitey's combat ability was impressive but could still only rival one supreme being. Did Whitey consume some kind of secret elixir to suddenly become even fiercer than a supreme being at his peak? As the one-legged toad was flung away, the other three supreme beings also rushed over. The slim-waisted serpentine sovereign widened her cherry-red lips, ejecting a long sword from her mouth. The blade flashed, emitting a chilly gleam. Both supreme beings of the godly temple of the wildlands also summoned their true energy, sending waves of true energy cascading outward. Roar! Within the pit of fire, a growl rang. A scorching hot dragon's breath spurted out, charging straight at Whitey. The one-legged toad that just landed on the floor, now infuriated, opened its mouth. He stirred up dramatic tides that towered the sky. 5 terrifying strikes were launched at Whitey. Whitey clenched its fists and, with a bang, fluttered the metallic wings behind its back. As they spread out ferociously, they transformed into numerous pairs of interconnected blades. One after another, flying daggers whistled ferociously against the air, heading straight for the 5 supreme beings. Bang! Bang! The two parties collided into each other, filling the sky with deafening clangs. Small knives continued to be smashed away, but the combined power of the 5 supreme beings were waning. The daggers that were rammed away returned to Whitey's wings. Once they readjusted, they charged out once again. A surge of sword wool descended from the sky. Wu Mu coughed up another mouthful of blood. The bright red blood completely stained the clothing covering his chest. The Supreme Elder's face also changed colors. Up in the sky, he stumbled backwards a couple of steps. With hands covering his chest, his breath started to fluctuate. The magic array he used to confine the Shura sect overlord Duanling instantly shattered. He gazed in astonishment at Duanling, who floated majestically in the air with strand of black energy spreading from his body. The Shura sect sword in hand, Duanling threw back his head and narrowed his eyes. The muscles on his face twitched. There were flames of fury burning in his heart. Rich waves of true energy within his body pounded against the shackles around him. A terrifying wave of energy circulated him. He couldn't wait any longer. He began to forcibly break through the current echelon. Once he broke through the Supreme Being's shackles, he could rise to the 10th level Divine Echelon. The Supreme Elder stroked his chest, gulping in big mouths of breath. Lunatic! How could the 10th grade Divine stage be so easy to reach? This is a suicide mission. Of course, if Duanling had absorbed all the spirit energy made from spiritual essences contained within the departed soul orb, the Supreme Elder naturally wouldn't think this way. However, Duanling's good fortunes were intercepted by Bulletin Fang. If he insisted on forcing himself to the next echelon, he could only be turned into a pile of ashes. The 10th grade divine stage required shattering of the shackles both the heavens and earth placed on mortal beings. This was a struggle against the heavens and earth. A loud howl echoed in the air. This wail contained traces of pain and misery. An infinite amount of force of pressure exploded from Duan Ling's body, rendering everyone nearby shocked and speechless. They observed the crackling, ice-cold shackles that appeared on Duan Ling's body. The majestic and domineering chains, as if joined with the sky, wrapped around his left arm. Duan Ling condensed his true energy, hoping to shatter those shackles. Bei Gongming, from down below, fell to the ground but first. What the hell? Is this really the training grounds? How could there be someone forcibly breaking through the Supreme Being's shackles to reach the 10th grade divine stage? How could someone of that level appear in the training grounds? What's there to even freaking train? Bulatin Fang also squinted his eyes as he watched. The formidable pressure emitting from the frosty shackles also alarmed him. This was the pressure of heaven and earth. Was this the higher echelon above the Supreme Being stage? Splatter! Flying daggers gathered behind Whitey's back and reformed into a pair of wings. The 5 Supreme Beings who combined forces suffered a blow from Whitey. The view before Bulatin Fang's eyes became hazier with the winds howling around him. He could see less and less. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Duan Ling, still weighed down by chains, bellowed to the sky. His hair stood on their ends, and his eyes filled with a blood-red gleam. Splatter! He charged at Bulatin Fang, dragging behind his chains. A terrifying pressure of heaven and earth showered down. A blood-colored sword swiped across the sky, as if slicing through everything, and headed for Bulatin Fang. Whitey's grey eyes flickered. The wings behind its back spread out. Flying daggers rolled up and formed a gigantic cleaver, directly colliding with the Shura sect sword. It must block this insane Shura sect overlord. Storms of wind finally completely blocked Bulatin Fang's sight. The last thing he saw was the Shura sect overlord's murderous eyes. Flee! No matter whether you escape to the ends of the earth, I, Duan Ling, will hunt you down and tear you into pieces. You snatched my good fortunes and tampered with my breakthrough. I must seek revenge till the day I die. Boom! With a loud explosion, the shackles around Duan Ling's arms cracked. He continued to clutch the ice-cold chains in his hand as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as ever. Whitey's gigantic cleaver was completely shattered by the Shura sect sword. It broke down into hundreds of thousands of small flying daggers. That sword landed on Whitey's body, sending it crashing into the pavement. The grounds fractured into pieces as crushed stones flew in all directions. Whitey's figure was nowhere to be found. Duan Ling wore a ruthless expression. The ice-cold shackles were pulled up by him and wrapped around his left hand. The chains, however, gradually reduced into a translucent shade and eventually disappeared. Those were the supreme shackles. Even though it vanished from sight, it still invisibly confined Duan Ling. After all, he failed to break through the chains and step into the 10th grade echelon. The Supreme Elder let out a long breath, a mixed feeling of joy and fear flashing across his face. He couldn't shake off the Supreme Being's shackles, and can only be considered an almost divine being. It's a pity that the other fellow has been targeted. Hopefully, he can escape the hunt of this demon and survive. He did swallow the 10,000 bestial flames, after all, so his future is boundless. Chapter 353, Can this dog still take a good nap? Within the gigantic pit of fire, flames burned loudly. The blazes shot to the sky, though tumultuous, but devoid of a type of spirit energy. Everyone nearby observed this as they felt the flames. Without the heaven and earth obsidian flame, known as the 10,000 bestial flames, this pit of fire had reduced to ordinary flames. And so, this blaze ceased to be the center of their attention. The road was full of bumps and holes, completely covered with cracks. A human-shaped pit appeared there, but the puppet that was smashed down by Shura sect overlord could no longer be found. Everyone took in a long breath, and exhaled, spitting out all the astonishment that amassed in their hearts. They were completely startled. No matter Bulatin Fang swallowing fire, or the metallic puppet fighting 1 against 5, they felt like they had broadened their horizons. These people wore fascinated expressions. There were numerous supreme beings contending for the 10,000 bestial flames, but they were sneakily snatched by a 7th grade battle saint and devoured. It felt like these supreme beings were totally slapped across the face. Ye Xiling was extremely excited. She clenched her fist together. Owner Bulatin truly is spectacular. No, he is getting stronger and stronger. Ye Xiling recalled the first time she met owner Bulletin, back when he was still quite feeble. Whitey was also mighty and fierce, as much as it was adorable. She couldn't hold herself back, extremely eager to hurry to the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire to see owner Bulletin. It felt like meeting an idol. And Ye Xiling tilted her head and pondered as she narrowed her eyes. Should she tell Sister Nian everything that had just happened? Ye Yunqing was so frightened that all the muscles on his body trembled. Shaken, he extracted a dragon liver popsicle from his dimensional ring and took a bite. That was incredibly frightening. This fellow won't even let a ball of fire go. Is there anything on this continent that cannot be eaten by him? In comparison to the fire-eating owner Bulletin, he settled for the dragon liver popsicle to help himself get over the shock. Duan Yun watched from afar, with his own eyes, as Bulletin Fang ripped apart the 10,000 bestial flames and swallowed it down. Suddenly, his entire body began quivering. He began to contemplate, suddenly recalling owner Bulletin smacking him over the head with a black wok to force out his alchemic fire, just so he could roast a potato. It was fortunate that he gave in at the end. If he had resisted, would this lad have also devoured his alchemic fire? What a monster! As he thought about this more, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. He gazed at the humiliated and fuming supreme beings floating overhead, suddenly feeling a burst of cheerfulness inside. A whole crowd of supreme beings, screwed over by a 7th grade battle saint. How enthralling! Wu Mu clutched his cloud-rising sword, and although he continued coughing up blood from time to time, he still laughed uncontrollably. He was filled with mirth. He knew that if the 10,000 bestial flames fell into the hands of the Shura sect demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. The current outcomes were perhaps for the best. That the Shura sect overlord failed to break through the supreme being's shackles made him especially gleeful. Duan Ling hovered in the sky, gripping the blood-colored Shura sect sword. He had an extremely sour expression on his face, as pale as if ashes were smeared across it. He clenched his fist firmly, to the point where it was covered with blue veins. Wu Mu's laughter echoed in his ear. This taunting chortle was so derisive that it sent flames of anger up his chest. He lifted his head to meet the scorching wind brushing against his face. He scanned the surrounding with his icy eyes, finally targeting Wu Mu. Laugh at me? As for your tampering with my business, I haven't gotten even with you yet. Duan Ling uttered coldly. He lifted up the Shura sect sword and tapped the air with the tip of his foot. Waves of air began spreading outwards as if they were ripples in the water. Duan Ling travelled at an incredible speed, heading straight for Wu Mu with a strong intent to kill. A murderous vibe burst of him. If it weren't for this fellow blocking him, how could the 10,000 bestial flames be swallowed by some loser? All of this was because of Wu Mu. Kill. Buzz. A mystifying pressure emerged from Duan Ling's body. This pressure caused Wu Mu to widen his eyes, feeling as if a heavy rock had fallen on his chest. The pressure of heaven and earth. Those from the 10th grade divine stage could summon the pressure of heaven and earth created by the force of heaven and earth. This was the difference between a supreme being and one from the divine echelon. Though Duan Ling had failed to truly reach a breakthrough, he still achieved a cultivation level midway to the divine state. This was ample enough to squash Wu Mu. In the face of the pressure of heaven and earth created by the force of heaven and earth, Wu Mu suddenly felt like all four limbs were so heavy they weighed him down. Was he about to die? One after another jade talisman descended and blocked his body. The jade talismans formed magic arrays and circled around Wu Mu, fending off Duan Ling's strike. The magic array generated by the jade talisman continued to explode loudly as Duan Ling pressed on. The supreme elder of the celestial arcanum sect had on a grave expression, his wrinkled face slightly quivered. When the last magic array was also shattered by Duan Ling's sword, the supreme elder finally paled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Mu's own energy was in a disordered state. He was also heavily wounded, so it would be difficult to endure this slash. It looked like he really was going to die there. Suddenly, a serpent hiss rang next to his body. Then, a curved long sword swooped in before his body. Clink! It was instantly fractured and shattered by the Shura sect sword. The serpentine sovereign swayed her tail as her entire body launched forward. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was as pale as a piece of paper. Wu Mu was taken aback. He gazed at the serpentine sovereign with a complicated expression. Catching sight of the serpent-shaped sword, now shattered into pieces by the Shura sect's sword, he was overcome with all sorts of mixed feelings. Having been intercepted like this, Duan Ling's pressure of heaven and earth also dissipated. He had not yet broken through the Supreme Being's shackles and was heavily wounded. This was the only strike he could afford to shoot, so it was a pity it was stopped again. His eyes were still as frosty as ever as he inspected the entire crowd. Though against their wills, everyone's hearts thudded dreadfully. Blood-colored jade talismans floated. A dainty pair of feet floated in the sky, stepping on these jade talismans. The High Priestess appeared beside Duan Ling. Her eyes, concealed beneath her mask, showed neither happiness or sadness. The jade talismans shook and covered both of their bodies. The wind blew by and a light sparkled. The jade talismans wrapped around both of their bodies and were whisked away, leaving the pit of fire behind. The Shura sect overlord had left. Everyone in the crowd gave a sigh of relief. Bei Gongming sank into the floor butt first. His entire body was shivering uncontrollably. He was finally free to twist around his head and inspect his surrounding. His pupils shrank immediately as he caught sight of the numerous disciples that had perished in that battle. It was an extremely fierce battle. Though none of the Supreme Beings had fallen, each and every one of them was heavily wounded. There were many more deaths among the 8 great war gods. Bei Gongming, with a mourning heart, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 bestial flames, perhaps that lad only used some kind of secret technique to acquire it. If I informed the sect of this, I'd still have the chance to gain a reward even if I could not obtain the 10,000 bestial flames. With an almost divine warrior appearing in the training grounds, Bei Gongming had already forfeited his dream of seizing the 10,000 bestial flames. Even if the opponent was only halfway into the divine state, he himself was still no match for him. As the disciple of the Grand Sect, he was aware of the powers of the divine stage. The imperial city of the Light Wind Empire. The night has befallen, and only the bright moons hung in the sky. Before the store, sparks of glitter shimmered in the air, followed by a fierce wave of howling wind. Blackie was snoring by the entrance. Suddenly woken up by the billowing winds, he lazily fluttered open his eyelids, twitched his lips, and gazed at the magic array under formation. The magic array soon took shape. After another whistle of wind, a figure landed at the center of the magic array. Bang! This figure landed in front of Blackie. Buletin Fang fell butt first onto the floor but felt no pain whatsoever. The only sensation he could detect through his body was the scorching heat. Even with the system presenting him a special technique, he was still overwhelmed with the blistering heat. It spread from his stomach, making him feel like he was about to be burned to ashes. His vision was a bit blurry. He scanned his eyes over his surroundings and realized that he was not in his room. It looked like the system accidentally transported him to the wrong location. Buletin Fang tried to stand up. However, feeling his legs go weak, he fell to the floor once more. Blackie glanced at the seemingly drunk owner Buletin and rolled his doggy eyes non-stop. Where did this lad go this time to indulge himself? How dare he come back to this lord dog all drunk? Buletin Fang's face was flushed. He suddenly widened his eyes. He twisted around his head and glared at the chubby dog. Blackie's doggy nose twitched. What's up with this lad? Black. Buletin Fang felt his stomach rumbling. No longer able to hold it in, he widened his eyes, and with a bulged mouth, sprayed everything toward the chubby dog. Boom! Blackie had never expected Buletin Fang to have the guts to puke on him. How dare he throw up on this lord dog? And what is this that he spit up? A freaking ball of fire. You lad, left to have your fun, and came back as an entertainer? Huh? This flame, wait, oh my god, it's the heaven and earth obsidian flame. The lord dog barked furiously and instantly jumped up. His sluggish body bounced up and down, finally putting out the fire that covered his doggy head. The heaven and earth obsidian flame was a flame created by countless spirit energies collected between the heavens and earth. It almost burnt this lord dog's gorgeous coat of fur. Having coughed up a mouthful of fire, Buletin Fang felt much better. He inhaled and picked himself up. Buletin Fang rubbed Blackie's head and patted his own stomach. Then, he walked back into the store with a look that screamed constipation. Blackie was speechless. He looked at Buletin Fang, who was staggering away, and humphed to himself. He returned to his lying posture. Just as he sprawled down, a gigantic eruption took place, followed by a metallic lump that fell from the sky. It created a huge indent in the pavement before him, causing crushed stones to fly into all directions. Whitey rubbed its round head and stood up from the deep pit. Its mechanic eyes flickered red, violet, and then silver. It also rose to its feet, looking both confused and disoriented. Blacka jiggled his body, shaking off the crushed stones. He clenched his teeth, extremely vexed at this point. Can this dog still take a good nap? Chapter 354, The Lightwind Empire's imperial capital will descend into panic once again. Staggering from left to right, Bulletin Fang returned back to the store, closely followed by Whitey, which was staggering the same way he was. At that moment, Bulletin Fang felt like his head contained a huge vortex which revolved without stop, and this made him feel so dazed that he couldn't walk properly. It had been a long time since Bulletin Fang experienced such a feeling. The last time he felt like this was when he had a fever in his previous world. He entered the store and went upstairs, returning to his room. Once he had entered his room, he was only able to stagger a few more steps before he collapsed on his bed and dozed off. 3 different colors flickered repeatedly within Whitey's eyes as it went back to the kitchen and silently stayed in a corner. Its body seemed like it had undergone a slight change, albeit unnoticeable. Blacka groaned and shivered slightly. As its plump body shuddered, the stones beneath it were crushed. It quickly shook off its jitters, and its black belly protruded out back to its usual plump state. The doggy yawned, lay back down and continued sleeping. In the 100,000 mountains, loud rumbling sounds erupted consecutively. Amidst the intense rumbles, a loud toad croak reverberated around, and a gigantic one-legged toad leaped all the way from the 100,000 mountains and landed on the plains with an intense crash. The one-legged toad rolled its eyes, and experts from the godly temple of the wildlands could be seen standing atop its head. These experts all donned unwilling expressions as they gazed into the distance, at the direction of the capital of the Lightwind Empire. Although they didn't recognize Bulletin Fang, they had heard rumors about him, a chef who also possessed a mysterious and powerful puppet. Aside from the imperial capital's black-hearted owner Bulletin, there was no one else who fitted that description. However, they didn't care for his store. Since he dared to steal the heaven and earth obsidian flame, from a supreme being nonetheless, then he should have been prepared for their arrival. They had also heard that the store had a supreme beast, which had killed the Shura sect's venerable. This was quite convenient for them because, at this time, the Shura sect master was probably already enraged, and the wrath of a half-step divine expert wasn't something an ordinary person could behold. This would be a good opportunity for them to fish in those troubled waters. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar accompanied by intense heat waves erupted out from the 100,000 mountains. A huge scarlet fire dragon unfurled its wings and flapped them wilding, swiftly flying over from the 100,000 mountains. The object it had guarded for so long had been stolen from it. This was a reality it found unacceptable and refused to accept, so it flew out from the 100,000 mountains. That object belonged to it, it was its fortuitous encounter. The fire dragon wouldn't stop until it killed the person who had stolen its opportunity. Roar! The fire dragon roared again and spouted out scalding flames. It flapped its wing and flew past the western mystery city. Countless experts emitting powerful auras rushed out from the 100,000 mountains. Yayunking rode the intense sun bird, which also flew out from the 100,000 mountains. Naturally, he'd also go to the Lightwind Empire's capital. The corners of his mouth twitched as he realized that the imperial capital, which had only just regained peace, would go through some tough times, once again. Yayunking couldn't help but sympathize with the Lightwind Empire's emperor. His reign had been filled with hardships and riddled with difficulties. Ye Xiling didn't go directly to the imperial capital. Instead, she stopped by the western mystery city on her journey. Ni Yan oversaw the western mystery city, and Ye Xiling just happened to have a small secret she wanted to share with Ni Yan. A sword light streaked across the sky. After Wu Mu had consumed several elixirs, the state of his injuries improved slightly, and he was now capable of flying back on his sword. Beside him was the Serpentine Sovereign, who was curled from the waist down. She possessed a voluptuous figure and a beautiful but ice-cold face. Wu Mu, I already found a successor, and after I go back, I will leave the Grand Serpentine City and go to a land broader than the southern border to seek any opportunities for a breakthrough. The Serpentine Sovereign's beautiful rosy lips parted slightly as she declared indifferently, without even taking a single look at Wu Mu. Wu Mu was taken aback, but when he intended to speak, he was interrupted by the Serpentine Sovereign. We may not see each other in the future. This farewell is mostly our last one and will last forever. The Serpentine Sovereign stated coldly, and in the next moment, she leaped off the flying sword, and her figure quickly vanished from view. Wu Mu, feeling embarrassed, stared at the fading figure of the Serpentine Sovereign, and he sighed lightly as his eyes flashed with complicated thoughts. In the vast northwest plain, a lonely man travelled at a leisurely pace. Duan Yun grabbed the leg of a spirit beast which had been roasted by his alchemic flame and tore it apart. He savoured his meal as he continued travelling at a leisurely pace toward his destination. Well, the meat that has been roasted by the alchemic flame is truly delicious. Should I just switch occupations and become a chef? I may have better prospects in that profession, so why should I still bother with being an alchemist? Duan Yun laughed in self-depreciation. As he continued onwards, a strange radiance flickered in his eyes, and he stopped as the figure of a man cropped up in his mind, a man who had nonchalantly eaten a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Nowadays, chefs were truly frightening. In the Western Mystery City, an old man with white hair and brows leisurely entered the city lord's palace. As Yan listened to Ye Ziling's vivid narration, her adorable eyes widened, and her mouth parted slightly, revealing a face filled with incredulity. Are you saying that owner Buledin has become demented to the point that he has begun to eat fire? Is fire really edible? Aya! Sister Yan, you truly missed a lot. From the way owner Buledin tore into the heaven and earth obsidian flame, you would think that he was eating some roasted meat. Moreover, the star of the show was Whitey. Whitey is truly amazing, it was able to face 5 of them alone. Ye Ziling's eyes showed admiration as she recounted the events to Yan. Although she had recounted Buledin Fang's flame-eating feats, it was obvious that the lassie was more excited about how dashing Whitey seemed when it faced 5 supreme beings alone. They were supreme beings. And not some unknown trash. If only one of these frightening existences stepped out, it would stir up a great commotion in the Lightwind Empire. Yan stroked her smooth chin and smacked her lips. Unexpectedly, owner Buledin had only gone to the 100,000 mountains to fight over a flame, and he ended up eating that heaven and earth obsidian flame. What was he trying to accomplish? After she had pondered over it for a while, Yan's eyes quickly brightened. What was owner Buledin? He was a chef. What would a chief need a flame for? It was obviously for cooking. Could it be that owner Buledin came out with a new dish that required the heaven and earth obsidian flame? When her thoughts shifted to Buledin Fang's remarkable skill and fragrant dishes, Yan couldn't help but lick her rosy lips as she became excited over the new dish, barely able to rein in her desire to taste it. When Ye Ziling noticed Yan's change in expression, she silently massaged her temples and sighed. It was quite obvious to her that Yan had started thinking about food again. As expected of the Celestial Arcanum Sect's famous foodie. She is the same as my unreliable grandfather. As the two ladies chatted fervently, Yan's ears twitched, and her brows suddenly creased upwards. She had just received a message from the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was unexpectedly in the Western Mystery City. Yan didn't dare ignore him, so she immediately brought Ye Ziling along with her and went out to look for him. In the middle of the night, the Western Mystery City's gate was opened, and 3 shadows ran out and rushed toward the imperial capital. The Lightwind Empire's capital had once again become the focus of the whole southern border, just like the previous time when it was besieged by armies. If Ji Chinsu found out about this, who knew if he would weep silently or bawl openly? The first rays of morning light shone into the room through the windows, dispersing the chilly air from the previous night. The man that hadn't moved an inch the entire night suddenly stirred and opened his eyes, as though he had just come back to life. His hair was messy, and his eyes were slightly dazed. He massaged his swollen temples, sat up properly and exhaled deeply. His mouth and tongue were dry and his throat itched. Still massaging his temples, he got off the bed and walked toward the bathroom. He took a warm bath to sober up and went out while his hair was still wet. As he moved about, Buledin Fang felt his bones creak slightly. He widened his eyes, and as he closed his hand into fists, he realized that his body had become stronger. It seemed that consuming a heaven and earth obsidian flame triggered its additional effect of strengthening the body and keeping it healthy. When he came to that realization, he quickly began examining his body to find out where the flame that he ate went. After all, the fate of the flame he had consumed determined whether or not he would be able to use the Black Turtle constellation walk. Just as he was about to properly examine his body, the solemn voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 355, The First Dish Cooked by the Black Turtle Constellation Walk. Congratulations to the host for subduing the heaven and earth obsidian flame, the 10,000 bestial flame. This flame was created by the condensation of the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Its power is boundless, and it is capable of incinerating myriad objects and entities. Since the host has already absorbed the 10,000 bestial flame, you should practice diligently in order to be able to gain throughout and proper control over it. Although the system's voice was as solemn and earnest as usual, upon hearing it, Bulletin Fang's brows scrunched up and he became quite excited. Was this all he had to do to subdue the 10,000 bestial flame? This task was truly too easy. Although the 10,000 bestial flame seemed quite impressive, in the end, it wasn't truly worth mentioning. What Bulletin Fang didn't know was that if those supreme beings were privy to his thoughts, they would surely stuff him into a hemp sack and beat him to death. How had he arrived at that conclusion? Although the 10,000 bestial flame was newly born, it was still a fire seed, and no matter how weak it seemed, it was still a heaven and earth obsidian flame which possessed immeasurable power. If not even a supreme being would dare approach it, how could it be easy to subdue? Only Bulletin Fang, who had been given a special method by the system, was able to eat it that brazenly. Although Bulletin Fang didn't care much about it, the corners of his mouth still curled up in excitement. With the flame available, he was now finally able to use the heaven and earth metamorphosis walk. This was something he had coveted for a long time. After all, it was a walk, not a brick. Once he had calmed down, Bulletin Fang started inspecting his body. With his current 7th grade battle saint cultivation, it was relatively easy for him to do it. His body temperature was high, and the true energy flowing in his energy core now burned like a flame. His true energy, which used to be white, was now a resplendent golden color. It seemed to have been influenced by the 10,000 bestial flame. Bulletin Fang's heart shuddered slightly. At the center of the slowly revolving energy vortex in his energy core was a floating, lively, golden flame. As the vortex revolved around the golden flame, it would sometimes extract a tiny bit of the golden brilliance and fuse it with his true energy. That golden flame was the heaven and earth obsidian flame, the 10,000 bestial flame. When he witnessed the scene, Bulletin Fang clicked his tongue in admiration and continued gazing at the beautiful flame in wonder. Once he had completed his examination, he opened his eyes and stroked his chin. His consciousness stirred on as he unexpectedly wanted to try controlling the 10,000 bestial flame in his energy core. However, no matter how he tried controlling or moving it, the 10,000 bestial flame didn't budge at all. Bulletin Fang's complexion stiffened. He was unexpectedly unable to control it. In disbelief, he tried various methods, yet the flame didn't budge, proudly floating at the center of his energy core. It seems like I went too far, and in the end, I can't even control the flame, so how could I use the Black Turtle Constellation Walk? Could it be that destiny has dictated that I'm only able to use the Black Turtle Constellation Walk as a brick? Bulletin Fang exhaled a breath and patted his cheeks before going downstairs. When he came down, he noticed that Xiao Xiaolong hadn't arrived yet, even though he should have. Taken aback, Bulletin Fang frowned slightly, but he didn't think too much about it and continued trying to control the proud flame with his mind while he practiced his cutting and carving skills. Once he completed his practice, Bulletin Fang suddenly recalled the method for subduing heaven and earth obsidian flames which the system had given him the previous day. Bulletin Fang controlled his true energy to revolve according to the method, and while he was making it spin, he made another attempt to control the 10,000 bestial flame. After just one revolution, Bulletin Fang's complexion became thoroughly red. His throat itched slightly, and he opened his mouth, unexpectedly spouting a golden flame. After he spouted the flame, the kitchen temperature instantly rose to a terrifying degree. Bulletin Fang jumped in fright and covered his mouth with his hands. His eyes widened, and a strange expression appeared on his face. What was this? Why did flames come out from my mouth? As the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, Bulletin Fang took out a big wok. It wasn't the Black Turtle Constellation Wok, however, he planned to first test his assumption with other woks. His consciousness stirred and the flame was prodded again. Bulletin Fang's body turned red again, and he opened his mouth and spouted another golden flame at the bottom of the big wok. The wok instantly turned red, and with a sizzle, the bottom melted, and a hole appeared on the wok. When he saw the outcome, Bulletin Fang jumped in fright. Had such a high temperature flame really come out from his mouth? Why wasn't his mouth burned by the flame? He put away the broken wok, and after he had pondered for a while, he took out a piece of the earth dragon's meat. It was the meat of the earth dragon's ribs. A wisp of green smoke curled around his hand, and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in it. He twirled the knife in his hands and cut apart the 8 great earth dragon's rib meat. He proceeded to pat the meat lightly so that it loosened up, which would improve its texture. He prepared some seasoning and used them to coat the cut pieces of earth dragon's ribs, before making preparations for the most important step. Green smoke twirled around his hand once more, and the black turtle constellation wok appeared above his palm. As soon as it appeared, it started growing bigger, only stopping when it became as big as a normal wok. He spouted a mouthful of obsidian flame at the bottom of the black turtle constellation wok. Bulletin Fang sought to know if the heaven and earth obsidian flame could operate the black turtle constellation wok. Below the black turtle constellation wok was an inbuilt stand with 4 little legs which seemed like they had been cast from bronze. When the flame licked the area at the center of the stand, it triggered countless lights which flickered rapidly. These radiances seemed to emit an invisible fluctuation which began to control the golden flames. That flame stabilized and began to burn silently underneath the black turtle constellation wok. Bulletin Fang closed his eyes and coughed dryly. He had just learned to spout flames and wasn't accustomed to it. The golden flame underneath the black turtle constellation wok didn't emit the slightest sound. Bulletin Fang put his palm above the wok and felt a slight heat emanating from it. This discovery delighted him as it showed that the flame was indeed capable of operating the wok. His eyes glowed with excitement. Then, he poured some oil into the black turtle constellation wok and the heat emanating from it increased. He poured the earth dragon's rib meat smeared with seasoning into the wok. Sizzle! As soon as the pieces of meat entered the wok, turbulent waves of spirit energy rushed out of them. The turbid spiritual energy was so much that it seemed like the wok wouldn't be able to hold it in. This was the meat of an 8th grade earth dragon. The amount of spiritual energy within it was quite impressive. The image of a giant turtle, whose size rivaled mountains, appeared in the black turtle constellation wok and suppressed the surging spirit energy, causing it to return back into the meat. Rumble! The pieces of meat in the wok were quickly fried, and the earth dragon's ribs took on a golden luster. Several seconds later, a rich fragrance permeated out of the wok. The fragrance was mouth-watering. The meat of the earth dragon was much more delicious than the spirit pigs. After all, it was an ingredient of the 8th grade. With the black turtle constellation wok's efficiency, the pieces of meat were fully cooked in just a short while. As Bulletin Fang skillfully scooped out the cooked pieces of meat, a turbid stream of steam and a jaw-droppingly fragrant aroma, which seemed like it was about to take form, wafted around the kitchen. Bulletin Fang poured the oil into the black turtle constellation wok and began to prepare the broth. Rumble! The moment he poured the ingredients into the wok, his pupils contracted as a flame surged out from the wok. However, despite this, Bulletin Fang continued cooking at a moderate pace. He scooped up a spoonful of broth and tried it. The broth tasted sour, yet sweet. It seemed like it had been completely cooked. As he poured the broth on the earth dragon's ribs, Bulletin Fang's speedy hands left multiple after-images in the air as he strove to mix them perfectly. He poured the new sweet and sour ribs into a blue-patterned porcelain tray, and an aroma much richer than the previous sweet and sour ribs wafted out, stimulating Bulletin Fang's taste buds. As he smacked his lips, Bulletin Fang clamped a piece of the sweet and sour ribs with his chopsticks. The rosy juice within the piece of meat left a viscous thread behind as Bulletin Fang took it. Hot steam surged out from it. After Bulletin Fang put it in his mouth, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. As he chewed on it, savoring the taste, he carried the bowl of sweet and sour ribs and went out of the kitchen. As soon as he opened the door of his store, the dense steam and fragrant aroma from the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs immediately wafted out. The alleyways surrounding the store had already been constructed once again, and Bulletin Fang observed them for a short while before placing the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs before Blackie, who was asleep. "Blackie, it's time to eat," Bulletin Fang said calmly and stroked Blackie's head. This 8th grade earth dragon's sweet and sour ribs was the first dish made using the black turtle constellation wok, and it would unexpectedly end up in this plump dog's stomach. When Blackie perceived the aroma wafting off the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs, his vacant eyes, which had just opened, immediately widened. With a swoosh sound, Blackie quickly took the tray into his arms as his eyes emitted a glittering radiance. He licked his lips, twitched his nose and barked in an intoxicated manner. "Smelly kid, it seems like you still have a conscience, after all." Blackett thought briefly before it began to gorge on the food. As soon as it gobbled up the first piece of sweet and sour ribs, Lord Dog's eyes widened even more and glowed with a brighter radiance. "This sweet and sour dragon meat ribs is Lord Dog's favorite, bark." The dish left Blackett, who had gotten so lazy to the point it didn't bother to move, unexpectedly exclaiming in admiration. However, his bark still contained a tinge of laziness. The texture of the earth dragon's meat was harder than pork. However, after it was processed by Bullet and Fang, who had an excellent control of the heating and deep frying, it came out quite tender and greasy. Although this was his first time using the Black Turtle Constellation wok, Bullet and Fang was still able to feel even the slightest changes in it because it was a piece of the God of Cooking set, after all. It was easier to cook with it than with an ordinary wok. When he used an ordinary wok to cook, he would need to calm his mind and heart to use true energy cooking. He would also need to maintain close contact with the wok. Even if he did all that, there would still be an abstract impediment which could adversely affect his control, and any slight difference in control would greatly influence the flavor of the dish. This sweet and sour dragon meat ribs was the first dish prepared using the Black Turtle Constellation wok, and its flavor was so delicious that Bullet and Fang found it mind-blowing. He was still enjoying the aftertaste of the piece of meat he had eaten earlier. The soft dragon meat, the sweet and sour broth, and the immense quantity of spirit energy, the fusion of these three elements created the peerless flavor of the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs. The combination of a piece of the God of Cooking set and a heaven and earth obsidian flame was truly extraordinary. Bullet and Fang mulled about all of this in delight. His current culinary skill had obviously attained another improvement. Blackie was already so mesmerized by the delicious dish that he wouldn't pay attention to anything else. The only thing he currently had an eye for was the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs. Bullet and Fang smiled lightly and returned back to the store. He pulled out a chair to the front of the store and lay on it, staring at the Lord Dog voraciously devouring its meal. He lay there, enjoying the fragrance aroma and the warm rays of sunlight. Life was truly good. Xiao Xiaolong, who was only a short distance away, slowly walked toward the store. He looked unwell, and there were traces of grief in his eyes. When he saw Bullet and Fang from afar, Xiao Xiaolong was taken aback. However, immediately after, an inconceivable look of excitement and expectation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 356, Why being an emperor was this difficult? These days, Xiao Xiaolong looked extremely awful, and although he took care of the business and cooked as per Bullet and Fang's instruction, he was extremely exhausted in his mind. This was because of Xiao Meng's worsening condition. The poison had permeated deeper into him, and his aura had grown even more feeble. He seemed to be at death's door. Although the emperor sent the imperial physicians to cure Xiao Meng every day, none had been able to, so they could only sigh in resignation. His father would die soon, so how could he, the son, be cheerful? Therefore, he had been slightly absent-minded. However, he still held on to hope. Before Bullet and Fang left, he had informed Xiao Zilong that, upon his return, he may have a way to cure Xiao Meng. He had kept those words to heart and eagerly awaited Bullet and Fang's early return. Although Bullet and Fang had only been gone for half a month, that period of absence felt like an eternity for Xiao Xiaolong. "Owner Bulletin! You finally came back!" Xiao Xiaolong was so excited that his eyes became slightly flushed. When Bullet and Fang, who was lying comfortably in his chair, spotted Xiao Xiaolong approaching him, he wanted to call out to him, but he was unexpectedly welcomed back by Xiao Xiaolong in a manner so exaggerated that it scared him. Once he heard Xiao Zilong's greeting, he finally realized why the latter was so elated. General Xiao Meng had been poisoned by an acute toxin of the Shura sect. When Bullet and Fang suddenly recalled this, he couldn't help but sigh. When he noticed the hope and expectation on Xiao Zilong's expression, he calmly said, "Don't worry. Once today's opening hours are over, I will go with you to take a look, and see if I can treat him or not." Since Xiao Meng and Bullet and Fang could be considered old friends, naturally, Bullet and Fang wouldn't let his life be claimed by the poison without even trying to help him. As soon as Xiao Zilong obtained Bullet and Fang's word, he was delighted and became spirited once more, then he went into the kitchen to practice. Bullet and Fang remained in his chair, leisurely relaxing. He watched the white clouds drifting in the sky, enjoying the rare moment of peace. The army besiegement was already a matter of the past, and the customers had slowly begun to frequent the store again. Many customers who came to eat greeted Bulletin Fang with smiles as soon as they noticed him lying on his chair. Bulletin Fang would nod his head at them in acknowledgement. "Owner Bulletin, long time no see. What kind of delicacy have you been studying recently?" Fatty Jin led his army of fatties through the alleyway and greeted Bulletin Fang with a smile. He was an old customer at this store. As the reputation of his store became more prominent, word of Bulletin Fang's fighting prowess and prestige gradually spread across the entire capital. However, all of that was of no concern to Fatty Jin. He was just a customer who used to come to the store for a meal. Wiang Xiaoi cheerfully walked into the store, and as soon as she saw Bulletin Fang, she screeched. Bulletin Fang shot a lazy glance in her direction and discovered that the lassie had grown taller, and she had become more slender and elegant. He spoke to her for a short while before standing up from his chair. He stretched lazily and went back into the kitchen. As the business of the day began, Wiang Xiaoi began informing him, through the kitchen window, of the customers' orders. Once he had heard all the orders, he began to cook alongside Xiao Long. He didn't use the Black Turtle Constellation Wok or the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames, he just cooked normally. However, although he cooked in his usual manner, Bulletin Fang's dishes still emitted rich aromas which permeated the kitchen, and eventually drifted out and wafted through the entire store. All the customers were excited that Bulletin Fang was personally cooking. This was because it had become extremely difficult to taste Bulletin Fang's cooking nowadays. As the store's reputation spread farther, more people visited the store on account of its prestige. There were also people who had traveled thousands of miles from other countries to taste the store's dishes, and naturally, they weren't disappointed. Although most of the dishes were made by Xiao Long, it did not disappoint because his culinary arts had improved by leaps and bounds, due to Bulletin Fang's strict training. Nevertheless, most people who visited the store did so to eat a dish that had been personally prepared by Bulletin Fang, whose culinary arts were rumored to be the best in the empire. If they were able to taste any of his dishes, they would brag about it for years. The store's ambience was quite warm and cordial. When closing time arrived, there were still several customers who were waiting in line right outside the store. When they were informed that the store was closed for the day, they were disappointed and reluctant. However, they didn't cause any trouble and left peacefully. Bulletin Fang wiped his wet hands dry and walked out of the kitchen with an oyster pancake in hand. Xiao Long eagerly followed behind him. Bulletin Fang passed an oyster pancake to Xiaoi, pulled a chair and sat down on it. He proceeded to take a bite of an oyster pancake, and when the tasty oyster entered his mouth, a dense steam and a rich fragrance filled his oral cavity. Wiang Xiaoi, who already felt impatient, also sat down and quickly began to eat the oyster pancake. Although Xiao Long was also quite anxious and impatient, albeit for a different reason, when he noticed how calm and unhurried Bulletin Fang seemed, he could only sit down and eat his own oyster pancake. The oyster pancake had been prepared by Bulletin Fang, and the spirit energy within it was quite rich. Not only did it taste exceptional, as they ate it, both Xiao Long and Wiang Xiaoi felt their fatigue from the day's work vanish. Once he had eaten his oyster pancake, Bulletin Fang shot a gaze at the anxious Xiao Long before slowly standing up. He changed his clothes and locked the store, then followed Xiao Long and the lassie, Wiang Xiaoi, to the general's manor. When Wiang Xiaoi learned that Bulletin Fang would go to treat Xiao Meng, she tagged along, cheerfully. The Wiang and Xiao family were quite close, so when Wiang Xiaoan learned that Xiao Meng didn't have long to live, she grieved. Now that she knew that owner Bulletin had a mean to cure him, the lassie was quite excited. She stared at Bulletin Fang with a bright glow in her eyes and thought, the smelly boss has become more amazing. The three soon entered the Xiao family manor. It was Bulletin Fang's first time there, so he was quite curious. Its complex construction, which made it seem like a labyrinth, left Bulletin Fang quite dazed and made him lose his way. However, with Xiao Long as a guide, they quickly reached Xiao Meng's room. A large group of people stood at the door of Xiao Meng's room. Xiao Yanyu, who Bulletin Fang hadn't seen in a long time, was also there, and her complexion was pale, while her beautiful face looked thin. The very moment Bulletin Fang spotted Xiao Yanyu, she noticed him too. Her lips parted, and she seemed taken aback by his sudden appearance. Realization seemed to dawn on her, and a trace of excitement became apparent on her beautiful face. In the main halls of the Lightwind Empire's capital. In the past half a month, Ji Chinsu had it comfortable and cozy. When Ji Chinjiu's army retreated, the empire's army pursued them past Till Land's borders and into its outskirts. Only then did they win back the initiative. Then, the factions in the empire began to depart consecutively until the empire regained its previous calmness. Ji Chinsu lay on his dragon throne as a beautiful and gentle woman used her jade-like fingers to massage his temple, alleviating his fatigue. As the emperor of an empire, he naturally had 3,000 beauties in his harem, but he didn't excessively wallow in on them because he was busy with managing the empire's government. However, from time to time, he would still call over several of his concubines to help alleviate his fatigue, whenever he felt exhausted. Reporting. Your Mama. Your Majesty. While Ji Chinsu was enjoying his rare moment of relaxation, a shout resounded from outside the main hall, which made him open his eyes. He watched the general who was in charge of protecting the city frantically crawl inside the main hall, his complexion deathly pale and his body trembling unceasingly. What happened? Why are you this frantic? Ji Chinsu furrowed his brows and asked in displeasure. Your Majesty. The general stuttered, his fright already evident from his pale complexion. Oh you outside the imperial capital, there is a giant spirit beast swiftly rushing toward us. Ji Chinsu was taken aback and his eyes widened. What kind of spirit beast? Can you guess its grade? They had only enjoyed a short period of peace, why had another scary spirit beast appeared? If it was capable of causing the general this much panic, it definitely wouldn't be an ordinary spirit beast. Could it be another 7th grade spirit beast, or an 8th grade spirit beast? The general swallowed, looking as though he was about to burst into tears. That spirit beast is very huge. It is almost as big as a mountain, and it is already capable of covering the whole sky and land with its body. I'm unable to estimate its strength, but I think that it may be a supreme beast. A supreme beast? Ji Chinsu was taken aback, and his complexion immediately became pale. He fell back on his throne as though all his strength had been sapped out of him completely. Why was the job of an emperor this difficult? Now, even supreme beasts were coming to make trouble for him. At hundreds of miles outside the boundless imperial capital, a giant shadow, which completely covered the whole sky, appeared in the air. With a heart-wrenching crash, every corner of the earth trembled as the huge shadow, which had soared through the sky, landed heavily, and its thick leg caused a huge crater to form. Just with the strength of its legs alone, the damage it caused upon landing was so great that even the official road outside the imperial capital split into multiple pieces. An ear-splitting croak reverberated as the one-legged toad raised its head and turned its gaze toward the imperial capital. Chapter 357, Nonsense, how could a chef know how to treat a patient? Xiao Yunyu looked at Bulletin Fang in delight. He was finally there. Xiao Long had told her that Bulletin Fang had a way to treat her father's poison. When Bulletin Fang left, he had disappeared for half a month. The more she waited for him, the more anxious she became. She was afraid that Bulletin Fang would take too long and her father would have already died by the time he got back. Bulletin Fang nodded indifferently towards Xiao Yunyu, who was staring at him with a slightly excited look. Bulletin Fang's calm bearing caused Xiao Yunyu to slightly relax. She felt as if all her fear and anxiety disappeared when Bulletin Fang nodded at her. Young Master Xiao. Who might this be? When the several old people surrounding the door saw that Xiao Long was back with a youngster, doubts formed in their mind. They were the imperial physicians sent by Ji Chinsu. They had the highest medical expertise in the entire imperial palace. Those old men spent all of their time in the palace studying medicine and they rarely paid attention to the outside world. Although they had some knowledge of Fang's little store which was well known throughout the entire empire, they didn't have a deep understanding of the store. They didn't even recognize owner Bulletin when he stood in front of them. After Xiao Yunyu came back to her senses, she introduced Bulletin Fang's status to the imperial physicians in a mild and gentle tone. She was quite respectful toward them. That was because they were the ones who kept Xiao Meng's life safe when Bulletin Fang was away. If they were not present, Xiao Meng would already have lost his life to the poison. Therefore, she was quite grateful to these imperial physicians. This is the owner of Fang's little store. Today, he's here to treat my father's. Xiao Yunyu cordially introduced him to the group of old men. All of a sudden, an old imperial physician glared at Bulletin Fang as he sized him up. Miss Xiao, which clinic is this Fang's little store? Why haven't I heard of it before? An old imperial physician opened his mouth and questioned her. When the rest of them heard his question, they nodded their heads and looked toward Xiao Yunye for an answer. Xiao Yunye was somewhat embarrassed when they asked about Fang Fang's little store. Fang Fang's little store isn't a clinic. It's our imperial capital's most famous restaurant, said Xiao Yunye. Restaurant? Are you cracking a joke right now? We're here to treat the guy, not have a meal. A restaurant? Miss Xiao, treating a patient isn't some kind of game. How can you bring someone so foolish here? A restaurant is managed by a chef, not a doctor. That's right, Miss Xiao, have you ever seen a chef treating someone's illness? Another old imperial physician spoke up with displeasure in his voice. It was obvious that they were doubting Bulletin Fang's ability the moment they learned about his identity. They were sizing up Bulletin Fang as they shook their heads at him. Bulletin Fang shot a calm and indifferent look at the old men who were making a fuss. He slowly turned his head towards Xiao Yunye and he asked her a single question. Do you still need me to treat him? If you don't, I'll go back and take a nice long nap. Xiao Yunye's complexion paled instantly. Without explaining anything else to the imperial physicians, Xiao Yunye brought Bulletin Fang into the room hurriedly. When they saw that Xiao Yunye was ignoring them, the imperial physicians, for a chef, their expressions immediately turned ugly. One of them waved his sleeve and gave a cold snort. They were imperial physicians, yet Xiao Yunye brought a chef over to look after Xiao Meng. This clearly showed them that she was looking down on them. Could it be that the medical expertise of prestigious imperial palaces' physicians like them paled in comparison to a chef who only knew how to wield a kitchen knife? This was truly presumptuous. Xiao Xiaolong shot a glance at the group of old men. Currently, his heart was quite calm and peaceful. He wasn't in the mood to explain things to those imperial physicians. Owner Bulletin truly didn't know anything about medicine. However, he was able to make the elixir cuisine. As for how formidable was Bulletin Fang's elixir cuisine, Xiao Xiaolong witnessed it with his own eyes. If he didn't place his hopes on owner Bulletin, should he place his hopes on the imperial physicians who concluded that his father was definitely going to die? Xiao Yunye brought Bulletin Fang into the room. The moment they entered, they were greeted by the intense smell of bitter medicine that filled the room. Beside the bed, there was a thin and wan woman. She wore a lady robe as she sat by the bedside. Her face was covered in tears as she stared at the extremely feeble Xiao Meng who was lying on the bed. Gruer's eyes were filled with pain. It was obvious that she became thin and wan because she was too sad. Even after Bulletin Fang entered the room, she only shot him a glance. She pursed her dried lips without uttering a single word. After briefly looking at Bulletin Fang, she turned her gaze back to Xiao Meng, who was lying on the bed. When Xiao Yunye saw how sad Gruer was, she sighed in her heart. Her heart throbbed in pain as she could not bear to see such a scene. Bulletin Fang walked toward the headboard as he looked at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng's current condition was extremely awful. Almost all of his life force had seeped out of his body. The blood in his face seemed to have already turned black. It was obvious that the poison had already reached Xiao Meng's heart. He wasn't too far from death. Bulletin Fang's heart shuddered. It seemed like he couldn't delay treatment anymore. With Xiao Meng's current condition, Bulletin Fang was afraid that he would die at any moment. When Xiao Yunye saw that Bulletin Fang was furrowing his brows, she became slightly worried. Anxiousness filled her heart as she had no idea what was Bulletin Fang's diagnosis. Owner Bulletin. Please be quiet for a moment. I'm thinking about what to do, Bulletin Fang said with indifference. According to the system's suggestion, if Bulletin Fang wanted to treat Xiao Meng's poison, he had to use a forceful method. It seemed like he had to cook the Buddha jumps over the wall with the black turtle constellation walk. The Buddha jumps over the wall's recipe was given to him by the system. However, according to the explanation by the system, the dish was divided into 2 grades. Currently, he already had the black turtle walk in his possession, the only thing left was for Bulletin Fang to prepare the Buddha jumps over the wall. The most crucial step in making the dish was how Bulletin Fang should mix the ingredients together. Looking through the recipe for the Buddha jumps over the wall, Bulletin Fang started to memorize the ingredients required to prepare the dish. After having the ingredients required for the dish by heart, Bulletin Fang took a look in his system's storage space. He wanted to know which were the ingredients he didn't have. Record the names of these ingredients. Send people to look for them, the faster they get it, the better. Bulletin Fang suddenly raised his head and instructed Xiao Yunyu. Xiao Yunyu was taken aback for a moment. However, she recovered before long and nodded her head solemnly. A black spirit abalone, tiger-striped shark fin, deep-sea thorny ginseng. Bulletin Fang recited the names one by one. These were all ingredients which came from the ocean. Bulletin Fang rarely came into contact with this stuff. As such, he didn't have them in his system's storage space. As for spirit beast meat, he could replace them with the dragon and other spirit beasts meat he had in his system's storage space. In his trip to the 100,000 mountains, he collected countless precious ingredients which could play an important role during crucial junctures. Xiao Yunyu earnestly recorded the names of the dishes down and she ordered for some people to go and get them. Deep in the mountains, a pitch-black and ice-cold metallic tower was erected. The Shura sex master, Duan Ling, was sitting cross-legged in it. With his eyes shut tightly, blood-red true energy which was faintly visible swiftly revolved around his whole body. On his left arm, a cracking sound could be heard. It sounded like the collision sounds of shackles. The sound could be heard from time to time, and it was the remnant of a supreme being's shackles. These were the shackles which were restricting his cultivation and strength. As a half-step divine realm expert, he almost broke the supreme being's shackles. He was so close to stepping into the 10th grade divine realm. He was about to become an existence which transcended mortals. However, it was a pity that all of his hopes and dreams were crushed by an ant-like 7th grade battle saint. Even till this moment, he had no idea how a trifling 7th grade battle saint could consume a heaven and earth obsidian flame. This issue danced around in his head and made him extremely puzzled. After sitting in meditation for almost a whole day and consuming countless amounts of elixir, Duan Ling had almost completely healed up from the damage caused by his forceful breakthrough. Currently, his whole body emitted a terrifying amount of pressure. Stepping into the 10th grade divine realm was tantamount to transcending one's mortal body. At such a realm, one could sense the world power and use it to confront their enemies. Someone at the peak of the 9th grade supreme being realm could easily stimulate their true energy and oppress their opponents with pressure. However, an expert at the divine realm could control the world power and basically insta-kill any 9th grade supreme being. Have you investigated the matter thoroughly? Who was the bastard who stole my 10,000 bestial flame? Duan Ling slowly opened his eyes as a terrifying glow flashed inside them. However, the terrifying flash only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The High Priestess was waving several blood-red talismans in her hands as they formed a peculiar magic array which contained a strange power. She could learn of countless matters through the strange power. After some time, she placed those talismans away. A strange radiance flashed through her eyes which was covered by her mask. She replied to Duan Ling, "I figured it out. That kid is someone in the imperial capital. He's the owner of that store which killed the Venerable. He's the owner of that store which killed the Venerable. Fate is truly a strange thing. Enemies will meet each other again. This time, I'll settle all of our scores with him once and for all." Killing intent flashed in Duan Ling's eyes. He stood up hurriedly and left for the imperial capital. The High Priestess followed behind him as she flew out of the metallic tower. The moment they left, the metal tower shook. It shrank down and was taken away by the High Priestess. Duan Ling took a look toward the direction of the Lightwind Empire's capital. He slightly squinted his eyes. "Let's go to the Lightwind Empire's capital. We must take back the 10,000 bestial flames and avenge the Venerable." Duan Ling placed his hands behind his back as he commanded. Killing intent overflowed from his body and swept up the surroundings. Taking a step forward, his entire body became a blood-red beam of light as he flew toward the imperial capital. His voice echoed in all directions as he flew. "This time, I will bury the entire imperial capital for the Venerable. I'll let the entire southern region know that my Shura sect is back." Chapter 358, Adding toad meat into the Buddha jumps over the wall was a good choice. Bang! The one-legged toad's aura was extremely terrifying. Every time it jumped, it would advance a huge distance toward the imperial capital. The terrifying aura of a supreme beast gradually pervaded and shrouded the entire city. The deafening croak of the toad sounded like a thunder blast and it resounded in the ear of every citizen. Above the imperial capital's wall, Ji Jinsu followed the general who was in charge of protecting the city. They stood atop the city wall and gazed into the distance. He didn't need to look far away as that one-legged toad's body was extremely gargantuan. It was like a mountain of flesh which reached the clouds. The intense pressure it emitted made it difficult for Ji Chinsu to breathe properly. It was a beast whose height reached hundreds of feet. There were even countless white clouds floating and drifting by the surroundings of its body. Why was such an existence rushing toward the imperial capital? What grudge did this creature have against the imperial capital? Quickly! Order all of the archers to be on standby. Ji Chinsu ordered the soldiers on the wall with some exasperation in his voice. The sight of such a gigantic supreme beast caused Ji Chinsu to lose his courage. The thought of confronting the beast barely crossed his mind. In the past, a 9th grade supreme being from the Shura sect came to the imperial capital to wreak havoc. This time, it was an extremely fearsome supreme beast. What kind of sin did the imperial capital commit to deserve all of this? When his father sat on the throne, the number of troubles wasn't this large at all. Ji Chinsu felt an acute headache as he leaned on the ice-cold stones which made up the city wall. He became dispirited when he looked at the toad. Bang! The one-legged toad fell to the ground once again. This time, it was close enough that people could make out the features of the toad. The moment it landed, the entire imperial capital trembled. When the ground shook, everyone noticed the presence of the giant spirit beast. They looked out into the distance and saw a huge toad whose body reached into the clouds. The one-legged toad's scary and hideous appearance caused widespread panic among the citizens. Their peaceful and auspicious days were once again disturbed. When Ji Chinsu looked at the panic-stricken mass in the capital, his expression changed. It became grave and a baleful look appeared in his eyes. Archers, shoot it down. Kill this beast. Ji Chinsu's fist pounded against the ice-cold stone which made up the city wall. He shouted with anger in his voice. It contained his intense unwillingness to accept such a fate. Swoosh! 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 The archers who were already on standby immediately loosened their grips on their bowstrings. Countless and innumerable arrows whistled through the air. Sounds of bowstrings snapping back to their position could be heard and a rain of arrows formed in the sky. As the toad was extremely big, every single arrow was on target as they shot toward the huge creature. However, the one-legged toad was, after all, a supreme beast. Its fleshly body had strong defense and its skin wasn't something which could be torn open by mundane arrows. This was still despite the fact that the cultivation of the archers wasn't weak at all. They were all 3rd or 4th grade cultivators. Even though they had high cultivation levels compared to normal people, they were mere ants to the one-legged toad. As the arrows fell onto the leg of the one-legged toad, they bounced off. They were not even capable of breaking through its skin. Bang! Its giant leg fell once again as it reached the imperial capital's front gate. When it landed, a violent wind was swept up and blew against everyone on top of the city wall. It was like a hurricane which swept through the wall and soldiers who were standing on the wall stumbled. They nearly fell off the wall. Ji Chinsu's complexion was ice-cold like frost as he placed his hands behind his back. He stood proudly atop the city wall against the strong gale which was blowing against him. His hair and robe were swept up by the wind and they fluttered in the air. Although his eyes contained fear, he still had his pride as an emperor. He would never shrink back and cower even if the sky were to fall in front of him. After the one-legged toad fell in front of the city wall, its giant eyes slightly rolled around. They finally locked on to Ji Chinsu who was standing on top of the wall. Croak! A deafening croak filled the air once again. At this moment, the imperial capital's citizens were finally able to clearly see the giant spirit beast which was standing outside the city. It was truly gigantic and humongous. The common people had never seen such a huge spirit beast before. It was just like a mountain of flesh which stood in front of their city gates. Just by standing there, it emitted a pressure which suffocated the people. Chaotic sounds resounded from the whole city. The citizens who had caught sight of the one-legged toad were extremely terrified. It was as though they saw a fearsome devil and all of them fell to their knees. You are the Lightwind Empire's emperor. When Ji Chinsu was prepared to die, he heard a rough sound speaking to him. Several people jumped off the giant toad's head and floated above him. Ji Chinsu was taken aback by his sudden change of fate. He raised his head slowly as he stared at all of them. He could see that there were several men who possessed extremely powerful and muscular bodies among them. I'm the Lightwind Empire's emperor, Ji Chinsu. I don't know how my Lightwind Empire have offended all of you, so much that you had to bring such a terrifying creature to siege my city, Ji Chinsu said in neither a servile nor arrogant tone. Siege your city? A trifling imperial capital doesn't require all of us to attack personally. We only want to know whether Buletin Fang is in the imperial capital or not. A trace of disdain flashed through the eyes of a ferocious divine halls expert. He obviously didn't care about some mortal empire. When he heard their question, Ji Chinsu was taken aback. Were these people here to look for owner Buletin? I know that Buletin Fang is definitely in the imperial capital. Hurry up and hand him over. Order him to obediently give up the 10,000 bestial flame. After that, we'll leave this place. Otherwise, our Supreme Toad will take a tour around your imperial capital. We'll completely flatten your imperial capital. That godly temple of the Wildlands' supreme being sinisterly said as a cold glow burst out from his eyes. Ji Chinsu felt as though he fell headfirst into an ice cave when he met the gaze of the expert. Currently, Ji Chinsu was bewildered and dumbfounded. Why the hell was someone there to look for owner Buletin once again? The last time, an army besieged the city in order to look for him. This time, it was a supreme beast which was there to cause trouble. What the hell was going on? Owner Buletin, what kind of crime did you have to commit for all these things to happen? The intense earthquake along with the deafening croak startled Buletin Fang, who was still in the Xiao family manor. He casually strolled out of Xiao Meng's room as he walked into the courtyard. He could see that the imperial physicians were kneeling on the ground with fear in their eyes. Xiao Zilong's eyes were also filled with fear. Buletin Fang slightly furrowed his brows and turned his head toward the skies. He managed to see a giant shadow standing outside the city as its body stretched into the skies. It was an extremely terrifying giant spirit beast. It was the supreme beast from before, the one-legged toad. Buletin Fang's brows slightly rose. He didn't expect that they would chase him all the way to the imperial capital. Were they still shouting for him to return the 10,000 bestial flames? It was a pity that the 10,000 bestial flames were already consumed and refined by him. If they wanted the flame, they couldn't get it. If they wanted his life. Sorry, but they lacked the abilities to take it as well. Everyone trembled in fear as they stared at the giant one-legged toad outside the city. When Buletin Fang was staring into the skies, Xiao Yanyu returned with a huge bag behind her. Her beautiful face became slightly rosy as beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Owner Buletin, the ingredients are here. Xiao Yanyu passed the huge bag to Buletin Fang without the slightest hesitation. Those ingredients weren't ordinary and average ones. The black spirit abalone, tiger-striped shark fin, and the others were all ingredients of precious grades. It wasn't easy for Xiao Yanyu to get her hands on all of them in such a short amount of time. It was obvious that she had spent a large sum of money on it. Snort. You are truly acting willfully. Those ingredients are all intense and strong supplements. With General Xiao's current condition, he will immediately die if he takes a mouthful of them. Although those imperial physicians were scared by the one-legged toad to the point where their legs had turned into jelly, anger appeared on their faces when they saw that Xiao Yanyu was handing over a huge bag of precious ingredients to Buletin Fang. They were physicians and they naturally had a profound medical knowledge. They clearly understood that someone in poor health couldn't be given a strong tonic. Buletin Fang shot a look at those imperial physicians and his mouth slightly twitched. If you guys are so impressive, why didn't you save Xiao Meng instead? Buletin Fang indifferently said. After hearing what Buletin Fang said, the complexion of the imperial physicians changed. They intended to criticize him. However, after hearing what Buletin Fang said, the speech which they prepared to child Buletin Fang got stuck in their throats. They didn't know how to treat Xiao Meng's poison at all. As they were not able to scold Buletin Fang any longer, those imperial physicians snorted with indignation. They waved their sleeves and said, although we don't have any means to treat him, it's not like a chef like you know how to treat the poison. They were doctors, the imperial capital's physicians. They were the best doctors in the Lightwind Empire. How could a trifling chef know how to deal with a poison which even the best doctors in the Lightwind Empire were incapable of treating? Was he trying to treat a person at death's door with a meal? If there was really such a chef, why didn't he try to ascend to heaven instead? It would be a much easier feat. Buletin Fang rolled his eyes at them. He was disinclined to continue the conversation with those old and obstinate physicians. Collecting the ingredients, he placed his hands behind his back as he left the Xiao family manor. Get Xiao Meng and bring him to my store. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong were taken aback for a moment. In the next moment, they rushed into the room with delight. They intended to carry the feeble Xiao Meng to Bulletin Fang's store. After leaving the Xiao family manor, Bulletin Fang directly walked toward his own store. On the way, he was thinking about how he should cook the Buddha jumps over the wall. He only had enough ingredients to make the dish once. There was no room for failure here. This caused Bulletin Fang to be prudent and cautious when trying to cook the Buddha jumps over the wall. Before the imperial capital's gate, the supreme being expert from the ferocious divine hall didn't want to continue bickering with Ji Chinsu any longer. The one-legged toad rolled its eyes as it suddenly jumped out toward the imperial capital. It intended to stomp on the city until Bulletin Fang appeared. After jumping over the city wall, its giant foot fell toward a crowded area. The citizens below the foot quickly ran away with terror in their eyes. It was fortunate that Ji Chinsu gave the order to evacuate the citizens in advance. Otherwise, the number of people who would die under the stomp would be too huge to count. With a loud crash, many buildings in the city were turned into ruins. The stomp directly caused the buildings to collapse and the ground caved open. When he saw what was happening, Ji Chinsu became so angered that his complexion started turning black. He felt extremely powerless as he wasn't able to stop a toad from crushing his imperial city. Although he was an emperor, he didn't have exceptional strength. If he were to confront a supreme being or supreme beast, he would be crushed easily. The moment Bulletin Fang exited the Xiao family manor, the toad sensed his aura. That was the reason the toad rushed into the city. The entry of such a giant monster into the imperial capital was a nightmare for the city. The buildings were like paper in front of such a fearsome existence. Bulletin Fang was in front of his store and was about to walk into it. However, the giant leg fell from the sky and caused the buildings beside Bulletin Fang's store to be crushed to ruins. The buildings that were just rebuilt not long ago, were all gone now. Frantic gale immediately blew toward Bulletin Fang and it brought along the crushed bricks on the ground. The moment the gale and bricks flew towards the store, they started to lose speed. The nearer they got to the store, the weaker the momentum became. The bricks eventually dropped to the ground and the gale became a light breeze. Removing his hand from the boards he had just touched, Bulletin Fang stared at the giant supreme toad. Although the head of the giant toad was reaching the clouds, Bulletin Fang wasn't flustered at all. The only change in Bulletin Fang's expression was that his brows rose upwards. Well, if I put toad's meat in the Buddha jumps over the wall, its effect should be better. The effect of the dish against poison should become stronger. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched when he thought about it. When the one-legged toad rolled its eyes and stared at Bulletin Fang, its heart inexplicably shuddered. Another deafening croak escaped its mouth and shook the world. Chapter 359, Whitey. Whitey transformed. 300 miles outside the imperial capital, a scarlet fire dragon flapped its wings which covered the entire sky. It filled the entire area with a blazing heat. Flames raged on the fire dragon's body while its eyes were brimming with killing intent, being as large as bronze bells. Scarlet flames could be faintly seen in its hideous mouth which opened from time to time. With another flap of its wings, it left a scorching gale in its wake as it gained a burst of speed. Its body flew toward the majestic imperial capital. Ji Chinsu, whose legs were already losing strength, forced himself to stand up straight. He stared at the giant footprint in the city, as well as the ruins which filled it. When he saw such a sight, he felt like his heart was dripping with blood and he almost spurted a mouthful of it. The destructive power of a supreme beast was many times more fearsome than a ninth-grade supreme being. Just by moving its giant body, buildings were crushed. The arrival of such a fearsome existence in the imperial capital was essentially a nightmare for everyone. Your Majesty. There's another beast in the distance. Ah! When the supreme one-legged toad jumped into the city, it directly jumped over them. As such, they weren't crushed by it. The fact that they still held on to their lives made them slightly more relaxed. However, after the general in charge of protecting the city propped his weak legs up, he gazed into the distance. What he saw made his heart jump. In the distance, there was a huge shadow flying toward the imperial capital from the direction of the setting sun. It was obviously another spirit beast. Also, anyone with good eyesight could tell that it was a dragon. When he heard what the general said, Ji Chinsu was taken aback. He quickly turned his head to look toward the spirit beast in the distance. He saw a giant fire dragon which was heading toward the imperial city at an extremely fast speed. Even though they were quite far apart, a supreme beast's special aura still caused Ji Chinsu's heart to palpitate with fear. It was another supreme beast. Was it also here to look for owner Bulletin? When he saw the fire dragon in the distance, Ji Chinsu wanted to cry his heart out. The one-legged toad's croak was like an encouragement for itself. It turned its gaze toward Bulletin Fang and its eyes flickered with a ruthless glint. It was a supreme beast who had developed enough wisdom and intelligence. The 10,000 bestial flame was extremely important for a supreme beast like itself. If it wanted to evolve and advance to a higher realm, it required the assistance of the 10,000 bestial flame. Those flames weren't a rare chance only for the supreme beings, it was also a rare lucky chance for the supreme beasts. It was much more difficult for a supreme beast to break through, compared to a human. The appearance of the 10,000 bestial flame was extremely rare. As such, the one-legged toad coveted the 10,000 bestial flame more than any other supreme being. This was the reason it chased Bulletin Fang all the way to the Lightwind Empire's capital. Bulletin Fang saw that this giant one-legged toad was blocking the front of his store. It seemed like a pillar which supported the sky and it emitted a fearsome aura. Two figures jumped down from the toad's head and floated down toward Bulletin Fang. It seemed as though there was an invisible airwave surrounding the two people. It gradually disappeared after they landed. With their greedy stares, they looked toward Bulletin Fang with longing in their eyes. "We finally found you. After behaving so recklessly, you still wanted to escape? You are really looking down on supreme beings." A supreme being expert from the godly temple of the Wildland coldly sneered at Bulletin Fang. As expected, his cultivation is still the same. This kid is only a 7th grade battle saint. Although he had many questions on how a kid who was only a 7th grade battle saint was able to subdue and swallow the 10,000 bestial flames, they didn't matter right now. The important thing now was that they were the first ones who found him. They would be able to obtain the 10,000 bestial flames soon. With the 10,000 bestial flames, they could look for a way to break through the bottleneck of a 9th grade supreme being echelon. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the 10,000 bestial flames. Otherwise, the Lightwind Empire's capital will be destroyed because of you." The other supreme being from the godly temple of the Wildlands stared at Bulletin Fang as he threatened him. The greed in the supreme being's eyes became more intense. Bulletin Fang took a look at the two of them in his way and he furrowed his brows. "I ate the 10,000 bestial flames," Bulletin Fang earnestly said. "You ate it? Do you think we are retarded? The 10,000 bestial flames can be considered a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Do you think it's some kind of cabbage? You think that you can eat it just because you want to? Can you even digest it?" The expert from the godly temples of the Wildlands laughed coldly when he heard Bulletin Fang's bold claim. He glared at Bulletin Fang and took a step forward. As he took this step, the ground was immediately crushed by an invisible strength and it split open. He was clearly demonstrating his strength to Bulletin Fang. It was a naked threat. He wanted to pressure Bulletin Fang with his power and make it such that the only thing Bulletin Fang could do was to kneel down in front of him. He wanted to oppress Bulletin Fang with his power. "I said that I ate the 10,000 bestial flames already. I can't take it out now. Anyway, I still have something to do. Get lost." Bulletin Fang was no longer in the mood to entertain the supreme being experts. He simply turned around and he waved his hands to express his disdain. He planned on going back into his store. Presumptuous. The expert from the godly temples of the Wildlands had never experienced such humiliation before. With an angry roar, the muscles on his whole body bulged out. Stamping on the ground, an explosion occurred and the ground shattered. He shot toward Bulletin Fang as if he was an artillery shell. The expert waved his fist as he shot toward Bulletin Fang. The stones on the ground which were shattered by his power started to float upwards due to the horrifying pressure emitted by him. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows. Green smoke twirled around his hand and the black turtle constellation walk appeared. It appeared in front of Bulletin Fang and it quickly grew bigger. The moment the fist came into contact with the walk, a huge blast resounded. Airwaves surged through the surrounding area as the collision was too intense. The supreme being from the godly temple of the Wildland felt as though his fist punched a mountain. Unexpectedly, his fist became numb. He immediately retreated several steps. The black turtle constellation walk twirled around and floated above Bulletin Fang's head. This is a semi-divine tool. The supreme being from the godly temples of the wildlands muttered in bewilderment. He had never seen a semi-divine tool in a wok shape. What was this 7th grade battle saint kid's origin? He actually had such a strange and peculiar semi-divine tool. Not to mention the fact that the tool was quite extraordinary. Even the fist of a supreme being was unable to shake it. In the distance, Xiao Yanyi and the others were carrying Xiao Meng to Buletin Fang's store. They just witnessed that terrifying fist and the pressure which it emitted. They could also see the supreme beast standing not too far away, which gave off a fearsome pressure. They felt as though they would suffocate in front of the two supreme experts. Such a lineup was really terrifying. Were they there to deal with owner Buletin? Were they there to cause trouble? Xiao Yanyu and the others were quite shocked and they started worrying about Buletin Fang. They were worried that his cooking of the elixir cuisine would be affected. Their complexions became quite ugly when they thought about Xiao Meng's condition. Ah! Who would have thought that an ant-like 7th grade cultivator like you would be relying on a semi-divine tool to challenge me? This is getting interesting. Buletin Fang looked at the supreme being with a calm and expressionless face. Wait inside the store. After taking care of these people, I'll add another ingredient to the elixir cuisine. When they heard Buletin Fang's words, Xiao Yanyu and the others were taken aback. However, they nodded quickly at him before rushing into the store with Xiao Meng. The moment they entered the store, they were baffled. The pressure from the supreme existences outside which had been pressuring them, disappeared. Just like what they expected, this store was really extraordinary. Buzz! When they heard a buzzing sound, Xiao Yanyu and the others saw something flash past them. Its speed was so quick that they were unable to catch a glimpse of it. It's Whitey! The clothes-stripping mad demon Whitey is here! Wiang Xiaoi shouted in excitement and her eyes flickered with an exuberant radiance. The supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands didn't pay any attention to Xiao Yanyu and the rest. They only had Buletin Fang in their eyes. If it wasn't because Buletin Fang had the 10,000 bestial flames, they would not put a trifling 7th grade battle saint in their eyes. All of a sudden, the supreme being felt his whole body shudder. A familiar figure rushed out from the store. A heap of steel stood behind Buletin Fang and red, violet, and a silver light flashed in its mechanical eyes. The moment he saw the steel puppet, the pupils of the supreme being from the godly temple of the wildland contracted. He sucked in a cold breath. He always wondered about the reason why a 7th grade battle saint would be so fearless when confronting supreme beings. As it turned out, the puppet which faced 5 supreme existences in the 100,000 mountains was living in this store. That puppet which was shattered by a sword strike of the half-step divine expert, the Shura sex master, was unexpectedly still in good shape. Countless colors flashed in Whitey's eyes before they turned into an ice-cold silver color. The sound of metal grating against metal resounded in the air under everyone's dumbfounded gaze. Extremely dazzling wings appeared on Whitey's back. Light was constantly flickering and flowing in its wings as they emitted an ice-cold glow. Under the radiance of the setting sun, the wings seemed to be extremely gorgeous. It slightly shook its wings and a powerful pressure burst out from it. At such a sight, Wiang Xiaoi was so excited that she almost screamed her lungs out. Whitey! Whitey transformed! Ah! The eyes of the one-legged toad rolled backward and the 2 supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands took in deep breaths. This was the same puppet. When they saw that the puppet was ready to fight them, their nerves tightened. Chapter 360, The Toad's Meat Which Filled the Sky. The troublemakers will be stripped as an example to the others. Its ice-cold and mechanical voice which filled the area was like the whisper of a devil who crawled out of hell. It was extremely sinister and eerie. Wiang Xiaoi's excited complexion stiffened when she heard Whitey's words. Her heart slightly shuddered and she felt as if the transformed Whitey was somewhat scary. Blackie, who was lying on the ground, was awakened by Whitey's ice-cold voice. It opened its eyes slightly and gazed in Whitey's direction. When it saw Whitey's wings shining with countless rays of light under the setting sunlight, it was slightly baffled. It looked toward Whitey's silver pupils and opened its mouth to yawn. That heap of steel seems to have some transformations. Looks like that kid Buletin Fang obtained some benefits from the trip. With the transformation, it seems like the heap of steel got a considerable enhancement. Blackie twitched its nose and shot a look at Buletin Fang, who was calmly standing to the side. Buletin Fang's mouth slightly twitched as he watched the transformed Whitey. With a slight shake of its metallic wings, Whitey took a few steps toward the supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands. A silver radiance flickered in its eyes as a thick killing intent emanated from its body. The two experts from the godly temples of the wildlands didn't dare to be careless when facing Whitey. They still remembered the scene when Whitey fought against 5 supreme existences by itself. That scene utterly and thoroughly shocked them. As it was able to fight against 5 supreme existences, it was obvious that this heap of steel before them was an expert at the peak of the supreme being realm. Shooting a glance at each other, the 2 supreme being experts seemed to have reached an agreement. Their bodies shook and true energy surged out of them. Their true energy behaved like snakes as it winded around their muscular bodies. Bang! One of the supreme being's gaze suddenly became grave as he stepped on the air and pressured against it. He shot toward Whitey at an extremely fast speed. The other supreme being also started his attack. He summoned a heavy axe into his hand before engaging Whitey in battle. The last time, when he threw his semi-divine tool at Whitey, it was deflected by several flying knives thrown by the puppet. This time, he would definitely not let such a thing happen again. When the 2 of them rushed at Whitey with their full power, even the air around them seemed to be unable to withstand the power. Loud rumbles were produced as they charged toward the puppet. The giant one-legged toad slightly rolled its eyes as it opened its mouth. A black shadow shot out from inside its mouth and ripped the air apart. The shadow was its tongue, a sharp tongue which was powerful enough to pierce through a supreme being's body. The 3 extremely terrifying attacks shot toward Whitey. Despite facing the attacks of 3 supreme existences, Whitey's silver eyes didn't have the slightest fluctuation in them. With a gentle flap of its wings, it shot out toward the supreme beings. It took a step forward and flew upwards with a thunderous sound, colliding with one of the supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands. That supreme being roared angrily as his hair stood up upward. His muscles tightened up as he burst forth with a terrifying surge of strength. He waved his fist at Whitey and intended to slam the fist into the puppet's body at full force. Whitey didn't shrink back and confronted the supreme being with its fist as well. A human and a puppet collided in mid-air and a resounding explosion sounded out. Waves were sent all around and the floor was crushed into fine powder. Bang! That supreme being was sent flying away by Whitey's strike. His arms emitted cracking sounds and his pupils constricted. Whitey used the wings on its back to shield itself from the other supreme being's attack. An immense axe shot toward Whitey from above, tearing the air apart. Boom! When the axe touched Whitey's wings, an explosion occurred again. Everyone shuddered and the complexion of Xiao Yunyu and the others paled. They could only watch in fear and trepidation when powerful people were fighting. The power of that axe was extremely terrifying and countless flying knives on Whitey's wings were shattered. Its body was sent flying away and pounded against the ground. Smoke and dust rose from where Whitey's body landed. A cheerful laugh instantly escaped the supreme being's lips. Rib! A black shadow shot past Whitey and went after Bullet and Fang. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast. Normal people would not be able to see what the shadow was. A whistling wind blew through Bullet and Fang's hair and his hair fluttered in the wind. A wisp of green smoke twirled around his hand and he summoned the pitch-black dragon bone kitchen knife. With a wave of his knife, Bullet and Fang chopped at the shadow lunging toward him. Swoosh! Golden and resplendent radiance burst out from the knife just before it touched the shadow. When he chopped out with his dragon bone kitchen knife, Bullet and Fang infused his true energy into the knife. It instantly transformed into the giant golden dragon bone kitchen knife. As the draconic might emerged from the knife, a dragon's roar resounded in the air. That black shadow immediately stopped in its place, shattered by the kitchen knife. Blood burst out from the tongue of the one-legged toad and it swiftly retreated its tongue. Croak! That mountain-like one-legged toad suddenly widened its eyes and covered its mouth with both of its hands. It emitted a miserable shriek which filled the entire imperial city. Blood started streaming down from its tongue and dyed the ground red. Bullet and Fang raised his resplendent dragon bone kitchen knife as he shot an indifferent glance at the one-legged toad. After looking at the toad for a short amount of time, he lowered his eyes to look at the object on the ground. What was chopped by Bullet and Fang was none other than the one-legged toad's tongue. The part which was sliced off by Bullet and Fang had a slightly violet luster as it wiggled about on the ground. That kid! The expert from the godly temples of the wildlands was shocked. His pupils constricted as he didn't expect that Bullet and Fang could have defended himself against the one-legged toad's attack. Not to mention the fact that he actually injured the one-legged toad. Seeing as it was injured by a 7th-grade battle saint, the one-legged toad was thoroughly mad. It unceasingly croaked as a thick and dense killing intent burst out of its eyes. It jumped toward the sky and became a small dot in the air. In the next moment, the toad fell toward the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing whistling sounds in the air. It intended to stamp of Bullet and Fang and crush him into paste. A loud rumbling came from the ground which had long been shattered. A figure shot out from the debris on the ground. With a flap of its wings, Whitey flew into the sky. The one-legged toad ferociously stamped toward the ground as it intended to destroy the entire imperial capital. With its mountain-like body, if it landed from such a height, the entire imperial capital might collapse. Swoosh! 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 Several hooks shot out from Whitey's arms as they entangled the one-legged toad's leg. Ripping sounds were heard and countless slits appeared on the leg of the beast. Instead of slowing down, the one-legged toad's descent began to speed up instead. It was all due to gravity which pulled it toward the ground. Whitey crouched its body as it shot out like an artillery shell. The wings on its back disintegrated and turned into countless flying knives. They gathered in Whitey's fist and became a huge mass of knives. Raising its fist, Whitey punched toward the giant toad's leg. The two of them collided in the air. This was a collision between two supreme existences. They were both at the peak of the supreme being realm. The air around them was swept up. Waves of air swept through the surrounding area in bursts. A whistling gale immediately surged as it blew through the entire imperial capital. The citizens had already been evacuated by soldiers long ago. They were cowering in fright as they watched the battle between the two experts. Of course, these were people who were frightened. However, there were also those who were excited. In normal and peaceful times, it would be impossible for them to witness a fight between two supreme existences. Swoosh! Crack! There was finally an outcome to the collision between the giant toad and Whitey. The flying knives on Whitey's fist malevolently wrung and twisted. A miserable shriek was emitted by the toad whose eyes were filled with panic and fear. The leg was instantly sliced into many pieces of meat which filled the sky above the imperial capital. A rain of blood started falling, and boundless spiritual energy filled the area. Bullet and Fang summoned the Black Turtle constellation walk and made it expand continuously. It quickly became a giant walk which covered the sky. A strong suction force was emitted from the walk as it collected all of the toad's meat. Although the toad's leg was already diced up into mincemeat by Whitey, it was only relative to its size. Considering the giant toad, even if Whitey diced it up into mincemeat, the pieces of meat were all extremely large. After severely injuring the leg of the one-legged toad, Whitey's cold gaze swept the surroundings. It intended to follow up to kill the supreme toad. Raising his golden dragon bone kitchen knife, Bullet and Fang rushed toward the one-legged toad as well. The complexion of the supreme beings of the godly temples of the wildlands changed. They billowed angrily and emitted powerful auras from their bodies. They wanted to help the one-legged toad. The moment they were about to pounce, their hearts started pounding with fear. They were slightly taken aback. Turning their heads, they looked toward the plump and lazy dog which was lying at the door of Bullet and Fang's store. The mouth of that plump dog twitched as it raised its small and dainty claws at them. With a slight wave of its claws, the pupils of the supreme beings constricted. Bang! The supreme aura which was emitted by them was directly scattered. With a slight wave of its claw, Blacka managed to stop both supreme beings. Their bodies, which were about to soar into the sky, were pushed back to the ground. Currently, the two supreme beings were extremely shocked. They had never expected that there would still be a supreme beast guarding the store. Chapter 361, No one is allowed to fight with Lord Dog over it. The Wildlands, in a temple hidden within a dense forest. Jin Kun sat cross-legged with a pale complexion. He hadn't recovered from the intense spicy dish that he ate in the Lightwind Empire's capital. Nowadays, whenever he laid eyes on a spicy dish, his chrysanthemum would tighten, and his heart would jolt in fear. Did I forget to inform those two guys about some matters? Jin Kun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes in bewilderment. However, he shook his head, put those thoughts to the back of his mind, and stopped worrying about it. He had sent those two supreme beings to the 100,000 mountains to fight over the 10,000 bestial flames, and they wouldn't go over to the Lightwind Empire's capital to cause any trouble. Moreover, even if they did go there to cause trouble, they still had the one-legged supreme toad with them, so even if they had to face that store's supreme beast, they'd be able to put up a fight. Therefore, when he reached that conclusion, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Roar! An earth-shatteringly loud dragon's roar marked the arrival of the fire dragon at the imperial capital. Its eyes brimmed with a killing intent so strong that it caused Ji Chinsu's heart to sink. That was a supreme fire dragon. A supreme beast of the dragon race. Ji Chinsu almost fell into complete despair. How could the imperial capital bear the arrival of countless supreme existences? The fire dragon flapped its huge wings once and swept Ji Chinsu and the others with a cruel gaze, before looking over at the mountain-sized one-legged toad which had just crashed to the ground. Its pupils contracted when it saw a man with a golden kitchen knife in his hands charging at the one-legged toad. It's the human. The hateful human who had stolen the heaven and earth obsidian flames it once protected. Roar! Another dragon's roar filled with anger shook the firmament, and its mouth suddenly filled up with high-temperature flames which almost seemed to distort space. A vicious glow flashed in its eyes, and it spouted its flames at all the people atop the city wall. Nowadays, just the sight of humans angers me greatly, they should all die. That fire dragon was inwardly roaring as it thought of that. Ji Chinsu and the others, who were atop the city walls, were all stunned stiff as they stared at the approaching flames which covered the sky and felt the aura of death shroud them. Will I just die like this? Ji Chinsu muttered blankly. The breath of a supreme fire dragon wasn't something someone with his cultivation level could withstand. It would probably dissolve the city walls upon contact. When that happened, the empire wouldn't even find their emperor's corpse. I'm truly not resigned to such an outcome. As he watched the scarlet dragon's breath approach him, Ji Chinsu sighed in despair. Bang! The dragon's scalding breath enveloped the city walls, causing a huge cloud of flame to rise up into the sky, before dispersing in every direction. All of a sudden, the fire dragon suddenly felt that something wasn't right, so it stopped spouting its breath, and the surging flames gradually dispersed, giving rise to clouds of steam. Ji Chinsu slowly opened his eyes which had been tightly shut. He wasn't the only survivor. All the soldiers atop the wall opened their eyes in astonishment. Were they still alive? They were unexpectedly still alive. Ji Chinsu got up and looked up. He saw countless white talismans hovering above them. The talismans contained a mysterious and profound aura, and when they were linked together, they formed a peculiar canopy with a screen which resembled a starry sky. It was that screen's protection that prevented the fire dragon's breath from incinerating them. Underneath the city's walls stood 3 people, and one of them was an old man whose hair and brows were white. His body emitted a surging aura. That old man stepped on the air as he floated up and faced that fire dragon. Every wrong has its source and every debt has its debtor. There is no need to vent your anger on those mortals, after all, you are still a supreme beast, said the supreme elder in a mild tone. The fire dragon glared at him and responded by spouting another bout of dreadful breath, giving rise to billowing heat waves. The supreme elder pinched a seal in his hand, and the bunch of talismans appeared before him, blocking the dragon's breath. The overwhelming flames dissipated to reveal the fire dragon still glaring at the supreme elder. The supreme elder only warmly smiled back at it. The fire dragon roared, unfurled its wings and flew toward the scene of ongoing battle within the imperial capital. It was disinclined to pay any more interest to the old human. Nian and Ye Xiling went to the top of the city wall and observed the battle ensuing in the distance. There was quite a scene raging over there between supreme existences. They didn't dare approach the battlefield. The supreme elder also landed atop the city wall and gazed at the battle in the distance. He had no plans to participate in the fight. Supreme elder, you should quickly go and help out. How would Owner Buledin confront this many supreme existences? Ah! Nian anxiously looked at the supreme elder who was beside her. No need to worry. Since he dared to rob the 10,000 bestial flames, then he must be capable of confronting them. I cannot make a move now, the true enemy has yet to arrive. The supreme elder calmly replied with a smile and waved his hand, dismissing her suggestion. Although Nian hadn't been convinced, she didn't know what else to say. She could only turn her head in anger and observe the battle in anxiety. The mountain-sized one-legged toad crashed into the ground. It had been completely suppressed by Whitey, who didn't even give it a chance to budge. The enormous toad roared angrily, revealing a mouthful of water which it intended to spout. However, before it managed that, Whitey buried a fist into its stomach with a thunderous rumble. Its eyes widened, and it involuntarily swallowed the water back down. The one-legged toad was nearly choked by it. Why bully a toad like that? Bulletin Fang gripped the dragon bone kitchen knife and streaked toward the one-legged toad. When he had closed the distance between them, he leaped up high and directly landed atop the gigantic toad's belly. He dropped down and pressed the tip of the dragon bone kitchen knife on its belly. When the struggling toad felt the kitchen knife's tip prod its belly, it immediately felt a chill spread from the point where the knife touched its skin, which caused it to feel fear. Naturally, the golden dragon bone kitchen knife's draconic might suppressive effect against spirit beasts had been strengthened when Bulletin Fang's cultivation advanced. Although the one-legged toad was a supreme beast, it still felt fear from the pressure and prestige exuded by the kitchen knife. As expected of a supreme beast, its flesh was brimming with rich spiritual energy. It truly was an exceptional ingredient. Bulletin Fang took several steps across the one-legged toad's belly before his gaze landed on its leg. The toad's leg, which was extremely muscular, was the point where its essence coalesced. Although a part of it had been cut open by Whitey, with its vast build, the wound was only superfluous. One could only imagine how exceptionally its leg would serve as an ingredient. When the one-legged toad located the destination of Bulletin Fang's gaze, which harbored malicious intentions, it began to struggle like crazy. It tried to swing its leg but was firmly restrained by Whitey, who didn't even allow it move a muscle. Bulletin Fang gripped the golden dragon bone kitchen knife and leaped up high, facing the one-legged toad's thigh. He spared no glance at the one-legged toad's tearful gaze and soared as high as he could, his knife twinkling radiantly, then plunged down heavily toward the toad's leg. He swung the dragon bone kitchen knife at the one-legged toad's only leg. Croak! How could the one-legged toad resign itself to such a fate? As it attempted to struggle again, it emitted a deafening croak. The shadow of something torn up shot out of its mouth, ripping through the air in its way. This was its last strike, its final attempt at stopping Bulletin Fang. However, a metallic arm suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed the tongue that had streaked out of its mouth, preventing the toad from retracting it. Swoosh! For the sharp golden dragon bone kitchen knife, slicing through such a giant leg was quite easy. A scarlet torrent of blood surged out as Bulletin Fang quickly deposited the leg into the system's dimensional storage. The toad fell into despair. It had lost its leg, which had been its sole support and the point where most of its essence coalesced, and losing it was tantamount to losing all its essence. Suddenly, its vast body began shrinking. In only a few moments, the toad had shrunk to the size of a house. Its aura also became quite faint and weak. Whitey unfurled the wings in its back, once again, as a silver radiance flickered in its eyes. Bang! Bang! When they heard two consecutive rumbles, Whitey and Bulletin Fang both turned and gazed at their side. They watched the two supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands soar through the air, spouting large amounts of blood, and crash heaving into the ground, creating two vast pits which emitted clouds of dust. Blackie slowly swaggered like a cat while licking its claws. It glanced at Bulletin Fang and Whitey and rolled its eyes at them. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated across the sky. Bulletin Fang's brows furrowed when he felt the heat waves emanating off the fire dragon that had appeared in the sky. The fire dragon kept flapping its wings as it opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp fangs, and spouted a scalding scarlet dragon's breath at Bulletin Fang. Its breath was so hot that it seemed capable of incinerating everything into ashes. Bulletin Fang waved his hand, and the black turtle constellation walk appeared before him. It quickly grew in size and floated above him, blocking the dragon's breath. Why did even this supreme dragon crawled out of that pit of fire? Bulletin Fang muttered, somewhat surprised. Whitey's wings unfurled as it intended to soar upwards. However, it was stopped by Bulletin Fang's hand. Whitey's mechanical eyes stared at him in bewilderment. It really didn't understand why Bulletin Fang had stopped it. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up, and he turned to look at Blackie. Blackie, do you want to eat a delicious sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs? Upon hearing Bulletin Fang's question, Blackie, who was still swaggering like a cat, trembled, and it turned to look at the supreme dragon in the sky, its eyes twinkling with a dazzling radiance. No one is allowed to snatch it. This lizard belongs to Lord Dog. Woof. Chapter 362, A Dog's Two Slaps Killed a Dragon. In the sky above, the fire dragon's breath exuded a temperature so high that it caused the air to distort. The temperature within the imperial capital had risen by a huge margin. When they witnessed the sight, Xiao Yanyu and the others who had remained in the store sucked in cold breaths. This was a dragon. A true supreme dragon. Its might was extremely terrifying. The sight caused a trace of fear to cross Wang Xiaoi's charming face. However, it quickly turned into intense excitement when she spotted Blacka swaggering like a cat toward the supreme dragon. Blacka doesn't fear a supreme dragon. Blackie is invincible. Wang Xiaoi cheered in her heart. A dazzling radiance flashed across her eyes as she tightened her hands into fists and punched the air above her head. Today, this big lizard is Lord Dog's. Heap of steel, stand back, don't try to snatch it from Lord Dog. Blacka's eyes emitted a glittering radiance which seemed like bright stars shining in a pitch-black night sky. Whitey's mechanical eyes flickered for a few moments before it folded its wings and stood up. The Lord Dog nodded in satisfaction, and its gaze at Whitey displayed a trace of appreciation. This is truly wise, Whitey. If you properly obey Lord Dog, you will have enough meat to eat. Whitey returned to Bullet and Fang's side as its mechanical eyes flickered unceasingly. All of a sudden, Whitey lifted its leg and stamped down hard. The one-legged toad, which seemed like it was on its last breath, widened its eyes and spurted a large mouthful of water. It gazed at Whitey with eyes full of grief before it directly passed out. The supreme fire dragon hovering in the sky suddenly stopped spouting its dragon's breath as soon as it spotted a dog, out of the corner of its eyes, slowly flying toward it. Once the dragon's breath dissipated, the temperature within the imperial capital gradually cooled down. With a bit of breath still in its mouth, the fire dragon turned to gaze at the approaching Blackie, who was swaggering on the air like a cat. What was that thing? Why was it this small? Blackie's stature was quite small compared to the fire dragon and one-legged toad, whose height rivaled the size of mountains. Blackie could be considered small, especially when pitted against the fire dragon, whose unfurled wings covered the sky. Before the fire dragon, Blackie was like a tiny black speck. On one side, there was a simple, dull-looking and cute plump dog. On the other side, there was a terrifyingly hideous fire dragon. There was a distinct and clear contrast between them. As Wang Xiaoi compared them, she couldn't help slightly losing her confidence. Could Blackie really beat such a giant dragon? Bullet and Fang could be considered the one who had the most faith in Black. He shrank his black turtle constellation walk and let it hover above its hand. He stroked the black turtle constellation walk. After it had bathed in the supreme fire dragon's breath for a long time, its temperature only rose a little, but this was expected from a piece of the god of cooking set, and apart from the heaven and earth obsidian flame, it would be extremely difficult for other things to operate it. Bullet and Fang stored the black turtle constellation walk back into his system's storage space with a humming sound. He proceeded to transfer the toad's meat into the black turtle constellation walk within his system's storage space. Bullet and Fang directed his gaze at the toad which lay still on the ground, unconscious. Black's eyes were brimmed with a mixture of greed and excitement as it gazed at the enormous supreme fire dragon. Not bad. It's quite plump, so its meat must be extremely excellent. Blackie clicked its tongue as it exclaimed in admiration. That kid, Bullet and Fang, does have good tastes. As expected of a chef, if he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought that the dragon could be used to make sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs. From its name alone, one could already deduce how exceptional it would taste. Blackie suddenly recalled the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs which it had eaten not too long ago. The taste completely captivated its soul. If the taste of an 8th-grade earth dragon was that tasty, how would a meal prepared with the ingredient that was before him taste? A supreme fire dragon ingredient. He truly couldn't stop itching in anticipation. As Blackie fantasized more, drool involuntarily dripped from the side of its mouth. The supreme fire dragon was truly angered by this reception. What the heck is this plump dog looking at me like this for? What does it take me, a dragon, for? It was a supreme fire dragon, a supreme and invincible existence among supreme spirit beasts. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar reverberated across the entire imperial capital. It frightened countless citizens, causing them to fall to their knees and tremble. Even Ji Chinsu, who was still atop the city wall, was affected, and his complexion turned ashen. Although Bullet and Fang was unaffected by the roar, the persistent ringing in his ears annoyed him, so he sealed his ears and twirled the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand as he began processing the pitiful toad. Are you roaring at me? All right. Since you're only an ingredient, Lord Dog will permit you to roar as much as you want, however, if you showed a little more cheer, I'm sure your meat would be more delicious." The supreme fire dragon's roar created gales, causing its flesh to jingle and Blacky's fur to flutter wildly in the wind. However, Lord Dog kept a slight smile on its face. The supreme fire dragon glared at Blacky. "This ant unexpectedly escaped unharmed after it faced the might of my draconic aura." Swoosh! Suddenly, its mouth brimmed with flames, and it spurted a terrifying dragon's breath at Blacky. Faced with such a dragon's breath that covered the sky, Blacky's expression turned slightly ugly. "I allowed you to roar, hoping you'd build up some cheer afterward, and instead, you unexpectedly dared to spout your saliva at Lord Dog? You really don't know what's good for you." Angered by the unexpected development, Blacky emitted a resounding bark which reverberated through the sky. Everyone was stunned. Its bark seemed quite funny. Several citizens who were still on their knees couldn't help laughing out loud at the sound. Even Wang Xiaoi, who had been stunned, stopped waving her fist and used them to knead her cheeks, stifling her laughter. However, at the next moment, that dragon's breath, which seemed like it would completely swallow Blacky, changed directions unexpectedly, because of the bark, and rushed back toward the supreme fire dragon, instantly engulfing it. Lord Dog began increasing in size rapidly and turned baleful in an instant. It extended a claw and swiftly pressed it downward. At that moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill. The suppression was so intense, the claw seemed to press the world down. With a loud rumble, the supreme fire dragon fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground, turning the houses below into rubble. Rumble! The supreme fire dragon struggled back up, giving rise to clouds of dust, and roared in outrage. Faced with this scene, Black remained calm and extended its claw and slapped downward again. Bang! The imperial capital trembled as the supreme fire dragon was knocked back down and stopped moving. A blazing, lava-like pool of blood erupted out of its body, filling the big pit it had created upon its crash. An extremely terrifying and powerful supreme fire dragon which had deterred all the peak experts of the southern region was unexpectedly killed by 2 slaps from a dog. At that moment, everyone was shocked stiff. Atop the city walls, Yan's beautiful face donned a dumbfounded expression, and her rosy lips were slightly parted in astonishment. Ye Xiling was even more flabbergasted than Yan was. What kind of dog was that? It was more amazing than her family's big yellow. The Celestial Arcanum Sect's Supreme Elder was the most stunned and scared by the scene, his pupils contracted and his body trembled. There was no one aware of how frightened he truly felt at that moment. What cultivation level was required to kill a Supreme Fire Dragon, which was at the peak of Supreme Beasts, with 2 slaps? Could that dog be close to the Divine Realm? Was it half-step Divine Realm? That power which had suppressed the Supreme Fire Dragon and forced it into the ground must be the world pressure. The reality was truly presumptuous. Despite cultivating almost all his life, he was unexpectedly still inferior to a dog. It seemed that everyone had been mistaken. That lazy dog resting at Fang Fang's little store wasn't a supreme beast. Is it at half-step Divine Realm? A half-divine beast. As for the 10th grade, it was impossible to attain, especially for spirit beasts. They couldn't break through into the 10th grade in the restricted southern region. As the Supreme Elder heaved in a deep breath, he suddenly realized that his body had been drenched with sweat. He, a prestigious Supreme Elder from the Celestial Arcanum Sect, a peak expert, had unexpectedly been frightened so much that he was drenched in sweat. Yan and Ye Xiling were still dumbfounded, so they naturally didn't know about the Supreme Elder's current state. At that moment, Ji Qinggyuxia was also dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the world was completely different than what he had believed it was. Who am I? Where I'm at? What is this place? He mumbled inaudibly, completely bewildered. Blacky reverted back to its small plump appearance and floated back down to the ground, landing beside the Supreme Fire Dragon. It didn't have a trace of life force left in it. Blacky groaned slightly and wrapped its tail around one of the Supreme Fire Dragon's teeth and dragged the corpse toward Bullet Fang while swaggering like a cat. A rumbling sound constantly ensued from friction as the giant dragon's corpse was dragged on the ground. Kid, you should not go back on your words. You must definitely prepare a delicious sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs for this Lord Dog. Blacky earnestly stared at Bullet Fang, who just finished dismembering the one-legged toad, as it exhorted him. Buledin Fang twirled the kitchen knife in his hand before storing the dismembered toad's meat into the system's dimensional storage, and with a buzzing sound, the dragon bone kitchen knife disappeared in a wisp of green smoke. When he was through with all of that, he glanced at the corpse of the giant scarlet dragon, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Just wait for it. Chapter 363, It was still the old clothes-stripping crazy demon. Hundreds of miles away from the imperial capital, a man streaked across the sky, and a powerful aura surged around him. His body constantly emitted loud rumbles as if a stormy ocean with raging waves resided within him, resounding in the air like a clap of thunder. The sect master of the Shura sect, Duan Ling, trod majestically in the air, and with every step he took, his body would burst forward, covering an extremely long distance. His current cultivation had reached the half-step divine realm, and he had almost completely broken through one of the Supreme Being Realm's shackles to step into the 10th grade divine realm. However, the 10,000 bestial flames were stolen by a 7th grade battle saint, so Duan Ling had been unable to take that final half-step required to achieve his breakthrough. Despite that, his fleshly body had already reached an extremely terrifying realm, making him many times more powerful than someone at the peak of the Supreme Being level. Duan Ling's face was still, just like water, as he controlled a slight part of the world power and merged it into his body, which caused his flying speed to become faster. The 10th grade divine realm is a vast realm. The Supreme Being level contains the following tiers: initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. However, the divine realm is different from it. Duan Ling pondered while speeding along. He had come from outside the southern region, and he had a more profound understanding of the 10th grade divine realm than the natives of the southern region. If someone at the peak stage of the 9th grade Supreme Being realm broke free from one of his shackles, he would step into the 10th grade divine realm, but he would only be the weakest being in the 10th grade. However, just as the Supreme Being was divided into several smaller realms, the 10th grade divine realm also had its tiers. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the strength disparity between those within the cultivation realm's smaller tiers, so every breakthrough, no matter how small, greatly increased one's strength. The tiers within the 10th grade divine realm were different from those within the Supreme Being realm. As soon as someone broke through the first shackle of the Supreme Being realm, he would step into the first layer of the divine realm, the divine body realm. A Supreme Being had 5 shackles. The 4 limbs each contained 1 shackle, and the head contained the last one. Every time he broke through one of them, his body would be cleansed by the world power, making him more powerful. Therefore, if one managed to break through only one of these shackles, he would be capable of sweeping through the Supreme Being realm, crushing every Supreme Being expert in his wake. There was a second layer in the 10th grade divine realm after the divine body realm, and if anyone managed to reach such a realm, he would be considered a peak expert by any sect in the Hidden Dragon continent. As for the divine realm's third layer, this was a realm that Duan Ling hadn't encountered, so he didn't understand it. However, he still knew that an existence at such a realm would definitely be capable of leading any sect within the Hidden Dragon continent. He exhaled a deep breath, and his expression became sharper and more decisive. He wasn't one of the southern region's pedantic natives, after all. The experiences of these natives were limited, and they didn't seem to realize that the southern region, within which they resided, could only be considered a small corner. He constantly sought power, great and profound power. He hoped to return to the Hidden Dragon continent and make the bullies who once humiliated him know that he, Duan Ling, wasn't just Thrash. Once he had calmed his mind, Duan Ling took another step forward and his body burst forward, covering a vast distance. No matter how much he pondered, it wouldn't do him any good. If he wanted his cultivation to attain another breakthrough, he would have to snatch the 10,000 bestial flames back, and with its assistance, he would have sufficient assurance of breaking through the final half-step of the first shackle of the Supreme Being realm and successfully step in the Divine Realm's first layer, the Divine Body Realm. Beneath Duan Ling, there was a majestic army slowly marching forward. They had once fled the Imperial Capital Range, distancing themselves from the Imperial Army. Ji Chenjiu's army had faced defeat after defeat and had to constantly retreat, but after it obtained the High Priestess assistance, it finally held the initiative once again, so it began marching toward the Imperial capital once more. There was a swaying horse-drawn carriage moving forward, alongside with the army. The High Priestess, who wore an ice-cold mask, was sitting within it. Countless talismans floated around her, making it seem like she had set up a rather profound and mysterious talisman array. As the army gradually marched forward, they were soon able to witness the silhouette of the imperial capital in the distance. Ji Chenjiu, who donned armor and rode atop one of the horses, gazed at the distant imperial capital with a complex expression. He had once again arrived to attack the city, but he felt slightly dejected this time. He was slightly afraid. With Fang Fang's little store situated within the imperial capital, who could possibly breach the city? Even the Shura Sect's venerable was ruthlessly killed by that store's supreme beast, so if they still dared to attack the city after that, then weren't they just fools? When the Shura Sect's high priestess sought him out, he directly rejected her. But, sometimes, under the oppression of absolute strength, one wouldn't have the freedom of choice. In the Lightwind's Empire imperial capital, atop the city wall, Ji Chensu had been so astonished, he was left in a state of bewilderment. The matters he had witnessed today were beyond the range of understanding upon which he had lived his entire life so far. 2 supreme beasts had been slaughtered just like that? Those 2 supreme beasts had frightened him to the point that his legs turned weak, but in the end, the aforementioned supreme beasts who he had believed would exterminate his empire ended up as 2 lifeless corpses in just half a day. One of them had even been dismembered by owner Bulletin, and from his elated expression, it was obvious that he had only viewed the 2 supreme beasts as ingredients, right from the start. A supreme beast only considered as an ingredient. Owner Bulletin had indeed taken things too far. He had never met anyone who regarded supreme beasts as ingredients. These beasts were existences which stood at the peak of the southern border and overlooked every living being. Just the thought of these supreme existences being served on plates as dishes, was enough to leave anyone feeling queer. After the Supreme Elder had undergone his initial fright and eventual shock, he exhaled a thick breath of air, and his complexion recovered. However, whenever he caught sight of Bulletin Fang and the plump dog beside him, his pupils would involuntarily contract. That ordinary-looking dog was at least an existence at the same level as Duan Ling. He had never expected that the southern region would play host to such an existence. When Duan Ling arrived, there would surely be another huge battle. The Supreme Elder squinted his eyes, stroked his white beard and laughed out loud. He didn't move from his spot atop the city wall and waved his hand, sending the white talismans to hover at each corner of the city wall. The aftermath seemed like he had made some type of array around the imperial capital. Nian and Ye Xiling cheerfully rushed down the city wall and streaked toward Bulletin Fang. When Blackie arrived near Bulletin Fang, it tossed the Supreme Fire Dragon's corpse before him and yawned lazily. Afterwards, it swaggered back to the store's front door like a cat and lay down in a comfortable position. In only a short while, it had fallen sound asleep. Bulletin Fang shifted his gaze from the departing black dog to the slain scarlet dragon. The corpse didn't possess any more of its previous supreme beast pressure, and the flames flickering around him had already dimmed. Clack! Clack! The sound of broken bricks being pushed aside echoed from somewhere in the distance, and 2 men, whose faces brimmed with terror, crawled out of the rubble. Those 2 men were the godly temples of the wildlands' supreme beings. They cut sorry figures as they emerged from beneath the rubble. When they saw the Supreme Fire Dragon's corpse, all they felt was horror, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble in fear. 2 slaps, just 2 slaps. The prestigious Supreme Fire Dragon of the 100,000 mountains who protected the 10,000 bestial flames had been killed just like that, by 2 slaps, nevertheless. How could such a frightening existence exist in this world? Was it just toying with them? Such an existence, which was capable of killing a supreme beast with 2 slaps, lived in an empire of mortals and worked as a watchdog. Even if it stuck to the disguising oneself as a pig in order to eat tigers belief, it shouldn't stick to it to this degree. This was plain deception bare and clearly deceit, even. If they were given another opportunity, they would definitely not choose to attack the imperial capital and instead, absolutely distance themselves as far away from the city as possible. Well, those 2 fellows are still alive. Bulletin Fang had just started to process the Supreme Fire Dragon's corpse, and the ingredient he was most fond of processing was dragon's meat. Dragon meat always ended up being an extremely delicious delicacy, regardless of whether it was used to prepare red braised meat or sweet and sour ribs. However, at that moment, he had been surprised by the re-emergence of those 2 supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands. He had believed them to be dead. The eyes of both supreme beings contracted at Bulletin Fang's gaze, leaving them gasping for breath. At that moment, bang! They suddenly and decisively charged toward the outskirts of the imperial capital. Who cared about the damned 10,000 bestial flames? If, in pursuit of the flame, their lives were forfeit, then what would they need the flame for? Bulatin Fang calmly watched the two men run away in a fluster, and the corners of his lips curled up. He patted the stomach of Whitey, who stood beside him, and continued processing the supreme fire dragon. Whitey's eyes flickered with a silver, ice-cold and ruthless glow. Crack! It unfurled its wings, streaked up into the sky and disappeared like lightning, swiftly approaching the two fleeing supreme beings from the godly temples of the wildlands. Kid, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. One of the two fleeing supreme beings hollered in fright. They were truly horrified at the sight of the approaching Whitey. Troublemakers should be stripped as an example to others. A red radiance flickered within Whitey's pupils as its ice-cold announcement reverberated through the entire city. Ah! Stripped? Those two supreme beings were taken aback for a moment, and at that moment, they felt an extremely powerful force smash into them, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. When Whitey arrived behind them, it pulled back its hands and smashed into the backs of the fleeing supreme beings. With a loud rumble, the two supreme beings crashed into the ground, giving rise to an enormous cloud of dust. Whitey's metallic wings flapped, causing a gale which swept away the dust cloud. The mechanical puppet landed atop a pile of rubble and pulled out two supreme beings from inside it. Rib! The distinct sound of clothes being torn apart echoed around the silent imperial capital. The two supreme beings were unceremoniously tossed out. As they flew through the air, their faces were ash-grey, and they seemed quite dispirited. A moment later they fell outside the imperial capital, creating deep holes upon their crash. Their clothes, which were made using an 8th-grade spirit beast's skin, had been ripped apart. The price of their torn clothes rivaled that of an entire city. However, the most crucial fact was that they had been stripped. Prestigious supreme being experts like them had been stripped. Two naked supreme beings had their white butts exposed to an entire city as they streaked through the air and crashed outside the imperial capital, after being tossed out. Such a scene was really unbearable to watch. Everyone in the imperial capital was dumbstruck at the sight. The crazy clothes-stripping demon was truly worthy of its name, after all. Wiang Xiaoi, who had been excited by the scene, became flushed with elation. As expected, even if Whitey transformed, it would still continue to be the crazy clothes-stripping demon. Whitey was still Whitey. It was still attuned to its old but familiar methods, which was just as familiar as it was in the past. Chapter 364, The Buddha Jumps Over the Wall Moistened by Dragon Blood. In the southern region, supreme beings were considered existences at the apex. They overlooked all living beings in the southern region, and their aloof status made them seem like gods. In a situation where these god-like beings were stripped naked and tossed out, it was only natural that their haughty bearings instantly disappeared. Furthermore, the reverence and fright of their followers disappear along with it. Pfft! The spectators were dumbstruck for only moments before they burst out into laughter. Their cackles weren't too loud as most were trying to stifle their laughter. However, they were indeed laughing. The two supreme beings of the godly temples of the wildlands awkwardly stood up and quickly covered their lower body, as their faces flushed red with embarrassment. They glared at Whitey, who hovered in front of them, and seemed as though they intended to have some strong words with it. However, before they could open their mouths, their pupils dilated as they saw Whitey unfurl its wings. What the fuck? Will you still bully us? The supreme beings trembled and felt all their body hair stand on end. Suddenly, they turned around and fled at top speed, leaving a storm of dust behind, with their white butts faintly visible within it. Whitey furled its metallic wings and floated down to the ground. The silver glow in its eyes gradually disappeared, being replaced by the glow of 3 different colors, which flickered in its eyes once again. Bulatin Fang patted the supreme fire dragon's body. Although it had already perished, the supreme fire dragon's fleshly body was still as tough as it was when the supreme beast was alive. It was, after all, the fleshly body of a supreme beast, so, obviously, it was extraordinary. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand, and he infused his true energy into it, making it glow with a resplendent brilliance. Bulatin Fang gripped the knife and raised it above the supreme fire dragon's neck, his eyes squinting in concentration. Swoosh! With a heavy sound, the golden dragon bone kitchen knife pierced through the fire dragon's corpse. Bulatin Fang twisted the knife, exhaled a light breath, and gripped the knife tight, before unexpectedly sprinting beside its body. After he had run for a while, Bulletin Fang stamped the ground hard, crushing some rocks underfoot, and leaped up high. With a light holler, Bulletin Fang swung his knife and directly cut the Supreme Fire Dragon's spine. The best ingredient for making the sweet and sour rib was the meat around the spine. Therefore, Bulletin Fang cut through the spine and the meat around it. He pulled out the fire dragon's spine and put the rest of its body into the system's dimensional storage. Bulletin Fang lifted the spine and rushed to his store. When he reached it, Bulletin Fang rushed into the kitchen and put it down. He washed his hands with fresh water before returning to the dining room. The troublemakers had finally been taken care of. He had finally got some free time, so he could begin cooking the Buddha jumps over the wall to try to save Xiao Meng's life, and see if it could dispel the poison. Xiao Meng's face brimmed with an ash-grey death aura. The poison had already permeated every part of his body. Even his meridians had been corroded by the poison and became ash-grey, looking quite hideous and terrifying. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong gazed at Bulletin Fang in expectation. They hoped that he would quickly make the elixir cuisine and save their father. First, you should help him to sit down, Bulletin Fang calmly instructed. Inside the store, the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree emitted a rich and refreshing spiritual energy. As a result of the spiritual energy's influence, Xiao Meng's state seemed to slightly improve. Bulletin Fang looked at them silently and placed his hand behind his back, before pacing in circles. He stopped, took one last look at Xiao Meng and returned to the kitchen. Xiao Xiaolong wanted to come in and help, but he was stopped outside by Bulletin Fang. Yan and Ye Xiling came into the store in excitement. Does owner Bulletin intend to cook another dish? They were looking forward to it. After Bulletin Fang entered the kitchen, he didn't immediately start cooking. He wanted to make Buddha jumps over the wall this time, and the dish wasn't easy to make because it required too many ingredients. Additionally, when the spiritual energy of these ingredients was mixed, it became extremely difficult to blend it together properly. However, it was fortunate that Bulletin Fang could control the Black Turtle constellation walk, and with its assistance, Bulletin Fang's control of the ingredients' spiritual energy would be perfect. He might not end up failing in the dish's preparation. First, what he needed to make Buddha jumps over the wall was a vessel, and the system had already prepared one for him. He took out a porcelain jar, which looked like a big-sized jug of wine, from the sideboard. The face of a benevolent Buddha which was shrouded in a radiance of blessings was depicted on the lid of the jar. The Buddha was so lifelike that when Bulletin Fang looked at it, it seemed like it would burst out of the lid. He was dazed for a moment. Its vividness startled him. As expected, this jar was truly extraordinary. However, Bulletin Fang paid no more attention to it, and he simply washed the jar and kept it aside. Afterward, he started preparing the ingredients for processing. The ingredients needed to make Buddha jumps over the wall were different. The dish was made from a mixture of 18 main ingredients and 12 secondary ingredients, and the main ingredients all came from different spirit beasts. A blood phoenix chicken, red-headed duck, a supreme dragon's claw, toad legs meat, black spirit abalone, and other ingredients. These ingredients were all precious, especially the supreme beast ingredients such as the supreme dragon's claw and supreme toad's leg meat. They were enough to completely shock anyone. If people got wind of the list of ingredients, they would definitely go crazy. Using supreme beasts as ingredients was unprecedented and unheard of. A wisp of green smoke curled around Bulletin Fang's head, and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his grip. He twirled it before he took out a piece of the supreme toad's leg meat. The meat was translucent like gelatin and had abundant spiritual energy flowing within it. He patted the meat with his dragon bone kitchen knife and delineated several lines on it with his knife before putting the meat into the porcelain jar. Immediately after that, he started processing the supreme dragon's claw. The supreme fire dragon's claw was extremely large, and Bulletin Fang didn't take all of it. He only chopped 2 fingers of it, snapped off their sharp talons, and washed the declawed fingers with the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water before putting it into the jar. He also properly processed the blood phoenix chicken and the red-headed duck. Although the grade of these 2 spirit beasts wasn't as high and terrifying as those supreme beasts, they were still extremely rare spirit beasts. After he had put all the main ingredients into the porcelain jar, it was almost filled. Afterwards, he began to prepare the secondary ingredients that he would place into the jar. Bulletin Fang had collected some of the secondary ingredients from the 100,000 mountains, and some of them were spirit birds' eggs. The most precious and important one of them was the meat of the demonic fish which he killed in the southern city. He also put some of it into the jar. The jar was completely filled up with the ingredients. After mixing countless ingredients together, without even cooking them, they began to emit rich spiritual energy which was so abundant that it almost caused the porcelain jar to explode. He organized the ingredients in the jar before he took out a bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. He poured half of the bottle into the jar, which caused spiritual energy within to become more abundant. Afterward, he also poured in some Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water and concluded his preparation. Then, he took out a purple spirit fruits leaf and wrapped it around the porcelain jar. He also used it to cover the lid where the vivid Buddha was depicted, concluding his preparation. Buletin Fang exhaled a breath and carried the extremely heavy porcelain jar. He summoned the black turtle constellation walk, and it hovered in the air, gradually growing bigger. When it reached a certain size, its expansion stopped. Buletin Fang poured some of the dragon blood from his system's dimensional storage into the wok, and immediately after, the scalding dragon blood inside the wok began to flare up. He lowered the Buddha jumps over the wall porcelain jar into the black turtle constellation wok, atop the dragon blood. The blood level rose and moistened the jar inside the wok. After he had done that, Buletin Fang took a step backward, and his expression grew serious. The next step would be the most important step involved in making the Buddha jumps over the wall. Buletin Fang's complexion became slightly flushed, and he opened his mouth, spouting out a golden flame. The flame flew to the bottom of the wok and burned in each of its corners, before converging to burn at the bottom's center. Buletin Fang submerged his mind into the black turtle constellation wok and started to sense the Buddha jumps over the wall's ingredients' spiritual energy changes. Outside the imperial capital, Ji Chenjiu's army gradually approached the imperial capital, and after the guards atop the city wall discovered a powerful army approaching, they quickly reported the situation to Ji Chensu. When he had heard their report, Ji Chensu's expression became stiff, and he frantically rushed to the top of the city wall. As he gazed at the grandiose army before him, his heart suddenly felt heavy. In the sky, there was a man who had his hands behind him as he trod in the air. Claps of thunder and loud rumbles resounded from within his body. It seemed like he would give rise to a dreadful storm. The man was unbridled, arrogant, extremely overbearing, and terrifying. A swift and sharp blood-red Shura sword circled around his body. Duan Ling's gaze flickered like lightning as he directly stared at the imperial capital. In his senses, the aura of the 10,000 bestial flames, which was within the imperial capital, was so clear it seemed like a resplendent star in a pitch-black night sky to him. The 10,000 bestial flames will definitely belong to me, and this time I will see whether you can still flee from me. His blood boiled like raging waves as it emitted a surging aura. Duan Ling exhaled a breath as his complexion became ice-cold. Chapter 365, The Arrival of a Half-Step Divine Realm Expert. The black turtle constellation wok was floating in the air in the middle of the kitchen and it emitted a golden radiance. The stripes and patterns on it started to flicker when the 10,000 bestial flames burned below it. Those flickering patterns formed a mysterious and profound picture of a black turtle. The picture slightly dazzled Buletin Fang's eyes. A thick and dense smell of blood quickly filled the kitchen. The smell of blood was both fishy and scalding. Anyone who smelled it couldn't help but frown. That was the smell of dragon blood. When it was heated up using the black turtle constellation wok, the blood started boiling as it emitted countless bubbles. Even though the bubbles would be instantly popped by the spiritual energy in the wok once they appeared, it seemed as though they were not deterred. The bubbling never stopped and they would appear once again, only to be broken by the spiritual energy. That was a supreme fire dragon's blood. The blood itself had the properties of magma and would scald anyone who touched it. After being heated up by the heaven and earth obsidian flame, the temperature of the blood rose even more. Even the spiritual energy around the blood seemed as though it was being roasted and burned by the dragon blood. A strand of spiritual energy which took on a slightly blood-red luster surged out from the dragon blood. It slowly ascended upwards until it met the porcelain jar. As the jar's temperature wasn't high enough and it contained the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, the blood-red strand of spiritual energy stuck to the jar. Countless wisps of blood flowed along the jar's brown surface. The benevolent Buddha, which had a faint smile, was completely covered by wisps of blood. From a benevolent Buddha, it turned into a Buddha of blood which gave off a malevolent and terrifying aura. A supreme dragon's blood was completely made up of fine essence. After simmering in the black turtle constellation wok, the blood was able to seep through the porcelain jar. It was able to mix together with whatever the jar contained. Pulling out a chair from behind him, Bulletin Fang sat down as he watched the dragon blood. This time, instead of lying back in the chair, he sat up straight. He seemed to be quite serious and earnest when preparing the dish. He emitted his true energy, which turned into countless and innumerable silk-like wisps. They formed a cobweb which intertwined around the Black Turtle constellation wok. Using the Black Turtle constellation wok, Bulletin Fang was able to sense even the slightest change in the spiritual energy of the ingredients in the wok. This was true energy cooking. After Bulletin Fang obtained the Black Turtle constellation wok, his true energy cooking standard reached a higher level. Inside the dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. The first ingredients which came into contact with the simmered dragon blood's essence were the meat of the two supreme beasts. The 10,000 bestial flames' special spiritual attribute and properties were also able to seep through the jar. As such, it was able to fuse and blend into the dish. Bulletin Fang sensed that the two supreme beast ingredients were like a blazing sun which emitted blinding radiance. The spiritual energy in them was extremely mixed and varied. As it mixed around in the wok, it disturbed and muddled the spiritual energy of the other ingredients. The higher the grade of the ingredient, the harder it was to cook. This was because the spiritual energy contained in high-grade ingredients was too majestic and abundant. Controlling the spiritual energy in the high-grade ingredient was extremely difficult. The moment Bulletin Fang's silk-like wisps of true energy entered the jar, they started to adjust the messy and chaotic spiritual energy. They were like tiny hands as they controlled the spiritual energy in each ingredient. Bulletin Fang's true energy was quite mild and gentle. It behaved just like an obedient and meek kitten. The spiritual energy in those ingredients was extremely tyrannical and irascible. They behaved just like roaring hounds. According to logic, Bulletin Fang's true energy would be unable to deal with the spiritual energy within the ingredients. However, the reason why Bulletin Fang succeeded in doing so was because of the way he used true energy to cook. Instead of using an extremely powerful true energy to oppress the ingredients, Bulletin Fang's true energy was able to calm the irascible spiritual energy in the ingredients. Bulletin Fang was quite proficient and skilled in controlling his true energy. Coupled with the rise in the temperature of the wok, Bulletin Fang easily calmed down the tyrannical spiritual energy in the ingredients. Rumble! Rumble! The dragon blood gradually ascended and rose upwards, and the whole kitchen seemed like it was shrouded by a blood-red radiance. People in the store weren't able to smell the slightest fragrant aroma at all. Instead, a thick and intense smell of blood came from the kitchen and invaded their noses. The customers were not able to take the smell of blood, which had an intense fishy smell to it. They quickly covered their nose in order to avoid the intense smell. What kind of smell was that? It was really stinky and unpleasant. This was their first time catching a whiff of such an unpleasant smell coming from owner Bulletin's kitchen. What kind of dish was owner Bulletin cooking? Anna Yan's complexion gradually changed. It was because her knowledge was broader and more vast compared to others. This is dragon blood. Dragon blood? When everyone in the store heard her, they were taken aback for a moment. They turned to look at each other, and it seemed as though they all thought of something. Black had just killed a supreme fire dragon with 2 slaps of its claw. Was that where the dragon blood came from? Was owner Bulletin using the supreme fire dragon's blood to cook a dish? Was he cooking dragon blood? Everyone became excited all of a sudden. A supreme dragon's blood was an extremely precious ingredient. Owner Bulletin would actually use such a precious ingredient to cook. Only owner Bulletin could be this extravagant. For a moment, they started to feel as though the pungent smell from the kitchen transformed. Everyone felt as though the smell coming from the kitchen wasn't as unpleasant anymore. In fact, Bulletin Fang didn't cook the dragon blood. He was only using it as a secondary ingredient to simmer the Buddha jumps over the wall. Of course, all of this wasn't known by Anna Yan and the others. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked and amazed. After Blackie, who was lying before the store's door, smelt the scent of the dragon blood, it opened its eyes. It was also slightly surprised as it wasn't clear about what kind of dish Bulletin Fang was cooking. Twitching its nose slightly, Blackie tried to use its sense of smell to figure out what Bulletin Fang was cooking. However, it widened its eyes after a while as it realized that it was unable to think of what Bulletin Fang was actually cooking. Did that kid just come up with a new dish? This new dish seemed to be quite impressive. Bulletin Fang actually used ingredients from 2 supreme beasts to prepare this dish. All of a sudden, Blackie's interest was aroused. He wanted to taste the dish so badly. Sticking out his tongue, Black's eyes started to glitter with excitement. Outside the imperial capital, a majestic and vast army was gradually and quickly approaching. An oppressive pressure emanated from it, which assaulted Ji Chinsu, who was standing atop the city wall. The pressure made Ji Chinsu feel stifled and suffocated. Why did such a huge army appear in front of the imperial capital? Where was the Lightwind Empire's army? That was the army which chased and pursued Ji Chinjiu until he peed in his pants. Ji Chinsu was indeed frightened by the majestic army which appeared right in front of the imperial capital. Currently, the only troops left in the imperial capital was the city guard army. The city guard army only had 10,000 soldiers. How was it possible for them to face the huge army in front of him? They had just solved the problem of the two supreme beasts which were here to destroy the imperial capital. Now, a great army appeared at their doorsteps. What was puzzling was that no one had any intelligence about this huge army. There wasn't a single soul in Ji Chinsu's army who came to inform him about the presence of such a huge amount of troops. Duanling stood proudly in the sky as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't take a single look at the army beneath him. Sending an army to the Lightwind Empire's capital wasn't his idea at all. In his opinion, sending an army or not wouldn't make a difference. It was the High Priestess who wanted to use an army to assault the imperial capital. Duanling could only let her do what she wanted. With his current half-step divine realm cultivation, why would he need the help of a mortal army? This was something he found extremely hilarious. It seemed like the High Priestess wasn't clear about what kind of realm the half-step divine realm was. Although he still didn't completely release himself from one of the Supreme Being's shackles, he was already in existence Supreme Beings couldn't fight against. The Supreme Elder stopped atop the city wall and placed both his hands behind him. His white hair and beard fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to possess a sage-like demeanor. He took a step in the air as he slowly rose upwards. His gaze was calm and mild as he gazed at Duanling, who was in the air. Although Duanling's entire body emitted a faint trace of world power which caused his heart to palpitate in fear, the Supreme Elder didn't shrink back. All of a sudden, a sword light broke through the air as it rushed toward the Supreme Elder from a distant place. The tyrannical sword's vigor turned into a man who was standing on top of a sword. His laughter resounded across the sky as he landed beside the Supreme Elder. After the sword light scattered, the figure of the White Cloud's Villa's Lord, Wu Mu, appeared in front of everybody. The Supreme Elder looked at him in astonishment. He had thought that Wu Mu would not be present as he had taken some injuries. Wu Mu stared at Duanling in the distance with no fear in his eyes. Instead, his gaze flickered like lightning as he looked at Duanling's figure from afar. The cloud-rising sword rose from beneath his feet and landed in his palm. Let me have a look at the strength of a half-step divine realm expert. Wu Mu laughed out loud and his sword glittered. It emitted an intense sword energy in Wu Mu's hand. The Supreme Elder was taken aback for a moment before he stroked his beard. In the next moment, he burst out in laughter. Duanling looked at the two of them with indifference as the corners of his mouth gradually rose upwards. A cold expression emerged on his face. If the both of you disappear from my sight right now, I can still spare your life. If you are unable to tell what is good for you, you'll both be dead in a second. The Shura sword who was floating around him landed in his hand as a dreadful sword intent burst out from it. Along with the world power which emerged from Duanling's body, the sword rushed at the Supreme Elder and Wu Mu. Facing them, the Supreme Elder still calmly stroked his beard before he pinched a seal in his hand. The moment he pinched it, countless resplendent light beams shot out from the walls of the imperial capital. Those light beams contained an abundant and surging energy inside them. Out of the arrays which the Celestial Arcanum sect recorded, the one which was ranked first was this one, the Big Dipper Slaughter Array. The Supreme Elder stared at Duanling as he unleashed his trump card. Wu Mu laughed and he held out his cloud-rising sword. Pointing the sword at Duanling, the aura which he emitted started to rise. His sword intent soared into the heaven as it surged out 3 times. His aura was strengthened to a terrifying degree. The White Cloud's Villa's secret technique, the sword intent 3 eruption. Duanling still had an indifferent look on his face as he faced the ultimate techniques from both the Supreme Elder and Wu Mu. One of the shackles of a Supreme Being appeared on his muscular left hand and it emitted sounds of collisions. He held up his sword and a blood-red light flowed through it as the Shura sword tyrannical sword intent burst out from his sword. Blackie, who was lying in front of the store, exclaimed in surprise as he turned his head toward the three experts who were outside the imperial capital. A half-step divine realm expert actually came here to cause trouble. This kid Bulletin Fang is getting better and better at provoking people. Chapter 366, The Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, completed. Ji Chinsu was dumbfounded when he stared at the three people who were in the sky. In his mind, he thought about how the atmosphere suddenly changed. Those three peoples were obviously supreme beings. The terrifying aura which was emitted from their bodies oppressed everyone who was on top of the city walls and caused them to shiver in fear. It was an extremely fearful pressure which could only be emitted from a supreme being. When Ji Chinsu stared at the man who was shrouded in a blood-red radiance, his complexion became paler. Ji Chinsu felt as though he was looking at the entire world when he looked at the man. His heart shuddered and he was almost oppressed to the point of kneeling down on the ground. That was the pressure which came from a superior being. It seemed as though his cultivation completely surpassed Ji Chinsu's imagination. It wasn't only Ji Chinsu and the soldiers on the wall who felt this way. It was the same for Ji Chenjiao's army. Everyone became nervous and anxious when faced with the pressure coming from the experts in the sky. All of the soldiers raised their heads as they looked at the terrifying experts clashing in the sky. Every single one of them had fear in their eyes as they looked at the battle happening above them. There were countless light beams which shot out of the city wall. They fell before that white-haired old man's body and they turned into a giant armor which was made out of starlight. The armor emanated an austere and solemn air. It was worn by a giant who was formed from starlight. That was the Celestial Arcanum Sect's precious treasured array, the Big Dipper Slaughter Array. In the southern region, this was the array which possessed the most destructive power. If Duan Ling wasn't in the half-step divine realm, the Supreme Elder would not be willing to use the array. This was because, in order to use this terrifying array, the Supreme Elder had to connect and link it with the Big Dipper stars. It could only be done by burning the Supreme Elder's life force. The array had boundless might and the power it possessed was dreadful. As the stars sparkled, it emanated an austere and righteous air. A giant and gargantuan phantom formed by starlight appeared. This phantom had its whole body covered in armor. In his left hand, he held a sword, and there was a halberd in his right hand. A powerful and imposing aura burst out from the phantom. The phantom shot an angry glare at Duan Ling before directing all of his killing intent at him. Wu Mu's aura also quickly rose. Since the White Cloud's villa could lay their roots in the illusory spirit swamp, it was obvious they had enough strength to back themselves up. Wu Mu's sword intent was extremely powerful. Recklessly using the White Cloud villa's secret technique, he stimulated his sword intent further. Wu Mu was able to cause his sword intent to erupt with its full potential. In just an instant, he burst out with a power which wasn't any weaker compared to the Supreme Elder's array. The Supreme Elder looked at him in astonishment. Looks like this fellow is staking everything on this battle. However, the Supreme Elder wasn't able to wrap his head around why Wu Mu would be risking his life for this battle. This was something which only Wu Mu would know. His frustration had built up over the years and he was in dire need to vent them. This was the best place for him to release everything inside him. Duan Ling coldly smiled. Although there were shackles trailing and hanging out of his left hand, his aura wasn't any weaker than Wu Mu's or the Supreme Elder's. In fact, his aura was rising and starting to oppress both of theirs. This was extremely shocking and stunned everyone present. Was this the strength someone half-stepped toward the divine realm possessed? He held the Shura sword and took a step forward. He controlled the world pressure around him and rushed at Wu Mu and the Supreme Elder. Anyone who tries to prevent me from obtaining the 10,000 bestial flames should go to hell. A dreadful blood-red sword energy swept around Duan Ling, like a storm which shrouded everything. That strike contained a half-step divine realm expert's pressure and Duan Ling's overbearing aura. The strike rushed at the two of them who were still in the air. Wu Mu gave a long howl as his long hair fluttered in the wind. Myriad swords emerged from the cloud-rising sword in his hand and rushed at Duan Ling. The giant made from starlight also hacked out with his halberd. The air in his way wailed as it couldn't bear its power and weight. The three attacks collided in the air and a deafening explosion resounded. That explosion gave rise to powerful airwaves which swept through the surroundings. Those dreadful airwaves almost swept away Ji Chinsu and the others who were on top of the city wall. As for Ji Chenjiao's army, they swayed around as they marched toward the imperial capital. The Supreme Elder's expression was solemn and serious. Both of his hands were constantly executing some secret art and his aura was fluctuating unceasingly. His long hair fluttered in the wind behind him. Wu Mu used all of his strength to push his cloud-rising sword forward. He seemed as though he wanted to pierce through everything in his way. Their gaze flickered like lightning as they stared at Duan Ling. Despite facing a half-step Divine Realm expert, they didn't think about retreating at all. Although the three of them were fighting in the air, the energy waves caused by their fight made the citizens shudder in fear. Everyone was afraid that they would be killed by the shockwaves emitted from the battle. As he observed the fight in the air, Ji Chinsu's expression became extremely pale. This battle completely surpassed his expectations. People in Bullet Fang's store also managed to sense the fight. Everyone left the store as they looked at the three people who were fighting in the sky. In mid-air, there were three glimmering lights which were colliding with each other unceasingly. A trace of worry appeared on Yan's beautiful face as she knew that one of those three terrifying Ori belonged to the Celestial Arcanum Sect's Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was the Celestial Arcanum Sect backbone and pillar. Nothing bad must befall him. Blacka didn't have any interest in such a fight. Shooting a single glance at it, he lost interest. He yawned and lay down in front of the store. Snoring sounds came from Blacka's mouth soon enough. Within the kitchen, Bulletin Fang tightly shut his eyes as the true energy in his energy core swiftly revolved. Countless silk-like wisps of true energy covered the Black Turtle constellation walk as they sensed and observed the changes in the spiritual energy of the ingredients used to make the Buddha jumps over the wall. Bulletin Fang's expression was extremely solemn and serious. He knew that he could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Countless beads of sweat started to drip from his forehead and they slid down his cheeks. The kitchen seemed extremely quiet and peaceful. The waves of the battle outside the imperial capital as well as the loud explosions created by it seemed unable to penetrate the store at all. However, it might be because Bulletin Fang was too focused on cooking the Buddha jumps over the wall that he wasn't able to notice the disturbance. Bulletin Fang felt that he underestimated the Buddha jumps over the wall's difficulty. After adding the ingredients which came from two supreme beasts, the difficulty increased. When Bulletin Fang was using true energy to cook, he felt exhausted both physically and mentally. He felt like he didn't have the strength to continue cooking. Instead of succumbing to exhaustion, Bulletin Fang clenched his teeth and pushed on. He was afraid that if he relaxed for even a second, the Buddha jumps over the wall would disintegrate. All of his efforts would be wasted if this happened. This was truly not worth it. Although it was extremely difficult, this was also a kind of test for him. Bulletin Fang clenched his teeth and focused on cooking. As a man who swore that he would definitely become the god of cooking who stood at the top of the food chain in this fantasy world, how could he retreat just because he met a small problem? If he gave up now, it would be a serious blow to him and his path as a chef. This was definitely not the way to do things. Ruumble. The dragon blood in the wok boiled even more. From time to time, the scalding dragon blood would flow out and burn Bulletin Fang's arm which was extended outwards. However, Bulletin Fang endured the pain and his eyes blazed as though it was a torch. The porcelain jar within the Black Turtle constellation wok was becoming more resplendent as the wisps of blood faded out from its surface. Despite the fact that the dish was almost done, there wasn't the least bit of aroma coming from the kitchen. Bulletin Fang fixed his stare on the benevolent smiling Buddha above the Buddha jumps over the wall. Controlling the countless wisps of true energy, Bulletin Fang used them to mix the ingredients in the porcelain jar. As he mixed those ingredients together, it seemed as though Bulletin Fang was cooking hodgepodge. The Buddha jumps over the wall was countless times more difficult than the premium walk of fortunes. Countless beads of sweat dripped from Bulletin Fang's body which soaked his clothes. He started gasping for breath and was pushed to his limit. All of a sudden, his pupils contracted. The vivid and lifelike Buddha depicted on the porcelain jar's lid started to become more vivid and lively. It seemed like there was a faint sound of laughter resounding in the kitchen. A golden light burst out from the Buddha and soared into the sky. When he saw that light beam, Bulletin Fang's tense nerves finally relaxed. Bulletin Fang, who was sitting up straight in the chair, felt as though his body was stripped of all strength. He lay down weakly on the chair and gasped for breath. Bulletin Fang's body was completely soaked with sweat. However, the corners of his lips were curled upwards and there was a satisfied smile on his face. What the hell? I finally managed to finish it. That was really tiring. Even Bulletin Fang, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but complain about how difficult the task was. Despite all of his complaints, Bulletin Fang's heart was filled with joy and delight. He could feel that after he was done cooking the Buddha jumps over the wall, his true energy cooking broke through its bottleneck. It improved by leaps and bounds after Bullet and Fang cooked the Buddha jumps over the wall. The heaven and earth obsidian flames within the Black Turtle constellation walk gradually scattered. The dragon blood started to cool down. Even though there were no more flames, the light beam above the porcelain jar was still as resplendent as before. That glowing Buddha seemed as though it was about to come to life and jump out at any moment. Bullet and Fang's face was filled with exhaustion as he took the porcelain jar out of the Black Turtle constellation wok. The dragon blood which filled the wok unexpectedly lost its color and luster the moment Bullet and Fang removed the jar. The blood became just like clear water as it remained in the wok. Well, Bullet and Fang didn't care about the dragon blood at all. All of his attention was focused on the Buddha jumps over the wall. When he noticed that there wasn't any aroma coming from the jar, Bullet and Fang was delighted. The more odorless it was, the more successful it would be. He covered his hand with his true energy and patted the space above the Buddha. A buzzing sound resounded in the air. When the Buddha lid flew away, it seemed like it was jumping away with its own consciousness. A resplendent radiance burst out of the jar the second the lid flew away. That purple spirit fruit's leaf which covered it had already turned golden as the light flickered on it. When facing its resplendent radiance, Bullet and Fang extended his hand and lightly opened the purple spirit fruit's leaf. Chapter 367, Kid, I finally found you. Ruumble. A deafening explosion resounded out as airwaves swept the surrounding. Whistling gales were formed as they swept through the imperial capital. In the sky above it, three extremely terrifying beings were colliding with each other unceasingly. Along with each collision, a huge explosion would sound out. Everyone in the imperial capital who was paying attention to the fight would feel their hearts shudder with fright after every explosion. The Supreme Elder and Wu Mu became more startled and apprehensive the more they fought against Duan Ling. This was because, after every clash against Duan Ling, they would feel like the power within their bodies would deplete very quickly. As the power within them was not their own, if this kept up, they knew that the power wouldn't last long. As for Duan Ling, his breathing didn't even speed up after so many collisions. It was obvious that he wasn't using his full strength. The half-step divine realm was really powerful. Just like what they had expected. Although the half-step divine realm was still above the Supreme Being's level, it was just half a step after all. Since his power was already so close to the divine realm, it would definitely be extraordinary. Although the Big Dipper slaughter array was extremely powerful, the Supreme Elder wasn't able to use it for a long time. Time had taken its toll on his body. His complexion had already turned deathly pale after a few clashes with Duan Ling. The Supreme Elder already knew that he was incapable of stopping the Shura sex master, Duan Ling. Swoosh! A blood-red sword hacked down toward the Supreme Elder. That giant which was made out of starlight collapsed after it was slashed by Duan Ling's sword. It disintegrated and turned into countless dots of starlight which eventually dissipated into the air. The Supreme Elder's aura quickly weakened and his complexion became haggard. His body fell from the air and slammed onto the ground with a huge impact. After he landed on the ground, he spat a mouthful of blood. The aura around the Supreme Elder became so weak that it was faintly discernible. Wu Mu's sword intent had also started to weaken. In the end, Wu Mu was just a supreme being. Although the sword intent 3 eruption could temporarily raise his strength, it had a heavy toll on his body. After using it for a long time, it would greatly harm and damage the sword intent which he had comprehended. With a wave of his sword, Wu Mu slashed toward Duan Ling. He seemed as though he was a sword immortal who was glistening with resplendent radiance. However, the Shura sword's intent was more overbearing. It directly pounded against Wu Mu's sword intent with its surging slaughter aura. Wu Mu, who was in the air, spouted a mouthful of blood as his complexion became as pale as paper. The semi-divine tool in his hand, the cloud-rising sword, disintegrated. He started falling from the sky, just like the Supreme Elder just a moment ago. Bang! The 2 peak Supreme Beings of the southern region were completely defeated. Duan Ling proudly stood in the sky as he held onto the blood-red Shura sword. Blood-red radiance erupted from behind him and it almost covered the sky. His imposing manner and aura were extremely terrifying. The first rays of the morning sun shone upon them from far away. The light rays were like a sword which tore apart the starry sky apart as it illuminated the earth. Duan Ling, whose complexion was ice-cold, gazed at the 2 experts who were on the ground. The aura around them was already weak and feeble. As they leaned on the city wall with their sorry appearance, Duan Ling couldn't help but laugh out heartily. So what if they were the southern region's peak experts? They were still defeated by him, Duan Ling. When he stepped into the first layer of the divine realm, the divine body realm, they would all be ants in his eyes. The celestial arcanum sect's supreme elder and the white clouds villa's lord. They would be nothing compared to him. When the first rays of the morning sun shone upon his back, he seemed like a heavenly god who was standing proudly atop the heavens. When the people beneath him saw that he defeated the two peak experts from the southern region, they were all shocked. One by one, they started to kneel down in the ground toward him. They all seemed to be worshipping him under his feet. It was precisely this feeling. The feeling of being worshipped by everyone, the feeling of supremacy. Duan Ling slightly squinted his eyes, which were filled with excitement, and a booming laughter escaped his lips. He soared into the sky in front of everyone. On top of the city wall, Wu Mu and the Supreme Elder shut their eyes in despair. All of a sudden, the Supreme Elder opened his eyes. His heart, which was almost engulfed by darkness, seemed like it found a ray of hope. There was still a spirit beast whose strength was unknown. All he knew was that the spirit beast had a profound cultivation and lived in the imperial capital. That plump dog who killed the supreme fire dragon with 2 slaps. With such a powerful spirit beast in the imperial capital, they might be able to stop the Shura sect's devil. The supreme elder felt a stifling sensation in his chest as he spouted another mouthful of blood. Even though his injuries became worse, there was a ray of hope in his heart. If even that powerful supreme beast was unable to stop Duan Ling, the southern region would. It would once again fall under the rule of the Shura sect. Duan Ling's laughter resounded through the entire imperial capital, and everyone was oppressed by his laughter. However, it stopped all of a sudden. The pupils of the Supreme Elder and Wu Mu contracted. Turning their heads, they looked toward a specific region in the imperial capital. In the distance, they could sense a surging spiritual energy which soared into the sky. It seemed as though it was about to scatter all of the clouds in the sky. What's the matter? What is that thing? A trace of excitement appeared on Yan's beautiful face as she turned her head and looked towards Bullet and Fang's store. The only thing she saw was a golden light beam which shot toward the sky. The color of the light beam was extremely pure and clear, and the golden color was resplendent. Blackie, who was lying down in front of the store, stood up abruptly. It raised its head as it gazed at the golden light beam with astonishment in its eyes. The moment the golden light beam started to disperse, a peculiar scent filled the kitchen. The fragrance which filled the kitchen was extremely dense. Anyone would be tempted by the smell if they caught a whiff of it. With Bullet and Fang's store as the center, the aroma started to diffuse outwards. The entire imperial capital was filled with the smell of the Buddha jumps over the wall within moments. That fragrance, which was indescribable, would captivate anyone who caught a whiff of it. Everyone who was in the imperial capital closed their eyes and took a deep breath. It seemed as though they wanted to capture that ethereal fragrance. All of the citizens in the imperial capital, who were kneeling down on the ground, were attracted by that fragrance. They all closed their eyes as they raised their heads in the air. The look on their faces was one of enjoyment. It's truly fragrant. I never smelled something as fragrant as this before. Where did the smell come from? This fragrance is sweeter than the scent coming from a woman's body. I'm done for, I've been intoxicated by this smell. The citizens started to discuss the fragrance in the air fervently. It seemed as though they had all been intoxicated by the smell. Yan and the others were also captivated by the smell. The fragrance in the air smelled like wine, yet it also smelled like meat. If one were to carefully sniff the air, they would be able to make out the aroma of abalone. It was impossible to clearly describe the smell. They felt as though someone was scratching at their heart when they smelled the fragrance in the air. Such itch was unbearable. The entire imperial capital was enveloped by that fragrance. The atmosphere which Duan Ling created with great difficulties was ruined by it. The people who were kneeling down in the floor couldn't help but stand up. The Supreme Elder and Wu Mu, whose expressions were quite odd at this moment, started taking in deep breaths of air. After smelling the fragrance, they couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The smell was really fragrant. When facing such a scene, Ji Chensu didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Did this fragrance appear because owner Bulletin had just completed his dish? When 3 supreme beings were fighting in the air above the imperial capital, he was still able to keep his calm and cook. Owner Bulletin, you are really amazing. As he was disturbed by that fragrance, Ji Chinsu's fear of Duan Ling disappeared. His tightened muscles relaxed and he was able to calm himself down. Since the fragrance filled the imperial capital, Duan Ling was also able to smell it. His gaze flickered like lightning as he stared straight at the source of the smell. The 10,000 bestial flames was located there. That fragrance was also coming from that place. That was where he needed to go. Buletin Fang carefully opened the golden purple spirit fruit's leaf which was emitting a golden luster. He managed to tear open a small hole in the leaf. Billowing steam immediately surged out from the small hole and it brought along a fragrant smell which thoroughly intoxicated him. That fragrance seemed like it took form and turned into a resplendent dragon. It could either be described as a resplendent dragon who flew out of the jar or it could also be described as a golden butterfly which was fluttering around. It seemed like countless arrows shot toward his heart. He squinted his eyes and the corner of his mouth slightly rose upwards as he enjoyed the intoxicating fragrance. Only after a long while, Buletin Fang came back to his senses. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly with admiration for the dish. As expected of the Buddha jumps over the wall. When he was cooking it, it didn't emit even the slightest aroma. However, just after tearing an opening in the purple spirit fruit's leaf, a fragrance which he couldn't resist rushed into his nose and his pores. The smell seemed to have entered all four of his limbs and all of the bones in his body. Buletin Fang swallowed his saliva with a slurp sound as he completely tore open the purple spirit fruit's leaf. The fragrance and spirit essence which was brimming with spiritual energy rushed out the moment Buletin Fang tore open the leaf. The dish seemed as though it was glowing and glistening with many different colors. It appeared to be extremely beautiful. However, the glow didn't last for long. It quickly disappeared and only the aroma, spiritual essence and spiritual energy remained. They rushed out together with the billowing steam. Buletin Fang still had no idea that the fragrance of the Buddha jumps over the wall had already permeated and filled the entire imperial capital. He was quite delighted and joyful as he carried the warm porcelain jar out of the kitchen. Slurp! Slurp! The sound of people swallowing their saliva constantly resounded through the imperial capital. Such a scene was shocking and stunning. Even Ji Chinsu, who was the Lightwind Empire's emperor, had never seen anything like it. Humph! A loud snort came from the sky. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, and everyone below, who had been intoxicated by the fragrance, raised their heads up with fear in their eyes. It was at that moment they came back to their senses. They remembered that there was still a terrifying existence in the sky above them. Duan Ling used his snort to remind them that he was still present. His gaze fell upon the store and his nose slightly twitched. He couldn't deny that the smell coming from the store was really sweet. However, the thing he was most concerned about was the 10,000 bestial flames. With a tap of his foot, the air below his feet rippled. Sounds of collision resounded in the air as the shackles collided with Duan Ling's arm. He landed in front of Buletin Fang's store and strong gales were swept up by his landing. Yan and the others were terrified when they saw that Duan Ling had appeared in front of the store. In an instant, they all retreated into the store. When facing such an existence, they felt as though they could only be at ease inside the store. Buletin Fang carried the porcelain jar filled with the Buddha jumps over the wall as he went out of the kitchen. Placing it on a table, the fragrance of the dish seemed to be eternal. It emerged from the pot endlessly. His gaze fell upon Xiao Yunyu as he curled up the corners of his mouth. The elixir cuisine, Buddha jumps over the wall, is ready. General Xiao Meng's poison can be treated now. When Xiao Yunyu heard Buletin Fang's words, she burst into tears of joy. She hurriedly went over to support Xiao Meng who was covered in an aura of death. When Buletin Fang left the kitchen, Duan Ling immediately caught sight of him. Duan Ling would never forget Buletin Fang's appearance. That was the damned guy who tore apart the 10,000 bestial flames under his nose. He was the freaking kid who swallowed the 10,000 bestial flames in front of his face. With the Shura sword in his hand, a dense and thick killing intent rushed out of his body. The killing intent shot toward Buletin Fang like an arrow. Buletin Fang seemed to have sensed something and he raised his head with a puzzled expression on his face. Looking outside the store, he saw Duan Ling, who was glaring at him with a gaze full of killing intent. He could also see that Duan Ling was walking toward him step by step. Hey, wasn't this the guy who was only slightly inferior to me when we fought over the 10,000 bestial flames? Why did he come here? Not to mention the fact that he seemed to be extremely powerful. Even Whitey wasn't able to defeat him. When Bulletin Fang was still thinking about the reason Duan Ling was here, he wiped his hands which were wet as he stared expressionlessly at Duan Ling. Duan Ling stared back at Bulletin Fang with a ferocious gaze as he sinisterly said, "Kid, I finally found you. Hand over the 10,000 bestial flames, or die." Chapter 368, The Almost Divine Warrior Who Was Smacked Away. Hand over the 10,000 bestial flames, or die. After muttering this, a rich sense of bloodthirstiness surged out of Duan Ling's body and almost materialized into a physical demon guarding his back. Everyone felt their hearts thud at that very moment as they retreated a few steps backwards with pale faces. Waves of energy rolled around and pervaded through the air. Those who stood nearby felt their hearts sink, as if weighed down by a huge piece of stone. Bulletin Fang remained unflustered. Or, in other words, his expression showed no signs of change. "You want the 10,000 bestial flames?" Bulletin Fang said lightly. His voice was hushed but remained calm. Silence had washed over the surrounding as Duan Ling exerted a domineering sense of pressure over everyone. The words Bulletin Fang uttered instantly reverberated through the space. Duan Ling sauntered forward, the sound of the sole of his foot rubbing against the crushed stone covered one with goosebumps. "You cannot keep the 10,000 bestial flames. This kind of rare gem isn't something that belongs in your hands. Hand it over and keep yourself alive, or else, death is your only end." Duan Ling's tone was still so forbidding. If it weren't for Bulletin Fang snatching this 10,000 bestial flames, he may have already broken through the shackles of Supreme Being Echelon with the aid of its might, and hence stepped into the divine realm. He certainly didn't need to make such an appearance to seize it back. "What you want isn't this fire," Bulletin Fang said coolly. Then, he parted his lips and spat out a streak of golden flames. The flame glided out and hovered above his palm. "Huh?" Owner Bulletin Kin, spurred fire. Everyone in the store cast Bulletin Fang perplexed and shocked looks. Since when did Owner Bulletin learn such a unique technique? Gazing at the silently burning golden flame in his hands, their eyes were filled with astonishment. That flame looked extraordinary. Yet, the moment Duan Ling caught sight of this streak of flame, all the energy within his body exploded once again. His pupils shrank as they lusted after the 10,000 bestial flames. Yes. That was the 10,000 bestial flames, the fire of his dreams. Wait a moment. The energy on this 10,000 bestial flames look somewhat peculiar. Has it been cultivated already? How could that be? How could a 7th grade loser ever cultivate the 10,000 bestial flames? Duan Ling's gaze continued to sharpen as the force of energy on himself fluctuated unevenly. He stared at the 10,000 bestial flames as his face continued to change from amazement to bafflement and then to rage. Ping! Bulletin Fang closed his fist and smothered the flame before uttering listlessly, "This fire has already fused with my body. It cannot be given to you, now get lost." After throwing out this sentence, Bulletin Fang stopped paying attention to Duan Ling, who was now so raving mad he was going hysterical. Instead, Bulletin Fang turned around and walked to the Buddha jumps over the wall. The dish continued to emit hot steams and a rich aroma. The intoxicating fragrance plucked at one's heartstrings. Bulletin Fang took out a blue and white porcelain bowl and carefully scooped out, from the porcelain jar, a spoon of light golden soup. The broth was thick in consistency, bursting with a rich amount of spirit energy. "Help feed this to General Xiao Meng. This is the elixir cuisine version of Buddha jumps over the wall. It should help disperse the poison running through his body." Bulletin Fang filled up a ceramic bowl of rich soup and handed it to Xiao Yunyu. Still dazed, Xiao Yunyu was slow to respond. She finally snapped out of it and hurriedly received the ceramic bowl from Bulletin Fang's hands. It seemed like Owner Bulletin was still as cool-headed as before. The fellow standing outside looked like he was about to explode, and yet here was Bulletin Fang, calmly scooping up soup. Duan Ling concentrated his forces of energy, then lifted up the Shura sect sword, and pointed the blade right at Bulletin Fang. He tapped the floor with the tip of his toes and lifted his figure up into the air, shooting directly into the store. Buzz! A shadow dashed out of the kitchen. Blocking the door's entrance, it pushed away Duan Ling's bolting figure. Duan Ling's body spun in the air. He regained his balance, scanned with his eyes, and landed above the figure that gave him the shove. Whitey's eyes turned into a shade of grayish-white again. The metallic wings that were tucked behind its back suddenly spread open. Whitey lifted up into the air and came to a face-off with Duan Ling. Seeing this chubby metallic lump, Duan Ling suddenly evoked a terrible memory. The rage buried inside him only burned more violently. It's you who ate the departed soul orb of the Shura sect. Damn it! Spit it out immediately! Duan Ling bellowed furiously, all the shackles on his body began to clink and clang. The swipe of his sword almost ripped apart the air. The metallic wings behind Whitey flapped and converged before its chest. They transformed into a shield, ready to endure this strike. Bang! The blade came slicing down. Whitey was sent flying backward and crashing into the ground. Its fall generated a thunderous quake through the pavement. The Shura sect sword was indeed powerful. Duan Ling's eyes were seeing red as all the blood and energy running through his body lurched. Back then, the departed soul orb had already gone through half of its cultivation. Parts of the spiritual essences inside had transformed into a rich source of spirit energy, enabling him to break through half of the Supreme Being's shackles. Yet the other half contained in the departed soul orb was swallowed by the puppet before his eyes. He recalled very clearly that he had almost lost it when he witnessed that scene. The almighty semi-divine tool, the departed soul orb, was tossed away casually by that 7th grade loser, and ended up being eaten by this puppet. As for that incident, he could never erase it from his memory. Bang! The crushed stones on the pavement blasted away, but Whitey remained unscathed as it shot skyward, transforming into countless daggers piercing toward Duan Ling. Duan Ling exerted a murderous force. He twirled his Shura sect sword and sent out a sword slash that knocked away the flying daggers. Whitey's figure launched forward as if pushed by a gigantic force and dashed toward Duan Ling. The punch it thrust was blocked by Duan Ling's Shura sect sword. Boom boom boom! Whitey's fists showered down at an incredible speed, almost crushing Duan Ling. The sounds of collision rang in the air as sparks flew in all directions. Bang! Duan Ling swiped his foot and smashed Whitey's body onto the floor. He lifted up the Shura sect sword and sent it upwards. The shadow of a gigantic Shura sect flickered in the sky. The shadow of the blade continued to slash downwards, landing where Whitey crashed earlier. Boom! A deep gash was left in the ground. The residents of the Imperial City instantly felt their hearts shudder. A handful was scared to tears by this brooding technique. Splash! The crushed stones began to tumble as Whitey's figure emerged from the ruins once more. Covered with marks, Whitey's figure appeared quite disheveled. There were also light wisps of smokes floating about. Duan Yun was half a step away from the divine state after all, and so was able to subdue any Supreme Being warriors. Though Whitey had swallowed the departed soul orb and underwent a transformation, it was still no match to him. Once one reached the divine stage, one's capabilities would see leaps of advancement. As Xiao Yunyu carefully fed the Buddha jumps over the wall into Xiao Meng's mouth, Bulletin Fang walked to the entrance of the store. He watched, with scrunched brows, Whitey getting beaten up. Boom boom bang! Whitey was smashed into the ground by Duan Ling once again. It was evident that Duan Ling's combat capability had far exceeded that of an ordinary Supreme Being. Even though Whitey couldn't defeat Duan Ling, the latter also couldn't exterminate the former. Whitey was able to bear large amounts of strikes. Duan Ling wondered what this puppet was made of. It was like a tenacious cockroach that couldn't be killed. Every time it plummeted into the ground below, it would rise again in no time. This unending battle irked Duan Ling very much. A cold look flashed across his eyes. With the flicker of his mind, Duan Ling compressed the blood-colored true energy into a fierce sword will. Such power billowed and formed a sword vigor cage. The cage trapped Whitey inside, forcibly subduing it. Whitey's silver eyes flashed. Its metallic wings flapped in a struggle to break through the bars. Duan Ling wouldn't let his opponent off the hook so easily. He sent his Shura sect sword gliding through the air, hovering above the cage to purposefully suppress Whitey. With a Shura sect sword on duty, Whitey wouldn't be able to break away no matter how strong it was. Having confined Whitey, Duan Ling shifted his glance onto Bulletin Fang. A crazed look filled his eyes once more. Given your cultivation as a 7th grade battle saint, how could you possibly cultivate the 10,000 bestial flames? But so what if you did? I am still going to strip you of the 10,000 bestial flames. Duan Ling bellowed. Waves suddenly rippled through the air. Duan Ling's figure leaped down from the sky, aiming straight for Bulletin Fang, who was standing before the store. With loud explosions, he swept through the sky like a bomb, at a speed almost unbearable to the air around him. Both the Supreme Elder and Wu Fu, standing from afar, felt their hearts sink and their pupils shrink. Bulletin Fang trod with hands behind his back. The howling winds that Duan Ling summoned snapped the velvet rope tied around his hair. His black strands of hair instantly fluttered in the air. However, Bulletin Fang didn't even flinch. He continued wearing the nonchalant expression over his face. He merely cast a glance at Duan Ling, with an added touch of solemnity. The murderous look in Duan Ling's eyes amplified, his complexion overcame with a frenzied expression. This was all for the 10,000 bestial flames, so as to break through the shackles of Supreme Being Echelon. He was willing to awaken the lunatic inside him. Death will be upon you. Duan Ling howled. Who gave you the courage to yap in front of this lord dog? Suddenly, a soft and tender male voice rang in the air. Before Duan Ling's eyes emerged a doggy paw. Dog paw. What the heck? Duan Ling's heart shuddered as an odd expression crept across his face. He planned to casually pat away the doggy paw. Yet, he was hit with a big surprise the very next moment. Realizing he couldn't disperse the doggy paw, his face changed colors. Instead, the doggy paw charged forth, without any restrictions, and immediately sent him flying backwards. It was like a bullet being fired, as he was slapped with another paw. Ping! As if a rocket that launched poorly plunging back to the station, a smoky streak glided across the imperial city and crashed into the city walls. With a loud boom, the city walls were instantly shattered by this collision. Yan was unharmed, and so was Wang Xiaoi. It seemed like all the residents of the imperial city were safe and sound. How did the high and almighty, seemingly invincible war god just get whacked away like a rubber ball? What just happened? Bulletin Fang stood before the door, exhaled a light breath, and curled the corners of his mouth. Blackie, nice job. Blackie, laying sluggishly on the floor, licked his dainty doggy paw. He picked himself up, looked at Bulletin Fang, and rolled his doggy eyes. Chapter 369, This must slaughter you, black dog. Outside the imperial city, Ji Chenjiao's heart trembled when he heard the sounds of explosion from within. The image of that terrifying supreme beast from Fang Fang's little store flashed across his mind again. Ever since that supreme beast has emerged, it has never been defeated. Could the Shura sect overlord really overpower that supreme beast of a dog? Ji Chenjiao couldn't tell how things would turn out, but he certainly did not want to face that supreme beast anymore. He wasn't alone on this, as fear smeared across the faces of his troops. A gigantic hole has been smashed through the extremely sturdy walls right before their eyes. The giant hole uncovered bits of the scenery inside the city. Well, at least it saved them from finding a breach to enter the city. But even with the visible hole there, they had no courage to step in. Just thinking about what generated that hole sent shivers down their spines. The high priestess stayed in her horse carriage. She didn't make an appearance, though a commotion stirred outside. Her attention rested on the blood-colored jade talisman array in her hand. Her mental spirit gushed out like fine strands of silk and floated toward the talisman array. Splash splash splash! The city wall cracked and shattered into pieces. Crushed stones rolled all over the pavement as a figure finally crawled out of the ruins. Duan Ling picked himself up with a glum face. With a puff of true energy, he flicked off the dust from his body. He had never imagined such a trump card to be hidden in the little store. A supreme beast? And not an ordinary one for that matter. The doggy paw shoved him backward, but on a large part due to his own carelessness and arrogance. One could not deny that a supreme beast that was able to send him flying into the sky, was surely a creature at its peak stage. After all, he was an almost divine warrior. Those in the ordinary supreme being echelon were no different than ants, and could do him no harm. With hair hanging loose and covering half of his face, Duan Ling narrowed his grim eyes. He gazed toward the location of the small store and exhaled a long breath. He stomped down his foot, causing the ground beneath him to shake, and charged for Fang Fang's little store. As he soared into the sky, the crushed stones scattered over the pavement instantly dissolved into powder. Ping! After a couple of thunderous booms, Duan Ling, as an almost divine warrior, was able to travel at a supersonic speed. The city walls shook, causing those standing on the walls including Ji Chensu to be pale with fear. But fortunately, the city walls returned to a still state after trembling for a while. This allowed the panic-stricken Ji Chensu to let out a long sigh of relief. Nobody can stop me. Even if it's a supreme beast at its peak. Duan Ling bellowed, a red gleam circulating in his eyes, as if there was a ball of fire burning within. The wind whistled by as something erupted in the air. Duanling's speed increased once more, letting him dash at an incredible pace. In that very moment, he caught sight of the chief culprit that had smacked him away. A black, chubby dog was strutting before the store like a refined cat. There was a spurious smile twinkling in his eyes. What was the meaning of this? What is the deal with this dog? Duanling couldn't help but roar in anger. How dare a dog look down on him? How dare it? Boom! Duanling's speed was so staggering that he was almost invisible to the naked eye. Residents of the Imperial City were so scared they fell to their knees. This demon of a man was back. This time, could he still be smacked away? Most likely not, as the warrior within the store probably won by a fluke catching the demon in his careless state of disdain. This time, the lone warrior would probably face defeat. The terrifying impression Duanling left them was too deep. Once the blade swiped downward, deep gashes were left in the ground. He was a nightmare of an existence to the residents of the Imperial City, and could not be erased from their memories. Therefore, even when the ordinary citizens crossed their fingers for the warrior in the store to succeed, they couldn't be sure of it. Duanling galloped by, bringing with him an even stronger windstorm. From afar, Whitey thrust its fists on the sword energy cage in hopes of breaking away. It was, however, confined by the Shura sect sword while hovering above the cage. Bang bang bang! Duanling trod across the air. Every step he took shook the air. The fist he waved around was weighed down by the Supreme Being's shackles wrapped around his body. Clink clank! The sound of chains hitting each other echoed in one's ear. Duanling bellowed and thrust out a punch. It was a fist laden with a murderous intent, ready to wipe out the Supreme Beast. Blackie, who was just strutting his cat steps, also stopped on his track. The furious wind that blew by flapped the chubby meat hanging from his body. Yet, his doggy lips curved upwards. Just as Duanling's fist was about to hit him, he stretched open his jaws and let out a thunderous bark. This woof was akin to a dragon's roar, but also a lion's growl, and its overbearingness immediately stupefied Duanling. Duanling was completely dumbfounded by this bark. After a second of puzzlement, Duanling was washed over by a heavy shock. An unpleasant feeling swept across his heart. After snapping out of it, he realized that the doggy paw was enlarging before his eyes. This freaking dog paw again! It felt like tens of thousands of creatures trampling over his heart. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Boom! The doggy paw was made of spirit energy. It was gigantic in size and extremely sturdy. Duanling's speed was astounding, his domineering might overwhelming the others. From the view of the Imperial City residents, it looked like he was going to crash head-on into the dog paw. He did not manage to shatter the doggy paw. Instead, Duanling felt like his face has become misshapen. With a crash, he was thrust into the sky once again. This time, he flew backward at an even faster speed, leaving behind a trail of dust through the Imperial City. He slammed into the city walls and made another hole through the wall. Yet his body didn't stop there, as he continued to lurch backward. He ended up plowing into Ji Chenjiao's troops. Blacka leisurely retreated his paw. There wasn't anything this Lord Dog's paw couldn't fix. If not, then a few more paws would finish the job. It was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. This time, the residents of the Imperial City were really shaken to the core. The demon, who in their eyes was invincible, was smacked away once again. They must have witnessed a fake demon. One that could not even handle a dog. Bulletin Fang shot another glance at Duanling, who was sailing through the sky. He curled his lips and paid no more heed to him. Instead, he turned around to step back into the store, steering his eyes toward Xiao Meng, who had just drunk a spoonful of the Buddha jumps over the wall. Xiao Yanyu carefully fed Xiao Meng the thick broth of Buddha jumps over the wall. She was unaffected by the battle brewing outside. Xiao Meng's complexions did not change much after drinking the dish. Xiao Yanyu and Xiao Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Could it be that it has no curative effects? If owner Bulletin's elixir cuisine couldn't save their father, then they could only wait for their father's death? Why are you guys in such a hurry? The poison in him is too deep and has seeped into his vital organs. What did you take this Buddha jumps over the wall soup for an elixir of life? That'd yield immediate effects after consumption. Seeing Xiao Yanyu's despondent expression, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but roll his eyes and explain calmly. Xiao Yunye was taken aback. However, just as they were exchanging these words, the previously unchanged Xiao Meng suddenly fluttered open his eyelids. His eyes were bloodshot. He felt like there was a ball of fire burning in his chest, prompting him to wail in pain. The webs of pitch-black poison on his face suddenly began to wriggle and slowly disperse. Seeing this, Bulletin Fang gasped with admiration in his heart. It looked like the broth was serving its purpose. His gaze landed on the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, which was emitting a hot steam and a lovely fragrance. Bulletin Fang couldn't help but lick his lips. This dish wasn't just an elixir cuisine, it was also a rare delicacy. He grabbed a pair of chopsticks, ready to taste this Buddha jumps over the wall soup himself. However, at this very moment, outside the store, Duan Ling, who was just smacked away by Blackie, made another comeback. This time, however, he became a little wiser. Instead of being overly anxious to launch an attack, he floated in a distance and glared at that lord dog with alarming eyes. This dog played a dirty trick. If he weren't distracted by the bark, he couldn't have been whacked away a second time. The flames of fury burned more violently in Duan Ling's heart, as if about to burst out of his chest. However, he was no fool. He could blame the first defeat on carelessness. But a second loss meant he shouldn't belittle his adversary, even if it was just a dog. Rich surges of true energy converged on his body incessantly. Duan Ling extended a palm, and dense waves of sword energy assembled before his body and formed a gigantic blood-colored sword. The supply of true energy in a warrior halfway to the divine realm was colossal. The energy contained in this towering blood-colored sword was enough to make all supreme beings tremble with fear. This blade was going to be Duan Ling's critical strike. The swipe of this sword must butcher that haughty fat dog. Chapter 370, There isn't anything this lord dog cannot eat. Splash splash splash! Bulletin Fang held his bamboo chopsticks and neatly picked out a glossy piece of the dragon claw from the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. This was part of the dragon claw of the supreme fire dragon. It emitted a rich aroma. The layers of meat on the claw were like sparkling dewdrops. Each vein and string of muscle underneath the skin could be seen. A light golden broth dripped down from the tip of the dragon claw. When the drops of soup broke open, the aroma and spirit energy contained within suddenly burst out. The waft of flavor intoxicated Bulletin Fang. The claw of the dragon shone like a crystal. The scales had been scraped off by Bulletin Fang. Though the dragon meat was dark in color, it was still extremely tender in texture. Sniffing it carefully, one could smell the wine fragrance spreading from the dragon claw. This was because Bulletin Fang applied the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine during his cooking process. Bulletin Fang wanted to use Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew at first, but since this brew was limited in quantity, he could only take up the next best option. Thus, he settled with the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. Fortunately, the end product of this Buddha jumps over the wall soup had a superb taste. The crowd within the store shifted their glances onto the dragon claw in Bulletin Fang's hand. This was not even a whole dragon claw, but only a small part. The dragon claw itself was actually huge in size, and could not possibly fit in the ceramic jar. Gulp! Wiang Xiaoi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her large eyes fixated on the dragon claw in Bulletin Fang's hand as she drew in a chilled breath. That dragon claw was an ingredient from a supreme beast. Was owner Bulletin just going to eat it with his hand? Like eating a chicken claw? Could you show a little bit more respect for supreme beasts? Xiao Xiaolong was very curious about the taste of this supreme beast. He leered at the dragon claw in Bulletin Fang's hand. Bulletin Fang himself couldn't wait to dig in. Paying no attention whatsoever to the gazes of others around him, he sank his teeth into the dragon claw. Snap! It was tender and crispy at the same time. He broke off a part of the dragon claw. Its flesh was extremely succulent and plump, completely different from that of chicken meat. Once it touched the tongue, Bulletin Fang exhaled a hot breath. The sinews within the dragon claw were densely packed. It was hard to have this part of the meat thoroughly cooked. In comparison to the rest of the dragon meat, this was much harder to chew. However, the chewiness actually provided an unusual kind of enjoyment. Though the dragon sinew was stringy, it still had a spectacular taste. It also had a unique aroma, one not as fresh as that of the dragon meat, but that contained a kind of richness. Bulletin Fang was overcome with joy as he gnawed at the claw with a greasy mouth. Able to taste this kind of gourmet delicacy definitely put him in a good mood. This dish was made of supreme beast ingredients, which was very rare. This was a supreme beast after all, so it was much better than the meat of an 8th grade spirit beast. Spat! Bulletin Fang nibbled at the dragon claw. He walked to the entrance of the store, leaned on the door frame, and spat out 2 pieces of dragon bone. He smacked his lips and watched as Duan Ling swooped back into the battle with Blackie. The sight of Bulletin Fang relishing in this fight amused Ni Yan, who couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Duan Ling naturally caught sight of Bulletin Fang's face as well, seeing this brat gnawing at gourmet delicacies and observing the fight. He obviously looked down upon him. Duan Ling has never been belittled like this before. So, his rage elevated to a whole new level. No matter the owner or the guard dog of this store, all had to be terminated. The towering blood-colored sword swiped across the air, emanating a forbidding scent elf pressure. Blood-colored sword vigor scattered into all 4 directions. Eruptions broke out once in a while, creating dents in the grounds below. Duan Ling's hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes targeted Blackie. Clink clank! The supreme being shackles wrapped around his left hand rang as they dropped down. He glared his eyes, emitting a murderous vibe. Duan Ling bellowed, as if summoning all the energy in his body. He thrust out the gigantic blood sword with one hand. Boom boom bang! The giant blood-colored sword glided through the sky, nearly colliding with the air particles with loud pops. Both the Supreme Elder and Wu Mu felt their pupils shrink. The force of this blade was very frightening, to the point where both supreme beings were covered with goosebumps, completely overpowered by a sense of despair. They had no faith in themselves to successfully resist a strike like that. This was the capability of someone half a step away from the divine echelon. The terrifying assault of an almost divine warrior was unbeatable in the southern region. However, Duan Ling's opponent was no simple human. The Supreme Elder placed his hopes on Blackie. He stood up, both hands pressed firmly on the city walls, and watched with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, his glance flickered, his entire body shuddering. As if he has just witnessed something extraordinary. He wasn't the only one. Up on the walls, Ji Chen-su, Wu Mu, as well as all the soldiers, wore astonished looks, staring into the distance as if they had seen a monster. Back in Ji Chenjiao's troops, the High Priestess, who has been drawing up the talisman array within the carriage, suddenly fluttered open her eyelids. Her heart trembled as her scrutiny pierced through the carriage curtains, only to see a shocking scene. Blackie lazily shook his head and sauntered towards the gigantic sword heading his way. The sword was humongous in size. Slicing down, it looked like it was going to extend to the store behind it. Furious waves of wind and forces of pressure emanated from the gigantic sword, almost forcing everyone onto their knees. Perhaps the force of pressure on this sword was really that powerful. However, for Blackie, as well as those in the store, the force of pressure from this sword had no effect on them whatsoever. It at most stirred up tumultuous rolls of wind. Smack smack! Bulletin Fang gnawed at the dragon claw and shot the delicate, blood-colored sword an interested look. He secretly gasped in admiration. The blood-colored gigantic sword was made of sword wool, which was merely another form of true energy. So, in other words, this enormous sword was formed by a rich source of true energy. But how much true energy would it require? Not even a supreme being would have that much true energy, right? For the first time, Blackie's doggy eyes turned solemn. He could feel the pressure of heaven and earth on this sword. This was a kind of pressure that only a divine warrior could summon. The pressure of heaven and earth? Pity that he is only half a step into the divine echelon. The pressure of heaven and earth from someone like that is pretty much useless. Blackie muttered, and then slammed his doggy paw into the floor. Bang! A terrifying force of pressure instantly burst from his body. This force of pressure looked like it was soaring to the sky, forcibly suppressing the pressure of heaven and earth that Duan Ling had endowed the blood-colored sword. Finally, Duan Ling's face changed colors. This dog can control the pressure of heaven and earth. Duan Ling's heart thudded as if his entire person was hit by the early morning bells and drums of a monastery. However, the very next scene instilled a dreadful sense of fear in him. Before his eyes, that chubby lazy dog suddenly enlarged in size and stretched his jaws towards the gigantic sword. The sword slashed down, brewing up a storm. But the tempestuous whirls of winds all flooded into the dog's mouth. That blood-colored sword, Duan Ling's critical strike, swiped down. However, the reality did not go as Duan Ling imagined, where his sword would slaughter the dog, Instead, the Shura sect sword was gradually swallowed by the bloated dog. The black dog's tummy, having been stretched long, now looked like a bottomless pit. Duan Ling's sword, despite its huge size, was actually consumed. This scene in itself was a shock to the eyes. Many residents of the imperial city felt so limp they fell to the floor. They were simply dumbfounded, each wearing a dull expression on their faces. Terrifying, simply too terrifying. Able to gulp down a gigantic sword made of true energy, is there anything this dog cannot eat? Having just swallowed this terrifying sword, Blackie burped a satisfying burp, and then licked his lips. The swift and fierce doggy eyes finally peered toward Duan Ling. Bang! With an explosion, Blackie's elongated and wild figure disappeared on the spot and in the very next second appeared before Duan Ling. Then, he slapped Duan Ling across the head. Bam! Duan Ling was smashed into the pavement, triggering a violent quake that shook the grounds of the imperial city. Blackie was truly magnificent. Bulletin Fang nibbled at the dragon claw, excited as ever. His entire mouth was covered with grease as spiritual essence diffused around him. Boom! Blackie landed back on the floor with another large clash, and Duan Ling's figure was tossed out like a grenade. At that very moment, his entire body felt numb, all luster gone from his eyes. Thin cracks started to appear on his nearly divine physical body, as if he was about to be shattered the very next second. Rumor has it you're going to butcher this lord dog with your sword. Blackie sent Duan Ling flying backward with another strike and calmly uttered these words. Afterwards, Blackie's figure disappeared once more. With a flash, Duan Ling was flung away another time. He was coughing up blood, with his entire body bursting into pieces. How dare you flaunt before this lord dog before even obtaining the divine physique? Bam! Duan Ling crashed onto the ground again like a bomb. Splatter! Duan Ling, tossed away by the lord dog once more, glided through the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a ghost, his blood almost staining the sky. Is this ever coming to an end? He had sunk into a state of despair. At this point, he could already determine that this dog was no freaking supreme beast. It was a genuine, divine beast. As someone only at the half-divine stage, no wonder he was totally dominated by a true divine beast. He was fuming mad. If he had successfully shed away the supreme being's shackles and officially stepped into the divine echelon, how could he ever be humiliated by a dog like this? He was filled with resentment. This was all thanks to the damned bastard who swallowed the 10,000 bestial flames. Duan Ling couldn't move his body at all. He directed his burning eyes toward Bulletin Fang. Crunch crunch! Bulletin Fang spat out a couple of dragon bones. He met Duan Ling's angry gaze with cool eyes. Spat! Duan Ling was so livid that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How boring! The lord dog flickered a glimpse at the now rigid Duan Ling. He twitched his mouth and raised up his doggy paw, overloading Duan Ling's body with a dose of pressure of heaven and earth. The silhouette of a doggy paw suddenly appeared and slammed at Duan Ling, ready to completely exterminate this ludicrous human. However, the paw was only halfway down when the lord dog suddenly humphed. He gazed beyond the imperial city. Bang! A graceful figure stepped across the air, heading their way. A dainty pair of feet sent ripples across the sky. A blood-colored jade talisman was hurled this way. With a whistle, it slipped into Duan Ling's body before he was about to be smashed to smithereens by the dog paw. Chapter 371, The Woman's Got Guts and Duan Ling got his breakthrough. Splash splash splash! A blood-colored jade talisman slipped into Duan Ling's body and was instantly absorbed within, vanishing into thin air. The High Priestess, hovering in the air, suddenly widened the pair of eyes hidden behind her mask. Then, 3 blood-colored jade talisman floated between her slender fingers. She had spent quite some time on arranging this jade talismans. It supplied her with a rich source of spirit energy. She vigorously crushed the 3 jade talismans in her hand. Tempestuous waves of energy instantly rushed out. The moment these jade talismans were flattened, the High Priestess' sigh echoed in the air. The gaze that the High Priestess sent Duan Ling's way was convoluted. She was a magic array supreme being. Her knowledge of divination practices and magic arrays were not any lesser than that of the Celestial Arcanum Sect's Supreme Elder. Her mastery of divination was more advanced than any of the inheritances of such practices in the southern region. When the heaven and earth obsidian flames were swallowed by Bulletin Fang, the High Priestess instantly detected the changes in Duan Ling's fate. She foretold that he would encounter a great catastrophe in his lifetime. If he couldn't evade it, he would easily perish. Ever since leaving the 100,000 mountains, she had begun making meticulous arrangements just to help Duanling dodge this fated disaster. Yet, the occurrences of today proved all of her presumptions correct. Within the Lightwind Empire that they dismissed all along, such a formidable presence was hidden. Duanling, half a step into the divine realm, was no match for that spirit beast. The high priestess saw that Duanling's body was about to be shattered by the doggy paw and her eyelids fluttered. She clutched a stamp in her hands and activated the blood-colored magic array floating in front of her. Outside the imperial city, everyone in Ji Chenjiu's army felt their hearts thud the moment this magic array was activated. Ji Chenjiu felt dizzy, as everything before his eyes became hazy. What is going on? Ji Chenjiu exclaimed in shock. He tried to suppress the lightheadedness and glanced at his surroundings. He caught sight of his troops all slouched onto the floor, downcast and dispirited. Blood-colored beams flashed by one after another. Contorted silhouettes were dragged out of the soldiers' bodies, all floating toward the graceful figure hovering high up in the sky. This demonic lady! Ji Chenjiu's heart was filled with abhorrence. He watched as his soldiers fell to the floor, and his heart was bleeding. These were his troops, his only hope. He glared at the high priestess floated in the air, his eyes filled with loathing and hostility. Ji Chenjiu finally understood why the high priestess ordered for them to besiege the city. This turned out to be a dirty trap. Whether or not they showed up to attack the city made little difference. The high priestess only lured them here to suck out the spiritual essences of its tens of thousands of soldiers. Ji Chenjiu had a 7th grade cultivation level. Even though he was affected by the magic array, there was a strong enough force of resistance within his body to block the suction of this magic array. This was why he only felt somewhat woozy. However, the majority of his troops did not have cultivation levels as high as his. Blood-colored beams of light filled the entire sky and instantly converged above the magic array that circled the high priestess. The Supreme Elder's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the spiritual essences gliding through the air. He couldn't help but sigh. The gaze he cast at the high priestess became frosty. What a cruel magic array! Only demons of the Shura sect would commit something this ruthless and cold-blooded. Ji Chenjiu's army was essentially offered as a sacrifice to generate this magic array. The Lord Dog scanned the high priestess with cold eyes. The doggy paw paused mid-air, then continued to slap downwards. For this Lord Dog, it was one paw to end it all, no matter how one struggled against death. Bang! A domineering force of pressure almost caused Duanling's body to burst open. Thin cracks covered his skin as he continued to spit up blood to the air. Suddenly, Duanling's eyes widened. A blood-colored magic array flashed across his forehead and he twisted his head toward the location of the high priestess in shock. His pupils dilated. Duanling's heart tightened at this very moment. He saw with his own eyes that the high priestess somehow swapped spots with him, taking his place under the formidable dog paw. Ah! Ah yat! Duanling felt like something was stuck in his throat. He could only emit a hoarse rasp. The high priestess floated beneath Black's doggy paw. The blood-colored jade talisman that she pumped into Duanling's body was the shifter array. She originally intended to inject it into Black's body. However, the high priestess shuddered just looking at the creature's physique and did not have the courage to launch the array at him. This was why she chose to swap places with Duanling. Duanling had no chance of withholding Black's paw even with his nearly divine cultivation level, let alone the high priestess with her much weaker mortal body. Snap! The mask that had obscured the high priestess' face instantly shattered, revealing her elegant but pale face. Her complexion was no longer beautiful but extremely bleak and forlorn. She gazed at Duanling, who was wrapped with blood-colored gleams in a distance, her eyes filled with a trace of ache and relief. Boom! The doggy claw clamped down, and only smoke and ashes remained. The high priestess of the Shura sect was dead. The terrifying waves of energy gradually dissipated. Black gaped at the woman he had just smashed into nothingness, staring at the empty space in front of him. He couldn't help but feel dazed. Clang! A tattered metal mask fell onto the floor, emitting a crispy rang. Silence washed over the entire imperial city. Everyone held their breaths as they took this in. Their hearts were shaken with bewilderment. They were astonished that the high priestess sacrificed her own life to prevent a fatal blow for that demon. This really came as a huge shock to them. Bullet Fang also fell quiet after witnessing this event. He stuffed the last piece of dragon claw into his mouth. Akh! Duanling stared into the empty space, flabbergasted. Now frenzied, he released a long wail towards the sky. That howl was filled with misery and sorrow. The high priestess Aya was someone who has accompanied him all these years. The woman who had followed him faithfully from around the hidden dragon continent to the southern region, no matter in good times or in bad times, was no more. Cling clang cling. The chains on Duanling's arms clashed with each other. The magic array formulated by the high priestess circulated. One after another blood-colored spiritual essences slipped into Duanling's body, surging in through the magic array between his brows. Duanling's force of energy was elevating and advancing by the second. Glug, glug. Blood continued to spurt out of his mouth. His eyes flashed red as tears of blood rolled down his face. His energy fluctuated. Duanling, overwhelmed with intense hatred and a deep intent to kill, began his breakthrough under the magic array that the high priestess drew for him. Having sucked in the spiritual essences of tens of thousands of soldiers, he was about to reach a breakthrough. Damned demonic woman! Outside the imperial city, a seething roar filled the air. Ji Chenjiao coughed up a cloud of blood-colored smoke. His entire body swayed and sank to the floor. This was a gigantic scheme to slay his grand army. His heart ached, and he repented. But alas, it was all too late. Buzz! The Shura sect sword that held Whitey back suddenly trembled. It rocketed away the very next second, gliding toward Duanling. Then, Whitey's silver eyes flickered. It grasped this opportunity to smash away the vigor of sword cage with a punch, finally dissipating it. The metal wings on Whitey's back spread, its cold silver eyes fixated on the faraway Duanling. Somewhat fascinated, Blackie trod through the air as if sauntering down the catwalk. He curled his doggy lips in a playful way. Looks like he's broken away from the first layer of shackles and entered the divine stage? He is indeed resolute. No, I should say that woman's got quite some guts. Blackie humphed. The Shura sect sword returned to Duanling, firmly clutched in his hand. In his bloodshot eyes, one could see the vigor of sword sweeping across the air. Duanling's face wore a savage expression. He glared at Blackie and Bullet Fang, who was still in the store, with cold eyes. A murderous vibe burst forth. With another wretched long howl, Duanling swung the chains wrapped around his hand and sliced down with the Shura sect sword. Bang! The shackles trembled, emitting crackling sounds. As the Shura sect sword landed on it, ripples of energy spread outwards. Having absorbed the spiritual essences of tens of thousands of soldiers, Duanling had reached an elevation in his cultivation. This slice of sword actually yielded the sound of fracturing from the chains. One after another, thin cracks covered the chains. Finally, the supreme being shackles shattered. Duanling gripped the Shura sect sword, positioning it horizontally. His force of energy was like a flood pumping through the water dam, with ongoing tides and turbulent waves that escalated. On the city walls, the Supreme Elder looked like he had suddenly aged even more. He felt weak all over as he plopped himself down. His face as grey as burnt ashes. It's over. He successfully achieved the breakthrough. This was the first stage of the 10th grade divine state, the divine physique echelon. But even though he had only broken through this first layer of shackles, he was still at the divine state. Wu Mu also drew in a chilled breath. As he sensed the terrifying vigor of sword suspended around Duanling's body, a trace of despair and fear smeared across his heart. As a swordsman, he actually felt craven. This was enough to prove just how intimidating was Duanling's current force of pressure. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual essences have been sucked out and absorbed into his body, enabling his force of energy to reach this forbidding level of intensity. He had finally completed his breakthrough. Taking in a deep breath, Duanling landed his eyes on Blackie, who was hovering in the air. Blackie lifted up his doggy head and humphed. Duanling raised the Shura sect sword and pointed it straight at Blackie. Chapter 372, Who Gave You the Courage? Breaking old norms to set new ones was an accurate description of Duanling. Previously, he was only half a step into the divine stage, and so could not resist Blackie at all. His body of flesh was almost mashed up by the dog. Back then, he was in a state of despair, feeling as if his entire world had turned in a shade of hopeless grey. He was ruthlessly trampled on like a rubber ball by a dog. His body nearly broke into bits and pieces. However, the High Priestess summoned the Shifter Array and bore that black dog's fatal blow for him. The High Priestess had perished, while he, finally broke through his confinements and reached the divine stage. Duan Ling has never felt this powerful before. The aftershock of the post-breakthrough energy waves caused the true energy in his body to boil. It felt like rivers and seas churned in his energy core. His aura was as domineering as ever. The Shura sect sword in his hand looked like it was coming alive. The sword will that filled the sky suffocated everyone. This was the divine state. Somebody in the southern region actually managed to reach the divine echelon. The Celestial Arcanum sect's supreme elder goggled at the fierce Duan Ling, utterly despondent. His chest felt heavy and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Ling's gaze landed on the black dog from afar. The swelling of his power enabled his confidence to bloat. Recalling the last glance that the High Priestess shot him, Duan Ling felt his heart throb with pain. The Shura sect sword emitted a loud buzz. Duan Ling's figure shot out once again. This time, his body was rich with the pressure of heaven and earth, heading straight to suppress Blackie. A pair of metal wings spread out. Whitey's body blocked Blackie. Its grey eyes turned, after which a flood of flying daggers swept off and glided toward Duan Ling. A thick shower of flying daggers blotted out the sky. However, Duan Ling was completely unafraid. After a long howl, the Shura sect sword was swiped downwards. One after another formidable sword slashes swooped down, wreaking havoc, and immediately knocked away Whitey's flying daggers. Duan Ling took a step forward and instantly appeared before Whitey. He thrust out his clenched fist, punching Whitey's chubby belly. Bang! A figure shot out like a bomb, crashing heavily onto the ground. In the face of Duan Ling in his divine state, Whitey was no match at all. Crash crack crash! Crushed stones splattered everywhere. Whitey's mechanic eyes flickered a dim light as it crawled out of the pile of ruins. Even though it was smashed away by a punch, its body remained in perfect conditions. Duan Ling took no more notice of the annoying puppet, and instead projected his killing intent on Blackie. He must slay this dog today, or else, he could never make it up to the High Priestess. Buzz! Sword will burst out of his body. The Shura sect sword twirled around before Duan Ling caught it and threw it toward Blackie. The moment he thrust out the Shura sect sword, Duan Ling's body also shot out. A blood-colored light flashed past as the Shura sect sword sliced down. Blackie's doggy paw was lifted up. With a light wave, he smashed away the Shura sect sword heading toward him. Rib. However, Duan Ling's face remained unchanged. The Shura sect sword returned to his hands and charged toward Blackie once more. Boom boom bang! The energies and streams of blood in Duan Ling's body roared like thunders and lightning. This sword was instilled with the highest level of vitality energy he obtained from the breakthrough to the divine stage. This slash would be his mightiest strike. He intended to finish off this dog with this slice of the sword. Die! Behind Duan Ling, shadows of sword filled the sky. This strike contained an infinite amount of force of pressure. Seeing this slash, everyone's faces changed colors, and they were thoroughly alarmed. Even Bulletin Fang's complexion turned grave. He had confidence in Blackie, but with Duan Ling already surpassing the Supreme Being stage, could Blackie still handle him? Spit! Bulletin Fang spat the last piece of dragon bone out of his greasy mouth. Just like this, he finished chewing the entire dragon claw. A rich, unforgettable aroma circulated in his mouth. Who gave you the courage to make another move on this Lord Dog? Suddenly, Blackie's tender voice rang in the air. Though it was gentle in tone, it contained a thick trance of contempt. Blackie's body had become elongated. He stretched open his jaws and released a thundering roar, a bark almost akin to a dragon's roar. Duan Ling's body shuddered, and his eyes were filled with redness. He howled as well and launched another strike. Lifting up his dainty little doggy paw, Blackie did not show any mercy this time either. Bang! The doggy paw and the Shura sect sword clashed. Though everyone expected an earth-shattering collision, what they actually saw rendered their eyes dull. This collision was not an even match. It was ruthless slaughter. Duan Ling's bloodshot eyes froze. His entire body stiffened in the air. It was as if everything around him fell silent, not even a noise echoed near his ears. The doggy paw smashed down, crushing everything in bits and pieces. The sword silhouette had disintegrated. The Shura sect sword had shattered. The fierce pressure of heaven and earth that he has summoned also erupted. Even with his divine state cultivation level, the fatal strike Duan Ling launched was as fragile as a piece of tofu against the doggy paw. It was no match for the terrifying dog paw, and fragmented right before his eyes. Boom boom bang! After a moment of silence, a loud chain of explosions erupted by Duan Ling's ears. His entire person was like a kite cut loose, plunging into the ground far away and generating a cloud of dust. Despite having advanced to the divine echelon, he was still assaulted by a dog. What kind of dog is this? Duan Ling's heart was filled with confusion and despair. Not dead. The Lord Dog exclaimed in astonishment when he realized Duan Ling was merely smashed away instead of reduced into a pile of ashes like the woman from earlier. Of the divine stage after all. His body is much stronger than one made of flesh. The Lord Dog smacked his lips and sighed, but he did not mind in the slightest. If one smack couldn't do the job, then 2 smacks it is. Black's figure flickered and appeared precisely where Duan Ling fell. The puffs of smoke that rose to the air were slapped back onto the floor by a force of pressure. The Lord Dog trod toward Duan Ling with a sultry posture, walking in his signature cat steps. With each stride, Black's figure restored to his usual shape, a chubby dog. Duan Ling lay in the pile of rubbles facing upwards with a dull expression. The savageness in his bloodshot eyes has also ebbed like falling tides. He failed, again? Why? Why is it that he couldn't beat a dog even after stepping into the 10th grade divine echelon? He was reluctant to accept this but was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. His pupils quivered as he caught sight of the black dog walking next to him. That black dog raised a doggy paw, humphed, and smacked at his head. Bang! The city walls trembled, almost as if there was an earthquake, filling the pavement with long cracks. A violent explosion reverberated in the hearts of every resident in the imperial city. It boomed like nightmares in their hearts. Clink! A pitch-black, tiny metal tower fell out from the pile of ruins. It bounced against the ground and landed next to Black's leg. This was a plain, unadorned tiny tower, one without any waves of energy. It was almost like a piece of decoration. Black felt rather perplexed, finding this tiny tower somewhat familiar. Buzz! Suddenly, the tiny tower wobbled. A spiritual essence drifted out of the ruins, its face filled with a ferocious reluctance. That was the face of the Shura sect overlord. The contorted face was sucked into the tiny tower. The tower, which did not have great fluctuations of energy waves earlier, suddenly started shaking. It instantly erupted, even causing Blackett to recoil out of fright. His figure took 2 steps away from the tiny tower. That tiny tower shot up and floated in the sky. It trembled, emitting a loathing roar, and then turned into a beam of light before vanishing. Black's doggy eye ogled at that fading tower. He stuck out his tongue and licked his doggy lips, with his heart filled with bafflement. He could swear he had seen this tiny tower somewhere. But exactly when and where, he couldn't remember. Since he couldn't recall, Blackett didn't bother thinking any further. Black scanned the pile of ruins around him and lifted up his doggy head proudly. He humphed and returned to the entrance of the store walking his cat steps. He found a comfortable spot and lay down. Lad, don't forget you owe this Lord Dog a portion of the sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs. Black peered toward Bulletin Fang, reminding him of this with a solemn voice, and returned to his nap. Bulletin Fang nodded calmly. He had tasted the flesh of the supreme dragon before. It tasted superb, and would certainly taste wonderful if made into sweet and sour ribs. All right, all right. Everything is over now. Everyone, return to your own business. Bulletin Fang felt a bit eerie about the absolute silence around him. He lifted a brow, inspected the crowd, and stated calmly. After uttering these words, he turned around and returned to the store. When he said this, a heated commotion immediately stirred up like a pot of boiling water in the originally noiseless imperial city. Chapter 373, This black-hearted store has lived up to its name. Dead. All were dead. The formidable warriors who had almost destroyed the entire imperial city were simply slain by a dog of the store. Good heavens! Am I in a dream? How could there be such a domineering dog in this world? Why would such a powerful dog guard a store at its entrance? On what basis did the store owner dare to make this creature act as a guard dog? The crowd broke into a commotion, with people whispering and shouting incessantly to release the astonishment on their minds. Their bodies and hearts shuddered while their faces bore expressions of fear or agitation. Anyhow, with no doubt, the crisis that would have ruined the entire imperial city of the Lightwind Empire was averted because of that dog. An extremely strong, nearly demonic warrior had been completely obliterated. The Lightwind Empire once again survived a calamity. Some even wept with joy, kneeling on the ground in tears to pay respect to Blackie out of awe. Some began to dance in ecstasy. Though many buildings were severely damaged, and people's homes wrecked, all of these could be rebuilt and reconstructed. But if the empire was ruined, the residents couldn't possibly survive for too long. On the wall stood the totally limp Ji Chin-su. His face bore an exhausted smile and his eyes were filled with thrill. It was as if a heavy rock that weighed him down was finally lifted. It was quite a relief. Waves after waves of attacks really kept him on tenterhooks. Another supreme beast showed up after they settled the first one, a more ferocious supreme being arrived after they handled the previous two. All these surprises around the corner drained the life out of him. Though Ji Chin-su was not at an old age, he couldn't bear this degree of toss and turns. The Supreme Elder and Wu Mu exchanged looks only to witness the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Then, they both walked down the city walls, wandering toward the huge crack where Duan Ling was killed by Blackie's one simple attack. The two came to the deep hole and they gasped when they saw what lay inside. The scene in the pit was way too shocking. Duan Ling, who was at the 10th grade divine stage, had an almost invulnerable physical body. But in the deep hole, his body was completely crushed and pulped into a lump of mud. The first being to advance to the divine echelon in the southern region was easily smashed by a dog. Completely speechless, they were filled with complicated feelings. Ji Chin-su stood up, tottering as he held his hands against the wall. His legs were still quivering as he was scared out of his wits. Waves after waves of supreme beings intruding the imperial city almost gave this emperor a heart attack. He beat his brains out thinking why it was so difficult to be an emperor. During his father's reign, even the presence of an 8th grade war god was considered extraordinary circumstances. Now that it was his turn, 7th grade battle saints and 8th grade war gods were, freaking as common as cabbages sold in a supermarket. What made it more unsettling was the appearances of quite a few supreme beings. He couldn't help but feel sorry for himself given all his arduous tasks. Against the city walls, Ji Chin-su first peered towards the heart of the imperial city. Watching the imperial city full of ruins, Ji Chin-su couldn't help but exhale a long breath. The imperial city spanned across a large area, yet this battle affected almost 2/3 of the land. The only thing that slightly comforted him was that the imperial palace was not damaged. If his own nest was destroyed, Ji Chin-su would feel that being the emperor was a huge drag. All the officials made their ways onto the walls, gazing at Ji Chin-su with respect, and awaited his commands. These officials now sincerely admired Ji Chin-su. Despite being the empire's ruler, he actually exposed himself to the most dangerous zone, almost as if he were an ordinary soldier. This courage was already enough for them to devote themselves entirely to him. Ji Chin-su regained his composure and ordered for preparations to rebuild and restore the imperial city. This was no minor project, so Ji Chin-su merely went over the rough outlines for now. A more important concern was Ji Chin-jiu's hundreds of thousands of soldiers standing by outside the imperial city. More than half of them perished because the high priestess sucked away their spiritual essences. The remaining half of the army was basically in a very weak state. This was certainly an optimal situation for Ji Chin-su. Although there were only tens of thousands of guards inside the imperial city, that was enough to take care of this feeble army. Ji Chin-jiu's troops were absorbed into the local forces. Those who resisted were sent directly to prison. Ji Chin-jiu and Zhao Mushan were both frail at the moment. Being the main leaders of this uprising, they held special statuses. Even then, they had no power to fight back. Xiao Yu also returned with his mighty troops and assisted the guards in dealing with those rebels. All Ji Chin-jiu's hopes shattered into pieces when he was taken into custody. He had schemed this for such a long time, yet it all turned out to be a wild goose chase. This made him feel utterly dispirited. He rose to prominence by leaning on the Shura sect, but his destruction was also caused by this very Shura sect. Maybe this was karma. Ji Chin-su, with his hands behind his back, stared at Ji Chin-jiu in dismay. This time his face showed no sign of mercy as he coldly glared at his own brother. Ji Chin-jiu forced a wan smile, his hair disheveled, and shook his head. At last Xiao Yu locked down Ji Chin-jiu's cultivation and took him to prison. King Yu, the once domineering rebel, now faced utter defeat. The Lightwind Empire restored its usual peace and tranquility. As for some of the rebels on the run, the guards would, in the following months, begin a throughout search around the Empire's major counties. All in all, this disturbing rebellion was eventually quenched. After dealing with some other trivial businesses, Ji Chinsu finally walked off the city walls. He rubbed his exhausted head and headed toward Fang Fang's little store rapidly. The store, which continued to surprise him time after time, had now reached a very high position in his heart. Ji Chinsu was not foolish. Even though he paid some attention to the store, he never took anything to heart before today. This was due to the fact that he was more or less familiar with owner Bulletin, and because the store has never revealed such unfathomable powers in the past. However, over the past few days, none of the supreme beings who arrived could cause trouble to the store. Ji Chinsu sensed, with his sharp vision, that if this store remained, then his Lightwind Empire may have the chance to gain a reputation in the southern region. The Supreme Elder and Wu Mu also walked into the store. By now, the two dared not look down on this seemingly ordinary store. When they caught sight of the black dog sleeping soundly in front of the door, they became even more cautious lest this fat dog suddenly used its claw to smash them into pulp. Even Duan Ling's divine physique was crushed by the dog's claw, let alone them. They were just two low-profile supreme beings. As soon as the two stepped into the store, their eyes suddenly flickered with astonishment. The dense fragrance drifting inside the store lit up their eyes. Peering toward the distance, they saw Bulletin Fang scooping up ingredients that emitted rich aroma and spirit energy from the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Hot air steamed up from the ingredients. It was quite eye-catching. There was golden-skinned duck, blood phoenix chicken so red it looked like it was dipped in blood, pieces of glittering meat, black spirit abalone trickling with a golden sauce, as well as other kinds of special delicacies. The spirit energy and aroma that burst from those ingredients stimulated everybody's appetite. Gulp. The Supreme Elder and Wu Mu, who had just arrived, seemed to have forgotten the objective of their trip. Instead, they simply stared at the ingredients that Bulletin Fang scooped out. Xiao Meng drank a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup and his complexion changed dramatically. His muscles, originally covered with strips of poison, were now cleansed by dense spirit energy wrapped around his arm, and finally recovered. Xiao Yunyu wept with joy. Xiao Xiaolong waved his fist with excitement, gazing at Bulletin Fang with even more awe and admiration. Surely there was nothing owner Bulletin could not resolve. This dish was definitely a most marvelous elixir and medicine. Bulletin Fang sensed everyone gaping at him and glanced around. There was Yan with an eager expression, Ye Xiling kicking her lips, the excited Xiao Xiaolong, and both Supreme Elder and Wu Mu still in a state of shock. These folks were probably captivated by the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Bulletin Fang curled the corners of his lips, and then turned around to face them. This dish is called Buddha jumps over the wall soup and there is only one portion available. We are all friends here, so if anyone would like to have a taste, the price is 10,000 crystals for a bowl. The crowd couldn't help but gasp, absolutely dumbfounded by Bulletin Fang's words. A bowl for 10,000 crystals? This black-hearted store has certainly lived up to its name. The jar of soup was not small and it could probably pour out 1 or 2 dozen bowls. One could estimate the total value. Xiao Yunyu was also petrified at first. However, she thought about it some more, and it occurred to her that this dish contained ingredients from a supreme beast, and that it even saved her father's life. For that, it was worth the 10,000 crystals. Owner Bulletin was being honest when he said he charged them a friend's discount. 10,000 crystals a bowl was actually quite cheap. When all the poison in his body was driven out, Xiao Meng suddenly raised his drooping head. With a humph, he opened his mouth and let out a black cloud of smog. This was the toxic that contaminated his body. Afterwards, Xiao Meng's eyes immediately widened as waves of spirit energy began to fluctuate around his body. Having just recovered, his cultivation reached the verge of a breakthrough and he was about to advance. Chapter 374, This soup is really more magnificent than elixirs. Outside the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire, the shadow of a figure gradually rose up from the horizon afar. This figure had a head of hoary hair, the force of energy of a dragon, and an erect body. The grey-haired man had a formidable cultivation level. He drew up a storm as he walked forth. With every step, all the trees around him swayed violently. However, this grey-haired man, a warrior with an incredible force of energy, clutched a roasted leg of meat in his hand. It was hard to tell what spirit beast this leg full of meat came from, as it was roasted into a burnt black shade. If it weren't for the general shape of a leg that allowed one to discern it belonged to a spirit beast, it would have looked like this fellow was chewing on charcoal. PFT. How can it taste so disgusting? Duan Yun sank his teeth into the roasted leg held in his hand as he sped by, but this hopeful munch put a bitter expression on his face. The roasted leg was too bitter, almost as if a ball of ashes. It was so bitter in taste that he nearly cried. He spat the roasted leg out of his mouth, and his complexion was filled with misery. I used the exact same alchemic fire, but why can't I cook a roasted leg as delicious? Duan Yun threw away the roasted leg in disgust. Dejection smeared across his face. He traveled from the 100,000 mountains to the Light Wind Empire. Given his cultivation level of an 8th grade war god, he could have arrived at a much faster speed, but he was not in a hurry his entire way there. After leaving the 100,000 mountains, he met a 7th grade spirit beast during his journey. He accidentally slaughtered that spirit beast. He recalled Buletin Fang snatching away his alchemic fire to roast the earth dragon meat. The golden, crisp dragon meat, the glossy sauce of oil, and the bursting aroma tickled Duan Yun's heart. If Buletin Fang could cook such a gourmet delicacy as a 7th grade battle saint with the help of his alchemic fire, shouldn't he have a better control over this fire as its owner? Because of his watering mouth and unwillingness to concede, Duan Yun gave it a try himself. From then, he couldn't stop roasting meat with alchemic fire. Of course, the alchemic fire wasn't as fierce as the heaven and earth obsidian flame, but it was just as difficult to operate it. When it came to roasted meat, there was a lot of work involved. Duan Yun has gotten much more adept as time went on. However, the meat he managed to roast ended up like pig's will. Having tasted Buletin Fang's roasted earth dragon meat, and then trying his own work, he felt like the latter was no different from pig's will. After tossing away the roasted meat, Duan Yun decided he had no talent for cooking and should go back to being his alchemic master instead. However, he already couldn't go back from roasting meat with alchemic fire. It seems like I got here too late. Duan Yun could see, from a far distance, the towering city walls of the Lightwind Empire Imperial City. The walls were covered with cracks, appearing broken and shattered. There was even a great hole at the center of the walls. It was evident that Duan Yun got here too late. The battle was already over. Surely that fellow couldn't have been slaughtered by someone, so many supreme beings have gathered here. It would have pained even the best disciples of the Grand Sect. Duan Yun rubbed his chin and exclaimed quietly. He didn't worry about Buletin Fang too much. If he had the guts to snatch away the 10,000 bestial flames, then he should have prepared to face such bombardments. Duan Yun knew very clearly that even if Buletin Fang managed to overcome the attacks of these supreme beings, there was still more waves of obstacles waiting for him. The birth of the heaven and earth obsidian flame was enough to garner the attention of the Grand Sect, which used the southern region as its training ground. Duan Yun tugged at his disheveled grey hair, took in a deep breath, and continued walking forth. There were many soldiers tidying up the flat grounds of the imperial city, on which lay many shriveled soldiers from King Yu's troop. They appeared very busy. Duan Yun continued to inspect this fascinating sight as he walked away from the soldiers and stepped into the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire. A surge of vitality energy burst out of his eyes. Spirit energy wrapped around his body and trembled, generating a small spirit energy storm that whistled in the store. Even though it had formed a storm of spirit energy, it did not disrupt any of the items within the store. Xiao Yunyu's beautiful eyes were filled with thrill and excitement. Wasn't this a blessing disguised in misfortunes? One that enabled her father to reach a breakthrough? Her father was finally about to reach a breakthrough. Xiao Meng has been stuck in the echelon of 7th grade battle saint for years, unable to find a chance to break through. The Lightwind Empire finally had its first 8th grade war god. Ha ha ha! My dear General Xiao, you managed to gain from this unfortunate incident, stepping into the echelon of war god. You really are the guardian of my Lightwind Empire. A loud laughter rang outside of the store. A weary Ji Chinsu stepped in. Though he looked drained out, excitement immediately filled his face upon witnessing Xiao Meng's breakthrough. Buddha jumps over the wall soup contains much spirit energy. It is made with the meat of supreme beasts and is rich with spirit essence and spirit energy. Having been processed with a unique cooking method, the spirit energy is gently conserved and the spirit essence continues to circulate. That General Xiao can take this opportunity to obtain a breakthrough is not surprising at all. Bulatin Fang kept his cool as he gazed at Xiao Meng, whose force of energy continued to swell and escalate. With his current broader vision, he could see that Xiao Meng's breakthrough was not as simple as an advancement to the ordinary 8th grade war god. The rich sense of spirit energy on him was much stronger than that of an average 8th grade war god. This was a wonderful accumulation of strength. After a long howl, a surge of vitality energy soared out of Xiao Meng's mouth and into the sky. It was like a beam of light that shot into the horizon. The pumping force of energy on Xiao Meng's body finally began to settle. His head full of hair fluttered as Xiao Meng opened his eyes. His pale face suddenly turned rosy after the breakthrough, beaming with a healthy flush. His body, which was previously corroded by poison, was now cleansed of any weariness and recovered. One could see how he was still a little fragile, but with the new energy obtained by the breakthrough, he would be fully recovered soon enough. A murky ball of energy escaped Xiao Meng's mouth. The breakthrough was finally completed. Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong were elated. Xiao Yunyu maintained her usual reserved manner, but Xiao Xiaolong was only inches away from waving his arms and legs around while shouting gleefully. "Thank you, Owner Bulatin, for saving my life." Xiao Meng wore a complicated expression on his face as he gazed at Bulatin Fang. He knew he owed him big time. This was not something a simple payment of 10,000 crystals could make up for. What his Xiao family owed to Bulatin Fang was a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Yunyu was rescued by Bulatin Fang, Gruer was saved by Bulatin Fang, and him, Xiao Meng, was another name to the list. Oh, this family of his! When he saw Bulatin Fang, he even felt a little embarrassed. The Supreme Elder flickered Xiao Meng's fascinated look. Given his cultivation level, he was naturally indifferent toward Xiao Meng's breakthrough. He was at the peak of the Supreme Being stage. As a magic array Supreme Being, he had an incredibly broad vision. However, he was also very intrigued. Given his knowledge, this Xiao Meng was previously at a state very close to death. Especially since he was hit with the deadly poison of the Shura sect. Under the tortures of this toxin, his body should have been completely emptied. Even pursuing recovery would prove a big blow to his energy, not to mention attempting a breakthrough. Still, Xiao Meng here not only cleansed himself of the poison, but also advanced to the 8th grade war god echelon, all without further draining his strength. Plus, this was no ordinary 8th grade war god, as the true energy in him constituted that of an 8th grade warrior in the later stages. This is odd. The Supreme Elder was filled with suspicion. Wu Mu, the villa master of the White Cloud Villa, also gazed at Xiao Meng with squinting eyes. The two of them had strong cultivation levels. With their extraordinary visions, they could see that something abnormal was going on here. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder's heart thudded. His glance directed toward Bulatin Fang, meeting the latter's calm eyes. Hi! Xiao Meng recovered by consuming Owner Bulatin's dish, the gourmet delicacy with rich aroma and gushing waves of spirit essence and spirit energy. Could it be that this dish filled in the prior void of true energy and vitality energy? This dish is nothing ordinary, surely it couldn't be even stronger than the average elixirs. Thinking about this, the Supreme Elder suddenly found himself captivated. Owner Bulatin! Could you spare this old fellow a bowl of that soup? The white-haired and white-browed Supreme Elder smiled at Bulatin Fang gently. Bulatin Fang shot a look at this old man and nodded, answering coolly, of course, 10,000 crystals per bowl. The Supreme Elder twitched his lips, taken aback. What a scam! Still, to prove his suspicions, the Supreme Elder still decided to drink a bowl. At his cultivation level, he was not short of crystals. Plus, he was a magic array Supreme Being, which required even more crystals than the average cultivator. Owner Bulatin, I also want a bowl. Yan snapped back. Drool was about to drip out of her cherry-red lips. Help me scoop a bowl. The Supreme Elder will pay for me. Yan licked her ruby lips with her tongue and began to extort money from the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder has a lot of crystals and is super rich. Getting him to treat me a meal once in a while is totally acceptable. Yan thought to herself merrily. The Supreme Elder also smiled pleasantly. This lassie! Bulatin Fang certainly couldn't turn them down. He scooped up streaming hot soup and poured it into a blue and white ceramic bowl for the white-bearded elder. The rich broth, in a light golden shade, emitted hot mists. There was no oily sauce floating on the soup, making it look extra refreshing. The Supreme Elder took the bowl and happily sniffed at the fragrance wafting up from the soup. He had to admit that even he, an old set of bones who had lived so long and experienced so much, was utterly intoxicated. The aroma of this soup was enough to lure people's soul away. The Supreme Elder moved his mouth closer to the ceramic bowl and gave it a light blow, almost trying to disperse the hot steams rising up from the bowl. After this light blow, he took a sip of the burning hot soup. It needed to be described as scorching hot for the sensation to be right. The burning hot liquid glided down one's throat and into one's stomach, floating through one's entire body, almost reviving every cell. That feeling was splendid. That in itself was the delight in drinking soup. This was how the elder felt at this moment. A mouthful of rich soup filled his mouth and slid into his stomach. Gurgle. It felt like his entire person had raised to a higher level, with all the pores over his body opening up. He widened his eyes. Gleams shot out of the elder's eyes. Only one word buzzed in his mind: marvelous. However, after this marvelous sensation, the elder was overcome with bewilderment. The look he shot Bulletin Fang became more and more astonished. This was because he discovered a rich flow of spirit energy and vitality energy circulating within his body after drinking a mouthful of soup. The spirit energy and vitality energy was gentle enough to be totally absorbed into his body. The injury he has suffered from battling with Duan Ling, the Shura sect lord, was gradually recovering. Was this soup more freaking efficient than elixirs? Chapter 375, The Grand Baron Sect. The Supreme Elder took a sip of the soup and his gaze toward Bulletin Fang changed dramatically. He had never expected a bowl of soup to have the same effects of elixirs. A soup could actually tend to wounds? Elixirs demanded a rigorous process in the making and there was certainly a low success rate. Elixirs of the higher level would be even harder to formulate. This was why elixir masters had such high reputations in the continent. However, Bulletin Fang's simple bowl of soup was enough to match the capabilities of an elixir. The Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with a bizarre look, but his mouth never stopped blowing at the steaming hot soup. He took another sip. He enjoyed the sensation of the hot soup gliding down his throat and into his stomach with a satisfied look. As the rich broth hit his stomach, a tiny spot of golden light burst out of his abdomen. A toasty, warm feeling spread across his body and into all four limbs. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed perceivable to the naked eye. Its effects were even stronger than that of elixirs. Good heavens! This is unbelievable! Bulletin Fang shot this old fellow a look. Catching sight of the old man's changing expressions, Bulletin Fang smiled gently. A wisp of light smoke twirled around his hand and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his grasp. He spun the knife and lifted up the blood phoenix chicken he took out. The shine of a blade flashed across the pitch darkness, and the blood phoenix chicken was cut in half. A blood-colored drumstick of the blood phoenix chicken floated in the air. Bulletin Fang gripped the dragon bone kitchen knife and casually waved it down. The blood phoenix chicken drumstick glided toward the Supreme Elder. The rich broth of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup wasn't its only noteworthy part. The ingredients inside were also gourmet delicacies. The Supreme Elder's eyes lit up. He swayed the ceramic bowl in his hands and caught the drumstick. Rubbing his beard, the elder inhaled deeply to take in the aroma of the drumstick. This meat is so fragrant. The Supreme Elder showered it with praise. Afterwards, he grabbed the drumstick and gave it a large bite. The tender chicken meat slipped into his mouth like a river of water, transforming into thin strands of silk that glided through his teeth. It felt like his mouth was getting a wonderful massage. The chicken meat wrapped tightly under the chicken skin was bursting with aroma, sending this fragrance into the immediate surroundings. Everyone nearby became intoxicated. The dragon bone kitchen knife continued to flip. Bulletin Fang also sent a chicken wing towards Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng received the chicken wing and cupped his hands toward Bulletin Fang in gratitude. Ni Yan's eyes sparkled. She stared at Bulletin Fang and shouted, "I want one too." Bulletin Fang flickered a glimpse at Ni Yan, curling the corners of his lips. The dragon bone kitchen knife twirled once more. Slash! The chicken butt from the blood phoenix chicken and was sliced off and sent into Ni Yan's ceramic bowl. What is this? Chicken butt? Yan's beautiful face froze. She was furious. She rolled her gorgeous eyes and glared at Bullet Fang, though she kept her silence. Eating chicken butt maintains one's beauty and is very nutritious. The chicken butt in Buddha jumps over the wall soup, naturally has even more pronounced effects, Bullet Fang announced solemnly. Owner Bulletin, give this sovereign a portion as well. Ji Chinsu was thoroughly stimulated by the aroma that dissipated through the air. The fragrance of this Buddha jumps over the wall soup was extraordinary. He had tasted Bullet Fang's food before and naturally knew that Bullet Fang's dishes were always quality ones. How could it ever disappoint? After divvying up the blood phoenix chicken, Bullet Fang put away the dragon bone kitchen knife. The crowd ate the food with great relish. Faint residues of fragrance drifted around their glossy, greasy mouths. Duan Yun entered the imperial city and found Fang Fang's little store by following an aromatic scent. That intoxicating fragrance has disseminated through the entire city. It didn't take much effort for Duan Yun to find his targeted destination. Arriving at the entrance of the store, he immediately witnessed the ruins of the great battle from earlier. The sharp surges of true energy floating in the air caused his heart to shudder. It was evident that a terrible fight had just taken place there. Duan Yun could detect very clearly the mix of pressure of heaven and earth in the air. Somebody actually summoned the pressure of heaven and earth? Could it be that a war with a warrior of the divine state just took place in the imperial city? The 10th grade divine state, the first stage being the divine physique echelon. How could a battle of that level occur in such a remote little place? He stepped into the store and saw Bullet Fang, just as expected. He was about to open his mouth to say something but was instantly distracted by the dense aroma floating through the air. He looked at the crowd of folks around him smacking their lips and eating to their heart's content. Duan Yun couldn't resist the temptation and also asked for a portion. Crystals were no big issues for him. After gulping down a mouthful of soup, he suddenly lost all memory of the serious business he ought to tell Bullet Fang. Delicious. Even more magnificent than the meat roasted with alchemic fire. Duan Yun had never eaten anything that good his whole life, he was suddenly overcome with emotions. Wait a minute, surely this dish wasn't cooked with the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Duan Yun thought about Bullet Fang's nature and subconsciously asked. However, Bullet Fang didn't try to conceal this and directly nodded. Duan Yun nearly burst into tears. Of course, this fellow was extravagant enough to cook with the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Those were the flames that every alchemy master craved in their dreams. You're freaking using this kind of rare treasure to cook? Don't you know you are squandering away God's gifts? Duan Yun felt his heart chill, overwhelmed with sorrow for the heaven and earth obsidian flame. He was grieving over his own alchemic fire before, but who would have known that his alchemic fire was much luckier than the heaven and earth obsidian flame? Owner Bulletin, the purpose of my trip this time is not only trying your dishes, as I've also brought a piece of good news. Duan Yun muttered as he gnawed at a big piece of meat. He opened his mouth again. The heaven and earth obsidian flame was birthed in the southern region. This news will soon travel far and not after long, the powerful sect that uses the southern region as a mere training ground will find out and dispatch their people to retrieve it. The ones sent here, will surely have forbidding cultivation levels. Duan Yun reminded Bullet Fang and then continued chewing his meat. The Supreme Elder and Wu Mu both furrowed their eyebrows, fully alert. At their levels, they acknowledged how tiny was the southern region. The sect that Duan Yun referred to was called the Grand Baron sect, a major sect that dismissed the southern region as a training ground for their disciples. It was a formidable presence and had a powerful force of influence. For the disciples of the Grand Sect, the training ground posed no threat to them whatsoever. However, how could they ever let go of the 10,000 bestial flames, a type of heaven and earth obsidian flame, that was birthed in their training ground? The heaven and earth obsidian flame was certainly not easy to come by. When the time came, the Grand Sect would surely send warriors to demand the heaven and earth obsidian flame from Bullet Fang. The Supreme Elder also informed Bullet Fang of this, but the latter did not take the matter to his heart. He had already swallowed the heaven and earth obsidian flames. It was his. Surely he couldn't spit it out, right? Bei Gongming roamed through the forests of the 100,000 mountains with a few injured Grand Sect disciples. He had a very ugly expression on his face. His heart was clouded with reluctance, dejection, helplessness, and remorse. To say that his heart didn't itch for the 10,000 bestial flames, the heaven and earth obsidian flame, was certainly a lie. He imagined earlier that he could easily wipe out the forces of powers in the training ground and snatch the 10,000 bestial flames. However, he had never expected there to be so many intimidating warriors in this plain, remote area. The existence of an almost divine warrior. The existence of a walk that knocked him out cold. And, the existence of a freak that swallowed the heaven and earth obsidian flame. That the heaven and earth obsidian flame slipped away from him due to these reasons ached his heart. He sauntered through the quiet forest with his men. Not after long, the row of men walked out of the forest and arrived at a gigantic mountain valley. A waterfall poured down the mountain, emitting loud, ear-splitting roars. A rich spirit energy of heaven and earth filled the entire valley. A desolate palace sat within the mountain valley. Numerous figures, all dressed in the same uniforms, walked in front of the palace. The forces of energy on their bodies were terrifying. A couple of figures sat within the palace cross-legged. One of them seemed to have detected Bei Gongming's arrival and slowly fluttered open his eyelids. Golden gleams of light radiated and burst out. These dense beams nearly lit up everything. Bei Gongming's heart shuddered as he stepped into the palace. He felt like he was being watched by a silent pair of eyes. Executive. Executive Feng. I have something important to report. Bei Gongming was reluctant to divulge the news on the heaven and earth obsidian flame, but since he couldn't obtain it himself, through Torn, he still decided to spill the beans. Chapter 376, Lord Dog's Blissful Life. What news? It seemed like there was a radiance which flickered in that middle-aged man's eyes when he slowly opened it. He directed his gaze at Bei Gongming, which caused the heart of the latter to shudder with fear. That was a pair of eyes which seemed capable of seeing through one's thoughts and intentions. The moment the gaze landed on Bei Gongming, the hair on his entire body stood erect. Executive Feng was an expert sent by the Grand Baron sect to oversee the training grounds experts. He was in charge of Bei Gongming's team. His cultivation was extremely powerful and Bei Gongming, whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Supreme Being level, didn't even dare to look at this expert in the eye. Executive Feng. I found a heaven and earth obsidian flame within the training ground. Bei Gongming suddenly recalled the countless grievances which he suffered because of those aboriginals and the feeling of resentment welled up in his heart. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to take revenge. It seemed like that kid who took the heaven and earth obsidian flames possessed an extremely powerful puppet. That was a puppet which was able to face 5 supreme beings by itself. If he were to confront it alone, he would only be asking for a trashing. Bei Gongming wasn't a fool. In the end, he could only sigh with resignation and inform Executive Feng about the flame. After hearing what Bei Gongming said, Executive Feng's careless gaze sharpened. He became grave and serious all of a sudden. His sharp gaze seemed like a sharp longsword which was able to pierce through anything. In just an instant, it seemed like it would cut through Bei Gongming's heart. Bei Gongming was unable to do anything as his entire body trembled before Executive Feng's gaze. What did you say? A heaven and earth obsidian flame appeared in the training ground. Executive Feng's voice was strange as he asked Bei Gongming. The training ground couldn't even give birth to a single divine physique echelon expert. How was it possible for it to give birth to a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Are you a fool? Or are you taking me for a fool? Executive Feng looked at Bei Gongming with a look in his eyes that he would only give to retards. Bei Gongming was dumbstruck. He thought about the reason why Executive Feng would doubt his words. He hurriedly informed him of everything which happened in the 100,000 mountains. After he heard Bei Gongming's account, Executive Feng's face became slightly gloomy. You said that for the heaven and earth obsidian flame, half of your team ended up dead. Executive Feng's voice was ice cold. The way he looked at Bei Gongming caused a chill to crawl down Bei Gongming's spine. He was one of the executives responsible for leading a team and he was in charge of Bei Gongming's team. Now, Bei Gongming came back from the training ground and told him half of the members were dead? He would be the one to assume full responsibility for this matter. The sect would demand an explanation from him. Executive Feng's gloomy and cold expression caused the experts surrounding them to slowly open their eyes. They all swept their gaze over to Executive Feng and Bei Gongming in astonishment. Executive Feng greeted them by nodding his head at them before he pulled Bei Gongming and left the center of the main hall. This main hall was the assembly place of the Grand Baron sect's experts who were within the training ground. Each disciple who was sent to the training ground would need to return back here in order to return to the Grand Sect. They would return through an array which was set up in this hall. Was there truly a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Are you making up an excuse in order to avoid responsibility? Executive Feng pulled Bei Gongming into a room before he asked with a cold expression on his face. If this disciple has deceived you, both my body and soul ought to be annihilated. Bei Gongming's heart shuddered. He immediately made a vicious oath in order to convince Executive Feng. After he heard Bei Gongming's vicious oath, a glittering radiance burst out of Executive Feng's eyes. This was a heaven and earth obsidian flame he was talking about. A heaven and earth obsidian flame unexpectedly existed in this barren and poor land called Southern Region. This was a great fortune, an extremely great fortune. If he could obtain the heaven and earth obsidian flame, he would have rendered a great service to the sect. There were lots of precious objects he could exchange for. A heaven and earth obsidian flame is indeed a precious object. It's a pity that I have a more important matter to take care of. Executive Feng clasped his hands behind his back as he furrowed his brows. May I ask about the matter which is more important than obtaining a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Bei Gongming curiously asked. Executive Feng shot a look at him and coldly snorted. A smile slowly appeared on Executive Feng's face. Haven't you said that the heaven and earth obsidian flame was already swallowed and refined by someone? Its location will be obvious and it won't run away. You are now in charge of supervising that person who swallowed the heaven and earth obsidian flames, and you should maintain contact with me at all times. After I finish taking care of the illusory spirit swamp's big crystal mine, I'll hurry over and find you. When he heard what Executive Feng said, Bei Gongming was taken aback for a moment. He sucked in a breath of cold air. A big crystal mine. That was an exceedingly precious object. The Lightwind Empire's capital already recovered its peaceful and auspicious ambience. Crushed rocks and bricks filled the ground as they were the aftermath of the destruction in the imperial capital. However, because Ji Qinsu had ordered the imperial city's guards to evacuate everyone beforehand, the number of casualties was not high. Moreover, those citizens whose homes were destroyed were sent by Ji Qinsu into the plaza behind the main hall of the imperial palace. The Gate of Heavenly Mystery also opened its door and welcomed countless citizens. Each family was given a small place to stay, and they were given some beddings and clothes. Although the citizens were full of resentment and had complaints towards such treatment, they knew that this was the best they could get out of the situation. The imperial capital's reconstruction was being vigorously and swiftly carried out. Houses were being constructed, roads were once again being set up, and other similar matters were carried out. The jingling sound of metal was constantly resounding from the construction sites. As the morning sun slowly rose up into the sky, it cast its warm rays of light onto the land. Bulletin Feng, who had just awoken, started to rise from his bed lazily. He slightly yawned before he washed his face. After rinsing his mouth, he went down to the store leisurely. The kitchen was quite quiet. Since Yu Fu returned to the illusory spirit swamp, the kitchen was missing an energetic and beautiful woman. As for Xiao Xiaolong, he wasn't energetic at all. Bulletin Feng used a velvet hair tie to tie his hair up before pulling up his sleeves. After stretching his neck slightly, he walked into the kitchen. He went to the front of the store and took an extremely heavy kitchen knife before yawning and starting his regular practice. He practiced both his cutting and carving skills. Although his current culinary skill already had a considerable and impressive improvement, he knew that he could not stop his daily practice. Cutting and carving were the foundation of every chef. Only with a firm and sturdy foundation one could construct a tower which reached tens of thousands of feet. After he finished his practice, he placed the knife back on its original spot. Taking several pieces of spine meat, he planned to make sweet and sour ribs for Blackie. He looked at the spine meat for quite some time, blanking out for a moment. Ah! I almost forgot. That plump dog said that he wanted to eat sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs today. Bulletin Feng smacked his lips as extended his hand to put the spine meat back. Walking to the front of a sideboard, Bulletin Feng took out the meat of the dragon which he had placed there the day before. A wisp of green smoke twirled around his hand as he summoned the dragon bone kitchen knife. After cutting several pieces of meat, he washed them before taking out the black turtle constellation wok. The pitch-black black turtle constellation wok emitted an ancient and plain aura as it constantly revolved above his palm. After spinning a few times, it turned into the size of a normal wok and fell above the stove. Bulletin Feng lightly rubbed his nose as he took a step back. His face became slightly flushed and he opened his mouth to spit out a ball of golden flame. That flame streaked across the air and fell below the black turtle constellation wok. It started to burn quietly below the wok. Whenever he started a fire, Bulletin Fang would feel slightly embarrassed. He thought that it was embarrassing that he had turned into a fire eater. He started to cook the sweet and sour ribs like how he usually would. He was so familiar with the process of cooking the dish that he could do it with his eyes closed. His skills and proficiency were also a part of the reason he could cook with his eyes closed. Also, this wasn't Bulletin Fang's first time cooking sweet and sour ribs using dragon meat. He could be considered quite experienced in preparing it. After the supreme fire dragon's meat was stir-fried with oil, it emitted an extremely mellow and rich aroma. When people inhaled the aroma, their appetite would be greatly stimulated. Even Bulletin Fang could not help but swallow his saliva. When he smelled such a fragrance, he could not help but recall the dragon paw in the Buddha jumps over the wall which he had tasted the day before. It was truly delicious. Bulletin Fang muttered to himself. Sizzle. The surging flames within the wok disappeared as Bulletin Fang took a spoon and scooped up the red juice. He moistened the dragon meat which he had already processed with the red juice he had scooped up. Sizzle. White steam rose up from the wok and an intoxicating fragrance came along with it. The sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs. If this dish's name was known by other people, they would definitely be frightened. They would be too scared to even take a bite out of it. As Bulletin Fang carried the plate of fragrant sweet and sour ribs, he furrowed his brows as he thought of something. He placed down the plate of sweet and sour ribs and didn't immediately serve them to Blackie. The eyes of Blackie, who was lying in front of the store's door, had already widened the moment Bulletin Fang completed the dish. It took a look through the gaps in the store door boards and its nose twitched. It rose its head and tried to savor the fragrance of the sweet and sour ribs. This lord dog is getting impatient. Bulletin Fang took the violet cloud fruit tree which he uprooted from the 100,000 mountains and planted it in a corner of the store. It happened to complement the 5 stripes path understanding tree. After planting it, Bulletin Fang realized that the store had expanded. The interior became bigger and it seemed to be quite spacious and empty. There were also several additional chairs which appeared in the store, which weren't there before. Was the store quietly expanded by the system? Bulletin Fang was excited and lost in his thoughts. Bulletin Fang's excitement died down after a while. He watered the violet cloud fruit tree and took a bowl of fresh fruit juice from it. A fresh fruit juice along with fragrant sweet and sour ribs. Bulletin Fang greedily stared at them before he opened the store's door. Blackie slightly twitched its ear and retreated back several steps. It stared at Bulletin Fang with excitement in its eyes. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled upwards as he placed both the plate of sweet and sour ribs and the violet cloud fruit juice before Blackie. Today, I added a delicious drink for you. Bulletin Fang rubbed Blackie's spotlessly clean fur and said calmly. Ah! Blackie looked at Bulletin Fang in astonishment. Did this kid learn how to present gifts to show his respect for this lord dog? It groaned in satisfaction before it eagerly started eating the sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs. Blackie had been waiting for this sweet and sour ribs for quite some time. It's quite delicious, woof. After placing a piece of the sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs in its mouth, Lord Dog felt like he would weep from the happiness and joy it experienced. It immersed itself in this intoxicating and delicious flavor as it wagged its tail unceasingly. Lord Dog loves the sweet and sour ribs, Lord Dog loves the sweet and sour ribs. These were Lord Dog's happiest and most blissful days. Bulletin Fang stroked Blackie's head for a while before he stood up and returned to the store. Pulling out a chair, Bulletin Fang made himself comfortable as he curled up in the chair. He enjoyed the warm sun rays and his eyes became slightly vacant. Bulletin Fang enjoyed such a carefree life. He yawned and was almost about to doze off. However, just as he started to close his eyes, the system's voice resounded in his mind. This almost scared Bulletin Fang, who was lying in his chair, to death. Chapter 377, Host, please subdue Blackie. Temporary mission, travel to the illusory spirit swamp and fight over the big crystal mine's crystal source. In addition, the host must find the hidden treasure and use it to cook a dish. Mission reward, 20% increase in your true energy cultivation. The system's solemn and earnest voice resounded in Bulletin Fang's mind. Since he was already sleepy, it was like an alarm clock which rang inside his head when he was half asleep. It shocked Bulletin Fang and almost caused him to fall off his chair. He opened his eyes, which were still slightly vacant, and extended his hand, using it to pat his chest, and his complexion became gloomy. System, the next time you issue a mission, give me a warning first. If you appear and speak in my head all of a sudden, you'll scare me to death. Bulletin Fang grumbled with displeasure after he calmed himself down. The temporary mission will start after 3 days. You must prepare well for it. For this mission, you will need Blackett to travel along with you. The host must subdue Blackett within 3 days. If Black isn't willing to travel, this mission will be judged as a failure. Host will be deducted 10% of your true energy cultivation. The system's voice was solemn as usual. However, the content in its speech caused Bulletin Fang's brow to jump. He was astonished and bewildered by the system's request. Why did the system request for Blackett to follow me? Why wasn't it Whitey? Why did it have to be that lazy dog? He blinked his eyes and slightly grinned. He turned his head to stare at Blackett, who was engrossed in devouring the plate of sweet and sour ribs. What the system meant is that I have to convince Blackett to accompany me in this temporary mission. Bulletin Fang slightly muttered to himself. That's right, host. The system voice suddenly sounded out again. It caused Bulletin Fang, who was engrossed in his thoughts, to jump up in fright. Stop making fun of me. Do you really expect me to convince that lazy dog to go traveling with me? System, are you sure you are not joking with me? How good would it be if Whitey was the one to follow him? It was both obedient and adorable. The feel of its plump belly was also quite awesome. As for that plump dog, Bulletin Fang felt that it would be better to not comment about it at all. He was mentally exhausted just thinking about bringing Blackie out for a mission. Despite that, Bulletin Fang was startled and apprehensive as the reward from this temporary mission was quite tempting. A reward of 20% true energy cultivation. This would save Bulletin Fang long hours of work. Even if it was just for that reward of 20% true energy cultivation, Bulletin Fang felt that he had to give it a shot. Wasn't it just tempting a dog to follow him out? Wasn't it just tempting and abducting a plump dog? I'm so handsome, I'll definitely be able to complete this task. When Bulletin Fang was lost in his thoughts, several figures rushed over from outside the store and interrupted him. Raising his head, Bulletin Fang looked at them. They were none other than the beautiful Yan and the old man who had a white beard. The Xiao family's siblings were standing behind her. The dejected expression which was plastered on Xiao Zilong's face already disappeared. His complexion was rosy and glowing, his skin was white, fair, and tender. He seemed to be quite spirited. Owner Bulletin, good morning. Xiao Xiaolong delightfully greeted Bulletin Fang. Instead of returning the greeting, Bulletin Fang stared at his face with no change in his expression. Xiao Zilong's face eventually turned red like a monkey's butt and he rushed toward the kitchen. He started to practice his cooking skills in the kitchen without any reminder from Bulletin Fang. If you come this late again, you better get ready to face the consequences. Bulletin Fang stood up from his chair and shouted at Xiao Xiaolong, who had already entered the kitchen. Xiao Xiaolong almost slipped and fell as grief welled up in his heart. Since Yu Fu wasn't present, Bulletin Fang could only bully him. Xiao Yunyu gently looked at Bulletin Fang and raised her lily-white hand. She held out a big purse filled with crystals and handed it over to Bulletin Fang. Owner Bulletin, there are 10,000 crystals in it. Even if we gave you more crystals, it would be insufficient to express our Xiao family's gratitude. Xiao Yunyu's moist and bright eyes stared straight at Bulletin Fang as she thanked him sincerely. After hearing what she said, Bulletin Fang became slightly embarrassed. However, he didn't know if it was because he was too brazen or because of some other reason, but his complexion didn't change in the slightest as he accepted the purse. Wiang Xiaoi was singing a song in a low voice as she cheerfully walked over to the store. As she usually spent a lot of time in the store, she quickly discovered the change inside it. She walked around the path understanding tree and the violet cloud fruit tree and discovered that the space in the store was bigger. Smelly boss! Why does the store seem bigger today? Wiang Xiaoi stared at Bulletin Fang and she asked him. Well, it expanded, Bulletin Fang calmly replied without explaining anything to her. He was still fretting over how he would convince Blackett to accompany him to complete this mission. The illusory spirit swamp's big crystal mine? When he thought about the temporary mission's location, he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. The location was once again the illusory spirit swamp. What was a big crystal mine? What were the differences between that and the crystal mine Fatty Jin mentioned? Host, you should take note that a crystal mine is just the most ordinary vein of crystals. It is located deep underground and produces crystals. The quality of crystals are poor and they contain a great amount of impurities. A big crystal mine is also buried deep underground. However, it is a large-scale crystal mine which produces innumerable crystals of higher grade. These crystals contain fewer impurities. These crystals are the currency used in the Hidden Dragon continent. They are also essential products for cultivation. There is also the crystal source which is hidden in the veins of crystals in the mine, the system explained to Bulletin Fang. After listening to the system's explanation, Bulletin Fang finally understood the differences between the two. A big crystal mine was also a crystal mine. However, it was a bigger crystal mine which was worth more. Moreover, it contained the veins of the source of crystals. The objective of Bulletin Fang's mission was to obtain the crystal source. In general, a big crystal mine can give birth to 3 crystal sources. One of them will be a solid crystal source and the price of it is quite low. However, the other 2 crystal sources which aren't solid will be quite precious. There are mysterious objects hidden within them. That mysterious object can be some kind of treasure or some kind of elixir from the ancient times. It can also be some kind of living organism. The system would always explain the new terms and names of the objects Bulletin Fang came across. The only reason the system bothered to explain was because it was crucial for Bulletin Fang to know about them if he wanted to succeed in his mission. After hearing the system's description of the items, Bulletin Fang became interested in those crystal sources. System, do you think that those crystal sources could contain a primordial divine dragon or something like that? Bulletin Fang's thoughts started to run wild and he started to make random guesses. Host, you can rest assured. There is no way the crystal sources can contain a primordial divine beast. The energy provided by a big crystal mine cannot sustain the hibernation of a divine beast. After learning that he was thinking too much about it, Bulletin Fang started to ask more questions related to the mission. Nin and the others had already ordered some dishes. After Wang Xiaoi gave Bulletin Fang their orders, he directly went into the kitchen and started cooking. The Supreme Elder sat upright on his chair and his gaze was deep as he looked at Bulletin Fang, who had just entered the kitchen. His injuries were already completely healed after he ate the Buddha jumps over the wall the day before. The effect of the dish was more impressive when compared to normal elixirs. It caused the Supreme Elder to take this store even more seriously. He earnestly sized up Bulletin Fang's store. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he got. No matter whether it was the mysterious Bulletin Fang, that plump dog which was eating a plate of food at the entrance, or the puppet which was standing warily in the kitchen. All of them emitted a mysterious and profound aura. He took several talismans and started deducing something. He wanted to find out more about the mysteries surrounding Bulletin Fang. He came to the conclusion that it was impossible for an existence such as that terrifying black dog to be a watchdog for a normal mortal. This Bulletin Fang definitely had an extraordinary status and background. Could it be that he was the descendant of an expert from one of the factions in the Hidden Dragon continent? Maybe he was an almighty expert himself. He hid his power and feigned weakness as he opened up a store in this place. The more he thought about it, the more questions appeared in his head. Before he was able to pinch his talisman and start to deduce the mysteries surrounding this store, the Supreme Elder's body shuddered. He felt a stifling and suffocating feeling which caused his heart to shake. An oppressive and stifling aura burst out from the store and shattered the jade talismans in his hand. The Supreme Elder became slightly dazed and his complexion turned pale. His heart shuddered as he stopped himself. He didn't dare to move a single muscle. It was obvious that this store was too terrifying and fearsome. He almost suffered grave consequences from the backlash caused by him trying to look up clues about Bulletin Fang. It was as though Bulletin Fang's background was some sort of heavenly secret. There was a force which stopped him from prying into Bulletin Fang's mysteries. He felt that he was lucky as he was wary and gave up quickly. Nin took a look at the Supreme Elder in bewilderment before looking at his shattered divine talismans. This woman who was outrageously beautiful curled her lips upwards. She didn't care about Bulletin Fang's true status. The only thing she cared about was how delicious Bulletin Fang's dishes were. His identity and status didn't concern her. Several fragrant dishes were carried out of the kitchen and placed before them. Yan's eyes immediately brightened up and she started gorging herself. When the Supreme Elder looked at Bulletin Fang, his gaze contained a trace of awe and there was fright hidden in his eyes. Bulletin Fang was slightly puzzled by the look he got from the Supreme Elder. Why did this old man look at me with such a strange expression? Could it be that I became more handsome? However, he was disinclined to care about him, the Supreme Elder. After he prepared all of the dishes ordered by Yan and the rest, he walked toward the entrance of the store while swaying back and forth. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Bulletin Fang held up his pants and squatted down. He smiled foolishly at that dog who was busy eating the sweet and sour ribs in front of him. Chapter 378, If you continue on like this, you won't find any pretty female dog. The majestic Grand Serpentine City was situated within the illusory spirit swamp. The city was extremely vast and grand and its towering walls almost covered the entire sky. Atop the city walls, there were countless serpent men guards holding on to their weapons as they guarded the city. Every single one of those serpent men was spirited and energetic. A sharp glow could be seen flickering in their eyes. The Grand Serpentine City was a grand city established by the Serpentine Sovereign and it was the asylum of the whole serpent men race. All of them felt an intense sense of belonging to it and they were proud that they were able to live in such a grand city. Countless tribes of serpent men within the illusory spirit swamp would rush to it as if they were on a pilgrimage. The illusory spirit swamp was situated at the northern side of the Lightwind Empire. The western part of the swamp was connected to the boundless ocean. To everyone, the ocean was the most mysterious region. At this moment, there was an alluring woman standing above a steep mountain, at the shore of the ocean. This was a serpent woman. She had an extremely beautiful appearance and long green hair which fluttered behind her when the sea breeze blew against her. The lower part of her body was a blue serpentine tail and her upper body had the appearance of a voluptuous female human. This was the Grand Serpentine City's sovereign. She curled her tail as she stood on top of the steep cliff. Her beautiful pupils gazed at the waves which were constantly slamming against the cliff's wall as countless drops of water blew against her face. The droplets of water had a fishy and salty smell. It was precisely the smell of the ocean. The ocean was full of mysteries and it tempted many experts. The possibility of obtaining good fortune and lucky chances in the ocean would be far better than on land. The Serpentine Sovereign already reached a bottleneck of the Supreme Being's realm. In order to break through the bottleneck, she planned to snatch the 10,000 bestial flames in order to evolve and break through into a higher realm. However, she failed. She didn't manage to get the 10,000 bestial flames. Without the 10,000 bestial flames, it would be extremely difficult for her to break through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. Therefore, she only had one other choice. She had already made the resolve to leave for the boundless ocean in order to look for a lucky chance. She wanted to look for an opportunity to break through the Supreme Being's shackles. She knew that she would only be able to reach the 10th grade divine realm if she was able to obtain a lucky chance in the ocean. She decided to take care of all the matters in Grand Serpentine City before setting out into the boundless ocean. At a swamp, several hundred miles away from Grand Serpentine City, there were countless young and vigorous serpent men energetically working on something. As they dug a huge pit in that swamp, the fishy and stinking scent of the swamp started to fill the place. Along with the disgusting smell, boundless spiritual energy rushed out of the pit and soared into the sky. The faces of those serpent men were filled with excitement when they felt the burst of spiritual energy. One after another, they went into the pit and retrieved countless crystals which were covered in black mud. Those crystals glittered with a resplendent and pure radiance. Baijan, the chief general of the White Cloud Villa, clasped his hands behind his back as he stood on the mud. Although he was touching the mud, none of it dirted his shoes. When he looked at the huge pit in the swamp, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. There was a crystal mine under that pit. An extremely rich crystal mine. That mine was discovered not long ago. The Grand Serpentine City and the White Cloud Villa had a huge fight over it. In the end, they decided to work together and excavate the crystal mine together. Baijan was getting more and more surprised the deeper they dug. He discovered that the scale of this crystal mine far surpassed their expectations. It was outrageously big. Such a big crystal mine would definitely cause the White Cloud Villa to experience an explosive increase in strength. Smelly boss, what are you doing? Wiang Xiaoi looked at Bulletin Fang with a curious look on her face. She saw that he was squatting in front of Blackie with a foolish smile on his face and she wanted to know what he was up to. Bullet Fang's foolish smile was quite unsightly. Blackie, who was smacking its lips while eating the sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs, realized that Bullet Fang was squatting in front of it with a foolish smile on his face. That smile caused Blackie's eyes to widen. All of its furs stood on end as Blackie raised its head to look at Bullet Fang. "What are you up to?" Lord Dog raised its head. With its lips stained with red juice, Blackie raised its paw and placed the plate in a corner beside it, then stared at Bullet Fang warily. No one should ever think about snatching Lord Dog's sweet and sour ribs. As long as Lord Dog was there, the sweet and sour ribs would remain there. If anyone wanted to snatch the food, they should ask his claws for permission. The Lord Dog bared its fangs at Bullet Fang and revealed its spotlessly white teeth. Several tiny pieces of meat were faintly visible in the gaps between its teeth. Staring at Bullet Fang with a ferocious expression on its face, it waved its tail at him. Bullet Fang's smile suddenly stiffened. Even such a sincere and gentle smile couldn't move this Lord Dog? Bullet Fang rubbed his stiff face and mumbled to himself, "Could it be that there was something wrong with my smile?" He shot a look at Lord Dog as he exhaled a breath of stale air. The corners of Bullet Fang's mouth curled upwards and he revealed a smile which caused Blackie to feel a chill crawl down its spine. "What the hell is wrong with your smile?" Blackie really wished that he could give Bullet Fang a slap and send him flying. "Why are you casually coming over to show me such a scary smile?" Lord Dog was disinclined to pay any more attention to Bullet Fang. It snorted and turned around. Blackie stuck its butt at Bullet Fang as it continued to immerse itself in the fragrant sweet and sour supreme dragon meat ribs. Bullet Fang's face immediately became expressionless and frustration started to build up in his heart. Could it be that my smile wasn't moving and touching enough? Wasn't my smile warm and friendly? He pondered about it for a moment. He decided to give up trying to persuade Blackie with his smile. The charm of his smile wasn't something a dog could appreciate. He grabbed Blackie's tail which was wagging around and yanked it upwards. In an instant, Blackie turned its head and glared at Bullet Fang. It bared its fangs as it snarled at him. "Turn around and let's have a little discussion," Bullet Fang said calmly to Blackie. Blackie was taken aback for a moment before it snorted and turned its body to face Bullet Fang. However, it brought along the plate of sweet and sour ribs with it and continued to stuff its face in front of Bullet Fang. As it gorged its face, Blackie smacked its lips unceasingly. "Blackie, look at yourself. You just lie here all day. You have grown quite fat, haven't you? How can you attract female dogs like this? The next time I go out to complete a mission, you should follow me out. You can use that chance to exercise in order to become slimmer. After slimming down, you'll be able to attract female dogs," Bullet Fang said in a serious and earnest tone. "Attract female dogs? This Lord Dog have both graceful disposition and amazing appearance. With my astonishing charm, do you think that I need to do those useless exercises in order to make myself look better?" After Blackie heard Bullet Fang's words, it rolled its eyes and completely ignored him. When Bullet Fang saw that Blackie was behaving like this, he felt aggrieved and pained. He knew that he had spoiled Blackie too much. "Blackie, you shouldn't give up and abandon yourself. For the sake of your beautiful future, you should stand up and change yourself." Bullet Fang persuaded Blackie with an earnest tone. He was patient and didn't try to rush Blackie. "Let's go on a trip and take a look at the outside world. You can lose some weight while we are at it." Blackie completely ignored this demented Bullet Fang. It continued eating the sweet and sour ribs. The dish was made from a supreme dragon's meat and he found it extremely delicious. The more he ate, the sweeter he found the meat. That fruit juice Bullet Fang gave him tasted really good as well. Eating sweet and sour ribs while drinking that fruit juice was the best thing in Blackie's life. Bullet Fang felt like he was disregarded and ignored. He felt as if he wasn't even worth a plate of sweet and sour ribs. "Looks like I have to take out my trump card." Bullet Fang's complexion suddenly became solemn and he looked at Blackie with a harsh expression. Since Blackie loved the sweet and sour ribs so much, Bullet Fang thought of a plan. It was extremely convenient, actually. "Blackie, will you follow me to take a stroll outside or not? If you are not willing to follow me out, don't ever dream of eating the sweet and sour ribs again. I won't ever cook them for you. If you manage to get yourself another plate of sweet and sour ribs, consider me a loser." Snort. "Little dog, If I threaten to not make any more sweet and sour ribs for you, you'll definitely obey me. Bulletin Fang thought about it calmly and the corners of his mouth curled upwards to reveal a terrifying smile. Blacka's whole body stiffened as it raised its head and looked at Bulletin Fang's scary smile. Sticking out its tongue, Blacka continued to eat the sweet and sour ribs. Bulletin Fang felt as though there was a gust of cold wind which blew against him. He felt a slight chill run down his back. He wondered about why Blacka wasn't worried about his threat. Could it be that even depriving him of the sweet and sour ribs wasn't enough to make him listen to me? Blacka truly didn't care about Bulletin Fang's threats at all. Wasn't it just not eating sweet and sour ribs? When there was no sweet and sour ribs to eat, Lord Dog would just sleep for several hundred years. Why would he be worried that there was no sweet and sour ribs to eat when he was asleep? Blacka felt as though Bulletin Fang was really childish to threaten him with sweet and sour ribs. Bulletin Fang was speechless when he saw that Blacka was ignoring his threats. Standing up, he shook his legs which were slightly stiff from squatting for so long. Why was it so difficult to make this lazy dog go on a single trip? Wasn't he just sleeping and eating every day? How would it ever find a pretty female dog like this? Bulletin Fang clasped his hands behind his back and he walked around the entrance of the store. From far away, Ji Chin-su, who had several eunuchs at his side, took big strides as he walked toward the store. Bulletin Fang suddenly stopped walking as he thought of something. Turning his head, he looked at Blackie and said, "How about? If you go out with me to finish a mission, I'll double the amount of sweet and sour ribs you receive." Double the amount? Double the amount? The amount? Amount? Blackie's ear twitched slightly as it pulled its head out of the plate. It stared at Bulletin Fang with a gaze which glittered. Bulletin Fang instantly jumped in fright. Bulletin Fang raised his brows as he stared at Blackie. Sticking out its tongue, Blackie licked its lips. Blackie slowly raised its small and exquisite paws as he pointed towards the sky. Ji Chin-su, who was full of joy and excitement as he walked toward the store, became pale when he saw that Lord Dog's paw was raised. His legs became weak and he wasn't able to walk properly. What was wrong with Lord Dog? Could it be that I unknowingly offended Lord Dog? Why are you raising your paws? If you have something against me, then just tell me directly. Don't raise your paws, it's dangerous. A radiance burst out of Lord Dog's eyes. Lord Dog was extremely excited now. It lifted 2 fingers from its paws and pointed towards the skies. Multiply it up by another fold. I want you to triple the amount of the sweet and sour ribs. If you are not willing, there is nothing to discuss anymore. Lord Dog's mild and manly voice could be heard clearly by everyone around. Bulletin Fang fell into silence before he agreed to Blackie's request. With an expressionless face, he said, "Okay." Bulletin Fang was dumbfounded when he heard Blackie's condition. Blackie didn't have the slightest bit of integrity. As it turned out, subduing Blackie was really easy. It was just the matter of adding several more pieces of the sweet and sour ribs. Chapter 379, Ji Chin-su's request. Far away from Bulletin Fang and Blackie, Ji Chin-su only dared to approach the store after seeing that Bulletin Fang returned in satisfaction. His entire body was trembling all over as he approached the store. He was extremely afraid of Blackie. It suddenly raised its paw without any reason. Was that paw something which could be so casually raised? That paw once slapped a supreme being to death. How could Ji Chin-su not be afraid? Ji Chin-su only dared to approach the store after seeing that Blackie had turned its attention to the porcelain plate in front of it. When he saw Blackie stuffing its face with sweet and sour ribs, Ji Chin-su led his eunuchs and cautiously entered the store. Today, he had some matters which he wanted to discuss with Bulletin Fang. After entering the store, Ji Chin-su couldn't help himself. He took a deep breath as the air in the store was filled with a fragrant and sweet smell. He really enjoyed it. He didn't immediately look for Bulletin Fang and discuss the matter. Instead, he looked for a seat and ordered some dishes. Of course, he ordered a bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine to go with his food. After eating and drinking, he declared, "Owner Bulletin, this sovereign has something to talk to you about." Ji Chin-su addressed the issue as he gazed toward Bulletin Fang, who was curling up on a chair. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes as he turned his head to look at Ji Chin-su. There was a puzzled look on his face. You should also be aware of the extremely terrifying fight which occurred between supreme beings. Almost half of the imperial capital was destroyed in that fight. Countless citizens became homeless after it. They became somewhat dispirited. Ji Chinsu sighed as he slowly spoke. Bulatin Fang quietened down and he didn't utter a word. He stared at Ji Chinsu with no change in his expression. This sovereign earnestly requests that you can cook some dishes for the citizens. I want to use your delicious dishes to calm them down and bring them some relief. Ji Chinsu sincerely looked at Bulatin Fang. This was the solution he came up with after thinking about it for a long time. Owner Bulatin's dishes were able to please everyone. This should be a good solution to alleviate the citizens' grief. However, he wasn't sure whether Bulatin Fang would be willing to cook for them. Of course, he had no idea how much payment Bulatin Fang would demand. After all, it would take a huge amount of food to satisfy the number of people Ji Chinsu wanted to feed. Bulatin Fang had to cook for half of the population in the imperial capital. That was a lot of food. After hearing Ji Chinsu's request, Bulatin Fang looked at him in astonishment. He would never have expected that Ji Chinsu's request would be to cook. Bulatin Fang didn't reject his request. After all, he was the reason why the fight between the supreme beings occurred. He could be considered somewhat responsible for the destruction of the imperial capital. He definitely would not mind cooking for them. He already convinced Blackett to follow him out for the mission. As such, he would be leaving the imperial capital after 3 days. Thus, Bulatin Fang knew that he had to start early in order to complete Ji Chinsu's request in time. After Bulatin Fang informed Ji Chinsu about his conditions, a trace of excitement appeared on Ji Chinsu's face. As long as Bulatin Fang was willing to do it, everything would be fine. As for when the request was completed, the earlier the better. Bulatin Fang saying that he would complete the request within 3 days wasn't considered a condition at all. They agreed that the event would be set for the next day. After Ji Chinsu returned to the imperial palace, he immediately ordered for people to disseminate the news. The news that the Black-Hearted Store's owner would cook for all of the citizens in the imperial capital quickly spread through the city. Everyone was excited and looking forward to it. The reputation of that shady store was increasing significantly in the imperial capital. Everyone, from 4-year-old kids to those old men who were in their 80s, knew about the store. How could they not get excited when they heard that the owner of such a famous store would cook for them? There were even some people who were so excited that they couldn't fall asleep at night. On the following day, when morning came, Bulatin Fang crawled out of his bed pretty early and went to the kitchen to practice his cutting and carving skills. After he was done practicing, he prepared several folds of the sweet and sour ribs for Blackie, who was lying beside the door. He opened the store after he fed Blackie. Xiao Xiao Long and Wiang Xiao Ai appeared at the entrance of the store before long. Bulatin Fang left Xiao Xiao Long in the store and he brought Wiang Xiao Ai along with him as he walked towards the Light Wind Empire's imperial palace. Since he accepted Ji Chinsu's request, he would naturally keep to his word. Yesterday, he already informed Ji Chinsu about all of the ingredients he required. Ji Chinsu said that all of them would be prepared before Bulatin Fang arrived. Bulatin Fang was now going over to the main hall in order to process and deal with the ingredients. The Lightwind Empire's imperial capital, the Gate of Heavenly Mystery Square. The vast Gate of Heavenly Mystery Square was filled with countless citizens. It seemed as though it had turned into a small-scale market. When their houses were destroyed in the battle some time ago, all of them gathered at the Gate of Heavenly Mystery Square. Some of them had set up tents and others had set up stalls. The owners of the stalls seemed quite satisfied as their business was pretty good. Such a scene which was buzzing with activity thoroughly dumbfounded Bulatin Fang. He felt as though he had returned to the food market in his previous world. Bulatin Fang led Wiang Xiao Ai as they squeezed through the Gate of Heavenly Mystery Square. They eventually entered the imperial palace. Ji Chinsu was already waiting for Bulatin Fang in the main hall. The moment Bulatin Fang appeared, Ji Chinsu personally led him to the imperial kitchen. The imperial kitchen was extremely tidy and neat, and the moment Bulatin Fang stepped into the imperial kitchen, the countless cooks who were in the kitchen stared at him with sparkling eyes. Bulatin Fang was the idol of all the chefs in the Lightwind Empire's imperial capital. After looking at the ingredients which were enough to fill up a whole room, Bulatin Fang nodded his head calmly. He took out a kitchen knife and started to process the ingredients skillfully. The speed which Bulatin Fang waved his kitchen knife was extremely quick and swift. In the eyes of ordinary people, they could only see the blurred figure of a knife flying around. The sound of the collision of the knife and the cutting board sounded like melodic music. When flashes of light flickered across the knife in Bullet Fang's hand, it seemed to have transformed into a meteor which streaked across the sky. It dazzled everyone present. That big pile of ingredients was completely processed in just a short while. After he was done processing the ingredients, Bullet Fang started to cook. A dish which could be cooked in great quantities and was suitable for a huge amount of people would obviously be the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings. It was the dish which won the previous 100 families' banquet. Cooking such a dish would definitely not smear Bullet Fang's reputation. When the countless white and boiled dumplings were ready, bowls which emitted dense steam were carried out to the citizens. Cheering sounds immediately broke out from the gate of Heavenly Mystery Square as the countless citizens had been waiting for a long time. When the first citizen nibbled on a rainbow-colored crescent moon dumpling, the minced meat in the dumpling emitted a sweet scent which filled the area. The rainbow-colored crescent moon dumpling emitted many types of fragrances. When rays of beautiful light burst out from the dumpling, multicolored clouds formed in the air. A satisfied expression filled the faces of the citizens who ate the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumpling. The sadness and grief the citizens felt due to the loss of their homes had been alleviated because of the dish. They all felt full of hope and expectation for the future. In a place towering high above the 100,000 mountains, Executive Feng led a group of disciples as he walked out of the main hall and stepped into the square. His gaze swept through everyone in the square and an ice-cold expression appeared on his serious face. There wasn't even the slightest trace of a smile on his face when he addressed them. Usually, none of you would ever get to enter the training ground. However, this time, I'll be leading all of you into it. There, all of you will be facing the Aboriginal people who are living in the training ground. You all need tempering and experience of life and death battles. The Aboriginals there don't have high levels of cultivation and will be your opponents. This is a test for all of you. I hope that you will not disappoint me and fail to meet the sex expectations, Executive Feng said earnestly and solemnly. The moment he finished his speech, two people who wore long grey gowns appeared behind him. Executive Feng nodded toward them and an extremely powerful aura burst out from the two of them. They formed countless seals with their hands as a formless fluctuation swept through everyone present. Countless rays of light poured into every one of the disciples who were going to set out to the training ground. After it was done, Executive Feng nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. A giant warship appeared in the air and gradually became bigger until it covered the entire sky. That majestic warship floated in the air as it emitted a boundless aura. When the disciples looked at the warship in the air, a frantic and frenzied expression appeared on their faces. When all of the disciples had boarded the warship, Executive Feng stepped on the air and walked toward it. A rumbling sound which rivaled that of Buddhist drums resounded through the sky. The warship started to ascend slowly into the sky. After reaching a certain altitude, it emitted an intense whistling sound as it sped through the skies. It rushed out of the 100,000 mountains and went toward the illusory spirit swamp. We can't fail this time. We have to obtain the big crystal mine. The mine should be controlled by the Grand Sect and we must mercilessly kill any Aboriginal who dares to stand in our way. Executive Feng proudly stood at the front of the warship despite the strong wind blowing against him. His clothes fluttered behind him as the warship sped toward the illusory spirit swamp. The warship eventually flew out of the 100,000 mountains. When it passed by the clear sky pagoda, there was no expert who dared to approach the ship. All of the experts in the clear sky pagoda were frightened. Executive Feng, who was standing at the front of the warship, shot a look of disdain toward the clear sky pagoda. After the warship left, the aggrieved Bei Gongming, who was in a sorry state, set out toward the Lightwind Empire's capital. His objective was to arrive at the imperial capital and supervise that kid who swallowed the heaven and earth obsidian flames. He would wait for Executive Feng to return and snatch back the 10,000 bestial flames. Bei Gongming, who was full of ressentiment, was looking forward to seeing the pitiful fate of the kid who pounded him 3 times with a wok. Executive Feng was in existence at the divine physique echelon. It would be easy for him to deal with a kid at the 7th grade. Even that puppet who was able to fight against supreme being experts was just an ant in front of a divine physique echelon expert. You should tremble in fear, damned Aboriginal. I already prepared a special black wok to pound you with. Chapter 380, Yu Fu cannot continue studying culinary arts from you. After Bullet Fang opened the store's door, the warm and comforting rays from the sun fell onto his body. Blackie was lying on the ground squinting its eyes as it rested. It didn't care about Bullet Fang who had just exited the store. Bullet Fang, who wore a white long gown, yawned and stretched himself as he walked toward Blackie, who was sleeping at the entrance of the store. When Bullet Fang reached out his hand to stroke Blackie's head, it woke up and glared resentfully at Bullet Fang. "If you didn't bring any sweet and sour ribs, then don't disturb your lord dog. Wake up and prepare to leave. We'll be heading out to complete the mission soon." Bullet Fang curled the corners of his mouth upwards and he completely ignored Lord Dog's resentful glare. He continued to stroke Blackie's head as he calmly told Blackie to get ready for the mission. After it heard Bullet Fang, Blackie was taken aback. Perform a mission? Bullet Fang already entrusted Xiao Xiaolong with the store, so he didn't need to be worried at all as Xiao Xiaolong was already familiar with the daily affairs of the store. This was because Bullet Fang had been traveling out quite frequently. Bullet Fang stood up and slightly raised his head. He looked at the countless specks of white light which were appearing in the air. The specks of white light formed a mysterious and profound teleportation array. "Host, get ready, as the teleportation array to the illusory spirit swamp will be activated soon." The system's solemn and earnest voice resounded in Bullet Fang's mind. It caused his heart to shudder slightly. Lord Dog raised its head and shot a glance at the teleportation array above Bullet Fang. A trace of astonishment flashed in its eyes. A great distance teleportation array? Using such an array for such a short distance is truly a waste. The Lord Dog inwardly murmured to itself. Before long, waves of wind could be seen coming out from the array endlessly. Swoosh! 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 A strong hurricane surged out of that array and wrapped around Bullet Fang. Was the teleportation beginning? Bullet Fang called Blackie over and it calmly stood up and walked over with 2 legs. It was like a cat who stood up on both of its hind legs as it walked over with a pace which was not fast nor slow. It gradually walked into the center of the hurricane. Buzz! A fluctuation echoed through the store and Bullet Fang disappeared together with Blackie. The store's front became peaceful and calm again. In the illusory spirit swamp. In the sky above a part of the swamp, countless specks of light appeared out of nowhere and covered the entire sky. The light specks slowly gathered and formed an array. Gales of wind rose and swept through the mud in the swamp. The mud was stirred up and it caused splashing sounds to echo through the swamp. The faces of the small spirit beasts who lived in the swamp were filled with confusion as they were swept up into the air. Before long, the gales disappeared and the figure of a man appeared above the swamp. When the wind disappeared, the mud which was swept up fell to the ground and splashing sounds could be heard everywhere. Blackie stood beside Bullet Fang as it scanned its surroundings with a disgusted look on its face. The entire place was filled with sticky, stinking mud. Blackie couldn't help but seal its own nose. Where the hell were they? After Bullet Fang observed the surroundings, he found the place slightly familiar. Although everywhere seemed to look the same in the illusory spirit swamp, there were exceptions. If we walk further into the swamp, we might reach the Serpent Men herb farm. Yu Fu's Serpent Men tribe was located there as well. Bullet Fang thought to himself and slightly squinted his eyes. If I didn't remember wrongly, that girl Yu Fu returned to her tribe not too long ago. After returning, there was no more news about her. Could it be that she became too attached to her home and didn't want to return to the store? Since he was here at the illusory spirit swamp today, Bullet Fang decided to pay Yu Fu's tribe a visit. He wanted to see what happened to that serpent woman, Yu Fu. If things went the way it should, she should have already returned to the store. When he thought about it, Bullet Fang led Blackie, whose face was filled with disgust and dissatisfaction, toward the Serpent Men tribe. Just like what he expected, after a short while, they saw the simple and crude fence around the Serpent Men herb farm. Since they found the herb farm, they should be near the Serpent Men tribe. Bullet Fang climbed over the fence while Blackie waved its paw and destroyed it. Raising its head, Blackie strode through the fence like a proud cat. When Bullet Fang saw that Blackie had demolished the fence, he rolled his eyes at it. What a prideful dog! The spirit herbs within the herb farm were still luxuriant and exuberant. However, Bullet Fang would obviously not care about some low-grade spirit herb like these. As for Blackie, the spirit herbs were not even worth a glance. A human and a dog quickly crossed over the herb farm. While they were doing so, they were naturally spotted by the serpent men who were guarding the farm. Who's there? A loud shout came from the guards and countless serpent men surrounded Bullet Fang and Blackie. All of them held lances in their hands. Bullet Fang calmly looked at those serpent men who surrounded him and he furrowed his brows. Don't create trouble here. Just hurry up and call your patriarch, Yu Feng, over here. Bullet Fang's words shocked all of the serpent men who were surrounding him. Was this human and dog duo retarded? Why would the patriarch appear just because you called him over? Are you cracking a joke right now? A disdainful and cold smile emerged on the faces of the guards. This human was too arrogant and conceited. Was the patriarch someone he could meet whenever he wanted? Obediently come with us. The patriarch isn't someone who will meet random people who arrive in our territory. One serpent man guard coldly sneered and shot a look at Blackie who was beside Bullet Fang. Waving his lance, it emitted a cold chill and the guard pointed the lance at Bullet Fang. Blackie looked at that group of guards which were waving their lances and its eyes slightly flickered. The idea of lifting its paw emerged in its head. It would require just a wave of my paw to take care of these ant-like serpent men. Why is this kid Bullet Fang arguing with them? We should quickly finish the mission. That way, we can return to the shop and sleep. When he saw that Blackie was about to attack them, Bullet Fang lightly coughed and stopped Blackie. Turning his head, he gazed at those serpent men and the aura of a 7th grade battle saint burst out from his body. You shouldn't casually wave your paws. We must subdue people with our words and reason. Bullet Fang thought to himself. Those guards weren't stupid. The moment they sensed the aura of a 7th grade battle saint coming from Bullet Fang's body, their expressions changed. Was this human a 7th grade battle saint? The feeling of fright welled up in the hearts of those guards. The strongest among them was only a 5th grade battle king. How was it possible for them to confront a 7th grade battle saint? Lead me to meet your patriarch, Bullet Fang said calmly to the guards. How could they possibly refuse him? They obediently brought Bullet Fang and Blackie over to their tribe. Although Bullet Fang came to their tribe in the past, they didn't recognize him at all. At a distant place, it seemed like the rest of the serpent men received the news about Bullet Fang invading their territory. Countless elite serpents men guards rushed out and a loud roar came from behind them. Who dares to invade the serpent men tribe? When the angry shout resounded through the swamp, a figure rushed over from a distant place. Mud splashed everywhere behind the figure as it moved through the swamp. The serpent man Ani widened his eyes as he swept his gaze all around him. When the other serpent men saw him, a look of respect appeared on their faces. The serpent man Ani was the commander of the guards. His cultivation had reached the 7th grade battle saint realm. He was extremely powerful in the eyes of the guards. If Commander Ani got angry, the human who invaded their tribe would definitely die. The aura which was emitted by Ani was extremely powerful. When he widened his eyes, they seemed to be like a pair of bronze bells. His upper body was filled with bulging muscles which contained explosive strength. The moment he appeared, he glared at the guards who were around him. You said that a human invaded our tribe? He arrogantly demanded to meet our leader. Ani asked them. While he was asking his question, his gaze passed the guards and landed on Bullet Fang, who was standing in the middle of those guards. Bullet Fang looked at Ani with a faint smile on his face. When the serpent men saw Ani, they became bolder. They quickly informed Ani about what happened and they slightly altered the story. They sneakily fanned the flames as they wanted their commander to help them take revenge on this human. Arrogant human, you are in deep trouble now. Since you dared to be pretentious, you should pay and suffer for your actions. However, the scene which played out was completely out of their expectations. The complexion of the guards stiffened and their voices gradually began to fade out. They widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw what was actually happening. Their commander, Ani, whom they admired and respected, rushed over to the human. Ani's overbearing attitude disappeared the moment he saw the human. After rushing over to him, Ani fawned over him and treated the human extremely respectfully. All of the serpent men guards were dumbfounded when they saw what was happening. Was this still the commander Ani who was usually dignified and awe-inspiring? Was he still the overbearing commander Ani who was able to tear apart 6th grade spirit beasts barehanded? Was he still the powerful commander Ani who could cut down 7th grade spirit beasts? Oh, Owner Bulletin, why did you come here? If you were coming over, you should have informed me of your arrival. The moment Ani saw Bullet Fang, his heart shuddered with fright. He was surprised to see Bullet Fang in the illusory spirit swamp and he quickly greeted the visitor. When he thought about the identity of the human standing before him, he couldn't help but be respectful. This was the owner of the shady store in the Lightwind Empire's capital. The power behind his store was extremely impressive, and countless corpses of 8th grade war gods were buried because of the store. He didn't dare to confront Bulletin Fang at all. Let alone confronting Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was his idol. I even wanted to study the culinary arts from Bulletin Fang, but he was mercilessly rejected by him. However, that didn't affect the feeling of worship and adoration I had for Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang looked at I, whose face was full of respect and excitement. He felt as though he was looking at one of his fans. Bulletin Fang found this both funny and embarrassing at the same time. What happened to Yu Fu? Shouldn't she have already returned to the tribe? Could it be that the matters of the tribe were not settled? Bulletin Fang didn't beat around the bush. He stared at I and directly asked him about Yu Fu. The reason why he came to this Serpent Men tribe was because he wanted to know more about Yu Fu's matter. That lassie was his apprentice and he should properly take care of her. When Bulletin Fang mentioned Yu Fu's name, the complexion of all the Serpent Men surrounding him became quite ugly. I's smile froze when he heard Bulletin Fang's question. Even though he was excited when he met Bulletin Fang, when Yu Fu's name was mentioned, I was shocked. With an embarrassed expression, he looked at Bulletin Fang and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Bulletin Fang was slightly bewildered by the changes in I's expression. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened?" I took a deep breath when he noticed that Bulletin Fang's expression was getting colder. His heart shuddered in fright. He shot a look at the lazy dog beside Bulletin Fang as his pupils contracted. He felt as though an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and he found it difficult to breathe. Why on earth was this dog here? This plump dog was terrifying. It was as scary as a demonic fiend. That unforgettable scene of this black dog slapping countless 8th grade war gods was etched in his memory. I was frightened just by looking at Blackie. When he turned his head to look at Bulletin Fang, I's heart shuddered again. In the end, he still opened his mouth to tell Bulletin Fang the truth. While he was telling Bulletin Fang everything, his gaze wandered around. It was obvious that he didn't dare to look into Bulletin Fang's eyes. Yu Fu. Her current situation experienced some changes. She isn't in the tribe now. In the future, she may not be able to go back. She may not be able to study the culinary arts from you anymore. Chapter 381, How can you know how powerful I am? Yu Feng may not return to study culinary arts from you in the future. I informed Bulletin Fang in apprehension while paying careful attention to his expression. He was scared that if Bulletin Fang felt displeased, the dog beside Bulletin Fang would slap him to death. However, his worries were unnecessary, as Blacka didn't care for him at all. How could a little serpent man be worth Lord Dog's effort to lift his paws? Contrary to I's worry, upon hearing his words, Bulletin Fang didn't fly into a rage. He only furrowed his brows slightly, feeling puzzled. What do you mean? What's happened to Yu Fu? Bulletin Fang asked in confusion. I's heart relaxed, but he didn't dare face Bulletin Fang's questioning gaze. Instead, he gritted his teeth and replied, "It will be better if the Patriarch personally informs you about this. I'm really quite stupid, so I wouldn't be able to explain it to you clearly." Bulletin Fang didn't mind, so he only nodded. After I saw Bulletin Fang nod, he was quite delighted. He quickly turned around and glared at the Serpent Men guards in the surrounding. "Go back. Why are you all whipping out your lances? This senior is a friend of our Serpent Men tribe." He donned a serious expression and waved his hand about as he scolded them, and at that moment, he really seemed like a commander. Bulletin Fang watched the scene in amusement, and let I show him the way. Countless Serpent Men fervently watched Bulletin Fang and I leave. As they walked, I excitedly introduced all the Serpent Men tribe's matters to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was astonished. In such a short time, since he'd last been there, the tribe had undergone a drastic change and was nothing compared to its previous crude and simple look. The tribe was now flourishing. The Serpent Men were a small tribe, but their houses had undergone a change beyond recognition. The Serpent Men themselves had also become more spirited and vigorous. I led Bulletin Fang into a small cabin and let him rest for the time being, while I, who swayed his tail, went out to look for the Patriarch. Bulletin Fang nodded and clasped his hand behind his back as he waited in the cabin, which seemed more refined than it used to be. He had come seeking the crystal mine in the illusory spirit swamp, so he decided to ask the tribe's patriarch about it. After all, he wasn't familiar with the illusory spirit swamp, so it would be easier for him if he had the patriarch show him the way. A short while later, I returned with several other serpent men. One of them was the serpent man Yu Feng, who seemed to be in high spirits. Yu Feng was the current patriarch of the tribe because his cultivation was the strongest. Beside him, there were several elders of the tribe, however, Yu Fu wasn't present amongst them. The weird ambience made Bulletin Fang raise his eyebrows. It seemed that the matter wasn't as simple as he had initially thought. Haha! Owner Bulletin, we welcome you to our tribe. When Yu Feng arrived, there wasn't the slightest trace of disrespect on his face, and he respectfully led the elders beside him as he came over to Bulletin Fang while laughing. Bulletin Fang wasn't fervent like him, so he just calmly nodded to acknowledge the greeting. The indifferent acknowledgement made Yu Feng feel slightly embarrassed. His warm greeting had received a cold response. This was truly tactless. I won't beat around the bush. I told me that Yu Fu no longer desires to continue studying culinary arts from me. Bulletin Fang got right to the point and asked Yu Feng, directly. Upon hearing Bulletin Fang's inquiry, Yu Feng's expression changed, and he awkwardly replied, I doesn't know how to speak properly. How could Yu Fu no longer desire to study culinary arts from Owner Bulletin? She considered her apprenticeship under Owner Bulletin an honor. It's just that, something outside of our expectations occurred, so. When the serpent men elders noticed Bulletin Fang's overbearing attitude, their complexions turned ugly. Yu Feng was their patriarch, so he was the pride of their tribe, therefore, they weren't pleased to see him get forcibly interrogated by some little kid. Could you pay more attention to your words? Yu Feng is our patriarch, and he represents the pride of our tribe. It's improper for you to be this arrogant and overbearing, one of the serpent men elders said to Bulletin Fang in displeasure. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows, and a cold glint flickered within his pupils as he gazed at the serpent men elder. Yu Feng's heart lurched, and he attempted to steer the conversation away. Owner Bulletin, we asked Yu Fu to return home because there were some urgent matters. We had our serpent men yearly assembly several days ago, and as the daughter of the tribe's patriarch, Yu Fu naturally had to be present. Moreover, Yu Fu has already reached adulthood and must receive the Serpentine Sovereign's baptism within the Grand Serpentine City. What has all of that got to do with Yu Fu no longer being my apprentice? Bulletin Fang's gaze remained on Yu Feng as he asked. Yu Feng's expression became one of discomfort as he replied. Every year, the Grand Serpentine City would choose some talented serpent men from each tribe to enter the city and become one of its citizens. These new citizens have the opportunity to become the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple. After Yu Fu was tested, her talent was found to be quite astonishing, so they chose her as one of the candidates eligible to become the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple. And, later on, after she passed through countless selections, she became the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple. Bulletin Fang listened attentively and made no attempt to interrupt. He had once heard about the Serpentine Sovereign, and in fact, he may have already met her. There was a female serpent man expert back in the 100,000 Mountains. That female serpent man expert possessed extreme beauty and a powerful cultivation. She even joined hands with the other supreme beings and attacked Whitey. Could that serpent woman be the Serpentine Sovereign? That would be interesting. Could it be that when the Serpentine Sovereign took a fancy to Yu Fu's talent and took her in as a disciple, she forbade Yu Fu from studying culinary arts from him? She was truly overbearing. And, sure enough, Yu Feng's next words proved Bulletin Fang's deductions to be true. After taking Yu Fu in as her disciple, the Serpentine Sovereign decided to pass down her legacy to Yu Fu, which meant that Yu Fu is supposed to become the next Serpentine Sovereign and master of the Grand Serpentine City. Thus, Yu Fu's status will soar and become nobility, so the Serpentine Sovereign naturally wouldn't allow her to continue studying culinary arts. When Yu Feng finished speaking, he cautiously observed Bulletin Fang's expression. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes. He finally understood what this was all about. It seemed that the Serpent Men tribe had profited at Yu Fu's expense. That would explain the reason why it had undergone such incredible changes. Moreover, the reason why Yu Feng's cultivation advanced, and he now seemed like he wasn't far away from a breakthrough to the 8th grade war god echelon, was because he had also benefited from Yu Fu becoming the successor of the Grand Serpentine City. Tisk, tisk, it was truly interesting. What Yu Fu thought about all of it? Could it be that she doesn't want to continue studying culinary arts from me? Bulatin Feng looked at Yu Feng and asked. Yu Feng's complexion immediately stiffened and he started hesitating. The corners of Bulatin Feng's mouth curled up as his heart became cold. It seemed like it was as he expected. Yu Fu's culinary talent was many times better than her cultivation talent, and it was obvious from the vigorous practice Yu Fu did every day at the store that she was truly fond of culinary arts. It was impossible for her to forego it for riches and honor. It was obvious that the serpent men had forced her. Bulatin Feng didn't care to ask how they had coerced her. The knowledge that there was someone forcing his apprentice to do what they didn't want to do was already enough information for him. The temptation of riches and honor wasn't something that everyone could resist, and her father and tribe have both profited from her current noble status. The more Bulatin Feng thought about it, the angrier he got, and his gaze at Yu Feng gradually turned ice cold. Speak. Why did you shut up? What's Yu Fu's stance on this matter? Bulatin Feng coldly asked Yu Feng. Finding it difficult to answer Bulatin Feng's questions, Yu Feng pursed his lips. What else would Yu Fu think about all of this? At that time, she reiterated her desire to study culinary arts, and thus, she wanted to return to the imperial capital to resume her studies under Bulatin Feng. She was more ready to embrace death than obey them. However, how could they let her miss such an opportunity? Culinary arts had no good prospects, and her status would only be a chef at best. In comparison to becoming the Serpentine Sovereign, the former was akin to mud while the latter was akin to a bright cloud in the sky. Naturally, Yu Feng had hoped for Yu Fu to become the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple because it would greatly benefit him and the tribe. Moreover, it was also a great opportunity for Yu Fu. Owner Bulatin, I'm sure you'd understand how great an honor it is to become the disciple of the Serpentine Sovereign. The Serpentine Sovereign is a supreme being. Yu Feng tried to explain to Bulatin Feng. However, Bulatin Feng dismissed Yu Feng's appeal with a wave of his hand. He had no more desire to continue listening. Therefore, in summary, becoming the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple is an honor, but becoming my apprentice is a shame, isn't it? Your words are truly bold and daring. Bulatin Feng sneered coldly. Upon hearing the former's rhetorical question, Yu Feng fell silent. However, one of the serpent men elders behind Yu Feng could no longer stand Bulatin Feng's overbearing attitude, and he had reached his tipping point. Since there was no more room for discussion between both parties, making it seem like they would shortly turn hostile to each other, the serpent man elder came forward and rebuked Bulatin Feng. Snort. The glory involved in becoming the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple isn't something the likes of you can understand. What prospects would Her Highness, Yu Fu, have if she studied culinary arts from you? She's already someone capable of becoming the Grand Serpentine City's master. How dare you compare yourself to the Serpentine Sovereign? Who exactly do you think you are? Are you even worthy? Immediately, the countenances of Yu Feng and Ani changed. Ani glared at the elder, but Yu Feng hesitated, pondered about it for a while and decided not to stop the elder. In fact, even Yu Feng himself believed that there was more glory in becoming the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple than there was in becoming Bulatin Feng's apprentice. Shut up! Bulatin Feng's mood countenance turned completely cold. His mood, which was already sour, worsened when he saw the serpent man elder gibber at him. He waved his hand, a wisp of green smoke revolved around it, and a black shadow appeared in his grasp. As soon as it appeared, the black shadow streaked toward the serpent man elder. However, the serpent man elder was a 7th grade battle saint, so he didn't fear Bulatin Feng. After all, the cultivation that Bulatin Feng displayed was also that of a 7th grade battle saint. Was there even a need to ponder a choice between becoming a supreme being's disciple or a battle saint's apprentice? Even a fool would immediately realize the better choice. Snort! How bold of you! You dare to be this unbridled within our tribe! After snorting coldly, the true energy of the serpent man elder burst up from his body as he attempted to slap away the incoming black shadow. However, when his palm made contact with the black shadow, the serpent man elder's expression, which had been brimming with self-confidence, instantly turned ugly. It was because he was now able to see what the black shadow was. Unexpectedly, it was a wok, and when his palm slapped the wok, he felt as though he had attempted to slap away a humongous mountain. He was unable of even lightly shaking and pushing it away. He was even incapable of making it budge even a little. The black walk continued on as though nothing had happened, and with a sickeningly loud crack, the serpent man elder's arm turned into a fog of blood and splattered around the surroundings. Immediately, the serpent man elder's miserable shriek resonated through the air. His face was filled with terror as he watched the black walk continue on toward him. Yu Feng's eyes contracted. He could only stare on helplessly as the serpent man elder was crushed to death by Bulletin Fang's walk. Bulletin Fang waved his hand, and the black walk, which hadn't been smeared, even by a single drop of blood, returned to him and floated above his palm. You know that the Serpentine Sovereign is a supreme being, but do you know how powerful I am? Bulletin Fang asked indifferently. If he tossed his black walk out, then even the Serpentine Sovereign would be knocked senseless by it, let alone a trifling battle saint. Chapter 382, The Overbearing Owner. Bulletin kills another person. Once the walk had smashed the serpent man elder into bits, Bulletin Fang's aura, which was already considered imposing, became overwhelming. The black turtle constellation walk hovered above Bulletin Fang's palm as he graced the serpent men with a cold gaze. I hadn't expected Bulletin Fang to be this overbearing and smash an elder into paste over a little remark. His temper is slightly similar to this Lord Dog's. Yu Feng's expression had long since turned ugly, and the serpent men elders behind him were all enraged and glared at Bulletin Fang in indignation. Unexpectedly, Bulletin Fang had dared to wantonly kill one of their clansmen in front of them. Moreover, he had killed a 7th-grade battle saint. This showed that he looked down on their tribe. Yu Feng, whose expression was unsightly, took in a deep breath and decided not to pursue the matter. He didn't have the strength nor the gall to do it. After all, he wasn't the Serpentine Sovereign, nor was he a supreme being. While he faced Bulletin Fang, who had the lazy, plump dog beside him, Yu Feng could only clench his teeth and bear. When I saw the Serpentine man elder get crushed to death by Bulletin Fang's walk, he couldn't stop the corners of his lips from curling upwards. Bulletin Fang was his idol, and for disrespecting him, that serpent man elder deserved everything that happened to him. Patriarch, could it be that you plan to let this arrogant kid who has just killed a clansman off, without uttering a single word? Several clansmen, who were unable to bear their anger, said in displeasure to Yu Feng. However, Yu Feng had his reasons, and he couldn't speak of them. As the black turtle constellation walk revolved above his palm, Bulletin Fang gazed coldly at the serpent men. Upon hearing the serpent men elders' complaints, the corners of Bulletin Fang's lips curled up, and he said, Yu Fu is my apprentice, and as long as she still loves culinary arts, no one can deprive her of her right to become a chef, not even you all or the Serpentine Sovereign. How arrogant! The serpent men elders were so enraged, their chests began to heave intensely. This is Her Highness Yu Fu's tribe, it isn't a place where a human like you can behave as wantonly as you like, an old serpent woman roared as a sharp glint flickered within her eyes. Bulletin Fang shot a cold gaze at the old woman and waved his hand, causing the black turtle constellation walk to immediately fly towards her. The old woman was shocked and tried to evade the walk. She didn't dare to face it head-on. The previous scene of that elder getting crushed by this walk was still vivid in her memory, and since she wasn't foolish, she would dare tackle in the incoming walk head-on. Owner Bulletin, could you give me some face and stop causing trouble in my tribe? There are several people of importance from the Grand Serpentine City within the tribe, and if you anger them, I'm afraid that you... Yu Feng's urged Bulletin Fang with an unsightly expression. Are you asking me to give you face with a threat? You have really become more daring. The corners of Bulletin Fang's lips curled upwards into a cold sneer. He actually used the Grand Serpentine City's experts to threaten me? Since he shows so much confidence in these experts, could there be supreme beings amongst them? No, I wouldn't dare threaten you, Owner Bulletin. It's just that I'm the patriarch, after all, and I hoped that you could be lenient and stop causing trouble for us. Although Yu Feng was confident because he had the Grand Serpentine City as his backing, he was still very much aware of how terrifying Bulletin Fang was. The black turtle constellation walk returned to Bulletin Fang's hands. He gazed at Yu Feng and said, I can do that. As long as you intend to let Yu Fu return with me, we'll have room for discussion. This. Yu Feng suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Kid, you truly don't know what's good for you. Do you truly think you can bully our tribe as you want? Her Highness, Yu Fu, is the next Serpentine Sovereign, and she isn't someone a lowly human like you can get close to. All of the Serpent Men elders couldn't bear shouting out one after another. The Serpent Men elders hollered at Bulletin Fang continuously. Yu Fu was the hope their tribe had of rising higher up, so how could they possibly let go of this opportunity and allow the future Serpentine sovereign and Grand Serpentine city's ruler to leave with a human kid? There weren't fools, so how could they let such a thing happen? The enraged serpent men elders proceeded to jointly attack Bullet and Fang. Since neither side could accept the other's terms, they could only fight. Elders! Stop! Upon witnessing the scene, Anai's complexion changed. He admired Bullet and Fang, so he didn't want to see him fall out with the serpent men tribe. Weren't they all friends? Therefore, he gave a loud shout and whipped his tail in front of Bullet and Fang, blocking the attacks of several elders. The black turtle constellation walk flew out and hovered in front of Anai, and every attack that struck the walk was incapable of causing it to move an inch. After the onslaught, Anai's complexion was left pale. After all, he had just recently broken through to the Battle Saint realm, so blocking the attacks of the Battle Saint serpent men elders completely drained him of his strength. Bullet and Fang placed his hands on Anai's shoulder and pulled him behind. Afterward, Bullet and Fang waved his hand, and the black turtle constellation walk effortlessly blocked all the serpent men elders' attacks. This left the elders feeling shocked. Anai, do you intend to betray the tribe? That old serpent woman squinted her eyes, glared at Anai, whose complexion was pale, and shouted coldly. Anai's body trembled, and when he tried to speak up and explain, he was interrupted by Bullet and Fang. Don't use the name of your tribe to coerce people. In order to satisfy your own vanity, you forced Yu Fu to become the Serpentine Sovereign's disciple. Did you even ask her about what she'd love to do? Bullet and Fang clenched his hand into a fist, causing the black turtle constellation walk to shrink until it became the size of a saucer. Snort! The Serpentine Sovereign's prestige isn't something that a human like you can understand. The old serpent woman sneered with a cold expression. You're too noisy. Bullet and Fang calmly looked at her and waved his hand. The saucer-sized black turtle constellation walk immediately shot toward the old serpent woman with a piercing whistle. The old serpent woman's complexion quickly changed, and she wriggled her tail, trying to evade Bullet and Fang's strike. However, the speed of the black turtle constellation walk, which had just shrunk, increased immensely, and with a resounding thunder, it arrived before the old serpent woman. In an attempt to smack the black turtle constellation walk away, the old serpent woman roared with resentment and raised both her arms in front of her. However, the black turtle constellation's weight made it impossible for a trifling 7th grade battle saint to push it away. As soon as the walk collided with her arms, they got crushed. The old serpent woman's miserably shriek permeated the air as she was sent flying far away. Respected sirs of the Grand Serpentine City, quickly make a move. This arrogant human seeks to take Her Highness Yu Fu away. As soon as the old serpent woman fell to the ground, her disheveled hair flew around, and her eyes brimmed with hatred as she shouted in anger. As soon as she hollered, Yu Feng's complexion changed. He stepped forward to prevent her from saying any more, but it was already too late. Owner Bulletin, you should leave quickly. Yu Feng said to Bulletin Feng with a sigh and a complex expression. One of the respected sirs of the Grand Serpentine City was a Supreme Being expert, and although the Black Dog was powerful and capable of leading the Supreme Being away, Owner wouldn't be able to confront the other 8th grade war gods by himself. Bulletin Feng only indifferently stared at Yu Feng in reply. Rumble. In a place further away from there, an intense wave of energy surged into the sky. Several winding serpent men exuding boundless auras rushed out from there. As soon as the old serpent woman saw this, a fervent expression appeared on her face. Sir, it's this arrogant human who seeks to take away Her Highness Yu Fu. With me here, who will dare take away our Grand Serpentine City's successor? Do you want to start a war against our Grand Serpentine City? A deafening shout reverberated from the sky. Up high in the sky, there was a serpent man who had a long white hair and scales that glowed blood red. His body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. He was obviously a supreme being. Bulletin Feng was quite familiar with the auras of supreme beings. Although the aura of the supreme being before him was many times weaker than those he had met in the past, the imposing old serpent man was still a supreme being, after all. That serpent man's eyes were like a pair of blood-red balls, and they emitted a blood-red radiance as he stared at Bulletin Feng. There was only one human there. Bulletin Feng. Therefore, it wasn't a surprise that the old man's gaze first locked onto him. Arrogant kid. You are screwed. howled the old serpent woman whose arms were crushed by the black turtle constellation walk. Her eyes brimmed with hatred. Filled with worry, I pulled at Bulletin Fang's sleeves repeatedly, urging him to quickly flee. You really are too noisy. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows. With a single thought, the black turtle constellation walk streaked towards to old serpent woman once more. The black turtle constellation walk's immense speed caused it to rip apart the air in its way, reach its target in an instant, and crush her to death. Even if there was a supreme being here, so what? He will still be unable to save your life. Bulletin Fang's calm voice resounded out, and it caused countless people's heart to shudder in fear. The countenance of the old supreme being who was hovering in the sky with an aloof expression suddenly turned ice cold, and his piercing gaze began to emit a killing intent. With me here, you still dare to kill people? You are truly arrogant, and you aren't taking me seriously, are you? Chapter 383, Little Serpent Man, are you unexpectedly looking down upon your lord dog? He swayed his scarlet tail, causing a scorching airwave to sweep through the surrounding. The gale was enough to make everyone's pores involuntarily open up. The Serpent Man Supreme Being proudly stood in the sky and looked down at Bulletin Fang with a gaze brimming with killing intent. Bulletin Fang had unexpectedly killed a Serpent Men tribe's elder in front of him. In fact, that was the same elder who had called him over. This human actually dared to look down on a supreme being like himself. The human must be really arrogant and foolhardy. A trifling 7th grade battle saint like him actually dared to provoke a supreme being. The black turtle constellation walk returned to Bulletin Fang and hovered above his palm. Afterward, Bulletin Fang looked up at the supreme being in the sky. His gaze didn't have the slightest trace of emotion within it. It was calm and peaceful like a smooth and gentle pond. The Serpent Man Supreme Being furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Arrogant human kid. Is it you who seeks to take Her Highness Yu Fu away? If Yu Fu is really willing to become your Grand Serpentine City's successor, then I won't intervene, but if she was forced by you all, then, as her culinary arts master, I can't ignore the matter," said Bulletin Fang. The Serpent Man Supreme Being's pupils dilated, but shortly afterward, the corners of his lips curled upwards into a cold smile. "It seems that you're that store owner who Her Highness Yu Fu always thinks about. This is quite a good opportunity. By killing you, I will be severing Her Highness' attachment to you, making her capable of devoting herself toward succeeding our Grand Serpentine City's legacy." The Serpent Man Supreme Being sneered as his long scarlet tongue flickered incessantly and his aura surged. When Yu Feng heard that, his countenance immediately changed to one of hesitation. It seemed like the Supreme Being planned to attack Bulletin Fang. "Sir, Owner Bulletin is my benefactor, and he's also Yu Fu's benefactor. Can you be more lenient and merciful? There's no need for you to speak any further. I've already decided that this person must die," said the Serpent Man Supreme Being coldly, interrupting Yu Feng who had attempted to entreat him to forgive Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang, who was still calmly watching the Supreme Being, curled the corners of his lips up. Blackie, who lay beside Bulletin Fang, raised its eyes to look up and snorted coldly. The Serpent Man Supreme Being switched its tail, and a boundless true energy wave surged out of his body and turned into pressure. The pressure was so intense that it seemed to take form, and in the next moment, it pressed downwards toward Bulletin Fang. When I and the others felt the pressure of a Supreme Being, their complexions turned deathly pale. They realized that there weren't any more leeways for reconciliation. Such pressure was incapable of affecting Bulletin Fang. It was only the squall that accompanied the pressure that was able to make some sort of impact. It blew Bulletin Fang's hair and caused it to flutter about. That was it. Bulletin Fang exhaled a breath, and the black turtle constellation walk hovering above his palm suddenly began to spin. He raised his hand, pointing the black turtle constellation walk, which had shrunk to the size of a saucer, towards the Serpent Man Supreme Being, and with a small huff, Bulletin Fang hurled it. The walk was so fast, it seemed to rip through space, generating a loud rumble as it streaked toward its target. The Serpent Man Supreme Being's tongue flickered as he stirred up his true energy, and he swung his palm at the incoming black turtle constellation walk. Bang! An intense tremor rippled through the Serpent Man Supreme Being's body, his pupils dilated, and he was sent flying far into the distance. What type of object is that? Is it a semi-divine tool? The Serpent Man Supreme Being muttered in astonishment. Upon collision, he felt like he had struck a towering mountain, which he had been incapable of shaking, and that left him shocked. However, Bullet Fang was still only in the 7th grade, after all, so after its collision with the Serpent Man Supreme Being, the wok was sent flying back toward him. Bullet Fang calmly caught the wok. He proceeded to stir up his true energy and infuse it into the Black Turtle constellation wok, causing countless strips and patterns on the wok to flicker. The Black Turtle constellation wok quickly began to expand in size, and a few moments later, it had expanded to the size of a small mountain. Bullet Fang controlled the wok with his mind, and with a thought, the wok, which was shrouded in a golden radiance, hurtled towards the Serpent Man Supreme Being. It really is a semi-divine tool, concluded the Serpent Man Supreme Being, who watched the incoming wok race through the air, with a trace of greed in his eyes. He howled and stirred up his true energy, causing scarlet flames to burst out of his scales. He shoved down the boundless flames, which seemed capable of setting an entire prairie on fire, toward Bullet Fang. The descending blaze formed a wall of flame in the Black Turtle constellation wok's path. If he could obtain a semi-divine tool, his battle prowess would soar to a much higher level. Greed clouded the Serpent Man Supreme Being's mind, causing him to go all out. The Serpent Man Supreme Being's scarlet flame was a spirit fire, and he had gotten it from within the illusory spirit swamp. Although the scarlet flames were inferior to alchemic flames and heaven and earth obsidian flames, its power was many times stronger than ordinary flames. The Black Turtle constellation wok collided with the wall of flames and smashed it apart, leaving nothing but sparks and small wisps of flames, and continued on its trajectory without slowing down. However, in that moment, the dispersing flame wisps coalesced and transformed into a snake made of flames, which proceeded to wrap itself around the Black Turtle constellation wok, preventing it from moving forward. Bullet Fang observed the scene with a tranquil countenance and didn't bother trying to control the wok anymore, leaving it to be completely encased in scarlet flames. The Serpent Man Supreme Being laughed heartily. He hadn't expected to net such a great harvest. When his spirit flames erased the will on the semi-divine tool, it would then belong to him. However, before that, he should first get rid of that arrogant human. Without his semi-divine tool, the human was just an ant that he, the Serpent Man Supreme Being, could easily crush to death. The Serpent Man Supreme Being smiled coldly and swished his tail, stirring the true energy within his body. Scalding scarlet flames burst out his body and enveloped the sky. The blaze condensed to form a giant flame palm with an extremely terrifying power, which charged downward toward Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang calmly stood in place as though he had no intention of evading. Ani, who stood beside him, was scared to the point that his tail sagged, and his whole body trembled. The pressure emitted by a supreme being wasn't something that someone like him could withstand. Could it be that I'm fated to die here? Thought Ani in despair. However, in the next moment, he saw a trace of derision briefly flash in the eyes of the composed Bullet Fang. What? Derision? How could owner Bullet still be composed at such a moment? Ani almost wept out. However, in the next instant, the tears which had almost leaked out of his eye sockets were forced back down, and instead, his pupils dilated in astonishment. As he looked up at the approaching flames, Bullet Fang's face became flushed, and he opened his mouth and spouted out a golden flame. As it hovered in front of Bullet Fang, the golden flame instantly caused the surrounding temperature to rise. Bullet Fang swung his hand and struck the flame, and the golden flame instantly swelled and became a sea of flames which filled the sky. The newly formed golden sea of flames proceeded to collide with the Serpent Man Supreme Being's scarlet flames. That Serpent Man Supreme Being's heart lurched as he dumbfoundedly witnessed the ensuing scene. What kind of flame is that? Why is it this overbearing? The Serpent Man Supreme Being watched his spirit fire directly crumble upon contact with the golden flame, and immediately afterward, it was forcefully swallowed whole by the latter. Ah! The Supreme Being let out a sharp roar of resentment. That was his spirit fire, and it had unexpectedly been swallowed. Was that golden flame an alchemic flame? What is that kid's origin? He even possessed an alchemic flame. How hateful! My spirit fire! The pain of his loss made the Serpent Man Supreme Being fly into a rage. He waved his tail, and a black lance appeared in his hand, pointing at Bullet Fang. He curved his body like a bow and hurled the lance at Bullet Fang with all his might. The humiliation had angered him so greatly that he didn't hold back at all and went all out with his attack. The Black Turtle constellation wok began to spin and broke free from the flame's fetters, and it returned to Bullet Fang. With a loud clank, the black lance struck the black turtle constellation walk and recoiled away. Bulletin Fang took back the 10,000 bestial flames and sighed. The 10,000 bestial flame was a heaven and earth obsidian flame, and its power was boundless. However, it was a pity that the current him was incapable of controlling it enough. He opened his mouth, and the 10,000 bestial flame which had just absorbed the scarlet spirit flames flew back in and was swallowed. Upon seeing that, the serpent man supreme being suddenly felt as though his heart was dripping with blood. He grasped the lance which had bounced back to him, and a boundless might burst out of him as he charged toward Bulletin Fang. At that moment, his desire to slay Bulletin Fang had reached an unprecedented degree. This human had unexpectedly swallowed his spirit fire, and to him, this was equivalent to stripping off all his scales. Damn! Drop dead! The serpent man supreme beings roared with an ugly and malevolent expression. The black turtle constellation walk quickly shrank and returned into Bulletin Fang's hand. Bulletin Fang held the walk and calmly watched the serpent man supreme being charged toward him. He was only a 7th grade battle saint, after all, and he had only been capable of achieving those feats because of the piece of the god of cooking set in a heaven and earth obsidian flame. An ordinary 7th grade battle saint would have been easily slain by a single slap from a supreme being. The current Bulletin Fang was still incapable of truly confronting a supreme being. However, Bulletin Fang wasn't worried as he wasn't fighting alone. When Bulletin Fang looked at the calm black egg, it rolled its eyes at him. I knew that this kid would trouble this lord dog. The surging waves emitted by the serpent man supreme being raised a gale that blew at its fur, causing it to flutter. Blacka lazily swaggered like a cat for several steps and stood in the path of the serpent man supreme being. Are you counting on this plump dog to save you? You have truly exhausted all of your tricks, damned human. The serpent man supreme beings roared as he emitted a killing intent so intense that it almost seemed to take form. When Blackie heard him, it was quite displeased. What's wrong with counting on a plump dog? Are you looking down on this lord dog? Little serpent man, are you looking down on your lord dog? Blackie opened its mouth, exposing its pure white teeth, and spoke out in a mild and manly voice. After it spoke out, the serpent man supreme being, which was rushing at them, immediately stopped in fright. What the hell? Was this dog unexpectedly capable of talking? However, his astonishment only lasted a few moments, and soon afterwards, he brandished his sharp lance and charged at Blackie. Who cares if you can talk? I will cut you down first before I give the strange situation any more thought. Blackie snorted and raised its small and exquisite paw. Upon seeing the raised doggy paw, Yu Feng and I, who were both standing close by, trembled. They clearly remembered it. The last time that this dog raised its paw, countless 8th grade war god were slain, and now it had raised its paw again. This time, would a supreme being be slain from a slap struck by that paw? The charging serpent man supreme being suddenly felt a boundless wave of pressure that made all the scales on his body stand on end. The lance that he had pointing at the black dog suddenly bent from the pressure. The phantom image of a large paw suddenly appeared in the sky. As his heart shivered from the sight, the phantom paw smacked right down at him. Chapter 384, Giant Waves Soaring into the Sky, The Invasion of the Oceanic Species. In the western region of the illusory spirit swamp, below a steep cliff, there was a vast sea. As a salty sea breeze blew over, the sea waves surged and smacked the reefs below the steep cliff with loud thunders. Such deafening sounds were enough to blow anyone's mind. Atop the cliff was a huge tower made of stone. This tower was built by the Grand Serpentine City to observe the boundless sea and keep a lookout for intruders. There was a vast port below the cliff, from where countless serpent men experts would go into the sea in order to capture food ingredients and obtain materials. A small village around the port which inhabited by fishermen, who were preparing to go out to sea. That village was just a temporary stopover for them, and their houses were, in fact, all in the Grand Serpentine City. Countless wooden boats were anchored at the port, and their wooden sails emitted clanking sounds as they swayed in the wind. From time to time, some serpent men guards from the Grand Serpentine City would pass through the ports with weapons in hand. These guards were responsible for the safety of the port. The ocean was filled with countless unknown creatures, and sometimes, some spirit beasts with names unbeknownst to them would crawl out of the sea and damage the village and port. These guards were set up to take care of these sea spirit beasts. As the warm rays of the sun shone down upon the sea, its surface gleamed, making the ocean seem as though it was filled with countless pieces of gold. As the waves rolled by, these pieces seemed to glister even more. Suddenly, a serpent man who was about to set out to sea let out a sharp cry. All the serpent men in that wooden boat lay down in fright upon noticing a pitch-black line in the horizon. As the line grew bigger and more vivid, loud rumbles began to reverberate. The approaching blackness was revealed to be innumerable black clouds which proceeded to completely cover the sky. Such an apocalyptic sight frightened all the serpent men in the wooden boats. They cried out in fright, quickly jumped out of the boats and hurried to the shore. A monstrous wave, which was several hundred feet tall, was revealed to be approaching the port. Even serpent men like them, who regularly went out to sea, had never seen a wave that huge before. Swoosh! 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 Countless red glows flickered within the wave like light beams. The glows were countless eyes brimming with cruelty. The monstrous wave was unexpectedly ferrying over countless powerful spirit beasts within it. The wave rushed toward the illusory spirit swamp, bringing fearsome spirit beasts with it. An extremely terrifying energy condensed in the air and turned into the phantom image of a dog's paw. The serpent man supreme being had an unsightly expression on his face. Close to insanity, he roared and swished his scarlet tail in an attempt to escape from the terrifying aura. His lance, which had been bent out of shape by the terrifying pressure, seemed like it was about to shatter. How is this possible? Why did such a terrifying pressure appear here? Is that really a dog's paw? A trace of astonishment flashed across the serpent man supreme being's eyes, and he roared again as he tried to break free from the pressure's fetters. However, Blackie grinned coldly, and with a snort of derision, swiped its paw downwards. Bang! The ground below the serpent men tribe wasn't firm and stable, and it directly cracked open from the smash, which sent a wave of mud up into the air. The serpent man supreme being had been pressed down into the ground, and he was forced to lay there, completely submerged in mud. Ah! That serpent man supreme being roared again. However, Blackie's exquisite and small paw exerted some strength, and cracking sounds reverberated from the compression in the ground. The serpent man supreme being's roars died out, and he spouted out a mouthful of blood, lying there weakly. Rumble! The ground trembled from the pressure, and the huge compression on the ground was revealed to be a giant paw mark. The tremor caused crushed rocks to fly into the air, accompanied by the stinking mud which smeared the surroundings. Blackie rolled its eyes in boredom and waved its paw, and the ground seemed to flip over. The serpent man who had been deeply submerged in the mud seemed to have been swatted and was sent flying, crashing heavily a good distance away. Once it had done that, Blackie yawned and lazily strode like a cat as it walked back to Bullet and Fang's side. All the serpent men experts in the surrounding were dumbfounded. These serpent men elders, who had been eager to witness Bullet and Fang's pitiful fate, slowly fell to the ground weakly. Their gaze lingered on the plump dog for a short while before shifting to the expressionless Bullet and Fang. They all sucked in cold breaths, and their hearts trembled violently as though it was going to rush out of their chests. My God! What happened? What just happened a moment ago? That supreme being expert of the Grand Serpentine City had unexpectedly spouted blood after being slapped by a dog's paw. Were their gazes blurred? Or, was that supreme being expert a fake? After witnessing the scene, Yu Feng's pupils dilated and became bloodshot as his body trembled. Such a feeling, such a familiar feeling of fright. I wasn't mistaken. That black dog was as terrifying as I had expected. Even a supreme being could be slapped to death by his paw. Yu Feng suddenly felt a wave of remorse well up in his heart, and he realized that he had made an extremely foolish decision. He had thought that the Grand Serpentine City would be slightly more powerful than Bullet and Fang. He never expected that Bullet and Fang would be no weaker than the entire Grand Serpentine City. After all, he had the terrifying black dog and the heap of steel puppet which had yet to make an appearance. Therefore, why would Bullet and Fang fear the Grand Serpentine City? As the black turtle constellation walk hovered above Bullet and Fang's palm, his indifferent gaze swept across the serpent men, leaving them quaking with terror. Without uttering a single word, Bullet and Fang sent the black turtle constellation walk toward the serpent men experts who had arrived with the serpent man supreme being. The group contained mostly 7th grade battle saint serpent men, but there was a single 8th grade war god amongst them. Bullet and Fang sent the black turtle constellation walk after that 8th grade war god expert. The war god, who was still flabbergasted from the witnessing the terror that Blackie poised, turned around and saw a black walk quietly streaking toward him. His body shuddered, and cold beads of sweat dripped down his head. He had already witnessed the terror that the walk wrought, and even a supreme being was incapable of deflecting it. That alone was enough to show how powerful the walk really was. That same walk was now quietly streaking toward him. How could he not be frightened to death? Bang! He frantically raised his arm and, hoping to deflect the threat, slapped the walk with his palm. That was when the Black Turtle Constellation walk once again displayed its frightening might. The Serpent Man War God expert's hand was twisted badly upon contact, and the walk continued on its trajectory and smashed his head, sending him flying. Bulletin Fang took a single step forward and shot into the sky. He grabbed the Black Turtle Constellation walk and bashed the head of the 8th grade war god once more, sending him crashing into the ground. Bang! With a resounding crash, the fallen 8th grade war god Serpent Man only saw countless stars flicker in front of his eyes before he directly fainted. Bulletin Fang gripped the Black Turtle Constellation walk and lightly exhaled a breath. He took another step forward and shot upwards, causing some mud to rise and splatter the surrounding. His body flashed and appeared before the Serpent Man Supreme Being who, only a moment ago, had strenuously crawled up from the ground. That Serpent Man Supreme Being's pupils contracted when he discovered that someone had appeared before him. Damned human! The Serpent Man Supreme Being roared out at Bulletin Fang while revealing his sharp fangs. Bulletin Fang shot an indifferent look at the Serpent Man Supreme Being, raised his walk up high and smashed it down onto the latter's head. The Serpent Man Supreme Being's eyes bulged out on impact, and his body crumpled to the ground, incapable of crawling up again. It's truly a pity that he's a Serpent Man. If he didn't have any human parts on him, he would probably become another delicious supreme ingredient. Bulletin Fang lamented as he lifted the unconscious Serpent Man Supreme Being's tail, sighed deeply, and let go of it. After all, Bulletin Fang was a human, and although the Serpent Men race had the word serpent in its name, they were still men. Bulletin Fang couldn't engage in the demented act of eating men. However, unbeknown to him, his previous actions had scared Yu Feng so much that the Serpent Man's body lost all its strength and became limp. Did owner Bulletin unexpectedly intended to eat the Serpent Man Supreme Being? He ever dared to eat Supreme Beings? Was there anything he dared not eat? Bulletin Fang didn't bother with the other Serpent Men experts. Instead, he turned around and looked at the Serpent Men elders who had been only clamoring a while ago. He saw that these elders had quieted down and kept their heads low as they dared not make a sound. The most excited person there was Ani, who looked at Bulletin Fang with a fervent gaze, brimming with excitement. Bulletin Fang grabbed the unconscious Serpent Man Supreme Being's tail up from the ground and used it to pull him over to where Ani was. Do you know where the Grand Serpentine City is? Additionally, do you know where Yu Fu is? Ani was taken aback for a moment before his eyes lit up with a resplendent radiance. I know, owner Bulletin. I will lead you there. At that moment, Yu Feng's complexion turned quite ugly, and he opened his mouth and said, Owner Bulletin, just shut up. If you utter another word, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back my urge to knock you unconscious, Bulletin Fang indifferently said to the Serpent Man, Yu Feng. He raised the Black Turtle Constellation walk in his hand, frightening Yu Feng and causing the latter to swallow back the words he wanted to say. Let's go. Lead the way, Bulletin said to Ani with a gentler gaze. Ani nodded and looked at the Serpent Man Supreme Being. He sucked in a breath and grinned, then swayed his tail and walked forward. Bulletin Fang held onto the Serpent Man Supreme Being's tail and leisurely followed after Ani, and the Serpent Man Supreme Being who was being dragged didn't budge, as though he had already died. If it wasn't for his faint breathing, the spectators would have assumed that the smack from the Black Walk had killed him. Rumble! Dreadful waves soared into the sky and gave rise to violent gales. The sea wind whistled loudly as the black clouds gradually shrouded the illusory spirit swamp. It seemed like the beginning of the apocalypse. A loud rip resounded as a beautiful woman sped through the air until she arrived there. Her blue tail swayed in the air, and her long green hair fluttered about. A grave expression appeared on the Serpentine Sovereign's beautiful face as she looked at the raging sea waves, which had reached hundreds of feet tall. The sight gave her a stifling feeling. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, and she saw the shadows which were faintly discernible within the sea waves. She heaved a deep breath, and her towering chest seemed to tremble. Do the oceanic species experts want to invade our illusory spirit swamp? What's their motive for this? Chapter 385, Toward the Grand Serpentine City. The oceanic species originated from the boundless sea and consisted of numerous water spirit beasts that later gained higher intelligence and formed its own species. These varying water spirit beasts, of all sorts and forms, converged together and became known as the oceanic species. They were extremely powerful, especially given the vast resources of the sea. In comparison to the beings on land, they were much more fierce. The serpentine sovereign was naturally aware of the oceanic species, toward which she felt deference. Even though she had already reached the peak of the supreme being echelon, she knew very clearly that there were warriors within the oceanic species who had already broken through the supreme being's shackles. She originally planned on settling business in the Serpentine City before stepping into this boundless sea in search of opportunities for a breakthrough. When the time came, she would come into contact with the oceanic species. However, things never worked out as planned. Many water spirit beasts were hidden within the towering tides of the ocean. But their eyes were filled with savageness and violence, not a trace of gentleness or goodwill could be found. Evidently, the warriors from the vast sea were not kind folks. But why is this happening? Why would the oceanic species suddenly attack my illusory spirit swamp? The serpentine sovereign scrunched her brows into a deep frown. If the towering tides of the sea came crashing down, then the water spirit beasts would first and foremost target the Grand Serpentine City. Even though the Grand Serpentine City considered itself strong enough, it would still have difficulties coping with this many water spirit beasts. This gave the Serpentine Sovereign a headache, as she truly couldn't understand why these water spirit beasts would encroach upon the illusory spirit swamp. In comparison to the rich resources of the sea, the illusory spirit swamp possessed nothing particularly attractive to the top warriors of the oceanic species. Suddenly, a notion flickered across the Serpentine Sovereign's heart. Could it be for the newly discovered crystal mine? But how could a mere crystal mine draw such a crowd from the oceanic species to the illusory spirit swamp? Perhaps, there are other treasures within that crystal mine. Deep contemplation flashed across the Serpentine Sovereign's beautiful face. From the towering tides in a distance, a gigantic fish stretched open its jaws, within which stood figures with blue skin. These figures peered at the steep mountain cliffs with cold faces. The Serpentine Sovereign's gaze penetrated through the space and locked eyes with the warriors within the fish mouth. The Serpentine Sovereign drew in a chilled breath upon realizing the energy levels of numerous supreme beings amidst the crowd of blue-skinned warriors. Their forces of energy were linked together, causing the Serpentine Sovereign's heart to shudder, though she stood very far away. Damn it! The Serpentine Sovereign cursed quietly. Panic smeared across her stunning face. She swung her serpent tail and launched herself across the air, charging for the Grand Serpentine City. As she flew off, she grabbed a talisman with a white sword rune. Gazing at the white cloud patterns on the sword rune, the Serpentine Sovereign bit her red lips, her face filled with hesitation. As if she suddenly thought of something, she exhaled a long breath and crushed the talisman. The white cloud villa was erected within the heart of the illusory spirit swamp. A luxurious villa stood within the floating white clouds. There were pavilions, terraces, and towers inside, as well as rivers trickling beneath bridges. Rich waves of spirit energy flooded the entire region. It looked like a fairy wonderland. Within a small room, a person, sitting cross-legged, suddenly fluttered open his eyelids. Swordwool clouded Wu Mu's eyes. He arched his eyebrows and peered toward the direction of the Grand Serpentine City. The sword rune has been crushed, is duly calling for me? Could it be she's hit with a crisis? Wu Mu got to his feet, his force of energy fluctuating. Ever since returning from the Lightwind Empire, he has been tending to his injuries behind closed doors. Even though his physical wounds have been basically healed by the soup he drank in that store, his spiritual state suffered a heavy blow from the shattering of his sword will by the Shura sect overlord. Though the soup was miraculous, it couldn't easily repair his crippled spiritual state. A light cyan-colored longsword whistled behind his back and soared away. The doors of the room opened. Wu Mu stepped onto the flying sword and shot away. Within the White Cloud Villa, dynamic waves of energy were activated. Afterwards, numerous figures also floated into the sky on their swords, gazing at Wu Mu perplexedly. Wu Mu didn't say much and merely gave a few simple commands. Then, he pulled his hands behind his back, stepped onto the sword, and majestically flew away from the villa. As Wu Mu left the villa, Wu Yunbei was just sauntering within it, out of boredom. Catching sight of the direction her father left for, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she narrowed her eyes. The very next second, she sneakily ran out of the White Cloud Villa. The Grand Serpentine City was magnificent. Its city walls were even taller than those of the Lightwind Empire. The bricks that made up the wall were also very sturdy. There seemed to be a layer of mystifying arrays protecting the city walls. On top of the city walls stood rows of serpent men guards dressed in armors. They were there to safeguard the grand city of the serpent people. Suddenly, the pupils of these guards shrank. They all pointed their spears toward the distance. There, two figures gradually emerged from the drifting mist. One shadow was a serpent man, but the other was a human. Since humans walked on both legs, one could easily tell them apart from serpent men. But why would a human come to the Grand Serpentine City? What did he want? Wait a minute! Gasp! The guards on the wall all drew in chilled breaths. Their pupils dilated when they caught sight of the serpent tail clutched within the human's hand. The tail was attached to a serpent man who was dragged along the floor like a dead dog. That's the Serpentine King Mu. What happened to him? Beneath the Serpentine Sovereign was the Serpentine King. There were 3 Serpentine Kings within the Serpentine City, and every one of them was at the Supreme Being stage. How could a Supreme Being Serpentine King be dragged around like a dead dog? This utterly shocked them. Incoming enemy! The guards who finally snapped out of their initial shock immediately screeched. They gathered together and defended the city walls with all they've got. A serpent man who seemed to be the commander sent Bullet Fang, who was approaching slowly, a cold look. Please halt your steps. Put down the Serpentine King Mu, and leave the Serpentine City. Or else, the Serpentine City warriors will have to slay you. Bullet Fang slowly raised his head with narrowed eyes. Through the thick mist, he caught sight of a crowd of serpent men standing on the towering city walls. These serpent men emitted murderous vibes, aiming straight at Bullet Fang. One after another long spear was ready for launch. If Bullet Fang took as much as one more step forward, these spears would immediately shower down. All right, take a step back first, to avoid any troubles. Bullet Fang twisted around his head to shoot Ani a look and told him to take leave first. Ani's face changed, but he didn't decline after giving it more thought. The army of the Grand Serpentine City was much fiercer than that of the Lightwind Empire. In the face of a human who seemed to have beaten a Supreme Being Serpentine King nearly to death, they didn't recoil. Even though they felt secure with the Serpentine Sovereign there as their backbone, the Serpent Men troops also had more guts than the typical human army. They were the elite troops of the Serpentine Sovereign, after all, soldiers who were able to build an entire city under the harsh conditions of the illusory spirit swamp. Hand over Yufu, and I'll turn in this fellow, Bullet Fang said coolly, swinging the serpent tail in his hand. His voice was not loud, but was enough for all the serpent men on the city walls to hear clearly. The colors on their faces drained, the gazes they shot Bullet Fang hardening. This human's target was Her Highness Yufu, the future heir of the Grand Serpentine City. The future Serpentine Sovereign of the Grand Serpentine City. This foolish human was out of his mind. Abominable. Within the Grand Serpentine City, inside a majestic castle. In a sealed-off palace, a couple of serpent people with top cultivation levels stood in the main halls, guarding a particular elegant serpent woman. Yufu's face looked fragile. Her hands were tied down by cold shackles, effectively chaining her within the palace. She was filled with misery. She had never expected to somehow be named the heir of the Serpentine Sovereign after returning to the Serpent Men tribes for a simple gathering. In comparison to the heir of the Serpentine Sovereign, she much rather stay as owner Bulletin's disciple. Waking up every day to train carving and cutting techniques, cooking aromatic gourmet delicacies, and tasting one's own dishes was so satisfying and pleasant. She originally thought the Serpentine Sovereign would respect her choice. Little had she expected the Serpentine Sovereign to directly turn down her request. Hence, she herself was trapped here. Just thinking that she could never return to Fang Fang's little store to learn cooking filled her heart with grief. The doors to the palace suddenly opened. A shadow glided in from the door and landed at the center of the halls. The elegant Serpentine Sovereign, with her head of green hair hanging loose, gracefully sauntered in and stopped by Yufu. Her beautiful eyes landed on Yufu, her gaze filled with coldness but also a trace of pity. What's the point? To become the heir of this sovereign, is the dream of countless serpent people. Why are you so adamant? Yu Fu twitched her lips and sent the Serpentine Sovereign a sorrowful look, as if begging the Serpentine Sovereign to let her go. If you didn't have what it takes to become the Serpentine Sovereign, I naturally wouldn't stop you. But your skills and talent dictate that you are destined to take over this sovereign's place. This sovereign is about to leave the Grand Serpentine City, but the city cannot be without a leader. This is your fate, accept it even if you don't want to. This sovereign went through the same thing back in the days. The Serpentine Sovereign extended her elegant fingers and stroked Yu Fu's face with her fair hand. A despondent look flashed across her gorgeous face. Yu Fu's face paled, unable to conceal the woe in her heart. Suddenly, the doors to the palace were pushed open. A serpent man guard hurriedly scurried into the palace and informed the Serpentine Sovereign with deference. Reporting. Your Majesty, there's a human outside of the city grasping the body of the Serpentine King Du Mu, with intentions to charge in. The hand that gently stroked Yu Fu's cheeks froze. The Serpentine Sovereign's face became cold. She twisted her head toward the guard down below and lightly uttered, "The Serpentine King Du Mu? Didn't he go attend duties at Yu Fu's tribe? Why would he be captured by a human? Send down the orders, get the other 2 Serpentine Kings to seize that human. Someone who humiliated my Serpentine King, must be executed." A frosty voice reverberated within the palace. Yu Fu suddenly turned rigid. A human who charged down here from her own tribe, could it be? Owner Bulletin. Chapter 386, The Dog Who Eats Thunder. Under the command of the Serpentine Sovereign, rich surges of energy burst out of 2 gloriously built courts within the Grand Serpentine City. Both shots of true energy soared skyward, ejecting out the figures of 2 serpent people, who now levitated in the air majestically. The roaring energy levels on these 2 serpent people were forbidding, almost causing the air particles around them to shake. They were the other 2 Serpentine Kings, both supreme being warriors of the Grand Serpentine City. The 2 exchanged looks high up in the sky, sensing the coldness in each other's eyes. One of the figures was a serpent man, with a burly upper body covered in muscles that wrapped around him like dragons. They formed a dense pattern of blue lines. His eyes were electric, nearly emitting flashes of lightning. Light blue-toned electric arcs circulated around his body, lighting up his blue serpent tail. This was a Serpentine King of the Grand Serpentine City, a mid-level supreme being, Du Kai. The other Serpentine King was a serpent woman. Her thin waist twisted in a seductive manner. A purple cloth was wrapped around her upper body, covering her bosoms. A pair of coquettish eyes sparkled on her exquisite face. Her head full of violet hair fluttered against the wind, with her purple tail gently swaying in the air. This was the last Serpentine King of the Grand Serpentine City, a supreme being warrior in the later stages Du Wei. Du Mu was the weakest among all 3 Serpentine Kings. This was also why the Serpentine Sovereign felt assured asking the other 2 Serpentine Kings to rise to the challenge. Plus, how could the backbone of the Grand Serpentine City be merely 3 Serpentine Kings? To its west was the boundless sea, and to its east was the White Cloud Villa, all there to back up the illusory spirit swamp. Without such sources of support, it was difficult to guarantee the safety of the Grand Serpentine City. The 2 Serpentine Kings swung their tails and launched through the sky fiercely, flying directly out of the Grand City. The Serpentine Sovereign, with her hands behind her back, stood before the main halls on her serpent tail, her eyes as sharp as electric sparks. Her brows were tightly knit, demonstrating traces of anxiety. That unease was certainly not directed at the human outside threatening to attack the Grand Serpentine City. How could a petty human ever understand the capabilities of the Grand Serpentine City? If a simple human being could breach the Grand Serpentine City's line of defense, then the city would have long been erased from the illusory spirit swamp altogether. She was agonizing over the 100 meters high towering tides rolling in from the boundless sea. Countless water spirit beasts were hidden in those waves, not to mention the incoming oceanic species warriors traveling by water. In comparison to such ignorant humans, the oceanic species disturbed her all the more. It was a looming crisis that could endanger the entire Grand Serpentine City. Bulletin Fang let out a light breath. He continued to close in on the Grand Serpentine City step by step, dragging the bright red serpent tail behind him. His face was expressionless as he stared fixedly at the crowd of serpent men on the towering city walls. At this moment, the gates to the Grand Serpentine City were slowly closing. The sound of chains clinking rang in the air as the metallic city gates were about to be pulled shut. The commander of the Serpent Men Guards bellowed at Bullet Fang, warning him to stop. However, Bullet Fang dismissed him completely as he continued taking strides forward. The sight of Serpentine King Du Mu being dragged around by Bullet Fang like a dead dog made the guards' eyes pop with anger. Yet, as their eyes burned with rage, their hearts were filled with bewilderment. After all, Du Mu was a supreme being. Serpent Men, spears. Launch. As Bullet Fang's foot landed on the ground, the howls of the city wall guards echoed around his ears. The Serpent Men guards on the city walls winced and then gnashed their sharp teeth. True energy bubbled in their hands as one after another sharp, chilling spears shot down from the walls. Bullet Fang lifted up his head and gazed at the shower of long spears so dense that it swallowed up the sky. He narrowed his eyes. His mind flickered and a wisp of black smoke twirled. The Black Turtle Constellation Walk emerged. As true energy charged in, the Black Turtle Constellation Walk expanded at an incredible speed. It hovered above Bullet Fang's head and lowered itself, effectively shielding Bullet Fang's entire body. Swish swish swish. Countless long spears charged downwards, slicing through the air and covering the entire sky that only blackness remained. All of the Serpent Men held their breaths. Suddenly, the commander of the Serpent Men Guards flinched. He saw that the long blades hit a hard object and tinkled, producing sparks that spread outwards. The sky full of long spears was effectively resisted. A gigantic black wok floated before them. The wok, having been spiked by countless long spears, remained undamaged. Not even a scratch could be found. What is this? The commander of the Serpent Men Guards drew in a chilled breath, all the hairs on his body standing on their ends. A truly extraordinary human, no wonder he could defeat Serpentine King Du Mu. Rib. The shadow of a burly serpent man glided across the sky. It was a serpent man whose body was covered with light blue shades of electric arcs. After a series of crackling sounds, the thunder blade was caught by his hand. The lithe Serpentine King Du Wei also arrived, landing gracefully amidst the Serpent Men Guards. Her coy eyes studied the human down below with interest. A smile emerged on her beautiful face. Then, she lightly snapped her fingers and turned toward a Serpent Man Guard, ordering with a gentle voice, "Open up the array guarding the city gates. Let's give this human a big present." The commander of the Serpent Men Guards grimaced, sending Serpentine King Du Wei an astonished look. Was the Serpentine King being serious right now? "Open up one of the arrays, let this sister have some fun with the human." Du Wei stretched her long fingers, stuck her tongue out of her ravishing red lips, and licked her finger. She beamed with a coy smile. The commander of the Serpent Men Guards shivered and ran off immediately. Not after long, a light shone above the city walls. Before Du Wei's body and on top of the walls, a beam of light emerged. Then, a magic array consisted of 2 rotating arrays connected to each other crystallized. The Serpentine King Du Wei's fine palm pressed down on the magic array. The 2 rotating arrays began turning at an even faster speed. A pale white shining orb converged before the magic array. Bang! An ear-splitting eruption. The Serpentine King Du Kai was taken by surprise. His hair also fluttered against the howling wind. Du Kai's lips twitched. He twisted around to see Du Wei leaning against the city wall, her chest shaking uncontrollably. That unbelievable woman was laughing hysterically. Was the city guarding magic array a toy to her? Du Kai was filled with anger. A loud boom. Bullet Fang furrowed his brows as he watched the energy orb smashing toward him. His heart shuddered. This shining orb gave him a tremendous sense of crisis. His mind flickered and the Black Turtle Constellation Walk began spinning once more, lowering itself to shield him. The shining orb slammed into the Black Turtle Constellation Walk violently. This loud crash blasted Bullet Fang's eardrums. His eyes were clouded by a layer of blackness. A simple shining orb had such a formidable force of pressure. This is the magic array cannon, who would have thought a city in such a remote area would have this? But then again, this magic array cannon is quite outdated. Black's gentle male voice rang, offering Bullet Fang an explanation. He raised his doggy eyes and looked at Bullet Fang, who was still dazed from the cannon strike. He couldn't help but curl his doggy lips into a smile. Magic array cannon? What the hell? The Black Turtle Constellation Walk shrank and suspended above Bullet Fang's palm. He was still very light-headed. That shining orb exploded fiercely, its aftershocks making Bullet Fang feel dizzy. On top of the city walls, Du Wei's red lips parted in a charming manner. But her eyes were filled with astonishment. This human's got some tricks up his sleeves, even able to resist the magic array cannon. No wonder he was able to defeat Du Mu. All right, worthy of this sister's attention. Her petite tongue licked around her red lips. Du Wei simpered. Up in the sky, Du Kai squinted his eyes and bellowed. His voice burst forth like thunder. Boom boom bang. A terrifying force of energy dissipated. Bulletin Fang's heart trembled. This serpent man's energy was much stronger than that of Du Mu. Crackle crackle crackle. Du Kai scanned his eyes across Bulletin Fang, discovering that Bulletin Fang's cultivation was only at 7th grade battle saint. He was suddenly puzzled. A warrior able to handle Du Mu was only a 7th grade battle saint? This Du Mu fellow's strengths must have waned the more he trained. The thunder blade, hundreds of meters long in length, burst out of Serpentine King Du Kai's hands and charged towards Bulletin Fang. That slash, slicing through even the air itself loudly, instilled fear and awe in the other serpent men. This was the Serpentine King, the almighty and powerful Serpentine King. Bulletin Fang scrunched his brows. He held the black turtle constellation walk with a single hand and puffed his chest until his face turned red. A golden flame gushed out of his mouth. Once the heaven and earth obsidian flame was out, the temperature rose to a new level all around. The streaming flames collided with the thunder blade, emitting deafening roars. Du Kai's pupils shrank as he marveled at the incredible flames silently in his heart. No wonder Du Mu was crushed. Of the 3 Serpentine Kings, only Du Mu was experienced with fire. However, compared with the flames of this human before his eyes, Du Mu's fire was not just one grade inferior. But so what? Du Kai curled the corners of his lips, exposing his sharp fangs. The thunder wrapped around his hands amplified. He brandished the thunder blade once again. The blade transformed into a ferocious thunder serpent, ducking the obsidian flame, and charged right at Bulletin Fang. Compared to a supreme being, Bulletin Fang cultivation was still too weak. Blackly leisurely strutted his signature cat steps and lightly waved its delicate doggy paw. The silhouette of a doggy paw instantly burst forth. Bang! Bulletin Fang retracted the heaven and earth obsidian flame. But Du Kai's thunder serpent was caught by this dog paw and forcefully pulled in. Up in the sky, Du Kai's entire body staggered. The very next second, under every serpent man's shocked gazes, that chubby dog, who had just captured the thunder serpent, casually waved its claw and delivered that thunder snake into its mouth. What the hell, you dare to swallow thunder? Are you not afraid of being electrified to death? Du Kai's heart skipped a beat as Du Wei gaped with widened eyes. Both supreme beings of the Grand Serpentine City were utterly shocked out of their minds. Chapter 387, All has arrived. Above the illusory spirit swamp was a golden metallic warship gliding slowly through the air. Its engine roared and stirred up violent gushes of wind. The howling wind blew the swamp water in the illusory spirit swamp into all directions. Mud splattered everywhere, sending a rancid smell into the air. This was a giant and majestic warship drifting through the sky. On the deck of the ship stood a figure with an erect body emitting an aura so overwhelming that it nearly moved the heaven and earth. With mud splashing everywhere, spirit beasts within the illusory spirit swamp that found themselves exposed hurriedly scurried off. The more powerful 8th grade spirit beasts flashed their fangs and scowled at the golden metallic warship overhead. However, they instantly whimpered when they saw the flickering eyes of the warrior standing on the deck. After a brief wail, they fled at a fast speed. Executive Feng looked across the illusory spirit swamp from a commanding position. That piece of land, considered terribly dangerous by warriors from the southern region, was absolutely safe for warriors from the Grand Baron sect. In fact, it couldn't be labeled as hazardous at all. Not even a single spirit beast at the divine physique echelon has emerged from the illusory spirit swamp, and hence it proved no threat to warriors of the Grand Baron sect. The metallic door to the warship emitted a heavy creak. Numerous warriors strode out of the ship cabin. These were all disciples of the Grand Baron sect and had formidable forces of energy on their bodies. An elder suddenly stopped by Executive Feng and murmured something to him quietly. Executive Feng, whose expression hadn't changed for a while, suddenly scrunched his brows into a frown. You're saying that Liang Kai of the sect's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven now knows of the heaven and earth obsidian flame in the training grounds and is already on the way. The elder nodded his head gravely. Executive Feng's face instantly turned sour. A sinister feeling filled his heart. The Grand Baron Sec's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven were all at the 10th grade divine realm. Each was incredibly gifted and had intimidating combat capabilities. That every one of them had their respective trump cards made them hard to tackle. If a heir of heaven came for the heaven and earth obsidian flame, then this fire would really slip through the fingers of Executive Feng himself. Plus, if any heir of heaven discovered that there was a major crystal mine in the training grounds, then all of his hard work would be flushed down the drain. Competition within the Grand Baron sect itself was ruthless. One needed to fight for one's cultivation training resources. Executive Feng inhaled a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. A beam of light flashed across these eyes. Speed up the warship, we must seize the crystal mine as fast as possible. As for the heaven and earth obsidian flame, it was now all out of his mind. Though Liang Kai was the weakest among the 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven, Executive Feng knew he himself wasn't necessarily a match. What he needed to do instead was to occupy the crystal's mine before Liang Kai's arrival, report back to the sect, and take credit for this discovery. Tumultuous tides rolled, almost engulfing the entire sky. As the waves slapped down, they emitted ear-splitting thunderous noises. As the waves drew closer, the spirit beasts within the 100 meters high tide became much more discernible. The savage howling water spirit beasts charged toward the steep cliffs with terrifying forces of pressure. Dense packs of blue-skinned warriors from the oceanic species glided in by the waves, their eyes glued to the illusory spirit swamp. Among them was a fierce warrior of the oceanic species who sat on the back of a spirit beast with a body covered in spikes, flashing his sharp teeth. The beast was a prawn-like spirit beast with surging forces of energy. Its body was divided into multiple strips. On the top of his head were rows of sharp buck teeth and 2 razor-edged claws. Its pair of stalked eyes rolled around as it spat out mouthfuls of white foam, walking steadily among the waves. This was a supreme water spirit beast, the deep-sea mantis prawn. Its body stretched out for tens of meters, almost akin to an ancient savage creature that filled the sky with its ferocity. The prophet of our oceanic species foretells that the prawn species will be birthed in the illusory spirit swamp. If we can recover the prawn species, our oceanic species can walk out of this narrow sea under their supreme leadership and finally embrace vaster waters. The blue-skinned warrior seated on the prawn-like spirit beast stretched open his lips and flashed his sharp teeth. His eyes rolled around in excitement. As if suddenly recalling something exciting, this oceanic species warrior puffed open his cheeks. Sea water instantly poured out of his cheeks and emitted a piercing shriek that shot up to the sky, stirring the other oceanic species warriors gliding on the water. In a split second, shrilling howls joined together, truly raising a racket in the sky. The steep cliffs of the illusory spirit swamp became clearer and clearer in the eyes of these oceanic species warriors. Black it twirled its tongue and swallowed the light blue thunder. After gnashing his teeth for a while, a content expression flashed across his face. Bulletin Feng was also somewhat astonished. It looked like this lord dog had an additional hobby, which was eating thunder. Feeding this dog was certainly getting easier and easier. After the initial shock, Du Kai and Du Wei also calmed down. Their faces were dark as ever. The glances they shot this back dog became much more prudent. If a mere 7th grade battle saint could defeat a supreme being warrior and drag the other party's body along, then he has got to have some tricks up his sleeves. Able to swallow the thunder of Du Kai, a supreme being warrior at the middle stage, this dog was most likely the adversary's trump card and the key to Du Mu's downfall. Du Mu was much weaker in comparison to the two of them. Du Kai was strong enough to beat his opponents up like dead dogs, let alone Du Wei, who was even more superior in terms of cultivation level. However, neither of them could say with confidence that they could swallow thunder. Only God knew how fiery was this thunder. If consumed, it would probably blow up one's stomach. Du Wei swung her serpent tail and soared skyward from the city walls. She suspended in the air, facing the bare-teethed Blackie from afar. Her head full of violet hair fluttered against the wind. A smile smeared across her sultry face, making her complexion all the more coquettish. The heaving of her chest caught many pair of eyes, as the round breasts bound by a purple cloth looked like they were about to spill out. How fascinating! Du Kai, your thunder is this fragile? It can't even handle a dog. Du Wei flicked her fine, long fingers and smirked. Du Kai glared at Du Wei and flexed all the muscles on his body. His head full of blue hair flapped against the air as richer coats of thunder converged around him. It was as if his entire person had transformed into a flash of thunder. Sizzle sizzle. Du Kai hurled out more thunder blades. These blades have found a new target, now aimed straight at the plump black dog. Blackie rolled its doggy eyes. Beneath the downpour of thunder blades, he merely grunted derisively. This thunder has a poor taste, and the texture is just awful. The Lord Dog mumbled silently. Then, he squinted his doggy eyes and stretched open his doggy jaws. The jaws suddenly enlarged in size, transforming into a gigantic, bloody muzzle. Facing the sky full of thunder blades, the Lord Dog emitted an ear-piercing bark. Woof! The bark shot up to the heavens, as if a savage creature's enraged howl. Floods of energy gushed to the sky and descended on Du Kai. Before the torrent of thunder blades even had a chance to slash down, they were also scattered by the dog bark. Du Kai, levitating in the air, instantly winced. His body was stiffened by the dog bark. His heart thudded upon realizing his inability to move. The hundreds of thousands of thunder blades began flying backward and sliced at his body. His frozen body was smashed into the towering city walls, causing quite a quake. The crackling thunder arcs began shooting wildly around Du Kai. A simple dog bark crushed a supreme being. Was this dog a freaking demon? Du Wei's face became rigid. Her seductive red lips trembled in display of her utter shock. The reverberation of this dog bark also made the heart of the Serpentine Sovereign shudder, who was just meditating within the palace. She twisted her head to gaze beyond the palace with a grace expression, narrowing her eyes. Upon hearing this dog bark, the Serpentine Sovereign's heart actually skipped a beat. She had an ominous presentiment. That sound came from somewhere outside the city. Could there be a problem even with Du Kai and Du Wei combining forces? Could it be that there are mishaps with the dismissible human trying to break into the city? Yu Fu, who was locked up within the resplendent palace, heard this familiar dog bark. She fluttered open her eyelids, as excitement flashed across her beautiful face. It's black as bark. It is owner Bulletin. This moment of bewilderment shook Yu Fu's heart. She almost wanted to cry with joy. Outside of the Grand Serpentine City, the shadow of a figure flashed by. A figure with hands behind the back was traveling majestically on a flying sword. He suddenly heard the sound of a dog bark coming from the Grand Serpentine City. Wu Mu's elegant posture suddenly froze, his heart thumping. Why does this dog bark sound so familiar? Shouldn't that terrifying existence be staying put in the Imperial City? Why did it appear in the Grand Serpentine City? Shoot! Du Li has yet to witness the terrifying nature of that creature, damn it! She mustn't aggravate it. Wu Mu's heart quivered. With the flicker of his mind, waves of true energy spurted out. A flash of blade instantly ripped across the air and bolted straight toward the direction of the Grand Serpentine City. Within the illusory spirit swamp, Wu Yunbei was riding on a spirit beast horse. This spirit beast horse was even able to trod through the damp mossed soil speedily. A muffled dog bark echoed by her ear. She flinched. Didn't this dog bark sound somewhat familiar? The image of a plump dog strutting cat steps instantly appeared in her mind. Just as she was deep in her thoughts, she suddenly felt darkness descend from above. Her heart thumped as she consciously lifted up her head and narrowed her eyes. Just above her head was a metallic warship, gigantic enough to cover up the entire sky. An overpowering pressure leaked out of the warship, stiffening up Wu Yunbei's entire body. On the deck of the warship, a figure standing there with hands behind the back also saw her. Those eyes cast a glance down like a flash of lightning, slicing through the air to close in on her. Wu Yunbei felt a searing pain through her eyes. She couldn't help but cover her face as tears soaked her cheeks. The spirit beast horse, thoroughly paralyzed by the rich pressure, had knelt down into the mud. Though its body was marked by the dirty sludges, it didn't dare to move an inch. Executive Feng stood by the warship's deck proudly, sending Wu Yunbei a condescending look. Oh? A native of the training grounds? A 7th grade battle saint hat, perhaps aware of the location of the crystal mine, could be useful as a guide, Executive Feng muttered, then curled his lips and waved his hand. Wu Yunbei opened her weeping eyes and felt her entire body freeze. A monumental hand slammed down from the sky with a pressure that nearly suffocated her. It picked her up and took her to the warship. Afterward, the warship's engine whirred as it rolled on. Tranquility was restored to the swamp. Chapter 388, Setback at the Crystal Mine. The illusory spirit swamp was where the crystal mine was situated. The mine was bustling with activity, as the serpent men continued excavating rare, high-quality crystals from deep pits. These crystals sparkled, shining radiantly underneath the sunlight. Strings of energy circulated within the crystals, almost as resplendent as dazzling diamonds. A flash of blade whistled by. Bai Zhan glided in on his sword, levitating above the mine to continue his inspection. The emergence of this crystal mine had significant implications for the White Cloud Villa and the Grand Serpentine City, providing both spheres of influences with the chance to advance to the next level. These superior quality crystals were wonderful treasures. In fact, they could be considered the best thing in the universe for cultivators. Putting away his sword, Bai Zhan landed on the damp, muddy soil and strolled around. The serpent men, as well as humans of the White Cloud Villa, were all hard at work. The amount of crystals found in this mine shook Bai Zhan heavily. It was as if there was an inexhaustible supply. Suddenly, Bai Zhan felt a slight tremor through the ground. His heart thudded as he peered towards the pit below with puzzlement. A serpent man covered with mud slipped out of the pit. Seeing Bai Zhan, he promptly crawled out and glided toward him, his face filled with anxiety. "Chief! There's something peculiar within the crystal mine," the serpent man reported nervously, but there was a glimmer of excitement in the depth of his eyes. If something was birthed within the crystal mine, then it must be a piece of priceless gem. Bai Zhan was taken aback. Hearing the serpent man's description of the item, he couldn't immediately determine what was this object hidden within the crystal mine. Since he couldn't be sure, Bai Zhan decided to take a look for himself. He followed the serpent man into the crystal mine. This mine road that they have dug up fell beneath the illusory spirit swamp, but it oddly lacked a sense of humidity. Instead, the air down there was rather dry. The ground below one's foot was also hard and steady. Small chunks of fractured crystals bulged out of the walls on both sides of the mine road. These crushed pieces of crystals, reflecting against the sunbeam, lit up the mine road with a mystifying gleam. Bai Zhan moved forward. After walking for a while, he finally slowed down his footsteps. That was because glaring beams of light shot out from the depths of the mine. A good number of serpent men crowded around there, whispering to each other. They had momentarily halted their tasks, staring at something curiously instead. Once Bai Zhan arrived, these serpent men hurriedly made way for him. As they cleared away, the glistening objects appeared before Bai Zhan's eyes. There were 3 giant quartz balls. Their surfaces appeared to have been made with crystals, full of bumps and hollows, not smooth at all. The 3 quartz balls emitted a lustrous glow, so brilliant that they dazzled one's eyes. Bai Zhan knitted his brows as he patted one of the quartz balls. This quartz ball was extremely sturdy, very similar to an actual ball of crystal, only much bigger in size. But how could crystal balls spontaneously appear within the mine? Bai Zhan couldn't wrap his head around it. The walls nearby were covered with crystals, making this entire area appear richly ornamented. Suddenly, Bai Zhan's eyes, previously glued to the crystal ball, twitched. A sense of fear crept into his heart. He slowly lifted up his head. A blurry shadow gradually appeared on the wall of crystals. Its body materialized bit by bit, like drops of water dripping down, and eventually took the shape of an exotic spirit beast. A red beam burst out of this spirit beast's eyes, which now fixated on Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan's heart lurched, feeling highly alarmed. How could there be spirit beasts in the crystal mine? The gigantic tide closed in at an amazing speed and finally arrived at the steep cliffs. Beneath the tumultuous waves, an entire village was just flooded. Countless houses were smashed into smithereens by this colossal tide. The boats lying by the harbor were also shattered into pieces as bits of splintered wood flew all over the place. Boom boom! A giant water spirit beast landed and kicked up innumerable splashes of water. The oceanic species warrior on its back had on a gleeful expression, urging the water spirit beasts to continue bolting forward. The grounds shook as swarms of oceanic species warriors and water spirit beasts flooded in, storming into the illusory spirit swamp. An oceanic species warrior dressed in an armor, with scales covering his blue skin, wore a stern, ruthless expression. He rode a deep-sea mantis prawn. The prawn's many claws swiped across the ground and launched out at an incredible speed. Seawater rolled on violently, inching toward the illusory spirit swamp. However, the illusory spirit swamp was vast in size, so the seawater only raged for a short while before ebbing away. Still, Once these ocean waves waned, countless oceanic species warriors emerged. They were heading for the Grand Serpentine City, and were getting closer and closer to their target. Bulletin Fang looked at Wu Mu, who had just landed before him and was now puffing and panting. An odd expression suddenly smeared across his face. Wu Mu had never expected to really see owner Bulletin appear here, especially accompanied by his terrifying black dog, looking as if he was about to attack the Grand Serpentine City. What the hell was going on here? Shouldn't you be in the Lightwind Imperial City? Why are you seeking trouble in the illusory spirit swamp? Owner Bulletin, there is perhaps a misunderstanding here? Let's have an amiable chat about it. Don't use force, that's never good. Wu Mu smiled at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang twitched the corners of his mouth and sent Wu Mu a look. However, he didn't utter a word. Du Kai, who had just rolled down from the city walls, was flexing his muscles, ready to deliver another strike when Wu Mu suddenly appeared. The Villa Master of the White Cloud Villa, Wu Mu, was a swordsman at the peak of the Supreme Being echelon. His cultivation was undoubtedly strong, to the point where even the Serpentine Sovereign might not be a match for him. Why would someone like him suddenly appear here? Plus, judging by Wu Mu's expression, he seemed to be showing reverence toward that human. What the hell? You, the formidable Villa Master of the White Cloud Villa, a top warrior of the southern region, are showing deference towards a petty human with a mere 7th grade cultivation level? Are you freaking kidding me? Du Wei was much more sensitive to such details. Could it be that this lad, despite his 7th grade cultivation, had some sort of strong background? That was not impossible. With such a fierce black dog as a companion and that extraordinary black walk, she would be surprised if this human didn't have an unusual background. Owner Bulletin, why don't we sit down and have a nice chat in the Grand Serpentine City? Wu Mu suggested with a grin. He twisted his head towards Du Wei and Du Kai and said lightly with scrunched brows, open up the city gates. I'll directly take owner Bulletin to see the Serpentine Sovereign. There must be some misunderstanding here. Let's solve the issue and try to avoid an unnecessary battle. Du Wei and Du Kai looked at each other helplessly. All the serpent men on the city walls were simply stupefied. The Serpentine Sovereign had crushed the sword rune he left her. This undoubtedly meant something was wrong. Was it because of owner Bulletin? No. It must be something much more dire. At this point in time, how could the Grand Serpentine City afford owner Bulletin and this black dog wreaking havoc on the other end? He must coax the Serpentine Sovereign to not exasperate Bulletin Fang and this terrifying black dog. That was a black dog that ended the life of a divine warrior. Du Wei was bold and resolute enough. Her chest, wrapped beneath a purple cloth, heaved as she ordered for the city gates to be opened. The other serpent men were reluctant and baffled but had no choice but to obey such orders. Though Wu Mu was the Villa Master of the White Cloud Villa, he enjoyed high prestige within the Grand Serpentine City. Wu Mu nodded in satisfaction and brought Bulletin Fang and Blackie into the Grand Serpentine City. Bulletin Fang planned on having Blackie blow open the city gates with his paw, but who would have thought that Wu Mu would appear? It suited him just fine that Wu Mu brought them into the city. Once they stepped into the Grand Serpentine City, Bulletin Fang was slightly awed by its imposing magnificence. In comparison to the Lightwind Imperial City, this Grand Serpentine City was much more prosperous. The architecture around here was completely different from those of the Light White Empire. There were all sorts of street vendors on both sides of the road shouting out loud. Bulletin Fang looked around in high spirits. There must be a lot of exotic gourmet delicacies in such a booming city. Just as he expected, with a few more steps, Bulletin Fang began smelling all kinds of fragrance. On one of the streets, there were numerous booths selling food. One of the serpent men was skillfully frying a squid that was glossy with oil. A rich aroma wafted by. Another vendor grabbed out a lobster steamed to a flushed red shade. Peeling away its shells, the nearly quivering lobster meat emitted a strong aroma. The fragrance that has already pervaded the air enlivened Bulletin Fang. The Grand Serpentine City is close to the vast sea, and so the main ingredients here come from the ocean. That means there is a lot of seafood. Some lower-graded water spirit beasts would also be captured and made into wonderful dishes, Wu Mu introduced. Bulletin Fang nodded and walked on. They reached the majestic Serpent Men Palace soon enough. Before the entrance of the palace, one could already see the Serpentine Sovereign's graceful posture. The Serpentine Sovereign scanned the surrounding with a cold, elegant look. Wu Mu brought Bulletin Fang up the hill and quickly arrived before the Serpentine Sovereign. He wore a torn complexion. The last of the sword runes he left her had been crushed. He felt somewhat empty inside. Bulletin Fang flickered a light glance at the Serpentine Sovereign. He had already met her back in the 100,000 Mountains. This means the Serpentine Sovereign must also recognize him. The moment the Serpentine Sovereign laid eyes on Bulletin Fang, her head full of green hair fluttered up and her eyes widened. Waves of energy burst out, and she looked as if she had just recalled something. "It's you. The human lad who swallowed the 10,000 bestial flames," the Serpentine Sovereign said with a stern voice. Just as her voice faded, a piercing whistle flashed across the sky above the Grand Serpentine City. A bloody figure fell down from the above and landed harshly within the crowds. Seeing that body, Wu Mu's face instantly changed colors. Bai Zhan. The person covered in blood and savage wounds, with only a weak force of energy, was the White Cloud Villa Supreme being in charge of overseeing the crystal mine. Bai Zhan. Why is Bai Zhan so severely injured? Could it be someone invaded the crystal mine? Or perhaps, there is a setback at the crystal mine? Chapter 389, Braised Mantis Shrimp. Why is Bai Zhan here? Isn't he in charge of inspecting the crystal mine? The Serpentine Sovereign and Wu Mu were both incredibly astonished to see Bai Zhan sprawled over the ground coughing up blood. Bai Zhan's body was covered with nasty gashes, out of which oozed streaks of blood. This was nearly unimaginable for someone like Bai Zhan, a warrior who had already reached the stage of Supreme Being. Who exactly hurt Bai Zhan to this extent? Bulletin Fang was also slightly shocked to see Bai Zhan spitting out blood on the floor. He was obviously familiar with Bai Zhan, but was simply bewildered at his current state. Bai Zhan widened his eyes as he continued coughing up blood, uttering to Wu Mu with some difficulty, "Villa Master, the crystal mine." As expected, it was the crystal mine. Hearing Bai Zhan mention the crystal's mine, everyone's heart lurched. There really was an incident at the crystal mine? Judging by Bai Zhan's appearance, nothing good could have occurred. As the crowds contemplated to themselves silently, the Serpentine Sovereign's face changed dramatically. Could it be the oceanic species warriors have already arrived? "Owner Bulletin, please wait for a bit, let me finish handling this matter first before convening with you once more." Wu Mu wore an extremely somber expression. He shot Bulletin Fang a glance and said hurriedly. However, before giving Bulletin Fang even a chance to respond, he had already left on his sword, soaring away from the palace. The Serpentine Sovereign scanned Bulletin Fang with a pair of indignant eyes. However, her heart was currently elsewhere. Without saying another word to Bulletin Fang, she swayed her serpent tail and took off, following behind Wu Mu. Both Serpentine Kings Du Kai and Du Wei exchanged looks and followed the Serpentine Sovereign out of the palace. All of a sudden, all that was left in the main halls were Bulletin Fang and Bai Zhan, who was still spitting out blood. Oh, and Blackie, the black dog strutting his signature cat steps. There was a trace of awkwardness in the air, with Bulletin Fang just abandoned like this. Bulletin Fang tugged at his own hair to cover up for the uncomfortable awkwardness. Then, he twisted his head to inspect the palace. A bloody stench continued to leak out of Bai Zhan's body. The odor was rather pungent. Bulletin Fang watched as Bai Zhan struggled to get up from the floor and leaned against a pole, still coughing up blood. He hesitated for a bit and then extracted a steaming hot oyster pancake from the system's dimensional storage. He tossed the oyster pancake towards the dazed Bai Zhan, who subconsciously caught it. This steaming hot oyster pancake nearly burned Bai Zhan's palm. His pale face only got even more pallid. However, the rich aroma of the oyster pancake completely caught Bai Zhan's eyes. This is... After tossing Bai Zhan this oyster pancake, Bulletin Fang paid no more attention to him and began meandering around the main halls instead. Blackie, who was just sauntering next to Bulletin Fang leisurely, suddenly squinted, a beam of light flashing beneath his doggy eyes. "Bulletin Fang, you lad, hang out yourself for a while, this Lord Dog's got something else to do." The Lord Dog suddenly said. Excitement seemed to have smeared across his eyes as drool dripped out of his jaws. Bulletin Fang was taken aback. He stretched and looked toward Blackie, only to realize that the black dog had already vanished into a shadow at an amazing speed. As Bai Zhan chewed the oyster pancake, a strong fragrance spread outward. Bulletin Fang couldn't help but lick his lips and took out an oyster pancake for himself, munching away. Bai Zhan took a tentative bite of the oyster pancake. Once it hit his stomach, his eyes lit up. He felt a small fire burning at the bottom of his belly and that his body was resurged with energy. With enough true energy, on top of his supreme being cultivation level, he was able to quickly halt the cracking of his skin, and hence stabilize his injuries. Bulletin Fang made a full circle around the resplendent and magnificent palace and discovered a room. He pushed open the door and saw the shadow of an elegant figure inside the room. Yu Fu and Bulletin Fang gazed at each other, feeling rather speechless. "Owner Bulletin. It really is you." However, after a moment of silence, Yu Fu recovered and exclaimed excitedly. Her entire face flushed with delight. Bulletin Fang nodded lightly and inspected the surrounding of the room. His gaze landed on the shackles that locked up Yu Fu. "Why do they have you chained?" Bulletin Fang scrunched his brows and asked. "I said I don't want to become some heir and only wished to return to your store and study cooking, but the Serpentine Sovereign rejected my request and forcibly locked me here," Yu Fu said, full of grievances. Hearing Yu Fu's words, Bulletin Fang felt his heart lighten. He lifted up the corners of his mouth and nodded his head. A wisp of smoke twirled and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. The dragon bone kitchen knife was hard and sturdy. A few casual slashes easily sliced the chains into halves, freeing Yu Fu's body. As he rescued Yu Fu, Bulletin Fang also declared solemnly, "It's right to learn cooking from me. Being my disciple will bring you a much brighter future than being some serpentine sovereign." Bulletin Fang remarked in a very serious tone. Yu Fu was taken aback. Her lips puckered into a grin as she rolled her eyes at Bulletin Fang, taking his words as a mere joke. Just as Bulletin Fang liberated Yu Fu, the entire palace started shaking so violently it was hard for anyone to stand steady. Bulletin Fang's heart thumped, and he looked beyond the palace out of surprise. Yu Fu was also astonished. "What's going on?" Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and rushed into the main halls with Yu Fu. He caught sight of Bai Zhan, who was leaning on a pole and still recovering, then twisted his head toward Yu Fu. "Take good care of him first. Stay here and don't wander off. I'm going to take a look outside." Yu Fu nodded earnestly. She felt like something big was about to happen. Bulletin Fang turned around and took his time sauntering out of the palace. He didn't know where that fat dog Blackie ran off to. Bulletin Fang couldn't easily find him at the moment and so strolled out of the main halls by himself. The moment he walked out of the main halls, a wave of salty sea breeze brushed past, and blew at strands of Bulletin Fang's loosely tied hair. What entered Bulletin Fang's eyes was a gigantic spirit beast, more accurately, a water spirit beast. This was a water spirit beast that looked like a giant shrimp. Its body was divided into multiple strips, much like that of a centipede. Its innumerable long limbs were as sharp as razor blades and there was a sickle bulging out of his head. Its eyes rolled around as it emitted a formidable energy. Boom boom! This water spirit beast was savage as ever, slamming into the walls of the Grand Serpentine City ferociously. It looked like it was about to crawl over the city walls. The serpent men guards and warriors went all out to resist this attack. The magic array on the city walls began sparkling as one after another ball of light shot out and landed on the water spirit beasts. Loud eruptions boomed in the air. Bulletin Fang himself had already tasted the powers of the magic array cannon. It was strong enough to force the water spirit beast backwards, preventing it from crawling into the city altogether. However, the serpent men guards also began to hurl out long spears. Most of these serpent men guards were at the cultivation of 4th grade battle spirit. Though their spears were covered with a level of spirit energy that barely had any effects on the supreme beast, together they were strong enough to injure it. Bang bang! The towering tides continued rolling in and slammed into the city walls violently. A swarm of deep-sea mantis prawns smaller in size charged forth. The cultivation levels of these deep-sea mantis prawns varied significantly from 5th grade, 6th grade, to a handful of 8th grade deep-sea mantis prawns. One could tell them apart by the size of their bodies. Some of these deep-sea mantis prawns moved at a fast speed and caused incredible impacts. Smashing with their bodies, they nearly blasted through the city walls of the Grand Serpentine City. The magic array cannons blanketing the city walls were smattered by such collisions and lost their capabilities. An ear-piercing laughter drifted in from the sea waves. A horde of blue-skinned oceanic species warriors glided in on the tides, watching from a distance the deep-sea mantis prawns assault on the Grand Serpentine City. A purple beam of light blasted in from afar. That was the Serpentine King Du Wei, who had left with the Serpentine Sovereign earlier. A murderous look smeared across Du Wei's charming face. She bellowed at the deep-sea mantis prawns attacking the city walls and swooped in. Bulletin Fang gazed with astonishment at the dense swarm of water spirit beasts outside of the city walls. This water spirit beast seemed somewhat familiar. Bulletin Fang rubbed his chin. The deep-sea mantis prawn isn't what they call the mantis shrimp. His eyes lit up as he smacked his lips. The mantis shrimp was also known as mantis prawn since its two claws were as sharp as that of a mantis and had an incredible force of impact. However, this wasn't what Bulletin Fang focused on. In comparison to the mantis prawn's combat capabilities, he was much more attracted to its taste. This was something that left Bulletin Fang with a deep impression. The tender meat of the mantis prawn, in addition to the genuine salty ocean flavors of seafood, entered his mind. His heart began to beat with excitement as he gulped. The gaze he shot toward the horde of mantis prawns began to sparkle. Waves of true energy surged out of his body as Bulletin Fang's figure launched and shot out of the city walls. Just as Bulletin Fang took off, the oceanic species warriors traveling by waves bawled ferociously. Multiple figures soared skyward and joined the battle. Du Wei, who was just fighting against the supreme mantis prawns, was heavily injured. She fell from the sky and crashed into the city, causing multiple buildings to collapse. Boom! The giant creatures tore a deep hole through the city walls of the Grand Serpentine City with their razor-edged claws. Seawater continued to surge in from outside of the city. The deep-sea mantis prawn also waved their razor-sharp claws and glided into the Grand Serpentine City along the ocean water. All of a sudden, miserable wails filled the Grand Serpentine City. The waves slapped in and flooded the previously noisy streets. The stand frying squid and the store steaming lobsters were instantly drained by the sea water. One after another mantis prawn shot out of the sea water and sliced the fleeing serpent men into halves, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Still, the serpent men guards retreated in an orderly fashion, and soon enough the serpent men were forced to seek refuge within the towering palace. Bam bam bam! Just as groups of serpent men were about to recoil into the palace, a figure scurried out, running through the chaotic crowds and bolted forward across the wet pavement. Some stared with their mouths agape, peering at the rocketing shadow with bewilderment. Bulletin Fang landed a foot on the water, thrill filling his face. Deep-sea mantis prawns were valuable ingredients, hard to come by. Splash! The water next to Bulletin Fang erupted as a mantis prawn waving its razor-sharp claw stormed out, aiming its sickle at Bulletin Fang. It was prepared to slice Bulletin Fang apart. Yet, in the face of this crisis, Bulletin Fang didn't flinch at all. Instead, he licked his lips and revealed an air of exhilaration. He scrutinized the mantis prawn as if he was eyeing a spectacular ingredient. In fact, he had already decided on the name of the dish. It shall be called Braised Mantis Shrimp. Chapter 390, Hurling Blows All the Way, Cooking Mantis Shrimps All the Way. The illusory spirit swamp, the crystal mine. The marshy ground looked as if it was boiling, the moss peat has become dry as hot mists rose from it, hardening the mushy soils. Peculiar roars continued to emit from the deep pit, accompanied by miserable wails. The blood of multiple muscular serpent men splattered out of the pit and landed miles away. This was a ghastly sight. Spirit beasts seemingly built of crystals ripped apart one after another serpent man within the pit, with their savage red eyes sparkling. Shrieks traveled out of their mouths. These spirit beasts were safeguarding the crystal mine, as if protecting something hidden within the crystals. A couple of figures soared in from the other side of the sky, swooshing across the air. Wu Mu came by his sword. He had a grave expression on. Seeing the fountain of blood squirting out of the crystal mine, he couldn't help but emit a deep sigh. The Serpentine Sovereign Dooley also arrived at the crystal mine, swinging her serpent tail. This crystal mine was developed by both the White Cloud Villa and the Grand Serpentine City. There were many strong serpent men and White Cloud Villa disciples inside. As of now, the strongest warrior of both spheres of influences was staring at the nasty pool of blood gushing out of the mine with a pale face. His heart dropped, feeling as if a hammer was just swung across his chest. Damn it! What's happening in the crystal mine? Wu Mu bellowed, hopped off of his sword, and instantly charged for the mine with utter rage. The Serpentine Sovereign caught up quickly. Behind her, the Serpentine King Du Kai hesitated for a brief moment and also followed suit. The three of them reached the mouth of the mine, and felt all the pores on their bodies tighten. The pungent stench of blood pervaded the entire mine. On the ground were broken limbs, scuffed serpent tails, and severed heads scattered in all directions. It was akin to a scene from hell. This sight choked one up. Wu Mu was raging with fury, and the serpentine sovereign turned rigid with wrath. They stared into the depths of the dark mine, where there were violent quakes. Afterwards, one after another spirit beasts seemingly formed of crystals emerged. The forces of energy on these spirit beasts were intimidating. Above the illusory spirit swamp, an icy, metallic warship sailed through the air, suspending right above the steaming hot mine. We finally found it. Executive Feng peered down at the giant mine. Though blood jetted out of the mouth of the mine, it didn't erase the excitement in Executive Feng's eyes one bit. Multiple Grand Baron sect disciples standing behind Executive Feng also gazed down with curiosity, thrilled as ever. Suddenly, Executive Feng's pupils shrank as he saw a black shadow flash past and land beneath. He arched his brows lightly and studied the shadow, only to see a plump black dog standing below the warship. That black dog was walking as elegantly as a cat, treading across the swamp eagerly. It stuck out a tongue and sprayed saliva everywhere. Where did this fat black dog come from? Executive Feng was somewhat speechless. He merely flickered it a glimpse and turned away. A black dog was not enough to trigger his interest. However, Executive Feng felt his body stiffen the very next second. As his eyes casually scanned across the landscape, he noticed with a jolt that the black dog strolling through the illusory spirit swamp just then had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of dog fur left, as if something was wrong with his eyes. What could it be? I didn't see it right. Executive Feng drew in a chilled breath and rubbed his eyes. A dignified warrior at the divine physique echelon like him could have blurred vision? Even he couldn't bring himself to believe that. Shaking his head, Executive Feng tried to forget about the black dog that mysteriously vanished. His fervent eyes landed once again on the mine. But he wasn't in a rush to get in. Given past experiences, there are crystal beasts safeguarding every crystal mine. Let someone do the preliminary inspections first to test the capabilities of the crystal beasts. Executive Feng fell silent for a while. Then, he arranged a 9th grade supreme being in the warship to enter the mine first. Since they've already located the crystal mine, then the 3 crystal cores inside couldn't be far. Buzz! A wisp of smoke twirled in the air and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in Bulletin Feng's hand. He spun the knife as beams of light radiated from the blade. An invisible dragon's might burst out of the dragon bone kitchen knife. Suddenly, the mantis prawn that shot out of the waters froze, the razor-sharp claw it aimed at Bulletin Feng hang midair. Bulletin Feng licked his lips and swung the dragon bone kitchen knife, directly tearing apart the mantis prawn's 2 sickle-like claws. Then, he extended a palm and caught the rather burly mantis prawn in his hand. There were sharp pricks on the shell of this mantis shrimp. It continued to squirm, hoping to stab Bulletin Feng with such sharp pricks and hence find a chance to flee. But how could Bulletin Feng be easily fooled by such small tricks? The black turtle constellation walk spun and emerged. Bulletin Feng didn't give it another glance and instantly tossed the mantis prawn in his hands into the wok. Under the stifle of the dragon's might, the mantis prawn couldn't move at all. After this successful blow, Bulletin Feng silently exclaimed with satisfaction and sped up his movements. The waters around him continued to break apart as one after another mantis prawn jumped out and charged at Bulletin Feng. Bulletin Feng squinted his eyes and injected the golden dragon bone kitchen knife with true energy, effectively amplifying the surge of dragon's might within. It smacked at all of the mantis prawns that hopped up, slamming them directly back into the water. Bulletin Feng was exhilarated. He could detect countless mantis shrimps wriggling toward him. He stepped across the water and casually swung the dragon bone kitchen knife. Every time the knife slapped the surface of the water, another paralyzed mantis shrimp was forced out. The black turtle constellation walk scooped the air and caught the mantis shrimps. Bam bam bam! It was stepping across the water all the way, hurling blows here and there all the way, and capturing mantis shrimps all the way. It was such a stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes around him that it even appeared rather comical. The Grand Serpentine City was currently a hot mess. Nearly all of the serpent men recoiled with whimpers in the face of such brutal intruders. Nowhere else could one see another Bulletin Feng, savagely and outrageously, plundering the mantis shrimps. The serpent men all pulled back out of fear in seeing the mantis shrimps. But Bullet Fang here's got the nerve to continue fishing mantis shrimps with his black turtle constellation walk, as if there weren't enough of them for him to catch. An oceanic species warrior gliding on sea waves glowered. He looked at the human lad essentially looting mantis shrimps with an odd expression. Who the hell is that brat? Nu K, slaughter that human for me. Release all of the mantis prawn civilians he captured. A oceanic species warrior dressed in an armor of scales ordered a muscular, blue-skinned warrior bubbling with energy who standing not far from him. Merely a petty human. Get ready to hear my good news, chief. Nu K, of the oceanic species, bawled and shot out of the waves, charging straight at Bullet Fang, who was still capturing mantis shrimps. Nu K had a cultivation level of 8th grade war god. He held a long spear in his hand and descended on Bullet Fang. Bam! Bullet Fang lifted the corner of his lips and stomped onto the water ferociously, kicking up waves that were multiple meters high. With the flicker of his mind, he took out a bottle that held a golden-colored oily sauce from the system's dimensions storage. Every time he left the store, Bullet Fang made sure to prepare enough cooking tools, just in case of unexpected needs. The bottle spun in Bullet Fang's hand at an amazing speed. The muscles on Bullet Fang's palm quivered lightly, causing the bottle of oily sauce to continue spinning. Streams of golden shade oily sauce poured out like strands of silk and spilled onto the mantis shrimps within the black turtle constellation walk. The black turtle constellation walk seemed to have suppressed these deep-sea mantis prawns with a particular force, rendering them only capable of tossing and turning inside. Swish swash! The oily sauce splashed down, completely covering the mantis shrimps within the black turtle constellation walk. Gulp gulp gulp! These mantis shrimps were very much stupefied. They had a bad feeling about this. As they swallowed in and spat out the oily sauce, gurgling bubbles, they struggled to escape the walk. Ack! Damn human brat, release the mantis prawns! Or else, death will be upon you. Nu K's blue-colored skin opened up, both cheeks spurting out sea water, as he glared with his eyes. He bellowed and charged at Bullet Fang with a spear in hand. Bullet Fang, thoroughly immersed in delight, suddenly felt his heart thud. He sent this creature a perplexed look. Tapping the tip of his foot on the water, Bullet Fang leaped up from the erupting waves. He puffed his chest and his face flushed red. Opening his mouth, he sprayed out golden flames. A ball of golden fire floated up and seemed to set fire to the sky, enveloping Nu K. The scorching sensation made Nu K's heart lurch. Amidst the resplendent sea of gold, he could no longer locate that human lad. Suddenly, a howl reverberated through the air. Nu K's heart sank. He turned his head only to see a blanket of darkness closing in on him. Clank! A muffled clang and Nu K felt his entire world spinning, as if his head was about to explode. His entire body plunged and sank deep into the water. The black turtle constellation walk spun and returned to Bullet Fang's hand. A golden flame drifted out and slipped into the metal opening beneath the black turtle constellation walk. Bang! Braised mantis shrimp! Bullet Fang curled his lips and amped up the fire. Within the black turtle constellation walk, the dazed mantis shrimps still gurgling bubbles instantly blanched and began to hop around desperately, causing oily sauce to splatter everywhere. Alas, they were utterly suppressed by the black turtle constellation walk. Not after long, an aroma wafted out of the walk. Sniffing the familiar scent of the mantis shrimp, Bullet Fang was overcome with hunger. With the flicker of his mind, a jar of ice heart jade urn wine appeared in his hand. He slapped open the lid and poured wine into the black turtle constellation walk. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. In that very second, seething hot mist rose up alongside the surging aroma of mantis shrimps, billowing with steams. The oceanic species warrior gliding on sea waves widened his eyes, his heart shuddering and his jaws trembling. That human, how dare he cook mantis prawn civilians in front of the oceanic species? Damn it! Seize him this moment! The oceanic species warrior bawled with rage, causing the waves beside him to blast. Many other oceanic species warriors felt their scalps go numb. Responding to the command, they chased after Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang clutched the black turtle constellation walk, still cooking his braised mantis shrimp. Steam rose out of the wok. This mantis shrimp was almost done. Bullet Fang certainly wasn't about to let these blue-skinned creatures spoil his work. So, he scampered off, stepping across the surface of the water as he fled. Not after long, he ran out of the city. As he continued running, Bulletin Fang turned his head to gaze at a mantis shrimp enormous in size and couldn't help but smack his lips. Look at how big it is, there must be a lot of meat inside. Bulletin Fang thought to himself. It was a pity that this was a supreme mantis shrimp. Bulletin Fang couldn't beat it right now, or else he wouldn't let it get away. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The 10,000 bestial flames burning beneath the black turtle constellation wok intensified. The aroma within the wok became even richer, kicking up and spreading through the entire city. The giant mantis shrimp rolled around its stalked eyes and swayed the enormous sickle-like claw, instantly ripping through the air. Its dense layer of limbs waved around, launching towards Bulletin Fang like a spring. All of a sudden, the entire scene became rather odd. Bulletin Fang was running away as he clutched the wok of fragrant braised mantis shrimp, yet chasing right behind him were enraged oceanic species warriors and a giant mantis shrimp on a rampage. The serpent men of the Grand Serpentine City taking flight were stunned to see this. Du Wei pressed her palms into her bulging chest and, seeing Bulletin Fang bolt away in big strides across the water, couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 391, Oh, so electrifying. Du Wei gazed at Bulletin Fang's receding figure, a funny look filling her beautiful eyes, as if she didn't know whether it was more appropriate to laugh or cry. She had never thought that such a stern, stony human would end up being such a clown. But then again, a human with enough guts to attack the Grand Serpentine City with a mere dog by his side, was there anything he didn't dare to do? As for cooking mantis shrimps right in front of a supreme mantis shrimp, it probably wasn't such a big deal. What an unusual human being, yet, she certainly owed this human her gratitude. A layer of frostiness clouded Du Wei's sharpening eyes. She swung her serpent tail and kicked up tumultuous tides as her entire figure soared into the palace. Activate the Guardian Magic Array. Blast away these grotesque creatures right away. Du Wei's thunderous holler filled every corner of the Serpent Man Palace the moment she glided in. The countless serpent men hiding within the palace instantly felt the ground rumble. The very next second, sea waves autonomically cleared out of the space around the palace. A faint green beam of light shot to the sky as one after another magic array crystallized near the palace, filling the air with such a sparkling glow. Du Wei's head of purple hair hung loose, her eyes cold, and her red lips lightly pursed into a beautiful curve. Then, her mind was linked to the numerous magic arrays. The magic array facing the oceanic species army emitted a glaring sparkle. One after another magic array cannons burst forth amidst a glistering radiance. As Bulletin Fang continued running, he couldn't help but twitch his nose. The braised mantis shrimps cooking inside the black turtle constellation wok smelt even more fragrant than before. The aroma was so rich that it almost made Bulletin Fang drool. Like flower crabs, seafood including the mantis prawns tasted extremely well when braised with oil. In fact, it would taste even better than the egg fried rice sold in Fang Fang's little store. Since the texture of the flesh from seafood was very different, braising with oil allowed for the utter release of any aroma found in the fat stored within such creatures. The resulting scent stimulated one's appetite, making one involuntarily gulp down saliva. Bulletin Fang scurried off with large strides over the water. The amount of sea water within the illusory spirit swamp was growing by the second, almost about to completely flood the area. The water level has already risen to over a meter high. If Bulletin Fang didn't rely on his true energy, he would quickly sink into the water. This environment was not amiable toward Bulletin Fang at all, but served as quite a convenience for the oceanic species warriors and the supreme mantis shrimp chasing after him. The oceanic species warriors looked less appealing compared to ordinary humans. They could be described as blue-skinned fish taking on the form of humans, with their fierce and bulging eyeballs, big blubber mouths, and cheeks slit open on both sides of their heads. Their fingers were also connected by webs, making them look like enlarged fish men. Some of the oceanic species warriors had a blue-colored fish tail covered with scales protruding out of their bottoms. It looked extremely peculiar. As of this moment, the oceanic species warriors were all eyeing Bulletin Fang with wrath. Bulletin Fang's reckless cooking of mantis shrimps right before their eyes was a total belittlement of these oceanic species warriors. Hiss hiss. The supreme mantis shrimp also emitted a low moan. Sea waves were rolling as high as the sky. Its dense rows of limbs shifted, enabling its gigantic body to dart forward at an amazing speed, easily shortening the distance between itself and Bulletin Fang. Just as it was inches away from Bulletin Fang, the supreme mantis shrimp widened its eyes and extended its sickle-like claws. It was so fast that one couldn't capture its true speed or path of movement. The air was nearly ripped apart in that very moment. Bulletin Fang, still carrying the black turtle constellation walk, felt his body freeze. A cold sensation washed over him as he detected a murderous vibe. His heart, previously stirred by the aroma of the braised mantis shrimp, suddenly lurched. Bang! True energy surged as sky-high sea waves burst out of the water under his foot. Bulletin Fang's body rocketed to the sky. The supreme mantis shrimp's two sickle-like claws scratched down ferociously. Another eruption boomed. Two giant, deep pits appeared where Bulletin Fang was standing an instant ago, within which waves spun. What a strong, sturdy sickle claw, this mantis shrimp must have a lot of meat. It would surely taste spectacular. Bulletin Fang stepped across the air and exclaimed to himself. As he floated up into the sky, the oceanic species warriors also gradually closed in. One of those warriors at the level of 8th grade war god bellowed. A trident appeared and shot for Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang took in a deep breath. With the flicker of his mind, true energy burst out, instantly consuming a huge chunk of the true energy stored within his body. At this very moment, the black turtle constellation walk swelled and expanded in size. The lines of patterns on the surface of the black turtle constellation walk were suddenly enlivened. Beams of golden light twisted around it. The black turtle constellation walk, now almost as large as a small hill, was tossed out by Bulletin Fang. The trident collided with the black turtle constellation walk and was easily smacked away. It didn't have the capacity to even shake the black turtle constellation walk one bit. A couple of oceanic species warriors took in chilled breaths. What the hell was this? The black turtle constellation walk whistled by. Seeing the enemy's weapon tossed their way, the oceanic species warriors widened their fish-like eyes and slapped down with their palms. With so many oceanic species warriors smacking down at the same time, they were filled with confidence. However, the moment their palms touched the black turtle constellation walk, an ugly expression smeared across the faces of these oceanic species warriors. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The aroma of meat wafted out, nearly contorting the complexions of the oceanic species warriors. Miserable wails left their mouths. Fear charged their eyes. Hot. Scorching hot. The fire burning beneath the black turtle constellation walk was the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Though it wasn't emitting powerful forces of pressure at that instant, how could their physical bodies take the heat of the roasting black turtle constellation walk? These oceanic species warriors felt like their palms were nearly fried, and even the webs between their fingers teared open and curled up due to the heat. However, what frightened them even more right now was that the black turtle constellation walk was still firing toward them. Good heavens, this was a blistering hot walk. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Accompanying the waves of meaty fragrance, countless oceanic species warriors howled miserably as they fell from the sky and plummeted into the water below. A hot mist even rose up from the surface of the water. Bulletin Fang watched all of this with a degree of astonishment. He never imagined the scalding hot black turtle constellation walk to have such effects. This meant he just discovered a new technique of the black walk. With the flicker of his mind, the black turtle constellation walk shrank and flew back to him. The hot mists within the walk swirled around with the aroma. A mantis shrimp already braised red sprang out. Oily sauce splattered everywhere in the sky, spreading a rich fragrance. Bulletin Fang's eyes instantly sparkled. It'll be you, braised mantis shrimp. A wisp of smoke twirled around and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. Bulletin Fang caught the well-braised red shell of the mantis shrimp with the knife. The entire mantis shrimp has shriveled up, emitting hot steams and a pervading aroma. Bulletin Fang's kitchen knife wobbled, sending the mantis shrimp back into the air. He spun the kitchen knife and swiftly cut off the tail of the mantis shrimp. A light sauce dripped out of the opening from the last strip of the creature. True energy coated Bulletin Fang's finger. He pinched the mantis shrimp and hooked the small opening with his kitchen knife. Then, he pulled outwards fiercely. After a rip, the entire shell on the mantis shrimp was ripped off by Bulletin Fang. What was left was the pale, tender shrimp flesh, still quivering gently. The braised shrimp meat smelled wonderful. Its flesh was soft and delicate, still steaming with a hot mist. Gulp, Bulletin Fang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Holding on to the head of the shrimp, Bulletin Fang took a big bite of its flesh. The tender shrimp meat glided into his mouth, causing his eyes to light up. An indescribable sensation flowed into his heart. This shrimp flesh was springy, bouncing between his teeth. The aroma drifted within Bulletin Fang's mouth and at the tip of his nose. The freshness of seafood and the fragrance of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine were simply intoxicating. The mantis shrimp contented a good amount of spirit energy. It glided down Bulletin Fang's throat, making him feel like his whole body was being cleansed. It tastes marvelous! Bulletin Fang exclaimed with admiration, still in a state of euphoria. With another bite, he pushed the rest of the shrimp meat into his mouth, enjoying the pleasure gained by such gourmet delicacy. Sizzle sizzle! Sniffing at the meaty fragrance in the air, the supreme mantis shrimp glared its eyes with even more rage. Spirit energy burst out of its body as its sickle-like claws tore past the air and slashed towards Bulletin Fang. Its entire figure launched forward like a spring. With a swing, the black turtle constellation walk was smashed toward the supreme mantis shrimp. A loud thud was heard as the force of energy this mantis shrimp thrust outward smashed away the black turtle constellation walk. Bulletin Fang's heart shuddered. Another mantis shrimp popped out of the walk and was captured by Bulletin Fang's hand. Gripping the black turtle constellation walk, Bulletin Fang turned around to bolt without another word. This supreme mantis shrimp's instant outburst of power was terrifying. There was no advantage in hitting back with sheer force, plus, the main thing right now was enjoying the flavors of his braised mantis shrimp. Wolfing down braised mantis shrimp whilst being hunted by a mantis shrimp. Oh, how electrifying! Bam bam bam! Bulletin Fang stepped across the waters once more. As the true energy in his body boiled, he took flight at a fast speed. His hands didn't slow down or do sloppy jobs. A smack of the knife and the mantis shrimp flew up. Off with its tail, and an easy rip of the shell. What was left was the pale and tender shrimp flesh still quivering gently. Waves of aroma brushed against his face. Bulletin Fang took another bite as his mouth salivated. Bulletin Fang munched with his greasy lips, a satisfied look smearing across his face. Whereas Bulletin Fang was having the time of his life, the supreme mantis shrimp chasing after him wasn't enjoying this one bit. Its dense rows of limbs moved non-stop, running after Bulletin Fang at an incredible speed. Every time it almost caught up, a black walk came flying its way. This burning heavy walk was smacking its head numb. Then, that damned human would seize the chance to tug out another one of its babies and feast on it. Ack! This mantis shrimp was about to go crazy. Just like this, a man and a shrimp, one eating and one chasing, drifted away. Bulletin Fang had no idea that he was getting closer and closer to the crystal mine. The sea waves heaved. Multiple figures stepped across the tides, releasing ferocious forces of energy. Up in the sky, a giant metal warship hovered in the air. Executive Fang, standing there with his body erect, pulled his hands behind his back as he watched the figures rolling in by water. The oceanic species. Executive Fang muttered. Executive Fang could feel the formidable forces of energy on these figures. These forces of energy were on par with his. It was obvious that the other party was also at the 10th grade divine realm, a warrior of the divine physique echelon. Its physical body was strapping, its blood and energy gushing like a fountain. Could it be that the oceanic species also came for the crystal mine? Executive Fang instantly scrunched his brows and curled his lips. Streams of blood and energy within his body swelled, billowing thunderously. He was directly confronting the oceanic species warrior at the divine physique echelon who glided in on sea waves. The divine warrior of the oceanic species also widened his eyes and peered toward the metal warship suspending in the sky, his face turning somber. Just as the two eyed each other, a giant explosion blasted out from the mouth of the crystal mine. Boom boom! After a few denotations, a couple of disheveled figures slipped out of the mine. Chapter 392, The Supreme Mantis Prawn Persistent and Relentless Hunt. Swoosh! 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 The swamp, which had dried up and hardened, emitted constant rumbles as countless people rushed out of the entrance of the crystal mine in sorry states. Wu Mu's complexion was quite unsightly, gripping a longsword as his sword energy ran amok. The serpent sovereign's blue hair fluttered around, and she swayed her blue tail as countless ripples of true energy surged from her body. It wasn't only them. The Serpent King, Du Kai, still had lightning flickering on his body, but he was soaked with blood and had lost countless pieces of blue scales. Their gazes were locked onto the black entrance of the big crystal mine, and they involuntarily sucked in breaths of cold air. Bang! Another loud rumble reverberated from the mine, and more people rushed out of it. One unlucky escapee was caught by several beasts, and he was sent flying. He crashed to the ground so heavily that his fall created a depression. Executive Feng's pupils dilated. Although he was still in the airborne warship, he was still able to discover that the unlucky escapee that was ambushed, sent flying, crashed to the ground heavily and was currently spouting mouthfuls of blood was the 9th grade supreme being that he had sent in. Bang! Bang! The spirit beasts lingered around the mine's entrance. Their bodies seemed to be made out of crystals and glittered with a golden, ice-cold radiance. Their eyes glowed blood-red and were terrifying to behold. A great number of these beasts surrounded the entrance to the mine, completely sealing it off. Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign watched the spirit beasts with apprehensive gazes. It was these spirit beasts that injured Bai Zhan and caused them to end up in such a sorry state. Executive Feng and the oceanic species expert squinted their eyes, masking the glint evident within them. These are crystal beasts. They both muttered at the same time. It was obvious that they possessed a more profound knowledge about the big crystal mine's spirit beasts than Wu Mu and the others. Also, were those crystal beasts capable of confronting 9th grade supreme beings? Executive Feng and the oceanic species expert sucked in deep breaths and got excited. If the crystal beasts guarding the mine are this strong, then just how precious is the treasure within the crystal source? With a fervent gaze, Executive Feng leaned forward and placed both hands on the ship's banister. Salty seawater sprayed the cheeks of the oceanic species divine realm expert, and he proceeded to emit a resounding roar. If he wasn't mistaken, the prawn ancestor was surely asleep within the big crystal mine. Bang! The corners of Executive Feng's mouth curled up, and he took a single step ahead. Instantly, his entire body shot forward, and an extremely powerful aura surged out of him. He instantly appeared mid-air over the crystal mine. His physical strength was tremendous, and even his muscles seemed to glow faintly. His gaze flickered like lightning, and his mere presence was powerful and imposing. The fleshly body of a 10th grade divine realm expert, divine physique echelon, was extremely powerful. As soon as he stepped out of his warship, Executive Feng's speed seemed to transcend the speed of sound, and he appeared before the entrance in a single instant with a loud rumble. The scarlet eyes of the crystal beasts lit up, and they roared before charging at Executive Feng. Executive Feng raised a fist and punched. The hard and firm crystal beasts were capable of withstanding attacks from 9th grade supreme beings, and yet they immediately shattered into countless pieces of crystals the instant Executive Feng punched outward. A scarlet light burst out from the shattered crystals and rushed into the mine. Executive Feng's fleshly body was extremely powerful, and every blow of his fist could shatter a crystal beast, thus, he had been able to completely overwhelm the crystal beasts. The oceanic species divine realm expert was taken aback for a moment, but he proceeded to step onto a wave with a foot which was adorned with fins. The dreadful sea waves immediately soared up into the sky and charged toward Executive Feng. As the two divine realm experts' gaze clashed in mid-air, they resembled flickering arcs of lightning. With all of their might, they thrust out their fists at the same time, and when they collided, a frightening amount of waves surged into the air, and the gale worsened. The oceanic species expert retreated back several steps. Suddenly, his cheeks opened up and water surged out of them. Executive Feng raised his brow in astonishment, and he swung his arm. The Great Baron sect specialized in fleshly body cultivation, so it was only natural that Executive Feng's fleshly body was many times more powerful than the body of a normal divine physique echelon's expert, who had just broken through one of the shackles of the Supreme Being realm. However, the oceanic species expert confronted him directly, yet the former didn't suffer defeat. As expected, the oceanic species was an amazing race. The fight between the divine realm experts left Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign feeling quite dumbfounded, but the terrifying fluctuations from the battle made both their bodies tremble. Both the oceanic species expert and Executive Feng displayed levels of power which surpassed the comprehensions of Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign. As their fists collided, the vigor and true energy of both opponents surged out so much, the combination seemed like it would burst through the sky. Were these two really 10th grade divine realm experts? My God! Why would 10th grade divine realm experts appear in the illusory spirit swamp? Why such a small crystal mine attracted 10th grade divine realm experts? The strengths of the oceanic species divine realm expert and Executive Feng vastly surpassed all the peak experts within the southern region. Rumble. Both Executive Feng and the oceanic species expert sucked in deep breaths before they resumed their battle. As they had reached the 10th grade divine realm, their speed was so fast that it almost seemed to surpass the speed of sound. The fluctuations that arose from the battle forced Wu Mu and the others to draw back repeatedly. Their location had already turned into a battlefield for both 10th grade divine realm experts. And they were both fighting over who got to enter the big crystal mine. An intense explosion erupted from the entrance of the crystal's mine. Both divine physique echelon experts were like barbaric beasts, disregarding everything and rushing into the entrance. As they collided within it, it crumbled. Roar! Roar! Countless crystal beats within the mine roared, rushed at the two invaders, and began attacking forcefully. However, a single fist thrust in the direction of the crystal beasts was enough to shatter them into pieces. Both divine physique echelon experts threw punch after punch, bombarding the crystal beasts, and were able to create a path in the mine. Outside the mine, Wu Mu and the others looked at each other in dismay. As they listened to the rumbling sounds resounding from the mine, they were hesitant, unable to decide whether they should enter in or not. Bang! 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 Explosions and rumbles erupted from within the mine. Suddenly, an alluring fragrance containing the pleasant scent of wine and seafood permeated the air. Upon perceiving the aroma, Wu Mu and the others couldn't help but tremble. In bewilderment, they looked in the direction that the fragrance was drifting from. In that direction, they saw two shadows, one chasing the other. The one being pursued was a youth who had a black wok in his grip and ran with large strides. The youth was also holding onto a greasy shrimp which seemed as though it had been cooked till it turned red. As he gave chase, the youth with the black wok kept eating the shrimp with elation. Every time he bit into the shrimp, oil burst out of it and splattered all around, and its fragrance assailed their nostrils. Behind the youth was a giant deep-sea mantis prawn. That was a supreme mantis prawn, its fighting prowess was extremely terrifying, and its fearful sickles possessed an extremely terrifying oppressive power. Bang! The supreme mantis prawn charged with a fury as if it wished to tear apart the human in one move. However, Bulletin Fangs replied by shooting his scalding black wok toward it once more. Then, he took the opportunity to lengthen the distance between him and the supreme mantis prawn. The mantis prawn roared, and its whole body trembled with rage. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up as he continued enjoying the delicious and greasy mantis shrimp, which flooded him with the feeling of comfort. The oceanic species experts who were still atop the sea waves all widened their eyes as they witnessed the scene. What happened? Shouldn't the deep-sea mantis prawn be attacking the Grand Serpentine City? Why had it run all the way here, instead? Bulletin Fang slid atop the waves, spraying water all around before he stopped for a moment and took out the last mantis shrimp from the black turtle constellation wok. He raised his knife and skillfully peeled its shell. When the oceanic species experts witnessed this, the corners of their mouth twitched as they thought, it is no longer surprising that the deep-sea mantis prawn chased this human down. From the skillful way that Bulletin Fang peeled off the mantis shrimp's shell, it became evident that he had eaten countless mantis shrimps already. Moreover, he was eating the mantis shrimps that had been cooked until they were thoroughly red and greasy, and he ate them in front of the supreme mantis prawn. Wasn't that just a direct provocation? After he had eaten the last shrimp, Bulletin Fang conveniently threw away its shell, which fell into the water with a plump sound. Bulletin Fang comfortably exhaled a breath of steam. He licked the grease on his lips, feeling as though his body had become feather-light. That was truly a delicious and invigorating meal. The mantis prawn was enraged, and it swung its sickles at him. Bulletin Fang's spiritual force was extremely powerful, and as he exerted some concentration, he started swaying left and right, unexpectedly dodging the deep-sea mantis prawn's extremely swift attacks. When the spectating oceanic species experts came back to their senses, their eyes shone with an ice-cold glow. The mantis prawn was their comrade, and since this human unexpectedly dared to provoke it, he had become the enemy of the whole oceanic species. They emitted resounding roars before they all jumped down and charged toward Bulletin Fang. When Bulletin Fang noticed them, his heart skipped a beat. There was a great number of them, and they were all experts with powerful cultivation levels. I would be retarded if I confronted all of you head-on. He stirred his black turtle constellation wok by infusing it with his true energy. In the next instant, almost all of his true energy was used up, including the true energy he had just recovered by eating those mantis shrimps. However, despite that, Bulletin Fang was still expressionless. After the black turtle constellation walk was infused with his true energy, a resplendent golden radiance burst out of it, and it's swiftly expanding to the size of a small mountain, and it was at that moment that he hurled it. The extremely heavy black turtle constellation walk soared toward them. After he had done that, Bulletin Fang turned around without the slightest hesitation and rushed into the mine, disappearing from their sights. Rumble! The black turtle constellation walk collided with the deep-sea mantis prawn, sending the supreme beast staggering backward with a slight dizziness. The oceanic species experts emitted powerful auras and blocked the black turtle constellation walk. Bang! With a loud rumble, the giant golden walk turned into green smoke and disappeared. After they discovered that Bulletin Fang had disappeared, the oceanic species experts looked at each other in dismay. The supreme mantis prawn shook its head, and its eyes contracted before it emitted a loud roar. Its body shot out with a loud rumble, and it forced its way into the mine. Its gigantic body unexpectedly managed to pass through the narrow entrance. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Mu and the others, the oceanic species dismayed experts, and the great Baron sex experts in the warship in the sky, all took deep breaths. Just how much had that human provoked the mantis prawn? Such persistence in hunting was truly shocking. Bulletin Fang entered the mine and sped along the path before he suddenly noticed something. He looked down at piles of crystals that littered the ground, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Wasn't the temporary mission that asked him to come over the illusory spirit swamp just about obtaining a big crystal mine's crystal source? He had only intended to glance around, and he didn't expect that he would find it by chance. Rumble! Just when Bulletin Fang was reveling in his excitement, a loud rumble erupted from behind him. Bulletin Fang was taken aback. He turned his head and saw the supreme mantis prawn's compound eyes. It waved its sickle, trying to cut apart the stone wall in its way as it charged toward Bulletin Fang. It was truly persistent. Bulletin Fang took a deep breath. It seemed like the mantis prawn had gone crazy in a bid to slay him. Didn't it fear being stranded in such a narrow pathway? Bulletin Fang criticized inwardly before he turned around and continued proceeding forward. Rumbles continued to erupt from behind him, but the path ahead of him was pitch black. Bulletin Fang spouted out a ball of the 10,000 bestial flames in order to light up the path ahead. Suddenly, Bulletin Fang lost his footing, and his complexion immediately stiffened as a crevice appeared below him. A powerful suction force erupted from it, instantly sucking Bulletin Fang into it. Rumble! Broken rocks flew all around. The deep-sea mantis prawn rushed forward. It twirled around wildly as its legs scurried around. Suddenly, its compound eyes became slightly vacant as it felt a suction force below it. Along with a swoosh sound, the stupefied mantis prawn was also sucked into the crevice. Chapter 393, Where did that lazy dog go? A strong suction force burst out from the crevice underneath his feet. Bulletin Fang felt his body suddenly get pulled downward because of the suction force, and gravity caused him to swiftly descend. As he fell, the wind whistled around him and caused his hair to flutter wildly. Although Bulletin Fang wasn't able to see his surroundings clearly because it was pitch black, he could still feel that he was quite close to the wall, and as he fell, he could feel a chill emanating from it. Bulletin Fang didn't know how long he had been falling for, but he suddenly felt the suction force vanish, and just afterward, the scenery before his eyes became clear. As soon as the suction force disappeared, Bulletin Fang felt as though he had just exited a pitch-black cave after a long time and was now able to see and experience the bright sun again. However, he didn't really see the sun. He stirred his true energy to slow down his rapid descent. His fluttering hair calmed down as his speed of descent reduced to a mere floating. Soon, his feet touched solid ground. Bulletin Fang stood up properly and proceeded to look around. What he saw made him suck in a deep breath of cold air. He raised his head and looked up. That white light wasn't that of the daytime sky, but because he was in the deepest part of a big cave. Above him, on the cave's ceiling, were innumerable resplendent crystals. Some glittered with 5 or 6 different colors, but most of them only emitted a white light, lighting up the entire cave, which caused the ceiling to resemble the bright daytime sky. The ceiling didn't contain only crystals, there were countless other varieties of minerals unbeknownst to Bulletin Fang. His eyes contracted as he noticed them. It suddenly occurred to him that he didn't possess any knowledge regarding mineral resources, especially their names. Rumble! A rumbling sound erupted from above him, from the crevice which led to the upper part of that cave. And it was the same crevice that Bullet and Fang had just fallen down from. Suddenly, countless shattered rocks fell from it. Bullet and Fang was taken aback for a moment before his thoughts shifted to the deep-sea mantis prawn which had not relented in chasing him. That giant creature! It surely wouldn't follow him all the way down here, would it? Did it really not fear getting stuck and stranded? Bullet and Fang grinned in amusement, shot up, and speed off. Swoosh! More broken rocks fell through the crevice, after which the deep-sea mantis prawn's giant head appeared at the mouth of the crevice. However, that was it. Just its head came out. Its body was still stuck inside the crevice, so it couldn't descend to the ground, causing it to roll its compound eyes around wildly. It waved its sickles in the air wildly, yet its body was still stuck in the crevice. A sudden realization seemed to dawn on it, and it became anxious, thrashing its innumerable legs about in a bid to get unstuck. However, aside from causing more rocks to fall, its attempt was all for naught. When Bullet and Fang, who had almost departed the area, witnessed the scene, the corners of his mouth curled up. He wasn't mistaken, after all. It really did get stuck in there. Since such a huge as itself actually dared to imitate a human roller coaster going through narrow tunnels, it was only natural that it would end up getting stuck. Bullet and Fang didn't care about the stuck supreme mantis prawn which was still struggling wildly. He just turned around and continued proceeding forward. He turned around because he felt another suction force erupt from somewhere else in the distance. Moreover, there were intense fluctuations of true energy surging out from the same location, closely followed by loud rumbles. It seemed as though some experts were engaged in a battle over there. Executive Feng regarded the three resplendent crystal sources before him with a fervent gaze. Those three crystal sources lay peacefully close to them. One of them was emitting intense fluctuations, and like a funnel, it absorbed all of the spiritual energy within the cave. It's unexpectedly capable of absorbing such a great quantity of spiritual energy. That crystal source surely contains a precious treasure. Executive Feng was so excited that his whole body started trembling. He had seen crystal sources before, but not a crystal source that could attract and absorb spiritual energy by itself. What the hell could it be? Even if he thought about it with his toes and not his head, he would still come to the conclusion that that crystal source contained an extraordinary treasure. But what kind of sealed treasure would be capable of absorbing spiritual energy by itself? Could the crystal source contain a divine tool? Moreover, if it did contain a divine tool, it shouldn't be just an ordinary one. Executive Feng was so excited that he almost went crazy. If he could obtain that treasure, his status within the Great Baron sect would surely drastically rise up. When that happened, the so-called 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven would only be considered trash in front of him, and they would be forced to obediently lower their heads before him. With the intense suction force still surging outward, Executive Feng let out a long breath. The oceanic species expert widened his eyes, which resembled a dead fish's, and got excited upon noticing the three crystal sources. How could he be incapable of discerning what Executive Feng had noticed? Naturally, he was also capable of arriving at the same conclusion as Executive Feng. However, unlike Executive Feng, his conclusion wasn't that the crystal source contained a divine tool. The oceanic species priest had informed him that within the illusory spirit swamp's big crystal mine, one of their race's experts, the prawn ancestor, was asleep. The prawn ancestor was the hope of their oceanic species. The priest had also told him that if they could awaken the prawn ancestor, their area of influence might expand into a bigger ocean. Those three crystal sources were all extraordinary, and one of them was even absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Could that crystal source contain their oceanic species prawn ancestor? As expected of the prawn ancestor. Although he was only asleep, he could still cause such a great commotion. While being sealed, he could still absorb such a great quantity of spiritual energy. The kind of terrifying scene that would occur once the prawn ancestor woke up was unimaginable. Since their priest placed such great hopes in him, then the prawn ancestor's cultivation would surely be extremely extraordinary. Was he an existence that had surpassed the divine physique echelon? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the oceanic species divine physique echelon expert was so excited that water unceasingly gushed out of his cheeks. Suddenly, that oceanic species expert abandoned his glee and cast a wary gaze at Executive Feng, and he saw that Executive Feng was also eyeing him warily. As their gazes collided in mid-air, sparks seemed to erupt at the point where their gazes collided, closely followed by sharp crackles. "Your Excellency, This crystal source is extremely important to my oceanic species. If you let me have it, then you can take the other 2 pieces of crystal sources with you, the oceanic species expert said in a solemn tone. Oh! It's truly a coincidence. As a matter of fact, that crystal source is also extremely important to my Great Baron sect. If your excellency can let me have it, then you can take the other 2 pieces of crystal sources with you, Executive Feng sneered and replied coldly. Do you take me for a fool? 2 of the 3 crystal sources were just useless chunks of rocks that weren't hollow. The other crystal source was quite imposing, it had plundered a lot of spiritual energy, so it would surely contain a treasure, thus, the other 2 crystal sources could only be considered wastes. They weren't fools, so they would definitely not give up a precious treasure for 2 pieces of junk. Great Baron sect? That oceanic species expert's dead fish eyes contracted, and his wariness increased. Naturally, he had already heard about the Great Baron sect before. Although their sea area was quite remote, it was still more powerful than the southern region, and at least, countless divine realm experts appeared in it. There were even some divine physique echelon experts amongst them, who had broken through several supreme beings' shackles. So, how could they not know of one of the hidden dragon continent first-class factions, the Great Baron sect? In fact, it was because he already heard about the Great Baron sect that the oceanic species expert became more wary. However, the shrimp ancestor was extremely important to the oceanic species, so he had to get that crystal source no matter what, so even if his opponent was from the Great Baron sect, the oceanic species expert would still not yield and let him have it. Since this is the case, then let's depend on our skill to obtain it. That oceanic species expert proclaimed coldly. The corners of Executive Feng's mouth curled up. It seemed like this crystal source was really extremely important to the oceanic species, as he wasn't even deterred by the Great Baron sect's name. Thus, Executive Feng snorted coldly and made his move. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them were both divine physique echelon experts who had broken through one of Supreme Being's shackles, so their true energy and fleshly body were both extremely powerful. Loud rumbles, which rivaled the roar of violent waves smacking a cliff's wall, erupted from their exchange. The 2 experts streaked through the air, swinging their fists, and battled each other. When their fists collided, their true energies surged out and caused a world-defying pressure to spread out. As they fought recklessly for the treasure within the crystal source itself continued to absorb spirit energy at the same moderate pace it had before. Crunch! Suddenly, a liquid began to flow out of a crystal on the ground, and soon, numerous crystals began secreting liquids as well. The secretions coalesced, forming a giant being. That giant being gradually stood up, and its scarlet eyes locked onto the 2 divine physique echelon experts who were still fighting. It was a crystal beast. It was a crystal beast formed by this big crystal mine. Its body was extremely large, and it contained a terrifying energy, which gradually began to surge. Its aura wasn't weaker than the ones from Executive Feng and the oceanic species expert. It was unexpectedly also in existence at the divine realm. Roar! That crystal beast roared, causing terrifying airwaves to erupt. It startled the 2 experts who were fighting. When they looked at it, their pupils involuntarily contracted. It was obvious that they didn't expect a divine realm crystal beast to reside in the cave. Its existence wasn't good news for them. Although they didn't fear the crystal beast, they still needed to guard against each other, and no matter who fought it, they wouldn't be able to defeat it effortlessly. If whoever decided to battle it got injured in the fight, then they would be incapable of continuing their battle over that crystal source. Therefore, they both grew wary and had their guards up. They didn't dare to make any careless moves and attack. For a moment, the 3 of them reached a stalemate in the cave. Crack! Bulletin Fang stepped on the ground, shot out toward a giant crystal, and hit behind it. When Bulletin Fang looked at the huge crystal, his eyes immediately lit up. However, it was truly a pity that even if he collected this huge crystal, the system wouldn't recognize it because of its origin, and it wouldn't be converted into his true energy for his cultivation. The giant crystal hid Bulletin Fang from view. He stuck his head out from behind it and gazed into the distance. Soon as he saw what was there, his pupils immediately contracted, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. There were 3 existences over there, and one of them was an extremely large crystal beast. The crystal beast shocked him, and he couldn't help but wonder how many pieces of crystal coalesced just to form that crystal beast. Bullet Fang didn't dare rashly rush out toward them as it was obvious they weren't easy to deal with. From their auras, Bullet Fang could tell that they were existences who surpassed the Supreme Being realm, ROC, Divine Physique Echelon existences. Although the current Bullet Fang possessed the Black Turtle constellation walk and had reached the 7th grade Battle Saint realm, when he faced Supreme Beings, he could only depend on his walk to smash them. However, if he confronted them head-on, they would definitely crush him. So, confronting Divine Physique Echelon experts was out of the question. Suddenly, Bullet Fang began to miss the lazy dog, Blackie. Although that dog was lazy, its strength was impressive. Now that he thought about it, where did that lazy dog run off to? It just suddenly disappeared. Did it get lost? Bullet Fang muttered inwardly. Suddenly, his gaze grew grave when he caught sight of what was below the 3 experts, on the lower right side. There were 3 resplendent crystal sources there. There were obviously the crystal sources that the system's mission entailed. One of those crystal sources was constantly absorbing spiritual energy, and it was quite dazzling. Such an impressive crystal source would definitely contain the ingredient required to complete the temporary mission. Bullet Fang squinted his eyes and grew excited at the thought. He knew that he ought to think of some feasible ways to snatch that crystal source from the hands of the 3 Divine Realm experts. Chapter 394, The Dog's Paw Extended Out of the Crystal Source. In the Lightwind Empire capital, as the morning sun rays shone upon the roads which were still being constructed, it seemed like they were filled with countless pieces of gold. A person slowly entered the imperial capital and trod on the ground filled with broken rocks, causing the disturbing friction sound to resound. The cold morning breeze increased its intensity for a moment and blew off the bamboo hat and black veil that covered the strange person. An ice-cold face could be faintly seen beneath that black veil. As Bei Gongming gazed at the devastated Lightwind imperial capital, his complexion didn't experience the slightest change, and his expression remained indifferent. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the imperial capital. His objective was clear: Fang's little store. From the information that he had gathered, the person who took the heaven and earth obsidian flames, the 10,000 bestial flames, was that store's owner. At the moment he learned such information, he felt like there were countless black dogs galloping in his mind. He would never have expected that the person who snatched the 10,000 bestial flames from the hands of countless supreme beings was unexpectedly just an unknown small store's owner and chef. Such information made the prestigious Great Baron Sek's inner disciple's face flush in shame. He could see that the surrounding buildings were still being reconstructed. Although Bei Gongming walked slowly, he reached the store in just a short while. He leaned on an ice-cold wall as he observed the store calmly. The store's door opened, and a handsome youth with cherry-red lips and fair white teeth came out. His eyes were still drooping, and after he opened the door, he turned around and returned inside. That handsome youngster wasn't the store's owner he was looking for. Bei Gongming knew Bullet Fang, so he was a bit puzzled. He continued waiting until the day was almost over. The store door was eventually closed up. However, Bei Gongming had yet to see even Bullet Fang's shadow. What's going on? Bei Gongming was lightly stupefied. Am I at the wrong place? However, this place was the same location written in the intel that he had received. Bei Gongming kept quiet and kept his cool. On the second day, he came out once again to stake the store out, and this time went inside and ordered a dish. However, after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Bullet Fang. Where is the store owner? Bei Gongming couldn't bear to wait any longer, so he asked the little lowly who had lazily laid on a chair outside, enjoying a sun bath. Wang Xiaoi shot a look at Bei Gongming and thought, this should be another person who wants to taste Owner Bulletin's handmade dishes. Owner Bulletin went on a trip, and I don't know when he will come back. If you want to taste his dishes, then you should wait for him, Wang Xiaoi replied. Went on a trip? Bei Gongming was taken aback, and his expression turned stiff. Executive Feng ordered me to monitor Bulletin Fang, and you are informing me that he has gone on a trip. When will Owner Bulletin come back? Bei Gongming asked, trying his best to restrain his grief and indignation. Wang Xiaoi gazed at him in bewilderment and said, I don't know. He may come back after 2 days, 10 days, or even half a month. Who knows when he will come back? As a matter of fact, every time Bulletin Fang traveled, he would return at unexpected periods of time, and Wang Xiaoi was already accustomed to it. However, this news was unacceptable to Bei Gongming. When he recalled the task that was entrusted to him by Executive Feng, Bei Gongming suddenly felt exhaustion well up in his heart, and he felt like the entire world was against him. Rumble. The Divine Realm Crystal Beast, which resembled a giant human, waved its fist which was formed by crystals and thrust it at the Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species Expert who were in mid-air. Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species Expert had extremely powerful cultivations, so they were able to make swift maneuvers in mid-air to dodge the Crystal Beast's fists. The crystal fist smashed into the ground, causing it to tremble. The heavy tremor caused countless crystals atop the ceiling to rain down to the ground. The Crystal Beast roared, and its scarlet eyes locked onto the Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species Expert once again. It raised its fists and pounded its own chest before opening its mouth, making evident the surging energy condensing within its maw. A ray of light flashed as a wave of energy shot out of its mouth. Executive Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, and he swayed in an irregular manner just to dodge the attack. The energy blast missed its target and hit the ground, resulting in an explosion which left a big and deep pit, from which black smoke surged, in its wake. The hearts of both Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species Expert shuddered. They knew that if they chose to continue dodging, they were bound to get severely injured by the gigantic crystal beast sooner or later. After all, it was an existence at the Divine Realm level. Executive Feng roared, and the cloth covering his torso was ripped open. Every muscle in his body bulged, making them seem like a cluster of little dragons, and a yellow halo encircled him. At that moment, he had completely used the power of the Divine Realm. Rumble. Executive Feng took a single step in mid-air and charged at the crystal beast as if he was some savage giant beast. When he collided with the crystal beast, Executive Feng was unexpectedly not inferior to the crystal beast. The scene of an expert and a crystal beast clashing continuously was extremely shocking. A trident that had a dazzling gem embedded on it appeared in the Oceanic Species Divine Realm expert's hand. In comparison with the tridents of the other Oceanic Species experts, this expert's trident was more beautiful and refined. It had countless fine stripes depicted on it. The Oceanic Species Divine Realm expert waved the trident, and its gem glittered. At that moment, water began gushing out of it, and a winding water dragon came out of the trident and charged toward the crystal beast. Executive Feng glared at the Oceanic Species Divine Realm expert. He smashed both his feet on the crystal beast and used the recoil to propel himself backward, swiftly lengthening the distance between them. The water dragon reached the crystal beast and began to engage it, and no matter how much the crystal beast roared, it couldn't throw off the water dragon. This was a good opportunity. Executive Feng's hair stood on end like a cluster of needles, and he clenched his hand into a fist. The energy within the yellow halo covering his whole body converged on his fist. A stifling world pressure began to surge of him and permeated the surrounding. Grand Baron fighting skill, Great Baron collapse. Buzz. The strength that he had repressed in his fist suddenly erupted, closely followed by his fierce roar. He shot forward like an artillery shell, streaking through the air at a speed which broke through the sound barrier, and landed a heavy punch on the crystal beast's head. Bang! Surging airwaves and true energy penetrated the crystal beast's head. Crack! Countless fine cracks appeared in the crystal beast's body. Executive Feng grinned and used his elbow to continuously smash the same spot that he had punched earlier. Those cracks at that spot lengthened amidst loud rumbles. Suddenly, the giant crystal beast shattered and littered the floor with countless pieces of crystal. A scarlet radiance shot out of the new pile of shattered crystals and soared into the sky. The radiance revolved wildly in the air for a while before it was absorbed by the greatly desired crystal source. The sight left the Oceanic Species expert quite startled. Why did the crystal source absorb the giant crystal beast's soul essence? Shouldn't it have let the essence converge more crystals and form a new crystal beast? That crystal source was truly weird and queer. After the Divine Realm crystal beast was taken care of, Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species expert regarded each other with a wary gaze, realizing that they had become opponents once again. Since we already got rid of that crystal beast, then the ownership of the crystal source will be decided by our power. Executive Feng sneered coldly at the Oceanic Species Divine Realm expert. That Oceanic Species expert waved his trident, and his cheeks opened up to spout out water. His body flickered and he shot forward. Executive Feng took another step in mid-air and shot forward as well, tearing through the air in his way. Swoosh! Their speed was extremely swift, and they had the same objective: the spirit energy absorbing crystal source. Bulletin Fang watched the battle attentively and pondered how he could snatch the crystal source from them. However, snatching it right under the noses of the two 10th grade Divine Realm experts would be extremely difficult. Bang! 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 The ground trembled intensely, disrupting Bulletin Fang's thoughts. His surrounding darkened as though he was covered by the shadow of something huge. His body tightened, and he turned his head around to see the ferocious giant deep-sea mantis prawn just behind him, waving its sickles and glaring at him. Rib! It swung its sickles in an attempt to rip into Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang's heart lurched, and true energy burst out of his feet. Immediately, he shot out from his hiding place and revealed himself, exposing his presence to Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species Divine Realm expert. The icy gazes of Executive Feng and the Oceanic Species expert immediately locked onto Bulletin Fang. This tiny insect actually dared to come out? Naturally, with the spiritual forces that they wielded as Divine Realm experts, they had easily discovered Bulletin Fang long ago, but Divine Physique Echelon experts like them had no interest in a 7th grade battle saint like Bulletin Fang. Just a sneeze from them was enough to eradicate such an ant. So, why would they care about him? Would such an ant be capable of snatching their crystal source? This thought was utterly ridiculous. Therefore, they had completely ignored him. However, now that they had been fighting each other, the small ant unexpectedly came out. Such an action was enough to grab their attention. Bang! Countless rocks crumbled as the giant supreme mantis prawn rushed in with its small legs, crashing to the ground. The impact of its landing gave rise to a storm of dust. It promptly waved its sickles at Bulletin Fang, who was running from it. The deep-sea mantis prawn? Why did it come here? That Oceanic Species expert was taken aback. However, as he was mulling over it, Executive Feng quickly made a move and tried to take the crystal source. That Oceanic Species expert didn't have the leisure to worry about Bulletin Fang and the Supreme Mantis Prawn any longer, and he also charged. They collided and began their battle anew. Intense pressure and terrifying true energy surged every time they collided against each other. A wisp of green smoke curled around Bulletin Fang's hand, and the black turtle constellation wok appeared once more. Bulletin Fang infused the wok with all his true energy, and the wok grew to an enormous size. Bulletin Fang gripped the massive wok and turned it to face the incoming deep-sea mantis prawn. With a loud rumble, the giant black turtle constellation wok flipped upside down and covered the supreme mantis prawn. Bulletin Fang sat atop the wok and gasped for breath. He took some hot oyster pancakes from his dimensional storage and started eating it to replenish his true energy. Bang! 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 The mantis prawn pounded the wok from within, and Bulletin Fang could feel the constant rumbles beneath him. However, Bulletin Fang wasn't worried. It was impossible for that supreme mantis prawn to lift the black turtle constellation wok off itself in a short while. Bang! The true energy that enshrouded Executive Feng began to combust, and he seemed to have gone insane. He began to bombard the Oceanic Species Divine Realm expert, sending the latter flying with an attack from his fist. The impact of that collision caused Executive Feng's body to tremble and almost split his skin. However, Executive Feng didn't care about it, and instead, he burst into a hearty laughter. He reached out and grabbed the oval-shaped crystal source. As he gazed at the crystal source, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, Executive Feng's face brimmed with excitement. Open up! The divine tool within the crystal source is mine. Executive Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he hollered in excitement. He covered his hand with true energy, which formed the shape of a fine long blade, and raised it up high, then he swung it down at the crystal source. That Oceanic Species expert, whose chest now had a deep indent on in, crawled out from the rubbles on the ground. Executive Feng commused his true yuan to forcefully bombard and injure me in order to obtain the crystal source. Once one broke through one of Supreme Being's shackles, the true energy within their energy core would turn into a true yuan vortex. A true yuan was the source of a Divine Realm expert's strength. Burning his true yuan would damage his power source and would leave permanent damage on him. That Oceanic Species expert didn't expect that Executive Feng would be this crazy. Crack! Executive Feng swung his true energy blade and cut a slit on the crystal source. His pupils dilated with excitement when he noticed a golden radiance and fierce spiritual energy overflow from the slit in the crystal source. It really did contain a treasure. The mouth of the Oceanic Species expert widened. Would the great prawn ancestor awaken and come back to the world? Bulletin Fang smacked his lips after eating an oyster pancake and gazed at the crystal source in the executive Fang's hands. What was the ingredient that the system had mentioned? Crack! Along with the sounding of a crisp noise, a pitch-black paw extended out from the slit in the crystal source. That paw was small, exquisite, and adorned with soft and spotlessly clean, dog's fur. Chapter 395, This Stinky and Shameless Black Dog. Crack! A crisp sound echoed within the spacious interior of the crystal mine as the crack on the crystal source's surface widened. The loud crack was accompanied by the sounds of crystal fragments falling to the floor. Since the cave was very quiet, everyone was able to hear the crisp sound of the crystal source cracking open. Bulletin Fang sat uprightly atop the black turtle constellation walk, eating another piping hot and fragrant oyster pancake. He was also paying rapt attention to the crystal source and the golden radiance it was emitting. He watched for a while until an exquisite dog paw extended out of the crystal source. A dog's paw? Why has a dog's paw come out from the crystal source? Bulletin Fang was taken aback, and he wasn't able to think properly for a moment. Didn't the system say that the crystal source contained a food ingredient? Could that dog's paw be the food ingredient? Do I have to steam the paw? Has the system really set me up to prepare dog's meat? Oh my god! Bulletin Fang suddenly found himself excited. However, he still felt a bit doubtful of his analysis. The more he looked at the protruding dog's paw, the more he found it familiar too. It even seemed similar to the paw of that lazy dog, who Bulletin Fang was still wondering about. That oceanic species divine realm expert's face brimmed with excitement. He was really looking forward to the emergence of whatever was inside the crystal source. He believed that within the crystal source lay the existence that would surely lead their race into a more vast sea area, the prawn ancestor. When he saw a dog's paw emerge from the slit in the crystal source, his face fell, and his beautiful dreams and fantasies were shattered. This. Why does the prawn ancestor have fur? The oceanic species divine realm expert muttered blankly. Wasn't the appearance of the prawn ancestor's appearance slightly weird? What the hell was that black dog fur? The one who had been shocked the most was none other than Executive Feng. He was the closest to the crystal source, and it was also him who had cut it open, therefore, it was he who had the greatest expectations for it. He had stuck to the belief that the crystal source contained an ancient divine tool. The hidden dragon continent was too ancient, so it wasn't strange for crystal sources to contain a divine tool. In some of the continent high-rank crystal sources auctions, there had been people who found precious divine tools inside the crystals. This crystal source looked imposing, and it had absorbed all the spiritual energy within the cave. Shouldn't such an impressive crystal source contain something like a divine tool? Why did a dog's paw suddenly come out of it? Could the crystal source that he had been fighting for, and even commused his true yuan to obtain, contain a black dog? Where is my divine tool? The greater one's expectation was, the greater one's disappointment would be. At that moment, disappointment was all Executive Feng could feel. His heart thumped like a drum, and he grabbed the dog's paw that had extended out of the slit in the crystal source. His breaths became ragged, and his expression changed from incredulity to madness. It's impossible. I'm sure that this black dog has hidden the divine tool. Executive Feng was so angry that he flew into a rage. He swung the true energy blade downward and shattered the hollow crystal source completely. Crack! That crystal source was finally shattered, and countless pieces rained down. The contents of the shattered crystal source were finally revealed. When they saw what was within the crystal source, Executive Feng and the oceanic species divine realm expert almost spouted blood. The crystal source contained a black dog. A plump black dog. That black dog raised its paw and squinted its drowsy eyes as though it was drunk. It also emitted burps filled with rich spiritual essences. Executive Feng was so angry that he actually spouted blood. Now that he saw it clearly, he realized that the black dog was familiar. Wasn't this the black dog that he had seen outside the mine? Back then, he thought that he was just seeing things, but now, that didn't seem to be the case at all. Since this black dog was the same one he had seen before, then it was obvious that it wasn't the object that was initially within the crystal source. Black dog, where have you hidden the object in the crystal source? Executive Feng roared. He was so angry that he flew into a rage. His chest heaved up and down uncontrollably, and he gripped the black dog by the paw and raised it up. A strange expression was plastered on Bulletin Fang's face as he ate the oyster pancake noisily. Since Blackie has emerged from the crystal source, then, where is that ingredient that was inside the crystal source? Was it eaten by the dog? My temporary mission, ah! Claps of thunder erupted in Bulletin Fang's mind as his expression slowly became expressionless. Blackie's eyes kept dropping as though it wanted to take a nap. Going to sleep immediately after eating was a routine that the lazy dog was naturally well versed in. That oceanic species divine realm expert's dead fish eyes widened. The crystal source contained a dog and not the prawn ancestor? Then what about the shrimp ancestor? Was it eaten by that dog? That was impossible. Isn't the shrimp ancestor a great existence? How could it have been eaten by a dog? Dogs aren't even fond of seafood. Then, this meant that the oceanic species divine realm expert squinted his eyes. Since the crystal source that he had been fighting over may not have contained the prawn ancestor, after all, the ancestor should be within one of the two remaining crystal sources. As soon as his thoughts reached that point, the oceanic species expert's cheeks opened up and water gushed out of them. His body shot out and sped toward the other two crystal sources as he intended to take them. Executive Feng was startled by that oceanic species divine realm expert's sudden movement and why he had suddenly rushed out. However, as soon as he noticed the oceanic species divine realm expert's destination, he immediately thought of something. Could it be the other two crystal sources that contained a treasure, instead? That was surely the case. Otherwise, that oceanic species expert wouldn't display such urgency. As soon as he arrived at that conclusion, Executive Feng also wanted to quickly get his hands on them. If he couldn't even obtain one crystal source after he had already paid this much of a price for the first one, then he could only crouch beside the restroom wall and weep. However, when he just wanted to throw away the plump dog in his hands, the black dog drowsy eyes opened up and locked onto the oceanic species divine realm expert who was speeding toward the other two crystal sources. It raised its small and exquisite paw, causing the image of a phantom paw to appear in mid-air. Bang! That oceanic species divine realm expert, who had been rushing forward, was caught off guard and collided against the phantom paw. The impact sent him stumbling 2 steps backward. What was going on? That oceanic species divine realm expert's eyes contracted. He looked at the black dog and roared. A trident appeared in his hands, and he waved it. Countless water dragons immediately erupted out of the trident, roared, and charged towards the phantom paw, in a bid to shatter it. Black dog, you have already eaten the treasure within one of the crystal sources, and you still want to prevent us from obtaining the other two crystal sources? Why does such a stingy and shameless black dog exist in this world? These crystal sources belong to this lord dog. Who permitted you to try to snatch them away? A gentle but deep, manly voice echoed out from Lord Dog's mouth. Executive Feng's pupils dilated. He felt the hand gripping the Lord Dog get scalded, and he swiftly pulled it back. Blackie's body still remained in place, hovering in mid-air. As it raised its paw again, the corners of Blackie's lips curled up, revealing a playful smile that was rather human-like. It turned to face the roaring water dragons that were rushing toward the phantom paw. Blackie calmly waved its paw, slapping these water dragons, which caused them to shatter. It raised its paw once more, and the oceanic species divine realm expert was sent flying away from a slap as though he was a rubber ball and heavily collided against the cave's wall. The entire cave trembled from the impact, and more pieces of crystals rained down. Bulletin Fang ate the oyster pancake in 2 mouthfuls and watched the irritated Blackie in silence. After Executive Feng witnessed that outcome, he jumped in fright. He didn't expect the black dog that had just emerged from the crystal source would be this powerful. Even a divine physique echelon oceanic species expert was sent flying by a slap from the dog. He took a deep breath, and his gaze at Blackie turned cold. Your Excellency has already taken one crystal source, but now, do you seek to take all the crystal sources for yourself? Aren't you a bit too greedy and insatiable? Executive Feng asked in anger. He was shrouded by turbulent true energy as a result of suddenly combusting his true yuan. A boundless world pressure burst out from his body and oppressed Blackie. Regardless of what he had seen, Executive Feng still needed to fight to get at least one crystal source. Blackie yawned. It was having trouble keeping its eyes open because it still felt too sleepy. It was no longer interested in the aggressive Executive Feng, and instead, it turned its gaze to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang, kiddo, Didn't you come here just for those crystal sources? Take them and go back, so that you quickly finish your mission. This Lord Dog wants to go home and sleep. That thing was truly delicious, and I got sleepy after eating it. It's truly. Upon hearing that, Bulletin Fang was speechless. Delicious? Did this plump dog consume the ingredient? However, now wasn't the time to ponder about such matters. Bulletin Fang bounced on the black turtle constellation walk below him and dashed out. The black turtle constellation walk began to rotate and shrank, before returning into Bulletin Fang's hands. Hiss! After he took back the black turtle constellation walk, the supreme mantis prawn rushed out and waved its sickles. It was already enraged and wanted nothing more than to rip Bulletin Fang apart. Black squinted its eyes, waved its paw and slapped the supreme mantis prawn. With a loud bang, the supreme mantis prawn felt like its flesh and shell had been forcefully separated. It was sent flying away and crashed heavily into the ground. As it had landed on its back, it thrashed its innumerable legs, trying to flip itself over. It had been stupefied for a moment and didn't know what happened. Where that seafood came from? Lord Dog hates seafood. Black's nose twitched as it murmured. Bulletin Fang didn't care about the supreme mantis prawn, which had been sent flying, and continued rushing forward. Soon, he landed before the two crystal sources. Upon seeing this, Executive Feng's eyes contracted. Was that human acting in cahoots with the dog? Damn! They schemed against me. There was actually someone who dared to scheme against a person of the Great Baron sect. The Executive Feng was enraged, and he commused at his true Yuan once more. This was unforgivable. A yellow halo burst out of his body. The halo resembled a yellow dragon, it curled around his body the instant it emerged. His muscles bulged, and his true energy became more turbulent. Get lost! Executive Feng roared and swung his fist, producing an attack which broke the sound barrier aimed at Blackie. Blackie, who had almost fallen asleep right there, was taken aback, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the cave's wall, giving rise to a huge cloud of dust. Bulletin Fang looked in time to see Blackie flying through the air, and his eyelids twitched. He opened his mouth and spouted a golden flame. The small golden flame flickered atop his palm, and under his control, turned into a flame blade. When Executive Feng saw that flame, he was taken aback for a moment, then he got even more enraged and roared. That's the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames 10,000 Bestial Flame! Are you the aboriginal human who took the 10,000 Bestial Flames? Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and ignored the Executive Feng. He swung his flame blade and cut the crystal source in his hand. Since this was his first time opening one, he was excited. Chapter 396, Where is the prawn ancestor you promised? Swoosh! Several pieces of crystals fell from the cave. A person slowly crawled out of the rubble. His head and face were filthy with grime, his complexion was quite ugly. That expert from the oceanic species had dead fish eyes and they were blazing with anger. He was unexpectedly sent flying by a slap from a dog. He would never have expected that the black dog which came out of nowhere would be a divine realm existence. However, even if it was a divine dog, it would still not be able to stop him from awakening the prawn ancestor. No one was able to prevent or stop him. The expert from the oceanic species roared angrily and peculiar sound waves were emitted from its mouth. As those sound waves rippled and resounded in the area, it seemed as though they would shatter the air. Bang! At this moment, he erupted with the power of a divine physique echelon expert. His aura was completely unleashed and the broken rocks on the ground were unexpectedly lifted up by an invisible power. The resulting scene was that there were countless pieces of rocks floating in the air. Crack! There was a fin which was torn off the back of the oceanic species expert. The moment the fin was torn off, his body started to enlarge at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, he turned into a giant monster whose size rivaled the supreme mantis prawn who was currently lying on the ground. His whole body was filled with bulging muscles. The sharp fin on his back resembled a cluster of iron needles. His head turned into a giant fish's head which was filled with razor-sharp spikes. With a loud roar, he stomped his feet on the ground. The entire cave trembled the moment his feet landed. Bulletin Fang waved his blade which was formed by a heaven and earth obsidian flame and effortlessly opened the crystal source. Countless beams of light burst out from the crystal source the moment Bulletin Fang's blade touched it. In just an instant, a strange aura was emitted from that crystal source. It seemed like a strong wave which blew against Bulletin Fang. His hair fluttered behind him as the aura blew against him. Executive Feng stopped in place and his gaze which flickered like lightning stared straight at the crystal source. The oceanic species expert frantic aura calmed down the moment the aura from the crystal appeared. His dead fish eyes also stared at the crystal source which was in Bulletin Fang's hand. His eyes were gradually filled with a look of excitement. An imposing aura which he found familiar came from the crystal. The familiar aura caused the body of the oceanic species expert to tremble involuntarily. The prawn ancestor would awaken and appear in this world again. Bang! As the broken rocks flew around, Blackus strolled around leisurely and behaved like a cat as it walked out of the rubble. Its pitch-black fur was still spotlessly clean. However, the gaze which it used to look at Executive Feng became colder. It was unexpectedly hit and sent flying by someone. Blackie would definitely not forgive that guy. How dare he hit Lord Dog? After taking several steps, Blacka's nose slightly twitched as it looked at the crystal source in Bulletin Fang's hand with disgust. It's another kind of seafood. Lord Dog slightly muttered and it opened its mouth to yawn. It was actually quite sleepy. However, it kept its eyes open and continued to stare at Executive Feng. After Bulletin Fang opened a crack in it, a turbulent aura was emitted from it. In just a few short moments, some movements came from inside the crystal. Bulletin Fang widened his eyes as he looked at the crystal. In the end, he wondered what was actually inside the crystal. Was it the ingredient which the system mentioned? The crystal source intensely shook. The shaking was so intense that Bulletin Fang felt as though the crystal source in his hand was about to explode. When the shaking of the crystal source reached the peak, it issued a cracking sound. Along with the cracking sound, the tiny crack on the crystal source started to widen as if it was swallowed by something. As the crack got bigger and bigger, an object the size of a human hand started to crawl out of the crystal source. The oceanic species expert had an excited expression on his face until he witnessed this. As for Executive Feng, he had a shocked expression on his face. It was as though he had just seen a ghost. Bulletin Feng was startled. His brows rose up and he almost threw the crystal source away. Shooting a glance at the thing in his hand, Bulletin Feng groaned with disgust. That was indeed a mantis prawn. However, it was a small and delicate mantis prawn. The entire body of the mantis prawn emitted a golden resplendent radiance. It seemed as though it was made out of gold. That prawn mantis was too small. The entire mantis prawn was the size of an adult's hand. When it rolled its body up, it resembled a small ball. Is this the ingredient? It has no meat on it at all. Bulletin Fang twitched his mouth as he muttered expressionlessly to himself. When he saw the mantis prawn in Bulletin Fang's hand, the expert from the oceanic species almost went crazy. A loud roar escaped his lips and he held onto his head. His dead fish eyes were bloodshot and he seemed to be quite demented. Where is my prawn ancestor? Where is my dear prawn ancestor? Why did it become a small and tiny mantis prawn? Ah! Executive Feng spouted a mouthful of blood with a plop sound. He was extremely frustrated and his heart was dripping with blood. It was a miracle that tears did not stream out of his eyes. He used up half a day and commusted his true yuan just to get a black dog from the first crystal source. Now, the second crystal source contained a small mantis prawn? What the hell was that golden prawn mantis? They already opened 2 out of 3 crystal sources. The remaining one should be a solid one with nothing inside it. In the end, he got nothing out of this big crystal mine which they found with great difficulty. He even ended up damaging his true yuan in order to obtain the crystal sources. It was really not worth it. After Executive Feng spouted a mouthful of blood, he let out an enraged roar. The yellow halo around his body seemed like it would destroy everything around him. Bulletin Feng speechlessly looked at that tiny thing. That golden prawn was really small. After it whirled and crawled out of the crystal source, it climbed up his hand. It slightly waved its sickles at Bulletin Feng and rolled its eyes at him. After that, it stared at Bulletin Feng with a blank expression. Bulletin Feng conveniently picked it up and observed it with an expressionless face. He sighed in his heart. This small thing was the size of a finger and was as tall as his hand. How was this considered an ingredient by the system? Thinking about it, Bulletin Feng's face became slightly dark. He turned his head and looked at the plump black dog who wasn't far from him. That ingredient from the first crystal source was definitely something he needed. However, it was eaten by that black dog. When Bulletin Fang thought about how Blackie burped with satisfaction just a moment ago, he felt as though his heart started bleeding. His temporary mission. AHH. Where is my prawn ancestor? The oceanic species expert went crazy and started bombarding the ground with its fist. Was that golden mantis prawn his prawn ancestor? How was that possible? According to the ancient records, the body of the prawn ancestor was hundreds of feet tall. If it moved even in the slightest, dreadful giant waves would be swept up in the sea. Moreover, the pressure emitted from the body of the prawn ancestor should be boundless. How could the almighty prawn ancestor be this tiny golden mantis prawn? It didn't even have the aura of the divine realm. Bulletin Fang, kiddo? What are you anxious about? Isn't there still another crystal source? Why don't you try opening it? Lord Dog smiled with embarrassment and said to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang shot a look at Lord Dog which made the latter even more embarrassed. All of a sudden, Bulletin Fang felt a stabbing pain in his palm. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and looked at the wound. He discovered that the tiny mantis prawn nipped his palm with one of its claws. When Bulletin Fang's blood flowed out from the wound, the tiny golden mantis prawn sucked it all up. What the hell? This thing could suck blood? When Bulletin Fang was shocked at the fact that this mantis prawn sucked his blood, it curled up into a ball and nestled on Bulletin Fang's palm. It stopped moving altogether and it seemed to be fast asleep. This was another lazy creature. It's behaving just like Blackie. Bang! When Bulletin Fang was observing the tiny golden mantis prawn in his palm, Executive Fang went berserk. Raising his head into the air, his eyes were scarlet and his body emitted a berserk aura. With a strong stomp on the ground, Executive Fang shattered it. Not yet. I almost forgot about it. Even if I can't obtain a crystal source, there is still that kid with the heaven and earth metamorphosis walk. If I can obtain that walk, it will be considered a small compensation for all my troubles. At least the heavens prepared something for me. Executive Fang's ice-cold voice resounded within the cave and he stared Bulletin Fang with a greedy gaze. Bulletin Fang raised his head and looked at Executive Fang with his lips curled upwards. Idiot! When he heard what Bulletin Fang said, Executive Fang's pupils contracted. He was completely enraged right now. When he was about to make his move, he realized that a black dog was blocking his way. Wasn't this the black dog which was sent flying by a punch from me? Get lost! Executive Fang angrily roared and raised his fist. The yellow halo around him surged forward and covered his fist. When his fist was covered by the yellow halo, it seemed like it transformed into a divine dragon as it shot toward Blackie. That fist was powerful, imposing, and extremely terrifying. The moment Executive Fang threw the punch, dust and rocks flew everywhere in the cave. Was it you who hit me a moment ago? From the moment this Lord Dog came out, I was never hit and sent flying by anyone. You were the first, and the last person who would make Lord Dog fly. Lord Dog's manly voice came out of its mouth. Although it had a mild tone, there was a trace of anger hidden behind it. Lord Dog had never suffered such a humiliation before. In the next moment, Lord Dog's body which was in the air transformed. It transformed into a ferocious dog. A tyrannical aura was emitted from its body which oppressed everyone in the cave. The cave started to tremble as Lord Dog aura burst out. Executive Fang was startled and his entire body started to shake. Before he even thrust his fist at Blackie, he saw a black shadow shooting towards him. The only thing he felt was a slap and the next thing he knew, he was flying in the air. He collided heavily against the ceiling of the cave. As crystals tumbled and fell down, Executive Fang didn't come back to his senses. He was grabbed and heavily pounded against the ground. Bang! 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 He was constantly bombarded and smashed against the ground by that black shadow. Whenever he hit the ground, he rebounded back into the air. He was like a rubber ball being toyed around by that black shadow. Executive Fang's eyes were gradually filled with fright and panic. Was the black shadow a divine physique echelon existence which managed to break through two of the Supreme Being's shackles? He, Executive Fang, was a divine realm expert who broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. However, he wasn't even able to fight back when he faced that black dog. Could the black dog be an existence which broke through two, or even three of the Supreme Being's shackles? Bang! He was slapped once again by that frightening black paw. The moment the slap connected, Executive Feng felt as though his divine body was shattered. He pounded against the ground heavily and his head became slightly muddled. He slightly opened his swollen eyes, and from the small gap, managed to see a giant dog paw moving toward his face. Bang! Turbulent airwaves swept through the cave. Executive Feng was knocked out. Lord Dog, whose body was huge, had a malevolent look on its face as it stepped on Executive Feng with its paws. Its scarlet eyes were filled with tyranny and cruelty. Opening its mouth slightly, sharp fangs could be seen in Lord Dog's mouth. It simply barked while stepping on Executive Feng's body. Crack! A crisp sound was emitted from Executive Feng's bones before he died. A divine physique echelon executive of the Great Baron sect, who broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles, died. The expert from the oceanic species blankly looked at Executive Feng's corpse. His whole body seemed like it was stripped of all of its strength and its swollen body started to shrink. Its sluggish, dead fish eyes widened when he saw how powerful this black dog was. It left its gills open and forgot about closing them, making seawater unceasingly pour out of them. Why, was that black dog this terrifying? It unexpectedly killed a divine physique echelon expert from the Great Baron sect. That oceanic species expert started to shake like a leaf and he almost wept. Lord Dog's scarlet eyes swept the surroundings and fell upon the expert from the oceanic species. Plomp! The moment he felt Lord Dog's gaze on him, the expert from the oceanic species knelt down without the slightest hesitation. Tears flowed out of his dead fish eyes. Lord Dog! Go easy on me! Bang! Black's body instantly disappeared from above Executive Feng's body and it appeared beside the oceanic species expert the next moment. It gave him a slap and left a deep indent on his face. Along with a crisp sound, the expert from the oceanic species was directly buried within the cave wall. Swoosh! Black's body shrank down and turned into a plump black dog again. Its eyes were drowsy and it swayed around as it stumbled for a few steps. Eventually, Blacka lay on the ground and started sleeping soundly. The cave, which was just filled with smoke and dust, became quiet and peaceful once again. Executive Feng was beaten to death by Blackie and no one knew whether the expert from the oceanic species was alive. That supreme mantis prawn was lying on the ground as it swayed its feet. It was incapable of flipping itself over and standing up. Taking a deep breath, Bulletin Fang placed the tiny golden mantis prawn on his shoulder as he walked towards the last crystal source. Even though he didn't manage to find any ingredient in the first two crystal sources, there was still a third crystal source lying on the ground. Bulletin Fang held onto his last strand of hope as he raised his blade of flames and opened the last crystal source. Chapter 397, A Pufferfish? It's a delicacy. At this moment, Bulletin Fang was slightly nervous as he didn't know whether that crystal source truly contained anything inside it. Usually, there would be one solid crystal among the three. In some unlucky cases, there would be two of them which were solid. They already opened two crystal sources. As such, the last crystal source in this big crystal mine should be a solid and empty one. If that crystal source didn't have the ingredient which Bulletin Fang needed, it would mean that he failed the mission given by the system. Of course, Bulletin Fang could try to cook or boil that golden mantis shrimp. However, that tiny thing didn't have much meat on its body. It definitely couldn't be counted as an ingredient. If he had 7 or 8 of them, then he might probably be able to make a dish with them. However, there was only a single one. Bulletin Fang felt as though he should forget about it. Crack! The 10,000 bestial flames temperature was extremely high. Since it was turned into a blade by Bulletin Fang, it was slowly cutting into the crystal source. It gradually opened one of the sides. The moment he opened it, Bulletin Fang felt his heart palpitate with fear. Swoosh! 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 All of a sudden, several sharp steel needles shot out from that crystal source. The speed of those needles was extremely swift and they seemed to be able to tear the air apart. Even though Bulletin Fang dodged them, they continued to fly in a straight line and penetrated the wall behind him. Bulletin Fang sucked in a breath of cold air. It was fortunate that he reacted quickly, otherwise, those needles would have already turned him into a human sieve. What was inside this crystal source? Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and waved his flame blade down toward the crystal source. He sliced the crystal source into 2 pieces. This crystal source was hollow. If he wasn't attacked just a moment ago, Bulletin Fang would have been delighted. After being cut in two, it slowly separated into two pieces. A clear and crisp sound resounded through the whole cave. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes and stared at the location where the crystal source split open. He could see that there was something which resembled a fish on the ground. In the next moment, the fish swelled up and with a swoosh sound, countless needles tore apart the air. Countless and innumerable needles were shot out once again. Bulletin Fang summoned the black turtle constellation walk and slightly waved it in front of himself. He managed to deflect all those needles. After some time, the clanking sound in the cave died down. True energy burst out of Bulletin Fang's legs and he jumped up into the air. He clearly saw the existence which appeared when he cut apart the crystal source. Strictly speaking, it was a fish. However, Bulletin Fang didn't expect that a fish like this would come out of the crystal source. Green smoke twirled up as the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Bulletin Fang slightly waved the knife in his hand before he decided on something and stepped on the ground. Swoosh! 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 Another mass of needles was shot at Bulletin Fang once again. The speed of those needles were extremely swift. When they were right in front of his eyes, Bulletin Fang could see that those needles were completely white. There was a slightly cold glint on the tip of those needles which would cause one's whole body to shudder. Clank! He waved his dragon bone kitchen knife and sent all those needles flying. In the next moment, he walked towards the front of the spirit beast. That spirit beast was a fish and it was rolling its eyes as it glared at Bulletin Fang. The entire body of the fish was covered with countless spots and stripes. When it swelled up, its body became big and fat. Those needles from before were shot out once again the moment it swelled up. Bulletin Fang's meteor cutting technique already reached perfection. One could only see knife light flickering around Bulletin Fang and all those needles were sent flying. After deflecting all the needles, Bulletin Fang waved his knife and smashed it against the fat and bulging fish. It was instantly knocked unconscious. After it was knocked unconscious, its body became small again. It was as though the air was leaking out of its body as it deflated like a balloon. Only after knocking it unconscious, did Bulletin Fang relax. Who would expect that such a weird fish would be inside the last crystal source? Honestly speaking, this is truly a rare and exceptional ingredient. Bulletin Fang picked that fish up by its tail and stood up. He started to observe that plump spotted fish. On Earth, such a fish was known as a pufferfish. Bulletin Fang had obviously heard of them before. However, it was Bulletin Fang's first time seeing a pufferfish which could shoot out needles in this hidden dragon continent. As for the taste of a pufferfish, Bulletin Fang didn't need to mention how delicious it was. Despite the poison contained in the fish, it was still a delicacy people risked their lives to taste. Dark Moon Thorny Pufferfish, a 7th grade spirit beast. It was an extremely rare breed of spirit beast and breeding this species was extremely difficult. The thorny pufferfish could swiftly condense and form needles under its skin. Every time it swelled up, it would shoot out the needles. Those needles contained a deadly and violent poison which could poison even a 9th grade supreme being. While Bulletin Fang was observing that Dark Moon Thorny Pufferfish, the system's solemn and earnest voice resounded in his mind. He furrowed his brows when he heard the system's description. After hearing the abilities of the Dark Moon Thorny Pufferfish, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The poison in those needles could poison even a supreme being. If he hadn't been careful a moment ago and allowed one of those needles to touch him, he would be dead by now. As expected of the extremely poisonous pufferfish, Bulletin Fang repeatedly sized up that pufferfish which he carried in his hand. He smacked his lips with admiration. It was obvious that this pufferfish was the ingredient which Bulletin Fang needed to look for during this trip. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel excited. Lightly patting the pufferfish, Bulletin Fang was pleasantly surprised. It was indescribable how delicious pufferfish meat was. It was delicious to the point that one would eat it despite its virulent poison. Just from this point, it was obvious how delicious pufferfish meat was. Although this Dark Moon Thorny Pufferfish wasn't some supreme existence ingredient, Bulletin Fang was more excited to obtain this Dark Moon Thorny Pufferfish compared to some supreme beast's ingredients. He waved his knife and took a porcelain jar from his dimensional bag. He lightly slashed his knife across the Dark Moon Thorny Pufferfish's neck. The thorny pufferfish in Bulletin Fang's hands immediately started struggling and moving as dark blood slowly flowed into the porcelain jar which was in Bulletin Fang's hands. When he finished collecting its blood, he washed that fish with the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water. Then, he carefully stored that porcelain jar which was filled with the dark moon thorny pufferfish's blood. The entire body of the thorny pufferfish was poisonous. Even the blood and internal organs had poison in them. As such, Bulletin Fang had to deal with them properly. This dark moon thorny pufferfish was a pufferfish from the hidden dragon continent. The poison contained within its body was more powerful than the Earth's pufferfish. Hearing that the poison could take down a supreme being, Bulletin Fang didn't dare to carelessly touch it. After he washed and cleaned the pufferfish, he placed it in the system dimensional storage and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Now wasn't a suitable time for Bulletin Fang to cook the pufferfish. It would be much better if he returned to the Grand Serpentine City before cooking it. Crack! Not far from him, the supreme mantis prawn finally managed to turn around. It finally stood up on its legs. It was in quite a sorry state and its shell had a deep indent because of that strike. The aura it emitted was also feeble and weak. Bulletin Fang, who planned to leave, immediately stopped in place and he stared at the supreme mantis prawn for a long while. Bulletin Fang wasn't a magnanimous person. That fellow was someone who had been hunting him for a long time. There was no way Bulletin Fang would just forget about it. Moreover, it would be a pity if he missed out on such a good ingredient. The supreme mantis prawn, whose face was filled with confusion, had just turned itself over and it was still confused. All of a sudden, its eyes widened and it felt as though the surroundings went dark. Bang! A loud sound resounded and the whole cave started trembling. Bulletin Fang patted the black turtle constellation wok, which was currently extremely big. He carefully took it out of the rubble. When he lifted the wok, the supreme mantis prawn was beneath it. Its shell was filled with countless cracks due to Bulletin Fang's attack. The supreme mantis prawn slightly raised its sickles and it glared at Bulletin Fang with its compound eyes. Bang! Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth as he ruthlessly smashed it with his wok. The ground cracked even more and was filled with countless fissures. Weren't you just wishing to become an ingredient? You should have just told me earlier. You wasted half your day chasing me. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and raised the black turtle constellation wok. Under the wok, the supreme mantis prawn was breathing its last breath. He put that supreme mantis prawn into his system dimensional storage with a satisfied expression on his face. He thought that he wouldn't end up getting any supreme beast meat on his trip. Who would have expected that there would be a supreme mantis prawn pestering him? It delivered itself to Bulletin Fang's hands. Bulletin Fang felt as though he didn't suffer for nothing. The golden mantis shrimp which was curled up on Bulletin Fang's shoulder slightly stretched itself before it went back to sleep. He took a look at that tiny creature before he expressionlessly turned his head to look at Blackie who was sleeping soundly on the ground. It seemed like that black dog was in deep sleep. Bulletin Fang could only helplessly carry Blackie before throwing it into the black turtle constellation wok. He managed to carry the wok with one of his hand. This could also be considered as Bulletin Fang finding a place for Lord Dog to sleep. As he stood in the cave, he observed his surroundings for a while before walking out of the cave. He followed the path he took into the cave and eventually reached the crevice where he fell. He took another look at this cave which was filled with innumerable crystals. Bulletin Fang sucked in a deep breath and he didn't obsess over the crystals any longer. He directly entered the crevice and left the place. The moment he left, a rumbling sound came from within the cave. After making his way out of the broken rocks, a figure who was soaked in blood stumbled out. That oceanic species expert was in a sorry state. It seemed like his whole body was covered by blood and even the luster on his blue skin became dim. Damned human! Damned black dog! The priest said that the prawn ancestor was in one of those 3 crystal sources. He must have been hidden in some place by that black dog. The prawn ancestor is the hope of our race. Without the ancestor, we can't rise up at all. We must find him. Blood trickled from his mouth and unceasingly dripped on the ground. However, that oceanic species expert wasn't a fool. When he saw how the black dog killed a divine physique echelon expert from the Great Baron sect, he knew that the black dog was someone who broke through more than one of the Supreme Being's shackles. That would also explain how the black dog could heavily injure him with one slap. He wasn't the black dog's match. He knew that he had to return and look for reinforcement from the oceanic species. Cough. Cough. He coughed another mouthful of blood as his aura became more feeble, and slowly staggered out of the cave. Outside the mine, there were several factions standing opposite each other. The ice-cold and metallic warship was floating in the air and it emitted an extremely strong pressure. It oppressed the oceanic species experts, Wu Mu, and the others. Every single one of them wanted to enter the mine, however, they knew how dangerous it was. Not to mention the fact that there were 2 divine realm existences inside the cave right now. They knew that even if they went in, they would not get anything precious from the cave. As such, Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign didn't move. They stood there and faced the warship and the oceanic species experts. All of a sudden, a clear and distinct sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the mine. The sound of footsteps caused the grim atmosphere to become intense and strained. Everyone's gaze was directed at the entrance. It was especially the case for the oceanic species experts and the Great Baron sex experts. Who would come out of the mine? Who was the one who obtained the treasures? Everyone was curious about the outcome. After all, they had a divine realm expert overseeing them. It was definitely not the 7th grade battle saint. He was hunted by the Supreme Mantis Prawn and forced to enter the mine. When they thought about how the 7th grade battle saint charged into the mine when he panicked, everyone couldn't help but laugh. He is out. No one knew who shouted, but everyone turned their head to stare at the figure who appeared at the entrance of the mine. A tall and slim figure slowly walked out of the mine. Chapter 398, Owner Bulletin is a good man. Outside the mine, everyone's gaze fell upon the entrance and their aura, which was once calm, became unstable. The breaths of everyone present became rough as they wanted to see who was the one who came out of the big crystal mine. The experts from the oceanic species and the Great Baron sect were the most eager and anxious out of everyone there. This was because they clearly knew the objective of their trip. It was the object within the mine. Since their leaders were both inside the mine, all of them wanted to know which one of them got the treasure. When they saw the man who appeared at the entrance, the complexion of everyone became strange. The eyes of the Great Baron sex experts widened. A look of incredulity appeared in the deepest part of their eyes. As for the oceanic species experts, their dead fish eyes widened. Their mouths opened up wide and their hideous fangs were revealed. They seemed to be dumb wooden chickens when they stared at the figure. Only Wu Mu was prepared for this outcome. He wasn't too surprised as he knew how terrifying Bulletin Fang was. He was probably the only person in the area who knew about Bulletin Fang's power. Although Wu Mu wasn't surprised, the Serpentine Sovereign who was beside him was utterly dumbstruck. The Serpentine King, Du Mu, was shocked as well. How was it possible for them to know Bulletin Fang's true power? In the eyes of the Serpentine Sovereign, Bulletin Fang was merely a 7th grade battle saint. He obtained the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame by pure luck. Even though he had a Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, he should be completely incapable of showing off the true power of the flame. How was it possible for such an ant-like person to emerge from the mine? The mine was supposed to be filled with countless experts much stronger than Bulletin Fang. Could it be that he didn't enter the deepest part of the mine? That was the guess in everyone's mind right now. There were many people who felt as though that should be the case, and the gaze which they used to look at Bulletin Fang contained disdain. However, there were several experts from the oceanic species who squinted their eyes as they looked at Bulletin Fang with doubtful gazes. One of them had a cold voice and he shouted at Bulletin Fang, "You were able to come out alive? Where is the Supreme Mantis Prawn?" Since the ant was able to leave the mine, the Supreme Mantis Prawn should also be able to leave the mine. When they looked at Bulletin Fang's carefree expression, a bad premonition crept up the hearts of the oceanic species experts. Where is the Supreme Mantis Prawn? Bulletin Fang, who slowly walked out of the mine while carrying the Black Turtle Constellation Walk in his hands, looked at the oceanic species experts with confusion. The expert from the oceanic species who was standing on top of the sea waves glared at Bulletin Fang. His aura surged out of his body. Curling up the corners of his mouth, Bulletin Fang summoned a giant creature with his thoughts. He grabbed the Supreme Mantis Prawn who had compound eyes and stared at the oceanic species expert. He asked, "Are you talking about this big fellow?" The Supreme Mantis Prawn was still alive. However, it was already on its last breaths. It slightly raised its sickles and it seemed as though he was begging the experts from the oceanic species to save it. However, after slightly raising its sickles, it dropped them. It had no more strength left in its body. The moment the Supreme Mantis Prawn appeared, everyone who didn't take Bulletin Fang seriously became surprised. That kid was able to defeat the Supreme Mantis Prawn? How did a trifling 7th grade battle saint like him defeat the supreme mantis prawn? Wasn't this kind of unreasonable? Bulletin Fang calmly looked at everyone who was in his surroundings. He raised his hand and patted the shell of the supreme mantis, which was filled with countless cracks. He eventually stored it in his system's dimensional storage. This time, I won't cook it in oil. I'll steam it with some broth. Since this is such a big mantis prawn, its flavor can only be brought out by steaming it. Bulletin Fang murmured. Although he was talking to himself, most of the people around him heard what he said. They were startled and terrified. This was a madman. He actually wanted to cook and eat the supreme mantis prawn. That was absolutely preposterous. After the experts from the oceanic species came back to their senses, boundless anger welled up in their hearts. The supreme mantis prawn was one of the oceanic species experts. How could they allow it to be cooked and served to other humans as a dish? This would be a humiliation to all of the oceanic species experts. The dead fish eyes of the 3 supreme beings of the oceanic species widened and sharp fins protruded out from their body. They stared at Bulletin Fang with a gaze filled with killing intent. You dare to humiliate a supreme beast from our oceanic species? You are courting death. Bang! 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 3 explosion sounds resounded from the waves under their feet. Billowing waves soared into the sky. The 3 experts from the oceanic species seemed to have turned into beams of light as they shot swiftly toward Bulletin Fang. Their killing intent was extremely dense, and it even slightly shocked the Great Baron sex experts. The expression on both Wu Mu's and the Serpentine Sovereign's face turned grave. When facing the terrifying attacks of 3 supreme beings of the oceanic species, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but furrow his brows. He looked at the giant waves which almost covered the sky. Water sprinkled down from above and drenched his hair. Bulletin Fang took a deep breath and controlled the Black Turtle constellation walk with his mind. He quickly sent the walk after the 3 of them. The Black Turtle constellation walk whistled in the air as it flew toward the 3 of them. It quickly blocked the path of the 3 experts from the oceanic species. Get lost! The 3 supreme beings shouted at the same time as their killing intent assaulted Bulletin Fang. They bombarded the Black Turtle constellation walk with the giant waves and they tried to break it. Thud! 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 When the attacks of the 3 supreme beings fell on the Black Turtle constellation walk, a loud sound of impact resounded. As soon as the 3 experts from the oceanic species saw what happened to their attacks, their pupils contracted. The Black Turtle constellation walk emitted a deafening sound as it shook and trembled. Bulletin Fang's complexion was slightly strange when he saw what happened to the Black Turtle constellation walk. He couldn't help but pay silent tribute to the supreme beings from the oceanic species. Blackie was sleeping soundly in the Black Turtle constellation walk. Inside the walk, it was warm and cozy, a perfect place to take a nap. As Blackie slept in the walk, its nostrils opened and closed as it took deep breaths. All of a sudden, within the Black Turtle constellation walk, a loud noise resounded. The fur on Blackie's body stood on end when it heard the noise. It opened its eyes and became so enraged that the fur on its body stood up even more. Who's disturbing Lord Dog's sleep? Blackie angrily roared and it charged out of the walk. When Blackie was in mid-air, it became bigger. A terrifying aura was emitted from its body and it shocked the experts from the oceanic species. All 3 supreme beings were completely terrified when they faced Blackie. With a frightful gaze, they stared at the black dog which appeared from the walk. Blackie's drowsy eyes, which were filled with anger, swept through the 3 supreme beings. Their bodies involuntarily trembled when Blackie looked at them. A resonant bark came out of Blackie's mouth the next moment. Blackie opened its mouth which became like a sacrificial bowl. Strong gales of wind were swept up. Blackie chomped down on them all of a sudden. The 3 supreme beings didn't even get the chance to scream before they were swallowed whole by Lord Dog. After swallowing the people who disturbed its sleep, Lord Dog gradually calmed down. The fur on its body turned smooth once again. Pah! What a heavy taste of seafood! Lord Dog twitched its lips in disgust before it gave a proud groan. It returned to the Black Turtle constellation walk and resumed its sleep. This time, Lord Dog went into a deeper sleep compared to before. When everyone around saw what happened to the 3 experts from the oceanic species, they were scared witless. It was especially true for the rest of the oceanic species experts. Those 7th and 8th grade experts from the oceanic species felt that their legs were trembling. Their gills were all open and water continuously flowed out of them. They all gazed at the black wok which returned to Bullet Fang's hands in fright. 3 Supreme Beings commanders, were swallowed by a dog. At this moment, in their eyes, Bullet Fang seemed like a demonic fiend. Bullet Fang curled up the corners of his mouth as he carried the black turtle constellation wok and slowly walked away. He planned to return to the Grand Serpentine City. The crystal sources within the big crystal mine were already opened by him. He had also obtained the ingredient in order to complete his mission. He wanted to quickly return to Grand Serpentine City in order to cook the pufferfish. When Bullet Fang approached the experts from the oceanic species, they didn't dare to stand in his way. They separated their sea waves and opened up a path for him. They looked at Bullet Fang as he slowly walked further and further away. All of a sudden, Bullet Fang, who almost left the sea waves range, turned his head around. He stared at all the experts from the oceanic species and earnestly said, "Is there still anyone who has any objections about me cooking the supreme mantis prawn?" After hearing Bullet Fang's words, the experts from the oceanic species almost wept. What damned objections could they have? Even if they had objections, would he listen to them? Wouldn't he just call out that dog to eat them? Bullet Fang nodded to himself with content and turned around. He eventually left the place. This time, there was no one who dared to stop him. Wu Mu pulled the Serpentine Sovereign and followed after Bullet Fang. "Don't you want the treasures within the mine? With the 2 factions here, what treasures can we obtain?" Wu Mu retorted. The beautiful face of the Serpentine Sovereign immediately stiffened as she was at a loss for words. She could only helplessly follow after Wu Mu and leave. As for the oceanic species and the experts from the Great Baron sect, they continued to stand there. They wanted to wait for their experts to return from the mine. After a long time, a rustling sound transmitted from the entrance and someone came out of the mine. The person was soaked in blood and seemed to be in a sorry state. He struggled to walk out of the mine. The pupils of the oceanic species experts contracted and their hearts sank. They lost. When they saw the miserable state of the expert from the oceanic species, they quickly inferred the outcome of the battle. They thought that the expert from the Great Baron sect was more powerful than him. Everyone thought that the oceanic species expert was beaten by the Great Baron sect's expert. Where are the 3 Supreme Being commanders? When he saw that the experts from the oceanic species had faces filled with grief, he solemnly asked. One of the oceanic species expert informed him of what happened while scowling. The Divine Realm expert who just emerged from the mine had an ugly expression on his face. He sprouted a mouthful of blood and his complexion became worse. "Let's go. Let's return to the Sea Palace." Unexpectedly, the Divine Realm expert from the oceanic species didn't want to avenge the 3 commanders. This was completely out of their expectations. Instead, he ordered them to return to the Sea Palace. Everyone was taken aback by his order. The Great Baron sect's experts were the same. They were shocked as well. Before leaving, the oceanic species Divine Realm expert strenuously curled up the corners of his lips. He faintly smiled when he looked at the cheerful and delighted expression on the faces of the experts from the Great Baron sect. The experts from the Great Baron sect were standing in their warship which was floating in the sky. A trace of derision appeared at the corners of their mouths. "Laugh for now. When you find the corpse of your Great Baron sect's divine physique echelon expert, I'll see whether you are all still capable of laughing." Bullet Fang returned to the Grand Serpentine City at a moderate pace. Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign reached it first. The moment they arrived in the Grand Serpentine City, all the dangers it faced disappeared. The oceanic species experts were all killed by the angry Wu Mu and Serpentine Sovereign. The sound of excited cheerings echoed in Grand Serpentine City. There were also some people who recognized Bullet Fang. The only reason why Grand Serpentine City was still standing was because Bullet Fang drew the attention of the Supreme Mantis Prawn and led it away. There were countless people who revealed a thankful look toward Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang, who was carrying the Black Turtle Constellation Wok, was shocked when he saw the grateful gazes from everyone. He thought that they were acting weirdly. Wu Mu, the Serpentine Sovereign, and the others came to look for him after he returned. The Serpentine King, Du Wei, had a pale complexion. There wasn't the slightest trace of blood on her face. She almost exhausted all her power as she excessively used Grand Serpentine City's protective array cannons. She looked at Bullet Fang with a complex look on her face. This human. Although he attacked the city before, he was also the savior of the city. Even though there were some conflicts between them in the past, she felt that he should be a good person. Yu Fu followed behind the Serpentine Sovereign and came over. When she saw Bulletin Fang, it was as though a heavy stone was lifted from her heart. She was excited to see Bulletin Fang again. Owner Bulletin. We may have offended you before. However, we can still sit down and slowly discuss the matter between you and the Serpentine Sovereign. Wu Mu looked at Bulletin Fang with a warm expression. He had a smile on his face and he wanted to act as a mediator between Bulletin Fang and the Serpentine Sovereign. The lips on the Serpentine Sovereign's beautiful face slightly opened. She appeared as though she wanted to say something. However, Bulletin Fang waved his hand at her. He prevented her from saying anything. Bulletin Fang looked at the Serpentine Sovereign and calmly said, "Don't say anything. The most important thing right now is for you to prepare a kitchen for me. We can discuss everything else later. Yu Fu. Come over and be my assistant." The Serpentine Sovereign, Wu Mu, and the people around them were taken aback by his words. What was going on? Chapter 399, This is a Cursed Fish. Prepare a kitchen? Were you a comedian invited by that black dog? The Serpentine Sovereign and the others were all shocked at Bulletin Fang's sudden request. They stared at him speechlessly. Wu Mu awkwardly smiled. He didn't expect that Bulletin Fang would make such a strange request the moment he came back. Even he was slightly caught off guard. Owner Bulletin. We should talk about important matters first. A slight trace of embarrassment flashed through the Serpentine Sovereign's beautiful face. Could it be that Bulletin Fang wanted to carry out their discussion in the kitchen? That would truly be weird, wouldn't it? Owner Bulletin, if you want to have a meal, I will order my imperial chefs to prepare it. First, let's go to the main hall of my imperial palace and have a nice chat about the matter about Yu Fu. The Serpentine Sovereign didn't want to delay their discussion any longer and she kept pestering Bulletin Fang to enter the imperial palace. Bulletin Fang shot a look at the Serpentine Sovereign as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. There was a trace of disdain as he looked at the Serpentine Sovereign. Imperial chefs? Are the dishes made by them edible? The Serpentine Sovereign slightly furrowed her brows. She felt as though Bulletin Fang was looking down on her imperial chefs. No matter what, she was the Serpentine Sovereign. Although she was already a peak supreme being expert and seldom ate, the imperial chefs in the imperial palace were the best of the best. They had been meticulously chosen from the countless serpent men. Owner Bulletin, you can be at ease. The imperial chefs are people who were carefully chosen out of all the serpent men. Their culinary skills won't disappoint you in the slightest. Oh? If they are as amazing as you claim them to be, can they cook this ingredient? Bulletin Fang calmly said and covered his hand with true energy. He took out a plump and big fish which was covered in countless stripes. When Wu Mu and the others looked at the hideous fish in Bulletin Fang's hand, they were astonished. What kind of spirit beast is that? It seems like a breed of fish. However, I have never seen anything like it. That fish is too ugly. I'm pretty sure it tastes nasty as well. Everyone around Bulletin Fang started to whisper among themselves. When they were all discussing the fish in Bulletin Fang's hand, the Serpentine Sovereign's complexion became slightly ugly. That was because even she was incapable of recognizing the spirit beast in Bulletin Fang's hand. Yu Fu was also astonished. Even though she had been his apprentice for a long time and practiced the culinary arts with him for quite some time now, she was unable to identify the fish. If even Yu Fu was not able to recognize the ingredient in Bulletin Fang's hand, the Serpentine Sovereign would definitely not be able to. The most important thing right now is to take me into the kitchen. I want to cook a dish using this ingredient. After I'm done cooking it, you can have a taste. After tasting the dish, you'll know that the imperial chefs in your palace are nothing compared to me. Bulletin Fang grabbed the dark moon thorny pufferfish and he said with barely concealed arrogance. The golden mantis shrimp on his shoulder slightly moved and its compound eyes stole a glance at the pufferfish in Bulletin Fang's hand. It felt as though it had seen it somewhere before. Bulletin Fang naturally didn't care about the golden mantis shrimp. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Serpentine Sovereign. In the end, the Serpentine Sovereign and the others gave in and brought him to a kitchen. Yu Fu cheerfully followed behind them. As she was confined to her own home by the Serpentine Sovereign for a month, she wasn't able to cook. There was no opportunity for her to come into contact with a kitchen knife. She was extremely eager to be able to cook again. When they entered the kitchen, the Grand Serpentine City's imperial chefs respectfully greeted the Serpentine sovereign. "Can anyone of you recognize what ingredient this is?" The Serpentine sovereign had a cold voice as she asked the imperial chefs about the ingredient in Bulletin Fang's hand. She didn't believe Bulletin Fang, and she also didn't believe that none of the chefs would be able to identify the fish. However, she was bound to be disappointed. After all of the imperial chefs looked at the fish in Bulletin Fang's hand, they were unable to identify it. Although some of them found it familiar, none of them were able to accurately identify the fish. This ingredient looks like it came from the northern region of the Grand Serpentine City. It looks like that demonic fish which lived in the river there. A young imperial chef said in a grave tone. However, that fish contains a deadly poison and there is no way to eat it without getting poisoned. It can't be considered an ingredient. Bulletin Fang was slightly startled as he didn't expect that there would truly be someone who recognized it. Although he was surprised that there would be someone who made a correct guess, Bulletin Fang didn't reveal the name of the fish to everyone. Were there really different kinds of pufferfish living in the area? You are right. This ingredient contains a deadly poison. This thorny pufferfish has a poison which can kill even a supreme being, said Bulletin Fang. When everyone heard Bulletin Fang, chaos broke out. He actually wanted to cook an ingredient which could poison a supreme being to death? This is a cursed fish. Even if it was cooked, the dish would be poisonous. It can't be eaten. That young imperial chef was trembling and shaking his head as he cried out. This is because all of you have no idea on how to cook a fish like this. Now, tell me, where is that river? Bulletin Fang looked at that young serpent man and asked with excitement in his voice. If there was really such a river, Bulletin Fang would take a trip there and capture lots of pufferfish. He would bring them back to his store and create a new dish out of them. That is a cursed river. All of the demonic fishes in it were killed by the experts from our serpent men race. However, the blood of those demonic fish contaminated the water and they could only seal the place up. The experts filled the river in order to stop the poison from spreading. That young imperial chef proudly raised his head in the air and proclaimed. Bulletin Fang had an expressionless face when he looked at the young imperial chef. When he saw that the young imperial chef raised his head with pride, Bulletin Fang felt like smashing his face with the black turtle constellation wok. Those demonic fishes were pufferfish. They were all excellent ingredients. Bulletin Fang restrained himself and he pulled Yu Fu into the kitchen. The Serpentine Sovereign and Wu Mu were startled by Bulletin Fang's actions. The imperial chefs wanted to follow Bulletin Fang into the kitchen and watch him cook the demonic fish. Before they could enter, Bulletin Fang, who was carrying the black turtle constellation wok, blocked the kitchen. He looked at the imperial chefs calmly. What do you think you are doing? All of you should distance yourselves from the kitchen. Other than my apprentice, no one is allowed to take half a step into the kitchen when I'm cooking. Anyone who disobeys will be battered to death by my wok. After Bulletin Fang was done speaking, he closed the door of the kitchen with a loud bang. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the Serpentine Sovereign's face. This was really embarrassing. She snorted at Bulletin Fang in her mind and she swayed her tail toward the kitchen door. She really wanted to see how Bulletin Fang prepared his so-called exceptional delicacy. Wu Mu warmly smiled and said, Owner Bulletin is a capable and talented person. He has exceptional culinary arts. It isn't strange for him to have a weird temper. The Serpentine Sovereign shot a gaze at Wu Mu before snorting coldly. She eventually turned her head sideways. The kitchen was pretty decent and it was quite magnificent. It was tidy and spotlessly clean. There were countless ingredients inside the kitchen, waiting for the chefs to cook them. There were even some spirit beasts in a cage staring at Bulletin Fang. Those were spirit beast ingredients which would be butchered shortly. Bulletin Fang didn't pay attention to them. After he entered the kitchen, he started to make changes to the entire place. He conveniently took a kitchen knife which was lying on a table and he waved it around. After some consideration, he threw the knife at Yu Fu. Wield this kitchen knife. Since you haven't touched a knife for a month, you should familiarize yourself with it. Watch how I cook carefully and you should be able to learn many things. Bulletin Fang advised Yu Fu. After Yu Fu took the knife from Bulletin Fang, she nodded her head earnestly. She was extremely happy that she finally got the chance to cook again. Bulletin Fang nodded his head at her and he replaced the wok in the kitchen. Of course, Bulletin Fang wanted to use his black turtle constellation wok compared to the random wok used by the imperial chefs. Carrying Blackie, who was sound asleep, Bulletin Fang threw it into a random corner of the kitchen. After getting rid of Blackie, he poured Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water on the wok. Then, he took a step back and he opened his mouth. A ball of golden flames emerged from his mouth. Yu Fu, who was observing him, stared at Bulletin Fang in shock. As it turned out, spitting fire had its uses. After the 10,000 bestial flame made its way to the bottom of the wok, it started heating up the wok. In just a short while, the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water within the wok started boiling. Bulletin Fang earnestly washed the black turtle constellation wok before putting it aside. Afterwards, he started to process the dark moon thorny pufferfish. If Lord Dog saw that Bulletin Fang cleaned the wok, it would definitely slap Bulletin Fang till he died. This Bulletin Fang actually cleaned the wok because Lord Dog slept there. It was just a nap. Why would you need to clean it with Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water? However, despite everything, Bulletin Fang's earnest attitude affected Yu Fu. Even her hair white skin on her arm had goosebumps on it. Bulletin Fang could see that she was extremely nervous. It was her first time seeing Bulletin Fang this earnest and serious. After taking out the dark moon thorny pufferfish, green smoke twirled around Bulletin Fang's hand. He summoned the golden dragon bone knife and waved it in the air once. Afterwards, he started to cut up the thorny pufferfish. Although the thorny pufferfish's skin was tough and hard, it was easily sliced apart by the dragon bone kitchen knife. The knife went through the skin like it was tofu. With a wave of his hand, a fine line appeared on the thorny pufferfish's body. He turned his knife over and raised the skin of the thorny pufferfish. His hand slightly trembled as he pushed the knife deeper into the thorny pufferfish. He lightly severed the joints which were between the skin and the meat. When Yu Fu saw how Bulletin Fang processed the thorny pufferfish, her eyes couldn't help but widen. She felt as though there was a ray of light coming from Bulletin Fang which lit up the dim kitchen. The skin on the thorny pufferfish was quickly opened up and Bulletin Fang peeled it off. Owner Bulletin's cutting skill advanced to a greater level and it was reaching perfection. As his chef's apprentice, Yu Fu was practicing her cutting technique daily. However, it was inferior and lacking compared to Bulletin Fang's meteor cutting technique. Therefore, Yu Fu was astonished when she saw Bulletin Fang's cutting skills. Every time she saw him cook, it was like he was making a piece of art. It was truly pleasing to watch Bulletin Fang cook. Bulletin Fang slightly shook his kitchen knife and he placed the skin on a porcelain tray which was located above the kitchen stove. After the skin was taken care of, Bulletin Fang focused on the rest of the fish in front of him. Bulletin Fang held on firmly to his knife and he slightly squinted his eyes. In the next moment, his knife flickered like lightning as he slashed down toward the thorny pufferfish. His movements were so swift that it would be able to dazzle everyone. Every time he lifted his knife, some fine poison sacs would be removed. Those sacs were capable of creating the poisonous needles which it used to attack Bulletin Fang. Those sacs contained deadly poison as well as a strange liquid substance. Bulletin Fang knew that if the liquid contaminated the meat, the entire thorny pufferfish would become inedible. This was a task which required patience as well as precision. Bulletin Fang knew that there was no room for mistake. Splat! 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 After he took out each poison sac, he would throw it in a porcelain tray. It would make a splat sound which caused Yu Fu to hold her breath as she was becoming more and more nervous. Her face started to flush and beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. She widened her big eyes until they became round, which made her look really adorable. However, Bulletin Fang was too busy right now and didn't have the time to admire how adorable and lovable she was. Process those poison sacs. Bear in mind that you can't come into contact with them, otherwise, you'll be infected, Bulletin Fang said calmly. After Yu Fu came back to her sense, she nodded at him. She carefully took the porcelain tray which was filled with poison sacs. She looked at the tray and found out that there was some yellow liquid flowing inside those sacs. Bulletin Fang only started the next step after he inspected the thorny pufferfish and found out that there weren't any others poison sacs on it. He gouged out the thorny pufferfish's eyes as even the eyes of this creature had a virulent poison. He waved his kitchen knife and scraped off some fine spikes from the surface of the meat. Those spikes were not big nor sharp. They didn't even contain poison. However, Bullet Fang took them off as they would numb one's mouth and affect the taste of the dish. He opened up the thorny pufferfishes and carefully gouged out its heart. He also took out its air bladder before washing them with Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water. He carefully processed the fine membranes which were inside the thorny pufferfish. It took him a long time to completely process every single part of this thorny pufferfish, as it was extremely poisonous. He waved his knife and started slicing the remaining meat which had no poison in it. The meat of the thorny pufferfish was quite soft. Just by lightly drawing his knife across the meat opened up. After he was done processing the meat, Bullet Fang started to prepare to cook it. He was slightly excited as in his previous world, pufferfish meat was considered the most delicious food in the world. Although it was slightly exaggerated, it was enough to prove that pufferfish meat was extremely delicious. Since he was about to cook such a delicacy with his own hands, Bullet Fang was naturally quite excited. However, he was still prudent and careful when cooking the thorny pufferfish. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 bestial flames became stronger. The temperature of the black turtle constellation walk instantly rose. Chapter 400, Shrimpy, what are you doing? Bullet Fang once cooked the pufferfish in his previous world, and although he couldn't be considered extremely well versed in its preparation, he still knew several things about it. The pufferfish tasted fresh and delicious, and its meat was extremely soft and tender, resembling the meat of a crab. However, it was more pleasant to chew than the meat of a crab, and its taste was unforgettable. In ancient times, there was a saying about those who risked their lives by eating the meat of a pufferfish. It stated that even if one did indeed get killed by the pufferfish's poison after they had eaten its meat, their death would have been worth it. However, the reason why people died from poisoning after eating a pufferfish was that the fish wasn't processed properly. For example, they didn't completely extract its blood or didn't completely process its internal organs, which would cause its poison to seep into its meat and kill its consumers. After getting properly processed by Bullet Fang, the dark moon thorny pufferfish no longer had any poison within it, and thus he could begin to prepare it, feeling at ease. He put all of the thorny pufferfish's meat on a porcelain tray, took out a bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine and sprayed it on the meat in the tray. Afterwards, he left the meat to marinate in the wine. The Ice Heart Jade Urn wine was sparkling, limpid, and colorless, and after it was sprayed on the meat, the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine slowly started to seep into it. This step was necessary because after the thorny pufferfish's meat was soaked in wine, its aroma would become richer, and its taste would be better. While he let it soak in the wine, Bullet Fang started preparing other things. He poured the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water into the wok once again and increased the 10,000 bestial flames intensity, causing it to grow brighter, and it swiftly boiled the water in the wok. Dense steam began rising up out of the black turtle constellation wok. This steam was capable of refreshing one's mind, causing them to feel comfortable all over. While the water boiled, Bullet Fang went to the ingredients area and took out some spirit herbs. He crushed the herbs and squeezed their juice onto the thorny pufferfish's meat. As soon the green juice was sprayed into the tray filled with the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, it immediately began to seep into the fish. Bullet Fang put his palm above that porcelain tray, and his true energy slowly surged out, controlling the juices. Once the juices had seeped into the thorny pufferfish's meat, it caused the fish to slightly lose its luster. After he had done all that, Bullet Fang took the thorny pufferfish's meat out of the porcelain tray which was filled with the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. He proceeded to wash the thorny pufferfish with Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water, and after he had done that, the water in the wok was already boiling. As Yu Fu, who stood close by, watched Bullet Fang's natural and effortless actions, her eyes widened, and they became filled with admiration. Owner Bulletin had an accurate grasp of the time required to process each ingredient, and this was something which Yu Fu wanted to learn, because if an ingredient was processed excessively, the ingredient would be adversely affected, ruining its taste. However, if an ingredient isn't processed enough, then its taste wouldn't be completely exhibited. Therefore, being able to grasp the required timing was also a skill. As Bullet Fang was engrossed in the cooking, Yu Fu's gaze shifted to the skin of the thorny pufferfish that was on the stove, and she moved to take it away. However, as soon as she just picked it up, Bullet Fang turned to face her and strictly said, "Put that down." Yu Fu was taken aback by his words. "Was this fish skin useful? Don't arbitrarily handle matters that I didn't instruct you to," said Bullet Fang calmly with a slightly severe tone. Yu Fu was startled but she still nodded, realizing that she had made a mistake. Was the thorny pufferfish's skin useful? Of course, it was useful, and it was an extremely important part of the dish. The water in the wok had already started bubbling, so Bulletin Fang took the thorny pufferfish and carefully placed it into the wok. He waited until the fish had boiled, causing it to glitter slightly, before he took it out and put it back on the tray. Afterward, he dumped all the boiled water. Yu Fu carefully observed every part and details of Bulletin Fang's cooking with wide eyes. Bulletin Fang began to heat the black turtle constellation wok again. As Bulletin Fang's mind was telepathically linked to the wok, he knew its current temperature. He poured some oil into the wok, and soon after, he tipped in the powder of some spirit herbs that he had just prepared and started stir-frying it. A loud sizzle rang out as the spirit herbs were stir-fried until they began emitting a fragrant aroma. Their aroma wasn't rich, but it had a comforting, sweet scent. The properties of the spirit herbs had been completely stimulated by Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang placed the boiled thorny pufferfish's meat back into the wok, and as soon as it made contact with the scalding wok, it immediately began to emit a rich fragrance. That fragrance was so unique, it seemed like it would drill into one's heart, causing them to never forget about it. Yu Fu took a deep breath, and her face brimmed with infatuation. Bulletin Fang poured the soup he had prepared into the wok, and it completely engulfed the thorny pufferfish's meat. He took out the blood crown from the system's storage space, sliced a part of it off, chopped that part into several pieces, grounded the pieces, and tipped it into the wok. The blood crowns were top-notch seasonings, and Bulletin Fang was fond of using them. Not only were they capable of forcing out the fragrance of the dish, but they would also provide it with rich spirit essence which improved its taste and aroma. While the contents of the wok were being cooked, Bulletin Fang's true energy turned into countless silk-like thread which drilled into the black turtle constellation wok and began sensing and observing every change that occurred to the ingredients within it. This dish required him to pay close attention and not slack off, because if he lowered his concentration, the meat of the thorny pufferfish may end up tough, which would negatively affect its texture. Once its texture turned bad, this dish's taste would also turn nasty. One misstep could adversely affect everything. However, if Bulletin Fang cooked the dish properly, it would become a peerless delicacy, but if he didn't manage to cook it well enough, it would end up being an ordinary dish. Bulletin Fang didn't dare to lower his concentration for even a moment, and his complexion remained serious. Even Yu Fu didn't dare to breathe loudly, she remained silent and observed Bulletin Fang attentively. At that moment, the golden mantis shrimp, which had been quiet atop Bulletin Fang's shoulder, rolled its compound eyes, raised its sickles slightly and started moving its innumerable little feet. Bulletin Fang's complete attention was on the dish, so he didn't notice its actions. The golden mantis shrimp stared at the soup within the wok, which was gradually taking on a red luster, and a trace of confusion flashed through its eyes. It started moving down Bulletin Fang's shoulder. Suddenly, it jumped. Its golden body glittered within the dense steam, and while it was airborne, it waved its sickles and rolled its compound eyes. A sharp plump resounded in the kitchen. The fragrant soup immediately splattered its immediate surrounding, causing Bulletin Fang, who had been completely focused on it, to jump in fright. What the hell? Shrimpy, what are you doing? Bulletin Fang's complexion became grave. He never expected the golden mantis shrimp, which had been extremely peaceful all along, would cause trouble for him at such a moment. When it leaped off Bulletin Fang's shoulders, the golden mantis shrimp rotated a full 360 degrees in the air before diving gracefully into the soup. Did it took it for a swimming pool? Bulletin Fang's face darkened. Yu Fu widely opened her mouth in astonishment at the scene she had just witnessed. It was her first time seeing an ingredient jump into the wok of its own accord. It was truly astounding. Shrimpy's body glittered, and it waved its sickles and squinted its compound eyes. Its face was brimming with satisfaction as it swam around and proceeded to dive deeper into the soup. Bulletin Fang was perplexed. Was this shrimp really taking a warm and relaxing bath in the soup? Suddenly, Bulletin Fang, whose mind was still telepathically linked to the black turtle constellation wok, squinted his eyes. He felt a strange and peculiar fluctuation emanating from Shrimpy's body. A golden luster surged from the golden mantis shrimp. It flowed into the soup and seeped into the meat of the thorny pufferfish's meat, tenderizing the meat of the thorny pufferfish, causing it to unexpectedly soften. Bulletin Fang's complexion became slightly strange. Did this golden shrimp mantis have such an ability? Bulletin Fang didn't let it bath in the wok for too long. The longer the golden mantis shrimp bathed in the soup, the more golden energy it emitted. Too much of the golden energy wasn't good. Hence, Bulletin Fang used his true energy and scooped out the fellow from the soup. The golden mantis shrimp seemed slightly displeased by the unceremonious act, and it bent its body and moved its small feet around. Don't cause any more trouble. If you cause trouble again, I won't just use you as an auxiliary ingredient, I will directly make you the main ingredient. Bulletin Fang lifted the small creature and calmly said. Shrimpy seemed to understand Bulletin Fang's words, and its body immediately stiffened as it started feigning death. Bulletin Fang threw Shrimpy, who was still feigning death, onto his shoulder and resumed observing the ingredients in the wok. The unexpected benefits caused him to nod his head in satisfaction. He took the thorny pufferfish's skin and waved his knife, cutting it up nicely before tossing it into the soup. With a resounding rumble, the intensity of the flames seemed to surge, bathing the immediate surrounding with the intense light from its bright flames. In just a short while, the soup started boiling and emitted an alluring fragrance. Its aroma was rich, fragrant, and mellow. The fragrance contained the faint scent of wine, an overflowing spirit essence, and the aroma of the thorny pufferfish. It was only after all these elements had coalesced that an extremely intoxicating fragrance, which could captivate anyone's heart, came into being. The rich fragrance wafted out of the kitchen, and the serpent men who were in the immediate vicinity stiffened and twitched their noses, sniffing the alluring fragrance. It's so fragrant, ah! What is this aroma? Why is it this fragrant? I have lived for so long, yet I have never once smelled such a remarkable fragrance. It seems capable of drilling into your heart and cause you to yearn intensely for it. Ah! I can't bear it. The stimulation caused by fragrance made the people around start tweaking their ears and kneading their cheeks. Even a peak supreme being expert like the serpentine sovereign was affected. She smacked her lips and looked expectantly at the kitchen. She never expected that such a fragrance could waft out of the kitchen. It was no surprise that Wu Mu praised the human kid's culinary arts, it was, truly and excessively exceptional. Faced with such a fragrance, the imperial chefs of her grand serpentine city were all utterly defeated. They didn't even need to taste this dish. Only its aroma was enough to defeat countless imperial chefs. Countless expectant gazes immediately locked onto the kitchen. Eventually, the long-awaited moment arrived, and the tightly shut kitchen door began to open. As it opened, the fragrance, which had been constrained within it, seemed to perceive a way out, and it burst out of the kitchen. The sudden fragrance eruption caused whistling gales, and countless people were even incapable of opening their eyes. However, they were delighted, joyful and almost went crazy sniffing the complete fragrance.